Nicholas Lestrange considers himself to be an exceptionally skilled wizard, at least until he was rejected by Dumbledore on 2 occasions. In the summer of 1991, after yet another rejection of his application by Dumbledore, Hella sat in the Hog's Head Inn, pondering whether it was his own inadequacy that led to this outcome. No, how could that possibly be? However, upon seeing the latest report in the Daily Prophet, Hella fell into silence. Shock! Hogwarts' distinguished graduate Quirinus Quirrell has been appointed as the professor for the Cursed Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Hella downed his tankard of butterbeer and slumped despondently in his chair. I can't believe it. That stuttering Quirinus has managed to become a professor. What exactly am I lacking compared to him? Fuck. Chapter 1. Once, I merely aspired to be a professor in the simplest of terms. I am sorry, Mr. Lestrange, but I believe your talents could be better utilized elsewhere. Dumbledore's face was obscured by his long white beard, preventing Hella from discerning his expression. Indeed, it was entirely concealed. He could only glimpse his back. This marked the second time Dumbledore had denied Hella's application. Clearly, this was not entirely reasonable. Considering he was an outstanding graduate with all E's and OWLs, it seemed more than adequate for a professorship. Ahem, yet one must not be overly arrogant. Humility remains paramount. Hella made a resigned grimace at Dumbledore's back. Last year, he had dismissed him on the grounds of insufficient ability, and this year, he had not even provided a reason. Simply stating that he was unsuitable? Was there no inclination to allow him a trial year? After all, each year, a random individual was hastily appointed, and the defense against the dark arts class at Hogwarts had always been regarded as a joke. The students treated it lightly, and the professors hardly took it seriously, as no one ever completed a full year. Hella stood in place, gazing at Dumbledore's broad back, enveloped in silence. Could it be that this most powerful wizard of the age, the so-called White Lord of the Ministry, would not even grant him a chance to earn a living? As time ticked away, Hella was indifferent. He was merely a layabout, and lingering a while longer to snag a dinner would not be amiss. His own dinner remained uncertain, but if he dined at Hogwarts, he could tighten his belt and manage a few days' worth of sustenance. However, after dining, there would be no recourse. He could only hope for success in securing a position at Hogwarts. Otherwise, he would truly have to venture to Romania to train dragons. After a prolonged silence, Dumbledore finally spoke, letting out a deep sigh and casting a casual glance at the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. All right, Phineas. No need to give me those looks. You know this is impossible. With that, Dumbledore finally turned to face Hella, casting an apologetic glance his way, though his tone lacked any genuine remorse, merely conveying a cold notification. Mr. Lestrange, I regret to inform you that we have already found a suitable candidate for the new defense against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts, and I cannot rescind the appointment of the professor who has already been contacted. Well, I shall not take up more of your time, Professor Dumbledore. Phineas, please do not be too hard on him. I trust Professor Dumbledore surely has his reasons. Hella winked at the portrait of his distant ancestor, feigning nonchalance, and added, By the way, Professor Dumbledore, if I'm not mistaken, tonight is the awarding ceremony for the House Cup, correct? I wonder if I might have the opportunity to witness Slytherin's 6th consecutive victory. I believe it would be an unforgettable sight. Dumbledore's eyelids drooped slightly, and he said little more, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. With the prospect of dinner secured, Hella departed the headmaster's office with a light step. Observing Hella's retreating figure, Phineas felt compelled to flee, but having barely escaped 2 or 3 frames, he was halted by Dumbledore's voice. Phineas. Albus? What is it? I have a chess engagement with others, and, oh dear, I should be on my way. Perhaps I should attend to that first. Phineas feigned a glance at his watch, his face a mask of urgency as he attempted to make his escape. Phineas, you are aware of the situation. You saw Quirinus when he returned. Although we do not know what transpired with him, we cannot simply ignore it. Dumbledore squatted before a cabinet, rummaging through its contents for some time until he extracted a pensieve, using his elder wand to extract white memories from his temple, depositing them into the basin. Returning to the dimly lit Slytherin common room through the memories, Hella gazed at the familiar figures in the portrait, silently stepping aside, showing no intention of entering. Enter? It was impossible after graduation, especially since he did not know the password. It changed every fortnight, and who knew what it was now? The one used back then was glory, but what could it possibly be now? However, Hella was already famished, and he had little patience to engage in a riddle with the portrait. It would be far better to enter alongside the students leaving class. Yet, as Hella sat on the stairs, the chill began to set in, and he felt an itch creeping upon him. Damn you, Salazar Slytherin, why did you place the common room in the basement? Do you not realize that such a stifling environment can easily lead to depression or even antisocial tendencies? Look at Gryffindor. They reside at the pinnacle of the tower, enjoying a splendid view and fresh air. Who would feel despondent living there? It is hardly surprising that Slytherin has produced the majority of troublemakers in recent years, those clad in hoods, igniting fireworks and engaging in acts of antisocial terrorism, predominantly hail from Slytherin. Just observe those Death Eaters from Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. When have they ever taken it upon themselves to perpetrate such deeds? However, these concerns do not weigh heavily on Hella's mind. After all, one individual's satisfaction ensures the family's well-being, and she harbors no aspirations of upholding the state. The fate of saving or destroying the world is best left to those who need not worry about their next meal. Her thoughts are solely preoccupied with securing her own sustenance. Hella patted her backside and rose, making her way upwards. During her time at school, she had heard whispers of the kitchen's entrance, yet she had never experienced hunger nor contemplated this issue before. Yet now that she has graduated and commenced earning her own living, the expense of meals has become a significant concern. If she could manage to coax away a house elf or two from Hogwarts, the matter of dining would likely cease to trouble her ever again. Nonetheless, it was evident that Hella had been rather reclusive during her school days, as she found herself wandering to the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Do not question how she knew. It was all thanks to the chattering of the fat lady in the portrait. Hella had merely lingered in front of the portrait for a few minutes, and the fat lady was nearly ready to divulge the password herself. Were it not for Hella's apprehension about facing possible repercussions upon entering the Gryffindor common room, she might have ventured in just for a look. However, considering that the hem of her cloak was adorned with green embellishments, it was likely that she would be met with a chorus of Expelliarmus from a dozen young lions. Hella was indeed rather timid. After all, she was merely a 20-year-old handsome wizard who, apart from her striking looks, possessed nothing of substance. Chapter 2. I have mastered the code to well seated at the far end of the professor's table. Harry relished the creamy mashed potatoes before him. As a quintessential Englishman, he harbored a deep-seated grievance regarding local cuisine. However, there was little he could do, for he currently found himself in dire financial straits. At this moment, even if someone offered him a celestial dish, he would still manage to consume it with a smile. The protein content was thrice that of chicken, and the tender fish preserved all its parasitic delights exquisitely. Clearing his throat, Harry forcibly expelled the morbid thoughts from his mind, determined not to conjure images of that terrifying fish head. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Professor Dumbledore surveyed the hall filled with students and faculty, gently tapping his spoon against the goblet. Well then, I trust everyone is sufficiently sated. Let us commence the selection for tonight's house cup. First, we shall announce the score for Gryffindor. Harry, spoon in mouth, gazed in dismay at the suddenly vanished mashed potatoes, tears welling in his eyes. After exerting so much effort to escape the clutches of the fat lady and her insatiable hunger, he had anticipated a hearty meal, only to hear Dumbledore declare that everyone was full. Was it not cruel that they had barely managed to fill their bellies before being forced to cease dining by the unscrupulous headmaster? Surely, Professor Dumbledore must have been skimming their meal funds. Who would have thought that such a bushy-browed, silver-haired figure could stoop to such depths? Harry placed the spoon down with a clatter, folding his arms and hunching slightly, embodying the very picture of a forlorn child. His appearance naturally sparked much discussion among the students, particularly given his resemblance to a starving ghost. The gossip from Slytherin was particularly exaggerated, especially since Harry was clad in the standard Slytherin robes. While Dumbledore spoke, whispers circulated around the hall, speculating on Harry's identity. Some conjectured that he was the new defense against the dark arts professor, while others suggested he might be Dumbledore's illegitimate son. There were even more outlandish claims that he was Professor Snape's love child. Of course, the latter were merely jest, as most leaned towards the first theory regarding the new professor of dark arts, especially since this year's Professor Hogwarts had met a gruesome end, becoming the sustenance for an 8-eyed giant spider deep within the Forbidden Forest. Given the timeline, he had likely already decomposed into nature's fertilizer. Upon reflecting on this, the students could not help but admire Dumbledore's foresight in preparing a backup plan. After one professor perished, there were always endless candidates waiting in line. How lush the Forbidden Forest had become over the years. Amidst the chatter, Dumbledore, growing impatient, swiftly announced the winner of the House Cup. Thanks to Professor Snape's efforts, Slytherin had secured their 6th consecutive championship. With a flick of his wand, the hall's decorations transformed into a serpentine shade of green. Harry merely hugged himself, shedding silent tears. He was still not full. How could dinner end so abruptly? Professor Dumbledore, was your decision not a tad hasty? As the students returned to their respective common rooms, Dumbledore winked at Harry. Though he said nothing, the implication was unmistakable. Was it the agreement to finish the meal before departing? Must he linger for a late-night snack? Tomorrow was a holiday, How could he still shamelessly seek a meal? Professor Snape scoffed, his expression cold as he turned to leave. Clearly, he was irritated by Harry's embarrassing demeanor. Having endured sitting together earlier, his restraint in not storming off was quite commendable. Harry awkwardly watched Snape's retreating figure, helplessly rubbing his nose. It was just a few exploded cauldrons from his school days. Did he really hold a grudge for so long? Yet, he understood it was time to depart. Being able to scrounge a meal was already a fortunate outcome, despite not having secured a job. At least his employer had treated him to a meal, albeit in the dining hall, but the attitude was commendable. Professor Dumbledore, I am immensely grateful for Hogwarts hospitality. Should your thoughts change, please feel free to reach out to me. Harry adopted a humble demeanor. What else could he do? After all, this was the White Lord. Do not be deceived into thinking that the White Lord lacked temper. His methods were simply more insidious. If faced with the choice between the Dark Lord and the White Lord, Harry would prefer the former, as he could always flee to America. However, the White Lord was an entirely different matter. His vast network of connections could easily leave Harry starving in the streets. The Dark Lord resembled a village bully, while the White Lord was akin to an Arab tycoon controlling the global oil economy. Entirely different scales, though their levels of violence were comparably potent. Dumbledore's renown stemmed not solely from his immense power, but rather from his illustrious resume and remarkable connections. Nearly every notable figure in Europe was his acquaintance. Leaving Hogwarts, Harry felt a sudden void, as if he had nowhere to turn. By all accounts, the strange family possessed a vault, yet the key was with Bellatrix, who was imprisoned in Azkaban. The ministry had questioned her numerous times without success in obtaining the key. Not to mention, Harry had no opportunity to see Bellatrix. And even if he did, he could not ascertain if her mind was still intact enough to recall the key's whereabouts. Thus, he could only pursue the life of an ordinary worker. Yet there was not a single job that allowed him to showcase his talents. His singular talent, it seemed, was his handsomeness. Alas, the entertainment industry was far from thriving. The mainstream focus remained on writing, which hardly allowed one to dine on good looks alone. If it were merely a matter of appearances, Harry was confident that he could easily overpower Gilderoy Lockhart. However, when it came to intellect and capability, Lockhart would likely obliterate Harry, effortlessly mingling with werewolves and vampires, a feat that Harry lacked the courage to undertake. As he walked along the path to Hogsmeade, a smile crept upon Harry's lips. He had found a prospect for a late-night snack. Initially intending to apparate to a location, he suddenly recalled the identity of the proprietor of the Hog's Head Inn, Aberforth Dumbledore. He was none other than Dumbledore's own brother. Although the nature of their strained relationship remained a mystery, uttering disparaging remarks about Albus in Aberforth's presence could earn him a complimentary dinner. It was nothing short of a code to wealth. Regrettably, this tactic could not be employed too frequently, as Aberforth would inevitably tire of it. But an occasional visit to maintain appearances was certainly feasible. Chapter 3. The Whomping Willow would speak. Get out of my pub. You are not welcome here. Aberforth barked at Harry, his frustration causing his beard to bristle. Harry, momentarily taken aback, watched as Aberforth reached for his wand from his robes, hastily withdrawing his left leg that had just crossed the threshold of the pub. I'm leaving, brother. Please don't be rash. Aberforth glared at Harry as he retreated from the bar, then sulkily seated himself behind the counter, uncorking a half-drunk bottle of liquor, sipping while sighing, as if burdened by some unseen weight. Meanwhile, having been ejected, Harry's mood plummeted. What kind of situation was this? Where was the promised code to wealth? Where was the expected complimentary late-night snack? Harry's stomach still grumbled with hunger as she rubbed it gently, gazing up at the overcast sky. In the distance, the towering Hogwarts castle stood in solemn silence. Perhaps it was time to embark on another escapade? After a brief moment of hesitation, Harry resolutely decided to seize the day once more. Guided by the dim recollections of her memory, she finally located her target in the dead of night. Admittedly, Harry acknowledged her complete forgetfulness regarding its precise location. She had wandered through the Forbidden Forest for 3 or 4 hours before stumbling upon the Whomping Willow. Alas, with age comes a decline in memory. She recalled once knowing of a secret passage that led directly to the willow, yet now it eluded her. Scratching her head, she observed the wildly swaying branches of the Whomping Willow, and from her pocket, she retrieved her wand. With a flick of her wrist, she transfigured a nearby stone into a small dog, instructing it to divert the willow's attention while she cast a disillusionment charm and stealthily approached. In truth, the Whomping Willow possessed no eyes. The charm was merely a form of self-deception. Nonetheless, Harry had developed the habit of casting a disillusionment charm on herself whenever engaging in mischief. Seizing the opportunity while the willow was preoccupied with the dog, Hera pressed her palm against the scarred bark of the tree. Instantly, the whomping willow grew still. With practiced ease, Hera produced a small knife from the pocket of her cloak, a mischievous grin playing on her lips as she began to trim the branches of the willow. As she worked, she couldn't help but muse aloud, "Oh dear, how lonely it must be for you, a solitary tree in the forbidden forest, with not a soul to style your branches." Hagrid, that lumbering oaf, spends his days walking dogs and tending to pets, completely oblivious to your need for a trim. Look at you, so unkempt, and here I am, ever so kind-hearted. Hera unapologetically justified her actions, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she shed her cloak, revealing a t-shirt and shorts beneath. With a whomping willow capable of speech, it might resemble a timid girl cowering in a corner, pleading with Hera to keep her distance. However, such sentiments were lost on Hera. Even if she were aware, she would likely continue to taunt the willow with a wicked smile. After finishing her trimming, Hera noted the conspicuous gaps where branches had once flourished and shamelessly fed her conscience to the dogs, proclaiming, "Look at you. Don't you feel a sense of lightness atop your head? A simple fringe trim can be quite costly, you know. Consider yourself lucky. Today, I shall charge you nothing." The whomping willow swayed slightly, and Hera, feeling a sense of accomplishment, patted it reassuringly, boldly asserting, "No need to thank me." She gathered the cut branches in her discarded cloak and rummaged beneath the willow until she finally discovered the secret passage she remembered, slipping inside. Moments later, as she beheld a glowing light ahead, she quickened her pace, entering the room only to be struck by the realization that the whomping willow led directly to the shrieking shack. "How could I have forgotten that?" she lamented, mentally scolding herself for taking such a convoluted route. However, now that she had reached Hogsmeade, she could use apparition to reach her destination. As she contemplated her next move, a sudden wave of disorientation washed over her. Hera stumbled, nearly losing her footing, but clutching the whomping willow branch in her hand, she managed to steady herself. If given a choice, Hera would vehemently prefer to avoid apparition. The sensation left her feeling akin to sardines packed in a can, tossed about for what felt like an eternity, though, in reality, it was merely a couple of seconds. Yet, this did not diminish her disdain for the method. If anything could make her loathe it further, it would be the use of a portkey, which felt akin to an anchor lodged in her stomach, an absolutely detestable sensation, almost comparable to swallowing a mouthful of pus-laden babbity root. Don't inquire as to how she knew this. It was a consequence of youthful recklessness. Shaking her heavy head, she cautiously eyed the shadowy figure huddled in the corner before pushing open the grand door. The sign of Borgin and Burke's appeared particularly ominous under the moonlight, causing many lurking figures in the shadows to fall silent once more. "Hey, Mr. Borgin, I'm back," Hera declared unapologetically, slamming her fist on the counter, startling Borgin himself, who had been resting there. Startled, he instinctively aimed his wand at her head. "Wait, don't be alarmed. It's me." Hera quickly raised her hands in surrender, causing the whomping willow branch she had been holding to tumble to the floor, writhing freely in the shop. "Why, if it isn't my dear Mr. Lestrange, disturbing an old man's rest at such an hour. What brings you here?" Mr. Borgin cautiously lowered his wand, his tone laced with sarcasm. However, Hera would not underestimate the elderly man before her. Running a successful apothecary in Nocturne Alley and dominating the market was no small feat. This was a testament to wealth, or rather, a symbol of power. "Ahem, I happened to acquire a few items and thought of you first," Hera said, putting on a bold front, her earlier bravado now tempered. "Oh, whomping willow." Mr. Borgin scrutinized the branch, but inadvertently revealed his precarious hairline, prompting Hera to ponder the potential of selling hair growth potions in the Wizarding World, as it seemed both the virtuous and the nefarious were at risk of baldness. "Mr. Lestrange, the whomping willows you sold me before have yet to find a buyer. I can't offer you a high price this time," he remarked, kicking the branch disdainfully. Hera's expression tightened. "How much? Do tell." Mr. Borgin bent down, weighing the branch in his hands, a sly smile creeping onto his face. 3 sickles an ounce, which is quite a fair price." Hera furrowed her brow. That price was utterly insufficient. How could she even afford a new robe with such a meager sum? She argued passionately, recounting the illustrious tales of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, all the way to the perils of the Forbidden Forest, ultimately persuading him to raise the price from the abysmally low 3 sickles to 5. Finally, Hera emerged from Borgin and Burke's with a satisfactory 20 galleons and 10 sickles in hand, feeling quite pleased with herself. After all, the whomping willow had grown so abundantly that she could always return to harvest more if she found herself in need, should the day come when she truly required funds. She could always chop down that very whomping willow, making her branch an invaluable treasure. After all, it was the last remaining branch of the whomping willow from Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest, and its value would surely skyrocket. Harry possessed a keen sense of economics. Sometimes, rarity was what commanded worth. Yet, if she did indeed fell the whomping willow, she could only imagine Dumbledore and Professor Snape casting an Avada Kedavra her way. Harry certainly did not believe herself to be immune to such a curse, unlike the Savior. Weighing her purse, she strolled towards Knockturn Alley and Diagon Alley's path, considering that it was quite late and perhaps a night's rest at the Leaky Cauldron would be a welcome reprieve. Suddenly, Harry's footsteps came to an abrupt halt as she gazed at the sun, which was just beginning to peek over the horizon. It seemed rather unwise to secure a room now, as she would hardly be able to sleep before dawn broke. Booking a room felt excessively extravagant. After a brief moment of contemplation, Harry decisively retrieved her wand from her pocket, swiftly tucking her pouch of coins back into her cloak. A flicker of light illuminated the darkness. The wand emitted a beam that compelled the shadowy figure of the dark wizard huddled in the corner to squint and shift uncomfortably away from the blinding glow. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry watched as the vagrant floated gently aside, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. At this hour, it would be far simpler to find a quiet spot on the street to catch a quick nap. After all, dawn was imminent, and she needed to devise a plan to address her financial woes. Yes, Harry had already concocted a scheme to alleviate her economic crisis. With a flick of her wand, she tidied up the area around the vagrant and cast several cleaning charms on the corner, before settling down on the ground, wrapped in her cloak. The commotion she stirred evidently attracted the attention of several night wanderers. However, none lingered too long on her presence. Who among the denizens of Knockturn Alley could be considered virtuous? Moreover, Harry's audacity to act so brazenly at night clearly suggested she was no harmless soul. Despite being a dark wizard herself, she was no fool, and provoking trouble was hardly a wise strategy. Harry welcomed the tranquility, secretly hoping for someone to challenge her. Those who sought confrontation were often lacking in intellect, allowing her to act without fear of their hidden tactics. She understood the laws of the dark jungle. Cloaked in shadows, Harry patiently awaited the dawn's arrival. Stretching with a yawn, she shook off the dew from her garments, eliciting curious glances from passers-by, though they quickly returned their attention elsewhere. Having rested sufficiently, it was time for her to contemplate solutions to her pressing predicament. She patted the pouch of galleons in her cloak, relishing the sound of the coins clinking together, a smile creeping across her face. With newfound funds, Harry resolved that her first order of business would be to acquire a fine outfit. When one ventured outside, lacking a dazzling ensemble, they risked being underestimated, unless, of course, one possessed the audacity to cast an Avada Kedavra at a moment's notice. In such a case, no one would dare to belittle you. Half an hour later, Harry emerged from Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, clad in a pristine cloak and a velvet top hat. The water-green embellishments of her black robe swirled around her as she walked, turning heads among the many witches passing by, maintaining an air of nonchalance. She flashed a perfect smile, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth, though her demeanor bore a slight stiffness. Of course, how could she not feel rigid? The self-pressing robe and the velvety hat had cost her a staggering 18 galleons, even with Madame Malkin's seasonal discount. This was the most affordable option in the shop. Making her way to a secluded corner, Harry extracted her pouch and meticulously counted her galleons. Unfortunately, after much effort, the coins remained unchanged. She had only 10 galleons and 12 sickles. Harry let out a long sigh, quietly stowed her pouch, and proceeded into another popular shop in Diagon Alley. Shortly thereafter, when she re-emerged, she cradled a Siamese cat in her arms. Whether she could manage to secure a meal today and resolve her impending financial crisis depended on the feline's efficacy. Inside, Harry's heart was tumultuous, having bartered tirelessly, ultimately negotiating the price of the Siamese cat from 11 galleons down to 10. Now, she was left with only 12 sickles. What did 12 sickles signify? The fare for the night bus was 11 sickles. In essence, Harry could afford just a single bus ride, with the remaining sickle merely jingling in her pocket. Truly, a financial crisis. Taking a deep breath, she mentally recited the address and vanished from the streets of Diagon Alley. When she reappeared, Harry found herself in Wiltshire, gazing at the grand estate before her, sighing softly. Indeed, it was evident that comparisons could be quite disheartening. When would she possess a home of her own? She adjusted her top hat, ensuring it sat at the proper angle, and shifted the Siamese cat for better comfort. "Good day, sir, I am Dobby, the house elf of the Malfoy family." A diminutive figure with bat-like ears large green eyes resembling tennis balls, and a notably long and flat nose suddenly appeared before Hera. She was unfazed. Though she had never owned a house elf, she had certainly encountered them before. Nodding slightly, she spoke with conviction. "I have business to discuss with Mr. Malfoy. Please take me inside." "As you wish," Dobby replied with a slight bow, gently grasping the hem of Hera's garment. With a pop, the two vanished from the front of Malfoy Manor. Chapter 5. Draco, allergic to cat fur. Following Dobby into the interior of Malfoy Manor, Hera surveyed the opulent decor, nearly drooling at the sight. Lavish embellishments, exquisite furnishings, a marble fireplace, and gilded mirrors adorned the space. The grand foyer was expansive, its walls lined with portraiture, and the stone floor almost entirely covered by sumptuous carpets. This was indeed the scent of wealth. Clutching the Siamese cat, Hera timidly settled into a chair, quietly awaiting Lucius's arrival. The feline appeared somewhat uncomfortable in her embrace, squirming before gracefully leaping from her arms to stroll elegantly around the foyer. Hera paid it little mind. After all, the Siamese cat was merely a means to an end. She was not foolish enough to offer gifts when her own meals were uncertain. "Ah, Mr. Lestrange, what brings you here today?" Lucius Malfoy entered the foyer with an air of elegance, gripping a serpent-headed cane. Hera took the opportunity to examine her brother-in-law, whom she had scarcely encountered. His pale blonde hair, icy gray-blue eyes, and gaunt visage spoke volumes. He certainly bore the look of one suffering from fatigue. Even his hairline appeared precariously thin, recalling the baldness of Mr. Boggs from the previous day. She mused that there might indeed be a market for shampoo in the Wizarding World. Dismissing the random thoughts, she rose and smiled. "Dear brother-in-law, you are being far too formal. I simply thought it was time to pay you a visit, since I have yet to do so after my graduation." Technically, it was not inaccurate for her to refer to Lucius as her brother-in-law, given that his wife Narcissa was from the Black family, and Bella was Narcissa's sister, having married into the Lestrange family. If one were to stretch the familial ties, there was indeed a connection, albeit a distant one. "Oh, so today is merely a social call?" Lucius tightened his grip on his cane, as if it provided him with immense reassurance. "Well, not entirely," Hera replied, her gaze flickering to a child hiding behind a tapestry, her expression shifting to that of a mischievous uncle. "Is this my dear nephew Draco?" Lucius emitted a low grunt, saying little else. He too was unsure of Hera's intentions, and allowing Draco to probe was a reasonable strategy. Draco glanced at Lucius, noting his father's lack of response, and timidly emerged from behind the tapestry. As she gazed at Draco, who stood at her waist, Hella's lips curled into a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. She playfully ruffled Draco's hair, pondering how much he had grown. "Ah, during my time at Hogwarts, I never had the chance to truly connect with him. We are of the same age. I hope we can spend more time together in the future." Lucius lightly tapped his wand against the carpet, his voice low and oily, akin to a serpent's hiss. "Draco, how did I teach you before?" Hella then watched as the slender boy straightened his back and raised his chin, adopting a tone uncannily similar to his father's. "Good day, Mr. Lestrange. I am Draco Malfoy." With that, he placed his left hand on his chest, bowing slightly while nodding. "Oh dear, what a charming child. Why act so mature?" Hella tousled Draco's hair again, leaving it in delightful disarray. Ahem. Hella cleared her throat, realizing the situation, and extended her hands in a futile attempt to restore Draco's hair to its former glory. However, her efforts only made it worse. Draco's eyes darted upwards in desperation, yet he could not see his own reflection and could only cast a pleading glance at Lucius. "All right, Hella, that will suffice," Lucius murmured, restraining the urge to draw his wand and cast a curse upon her, though Hella could still sense the simmering anger beneath his calm facade. "Ahem, let's not be so formal," Hella said, rubbing her hands together, slightly embarrassed by Draco's disheveled appearance. "Draco, I believe you'll be starting school this year, and I prepared a pet for you that you are sure to adore." "Ah, is it a dragon?" Draco's eyes widened in excitement, his toes barely lifting off the ground. Hella chuckled internally. He was still a child. How could it be? How wealthy must I be to procure a baby dragon for you? Why would I even come to Malfoy Manor if I could manage that? Splendid. I must have guessed incorrectly," Hella replied with an awkward smile, bending down to pick up a passing Siamese cat and presenting it to Draco. However, Draco wrinkled his nose and let out a loud sneeze. Hella's grin was wavering now. At that moment, Lucius finally asserted his dignity as the head of the family, his wand striking the ground with a resounding thud that echoed, even muffled by the thick carpet. Yet, Hella, being who she was, noticed the peculiar sound. It was evident there was more than met the eye beneath them, for such a noise could not be produced without reason. "Very well, Mr. Lestrange," Let us move directly to the matter at hand, Lucius instructed, casting a glance at Draco, who, still sneezing, retreated deeper into the room. Hella awkwardly cradled the Siamese cat, nearly forgetting her purpose. Is this a suitable place for discussion, Mr. Malfoy? She inquired, setting the cat aside to frolic on its own. Lucius raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly, his voice dripping with that same oily timbre. Malfoy Manor is certainly secure enough. Then I shall speak plainly. I seek permission to access Azkaban, Hella stated, her expression becoming grave. Oh, why not simply go out and torment a few muggles? I'm sure the Aurors would be more than willing to escort you to Azkaban, Lucius retorted with a smirk, yet Hella remained unfazed. Her demeanor as tranquil as a still pond, seemingly impervious to his jibes. Rodolphus and Bellatrix are imprisoned in Azkaban, and they hold the keys to the family vault. I wish to secure an opportunity to inherit the family fortune, Hella declared candidly, her intentions straightforward. Once she acquired the Lestrange family's treasury, her days of hardship would be behind her. Who would want to be a mere professor? Living comfortably in the ancestral home while possessing numerous properties in Diagon Alley. What a dream. Lucius furrowed his brow, contemplating, his hand repeatedly rubbing the top of his wand as he murmured, "This matter is quite complicated, as you must be aware. The current minister, Fudge, is a greedy man. What would I gain from assisting you?" Chapter 6. The Mysterious Black Notebook. Hella understood Lucius's implication clearly. He was demanding additional payment. Though she had prepared for a substantial financial outlay before arriving, the reality of the situation caused her to hesitate. If I were to obtain the vault key, my brother and I are bound by brotherhood, and you would not be left without your due. How about a 10% share of the gold? Hella feigned discomfort at the thought, though this proposal only elicited a cold chuckle from Lucius internally. 10% of the gold? What the properties, the shops? What about the silver sickles and bronze nuts? Do you think me a fool? At least 70% of the gold, plus half of the property deeds, Lucius coldly asserted, presenting a figure that Hella found utterly unacceptable. Impossible. Absolutely not. At most 20% of the gold, and the deeds and properties are out of the question, Hella retorted, aware of her own limitations. Without those lucrative assets, she would soon find herself impoverished once more. Huh. I trust Mr. Lestrange will reconsider, Lucius said, stroking his wand before softly calling out, "Dobby, how may I serve you, esteemed master? Prepare some tea. You useless creature. Must I teach you the proper etiquette for hosting guests?" Lucius scolded, delivering a swift kick to Dobby's stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. Dobby nodded from his position on the floor, not daring to meet Lucius's gaze, and with a pop, he vanished. Hella sat in a chair, weighing her options, finally resolute. "I'll agree for now and secure the funds. If necessary, I can always breach the contract. Brother-in-law, may our collaboration be fruitful," she declared, extending her hand, her face adorned with a shrewd grin. "I believe you shall not regret today's decision, Hella. A word of sincere warning. Never attempt to deceive the Malfoy family," Lucius replied, elegantly setting down his teacup, his expression mirroring Hella's insincere smile. Afterward, Hella, filled with excitement, rubbed her hands together, causing Lucius to feel a pang of unease. "Is there something else?" he asked, suddenly regretting shaking hands with Hella, though noble etiquette compelled him to maintain a semblance of grace, lest he feel the urge to rush to the nearest washroom. Damn it, had I known the Lestrange family was filled with lunatics, I would have thought twice about this. Surely this fellow's inclinations are not dubious as well. While such matters are not uncommon among the nobility, Lucius, being a family man, could not abide such impropriety. It's nothing really. It's just that I haven't received those galleons yet. So, brother-in-law, could you possibly lend me a portion?" Hella was still scheming to pull off a grand deception. Although he longed for the Lestrange family's assets, they were merely promises on paper, and immediate funds were what he truly needed. Once Hella finished speaking, she quietly observed Lucius's reaction. Seeing him deep in thought, she felt a glimmer of hope. "Brother-in-law, it doesn't necessarily have to be galleons. Perhaps some rare alchemical items that are not easily accessible would suffice as well. Hera, however, still recalls the hidden chamber beneath this hall. Moreover, the Malfoy family had once aligned itself with the Dark Lord. It would be remiss to assume they lacked a few dark artifacts within their abode. Yet, with the fall of the Dark Lord, those once coveted dark artifacts have transformed into proverbial hot potatoes, which I can only imagine is a challenge for Lucius to manage. Nevertheless, Hera remains unperturbed, given her current predicament. As long as there is a profit to be made, she is indifferent to the ethics of the matter. She'll take it all. If worst comes to worst, she can sell it to Mr. Boggins. Lucius lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment, seemingly resolute in his decision. He cast several furtive glances at Hera before letting out a sigh and extracting a wand from his cane, muttering an incantation under his breath. The floor of the hall gradually shifted aside, revealing a concealed chamber. Lucius gestured toward Hera with a knowing look, which she readily understood. Raising her hands, she stepped into the darkened chamber, with Lucius closely following behind, his wand aimed at her waist, ready to unleash a curse at the slightest hint of suspicion. Hera found Lucius's distrust of her rather distasteful, yet she could comprehend his caution. As she ventured deeper into the chamber, her eyes momentarily struggled to adjust to the enveloping darkness. Well then, these are the treasures of the Malfoy family. Feel free to select a few items. Lucius waved his wand, igniting a candle. Huh, I knew you were a good man, brother-in-law, Hera complimented casually, commencing her search within the chamber. The walls were adorned with fearsome masks, and in the corners lay an array of human bones, relics of an unknown age. Hera hesitated briefly before swiftly bypassing the grotesque bones, clearly worthless junk that she had no interest in. Just as she was passing a pile of miscellaneous items, her footsteps faltered, as a peculiar sensation stirred within her. This was a feeling she had never encountered before. Squatting down, she began to rummage through the items. Ah, more human bones and a tattered notebook? Could this be it? Hera grasped a black notebook, contemplating tossing it aside. However, the instant the thought crossed her mind, a wave of trepidation washed over her, as if the notebook had seized her very heart. Have you made your selection? Lucius grunted impatiently, evidently vexed by Hera's dawdling. All right, this will do, she declared, clutching the notebook and snatching a few bones on the side. The nature of the notebook remained a mystery, yet for some reason, Hera felt compelled to keep it. Lucius's pupils widened in surprise at the sight of the notebook in Hera's hands. What is special about that notebook? Hera casually flipped it open, only to find it completely blank. Nevertheless, the sense of anxiety was undeniably real. Oh, it's merely a prized possession I've cherished for quite some time. I never imagined you would uncover it hidden away, Lucius remarked stiffly, his tone betraying a lack of genuine enthusiasm. Well, is it right if I take this? Hera inquired, though she clutched it tightly to her chest, showing no intention of returning it to Lucius. Oh, it's perfectly fine, Lucius replied with a faint smile, as if he were secretly pleased that Hera would take the notebook. Chapter 7. A chance encounter with an adversary at the Leaky Cauldron. Lucius reminisced about the scenes from years past, involuntarily shivering at the recollection of that man-s figure. Over the years, he had attempted to decipher the contents of the notebook, but to no avail. Perhaps it was indeed best for Hera to take it away. By the way, brother-in-law, could you lend me a bit more galleons? I promise to repay you double once I acquire the key to the vault. Hera, with the notebook in hand, patted her chest, completely forgetting her earlier statements. Lucius furrowed his brow, gazing incredulously at the grinning youth before him, finding it hard to believe that such an anomaly could emerge from a pure-blood family. Hadn't he just insisted on acquiring some alchemical items? Now, he was asking for galleons instead? However, considering that Hera had helped him with the notebook dilemma, Lucius begrudgingly nodded in agreement. In the room above the Leaky Cauldron, Hera toyed with her pouch of coins, relishing the satisfying weight in her palm, a smile spreading across her face. Indeed, the Malfoy family was affluent, their generosity apparent. She had initially expected a loan of 10 or 20 galleons, yet he had lent her 50 without a word about repayment. Meow. A Siamese cat leaped onto the bed, issuing a long, plaintive wail. Can I return this one? Hera's smile faded at the sound of the cat's cry. Draco seemed to have an allergy to cat fur, and now she faced the burden of caring for this expensive gift she had yet to present. Oh well, let us just return you, she resolved, rising from the bed, adjusting her cloak and cradling the Siamese cat as she descended the stairs to Diagon Alley. Count 3 up and 2 across, then knock 3 times. With one hand holding the Siamese cat and the other laboriously tapping her wand against the wall, the archway to Diagon Alley swung open. Perched on the steps in front of Gringotts, gazing at the nearby magical creature shop, Hera couldn't help but sigh, the clerk's words echoing in her mind. I'm sorry, sir, but sale items are non-returnable. Hera had argued for several minutes, adamantly pointing out that she had negotiated the price herself. How could it be deemed a sale? Yet the clerk merely repeated the same line, and eventually, Hera lost her patience, purchasing some cat food before departing. Eat up, while I still have the means to care for you, she said, patting the Siamese cat's head, though her expression remained forlorn. Is it any wonder I feel this way? Just a week's worth of cat food cost me 3 galleons. At that rate, 12 galleons a month. And by the end of the year, it would amount to a fortune. She pondered, if you're going to be such an expense, I might as well name you cameraman, since they say photography impoverishes 3 generations. I want to grow rich raising you. Hera absent-mindedly groomed the cat as fur, casually bestowing upon it a peculiar name. Then, the cat playfully nipped at her hand. Ouch! Not cameraman, release me, Hera exclaimed, cradling her hand as she gazed into the cat's round, azure eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, fortunately, Hera was not one to be burdened by conscience. After a moment of contemplation, she tentatively suggested, how about we change your name? Meow. All right then, how about Galleon? Hera lacked any particular talent for naming. And if the cat didn't concur, she feared she might resort to names like Sicko and Nat. The cat, or rather Galleon, shot her a scornful glance, as if to say it disdained the name she had chosen, yet it lowered its head and began to eat the food in front of it. Eating takes precedence. Names are trivial, Hera mused, glancing at the sky as she lingered for a moment, contemplating her future path. If she scrimped and saved, she could manage her weekly food expenses to 2 galleons. However, with the added cost of galleoness meals, her current 50 galleons would likely last only a few months. It appeared she would need to devise a plan to earn more. Should she consider engaging in smuggling ventures in Romania? There were quite a few Greeks involved in such enterprises there. At that moment, Hera was suddenly startled by a wave of gossip drifting from a passing which nearby. Did you hear? Another professor has perished at Hogwarts this year. Which professor? Who else could it be? It's that cursed defense against the dark arts instructor. Word has it, he met his demise while feeding beasts in the Forbidden Forest. Hera's ears perked up, eager to learn the identity of this year's new professor. But the 2 witches had already vanished into Gringotts, leaving her in suspense. Oh well, Gallon, let us head back, she sighed, gently ruffling Gallon's fluffy head, pocketing her cat food, and preparing to return to the leaky cauldron. For now, her funds were sufficient. She could afford to be a slacker for another day. Once back at the leaky cauldron, Hera perched herself on a bar stool and smiled at the proprietor. Tom, may I have a butterbeer, please? Not in the mood for a proper drink. No, just a butterbeer will do. Tom set aside the cloth he had been using, picked up a newspaper from nearby, and turned to prepare her order. Hera casually grabbed the latest issue of the Daily Prophet, but the headline at the top sent her into a fury. Shock! Hogwarts' distinguished graduate Quirinus Quirrell has been appointed as the new defense against the dark arts professor. Bang! Hera's fist slammed onto the bar, startling several patrons, though they merely glanced at her before resuming their conversations. Damn it, that Quirinus has landed the teaching position. What does he have that I don't? Just a few more WLS? How am I inferior to him? If I see him, I'll surely knock some sense into him. Tom cast a sidelong glance at the person standing next to Hera, letting out a sigh as he placed the butterbeer before her and quietly retreated to wipe down glasses. Hera continued her tirade about Quirinus, convinced that had it not been for him, the position would have been hers. After all, the rumored salary was a staggering 80 galleons. But now, that opportunity was lost. Quirinus, long time no see. Hera's mood soured further upon hearing her name called, and she impatiently turned, ready to unleash her frustrations, only to come face to face with Quirinus himself. Ah, Quirinus, it has indeed been a while. Long time no see, Hera. Please don't mimic my speech. Quirinus stammered, clearly irritated. Ever since he had developed a stutter, he detested when others imitated him. This affliction had surfaced not long ago. Likely after his return from the Forbidden Forest during the last winter break, he had begun to fear everything, students, his own subject. It was then that his stutter began to take hold. Hera hadn't meant to mock him, but being caught bad-mouthing him had left her feeling quite embarrassed. Old Tom, polishing a glass to a pristine shine, had his attention fully on the exchange between Hera and Quirinus. He relished such melodramatic scenes. Ahem, not at all. You are my dearest friend. Hera flashed a radiant smile, excitedly patting Quirinus's arm. I just haven't seen you in so long. I'm a little overjoyed. I'm pleased to see you too. It's been ages since we last met. About the galleons you borrowed, Quirinus mumbled, seemingly feeling it was essential to address this matter rather than indulge in pleasantries. However, Hera quickly caught on, downing her freshly purchased butterbeer, glancing at her empty wrist, and adopting a look of urgency. My dear friend, I would love to share a drink with you, but I have some pressing matters to attend to. I promise to treat you next time. Quirinus watched as Hera fled, his hand dropping limply, realizing his galleons were likely lost to him. Professor Quirrell, congratulations on your appointment as the defense against the dark arts professor. Can I offer you a drink? My treat, but only for today, Tom chimed in, approaching with a feigned casualness as he cleared away the empty glass from the table. Thank you, but I'll pass. Please arrange a room for me, Quirinus stuttered. Meanwhile, Hera dashed in her room, pressing her back against the door and bolting it shut, her chest heaving. Damn it, I can't believe I ran into that Quirinus character. I owe him 80 No, 78 galleons and 5 sickles. Hera took a moment to calm herself, listening for any signs of queerness outside, and finally exhaled in relief upon confirming he hadn't followed her. She sank onto her bed, feeling despondent. The number of creditors was growing. It seemed the wizarding world in Britain was in decline. Perhaps she could consider joining those Greeks in the smuggling trade? Reflecting on her previous encounters with those Greeks sent a shiver down her spine. They had endured curses while evading horrors, their bodies and minds twisted beyond recognition. If possible, Hera wished to preserve her charming image. What is the point of overthinking? Queerness is a stutterer. All I need to do is interrupt him before he can speak. But after all this time, why is he still wearing that purple turban in this heat? It's probably gone foul. He should take it off and wash it. Indeed, queerness had fallen from grace. Hera scratched Galen's chin, not caring whether he understood, as she vented her frustrations. Meanwhile, in a room 2 doors down, Queerness performed several detection and protective spells before cautiously removing his turban. His exposed head appeared oddly small, but at the back, where Queerness's skull should have been, there was a face, an indescribably grotesque visage, chalky white with bright red eyes glimmering, flanked by 2 snake-like nostrils. Who was that child? The face rasped. When I saw him, I felt something peculiar. That was Herald Lestrange from Slytherin, 2 years my junior, a money-blinded individual willing to sell anything for gold, Queerness replied, his voice barely above a whisper, sensing an ominous premonition, as if he were the unfortunate mouse delivered to a medical student's dissection class, about to be tossed into the trash. A sense of crisis. Yes, a palpable sense of danger. The Lestrange face appeared momentarily surprised, given its current state. Managing to express emotion was a remarkable feat. They have always been my most loyal servants, even after that fateful night when I fell from grace. They still believed I would rise again. Queerness's body trembled slightly, as if his foreboding was about to come true. He quietly closed his eyes, preparing to accept whatever fate awaited him. For the Dark Lord, all is worth it. You need to approach him. We need allies, you fool. The face scolded, sensing Queerness's emotions. Damn it. If it weren't for my current weakness, I would never deign to associate with such a cowardly wizard. Yes, master. Chilo nodded silently, then quietly picked up the fallen purple scarf and wrapped it around himself once more, disengaging the various protective and detection spells he had previously cast. Chilo unlatched the door and, recalling the room number provided by old Tom, knocked on Hella's door. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the room, the hands that had been exploring Galen's body froze abruptly. Hella cautiously rose from the bed, daring not to don slippers, tiptoeing toward the door. Knock, knock, knock. This time, the knocking was louder and more urgent, clearly indicating that the person outside was not particularly patient. Hella, I'm not here to pressure you about the money. I have matters to discuss with you. May I enter? To Chilo's surprise, his voice was no longer stammering. However, Hella paid little heed to this, as he was currently confronting one of the most embarrassing situations of his life, a creditor at the door. Such encounters were a frequent occurrence for Hella, happening dozens of times each year. He preferred to wander, for at least in doing so, creditors would struggle to find him. Yet, he had not anticipated such a circumstance in the leaky cauldron. I hope you can assist me with something. Chilo, aware that Hella was within, unleashed his ultimate weapon. I can pay you in galleons. Bang! The door swung open, revealing a rather irritatingly charming face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Hella leaned against the door, making enough room for Chilo to slip in sideways. Quidinus, what is this? We are the best of friends. Discussing galleons is rather sentimental. Chapter 9. Surviving the odds? A crime worthy of death. We are indeed the best of friends. I merely dozed off momentarily, as you can see. I was so rushed that I didn't even have time to put on my shoes. Come, let us talk inside. Chilo tightened his cloak and hastily entered the room. Hella, grinning, closed the door behind them. Seated in a chair, Chilo pondered for a moment, his composed demeanor momentarily revealing the earlier visage of vulnerability. Hella witnessed Chilo's transformation and realized that his state was markedly different. Hella, you know I will be assuming the role of defense against the dark arts professor next semester. Chilo stammered, lacking confidence. So, you believe your abilities are insufficient and wish to step aside for someone more capable? Hella interrupted him bluntly. In his eyes, Chilo was not suited for teaching at Hogwarts. Only a powerful and handsome wizard like himself could fulfill the role. Rest assured, I shall speak on your behalf to Professor Dumbledore. You should focus on gathering first-hand materials in Albania. Hella nearly leaned in to plant a kiss on Chilo's unappealing face, prompting Chilo to pout, his temples throbbing. If it weren't for the Dark Lord's command, Chilo would have loved to unleash an Avada Kedavra on Hella. I endure. No, Hella, You have misunderstood. I hope you will serve as my assistant while I teach, as I have some concerns. Chilo's expression, a mix of frustration and restraint, was utterly amusing. Oh, we are indeed the best of friends. But this does put me in a rather difficult position. Hella sighed, as if the act itself drained his vitality. Then, Chilo spoke urgently. This is a task assigned by the Dark Lord. If I fail to execute it properly, he will surely be disappointed. Then payment must be increased. Hella lifted his gaze, revealing a smile, clearly relishing the art of bargaining, which Chilo was evidently ill-equipped to handle. Chilo was bewildered by the sudden turn of the conversation. How much salary do you envision? Chilo finally responded, hesitantly, yet a smile had crept onto his lips. Hella exhibited a grin reminiscent of Dumbledore's cunning fox-like smile, fully aware that Chilo was now in his grasp, entering the stage of exorbitant demands. I have heard that professors earn a monthly salary of 120 galleons. As your assistant, I could alleviate a significant portion of the workload. Wouldn't 100 galleons be a fair request? No. Chilo's face flushed crimson, pointing an accusatory finger at Hella, momentarily at a loss for words due to his indignation. All right. Let us consider this a mutually agreeable partnership, Hella chuckled, seizing Chilo's outstretched finger and bending it back with force. Shameless, Chilo finally managed to exclaim, panting as if he had just completed a grueling marathon. What? Hella feigned ignorance, having heard Chilo's outburst, and yanked him up from the chair, shoving him toward the exit. Chilo stood at the closed door, spitting in disgust. Filthy scoundrel. Meanwhile, Hella, having pushed Chilo outside, leapt onto the bed, embracing the proud galleon perched on the pillow, exclaiming with excitement, Huzzah! Our economic crisis is resolved. You needn't worry about your cat food anymore. I can finally buy 2 new cloaks. Galleon struggled to escape Hella's rough embrace, but after a couple of attempts, he resigned himself, casting a cold, indifferent gaze at his master. Human, bow before the beauty of my galleon. You shallow biped. Days turned into weeks, and before long, Hella had been residing in the leaky cauldron for a month. Hella and Chilo sat in the bar, each with a mug of butterbeer before them. And Chilo also had a sandwich. Hella, have you perused Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection? Chilo took a sip of his butterbeer, his already halting speech becoming even more fragmented, causing Hella considerable mental strain. I haven tea. Asking multiple times one tea changed that, Hella replied, nonchalantly observing the passing witches with great interest, displaying little patience for Chilo. Listening to him was exhausting, yet Chilo remained undeterred, leaving Hella utterly perplexed by his tenacity. The leaky cauldron served as a bustling hub for both the Wizarding World and the Muggle realm, attracting a considerable volume of patrons. Regrettably, Hella had yet to spot a young and beautiful witch worthy of his companionship. However, one must not abandon hope merely due to a lack of encounters. Without maintaining an eye for beauty, how could one ever discover the wonders of life? That lady seems nice. Is that her son? He has grown quite a bit. Suddenly, the chatter within the tavern ceased as a towering figure entered, his face nearly obscured by a wild mane of hair and a tangled, bushy beard. Yet beneath the disarray, his beetle-like eyes sparkled with vitality. The wizards within the bar seemed to recognize the giant, greeting him with smiles and waves. Hella stood and approached the giant, patting his shoulder and belly. Long time no see, Hagrid. How have you been? What became of that little darling I brought you? Oh, Hella, it's such a pleasure to see you. Buckbeak can fly now. You have no idea how monumental this moment was. He misses you terribly, often gazing up at the sky. You were so cruel to him. Once Hagrid began to talk, he could hardly be stopped, which vexed Hella, whose gaze wandered around until he noticed a head peeking out from Hagrid's dense hair. Ah, Hagrid, have you succumbed to your nature? Are you beginning to collect heads? It seems you've been keeping them well. Then that person's head blinked several times, startling Hella significantly. Ah, my apologies, Hella, but I can no longer converse. I am attending to matters for Hogwarts, Hagrid said, patting Hella's shoulder with his enormous hand, nearly toppling her over. Goodness gracious! Old Tom, who had already picked up a cup to prepare a drink for Hagrid, fumbled and let the cup fall to the floor. Is this? The leaky cauldron fell into an eerie silence. Oh dear, murmured Old Tom. Harry Potter, what an honor. Confronted by Old Tom, who was as agitated as a frenzied groundhog, Hella quietly stepped aside. Harry Potter? Isn't it this child who has brought me such misery? Chapter 10. The village bully seeks minions. Had the boy who lived perished that night, Hella, as a member of the Lestrange family, would surely have thrived alongside the Dark Lord, basking in the glory bestowed by Bellatrix and Rodolphus. Anything would be preferable to the current predicament, caught between the light and dark, both of whom hold no favor for her. With the Dark Lord's downfall, She had no allies, and the White Lord harbored distrust toward her. Life was becoming unbearable. Upon returning to her seat, Hella discovered her good friend Quirrell had already sidled up to that insufferable savior. Frustrated, she took a sip of her butterbeer. It took her a good 10 minutes, amidst her fury, to finish the drink. Finally, Harry Potter departed, and Quirrell returned to his seat, somewhat dejected. Huh. So fascinated by that boy who lived? Hella's tone dripped with sarcasm. She was unfazed by the thought of Quirrell blabbering about it. Even if he tried, his stammering demeanor would hardly invite patience from anyone. Besides, what would it matter? Her surname was already a formidable label, stamped with the mark of a dark witch from birth. No matter what she said or did, the Wizarding World's perception of her would remain unchanged. Prejudice truly is a mountainous burden. Quirrell raised an eyebrow, gently adjusting the scarf on his head, and in a lowered voice, he asked, Hella, do you despise Harry Potter? Why wouldn't I? If it weren't for him, the Dark Lord would be a mere footnote. Nothing more, Hella sighed, realizing she had almost let slip too much and quickly covered her mouth. Quirrell fell silent, his expression peculiar, perhaps akin to the disappointment of searching through a trash bin and finding nothing but scraps. Ah, Quirinus, you entertain yourself. I shall take my leave, she lamented. Her pleasant day marred by the encounter with Harry Potter. Quirrell watched Hella ascend the stairs, his heart a tumult of emotions. The grotesque visage at the back of his head reflecting a complicated turmoil. Hella Lestrange belongs to Bellatrix. Quirrell lingered for a moment before heading upstairs, hesitating but ultimately refraining from knocking on Hella's door, retreating to his own room, removing his scarf. The ghastly face at the back of his head spoke in a harsh tone. Let me converse with him face to face. Master, your strength has yet to be restored. I still possess sufficient power. Quirrell shivered as he wrapped the scarf around his head, once more, resolutely making his way towards Hella's room. Knock, knock, knock. Hella, I have something to discuss with you. Quirrell's voice turned cold and resolute, a stark contrast to his usual meek demeanor. Hella opened the door with a bewildered expression, and Quirrell pushed his way into the room without hesitation. Casting several detection and protective charms, he whispered an incantation to the door latch. Quirinus, what on earth is happening? Hella sat on her bed, bemused as she watched Quirrell's overly cautious behavior. Hella, I believe there are matters that necessitate your awareness. Quirrell's voice was firm yet tinged with madness, prompting Hella to lift her gaze and notice a glimpse of the Quirrell she recognized from their school days. What do you wish for me to assist you with? Hella frowned, sensing something was amiss with Quirrell. He was decidedly off kilter. Enough. I will speak with him. Hella heard a voice, seemingly emanating from Quirrell himself, yet his lips remained unmoving. Hey, there are additional charges for conversing with two. Hella abruptly interrupted Quirrell, her face flushing with indignation as her hand instinctively reached for her pocket, seemingly intent on retrieving her wand to cast a curse that would thwart any vile thoughts. Child of a Lestrange family, you fool, allow me to speak with him face to face. Yes, master, Quirrell replied softly, edging closer to Hella. Hella's hand tightened around her wand, the unfolding scenario clearly exceeding her expectations. She had assumed Quirrell to be a harmless softy, only to discover he had awakened a formidable lineage. Moreover, it was a notoriously troublesome bloodline of a double-faced being. It was said that those of this lineage could cast spells simultaneously, though their total magical capacity remained singular. Their combat prowess evolved from a mere pistol to an assault rifle. Hella had only encountered such a bloodline within the restricted section of Hogwarts, never imagining that Quirrell's ancestry harbored such talent. Typically, the two faces of a double-faced being should be equal. Yet Quirrell seemed to have succumbed to the will of the posterior visage. What a peculiar situation. However, none of this mattered. Quirrell revealing his greatest secret to Hella either meant he intended to involve her in perilous endeavors, or, conversely, that he found her intolerable and sought to eliminate her. Child, let me see you, you fool. Come closer. The face insisted in a disarmingly cordial manner, though its harsh voice made it difficult to elicit any goodwill. Who are you? Hella was prepared to bombard that face with a barrage of spells, from the most basic of immobilization curses to the dreaded Avada Kedavra. The Dark Lord. He who must not be named. That is how everyone refers to me. The face rasped, yet it evidently wished to divert the conversation. The Lestrange family was once my most loyal ally. I have always held them in high regard. After being outmaneuvered by Dumbledore that fateful night, I was forced into this wretched state. I shall undoubtedly rise again, and Dumbledore will regret his actions. Would you like to witness the glorious future, child? The face attempted to seduce Hella with its rhetoric, though its appearance provided little persuasive power. A village bully daring to challenge an economic titan? How naive. Nevertheless, even so, this village bully could still intimidate Hela, a rather unremarkable witch. Think. Hela's grip on her wand remained steadfast, naturally unwilling to take the face's assertions at face value. However, she felt a twinge of apprehension. She did not believe she could withstand Quirrell paired with a battle-worn Dark Lord. Moreover, the final words of Voldemort were hardly an invitation, but rather a threat. Should Hela refuse, violence would surely ensue. Child, you will undoubtedly take pride in this decision of yours. Chapter 11. Gringotts. It is time to spend some galleons. Therefore, our task on the first day is to infiltrate Gringotts' vaults and steal the Philosopher's Stone. Hera tilted her head in disbelief as she gazed at Voldemort, who was making a valiant effort to force a smile. Yes, my child. As long as I possess the Philosopher's Stone, I can recreate a body of my own. Voldemort's voice echoed softly, still raspy, but noticeably more soothing than before. Unbeknownst to the two, Quirrell silently wept within, questioning why his master had never shown him such kindness. He was often met with punishment for the slightest misstep. This perilous endeavor. Hera gently shook her head and added, Noble Dark Lord, I must insist on additional compensation. May I seize the opportunity to pilfer from a few vaults? Voldemort's expression twisted as if he had swallowed a fly, but given his serpentine visage, such a reaction was understandable. Quirrell, discuss the specifics with Hera. I require rest. Voldemort closed his eyes, avoiding a direct response to Hera's proposition. Hera's expression mirrored that of Voldemort's moments ago, equally displeased. Damn Voldemort. Always spinning grandiose tales while offering no tangible benefits. It is no wonder everyone sought to resist him. Yet, such thoughts remained unvoiced. Who knew what wrathful retaliation Voldemort might unleash upon her for such insolence? Very well, Hera, let's deliberate on the infiltration of Gringotts, Quirrell said, wrapping a purple scarf around his head once more and retrieving a vial of potion from his pocket, spraying it atop the scarf. Hera pinched her nose, staring at Quirrell, recognizing the foul odor. Initially, she had presumed Quirrell lacked personal hygiene, only to discover it was the scent of potions. Curse it, why does potion craft always reek so invigoratingly? When afflicted with a cold, Hera would rather procure mundane medicine from a Muggle pharmacy, even if it took a week, than consume a potion that smelled as if it had been steeped in rancid socks for months. First, Quirrell turned, we shall cast the disillusionment charm, then directly infiltrate the private vaults of those pure-blood families, seizing their galleons, snatch their treasured artifacts. Hera interrupted, her fist pumping in determination. Quirrell gazed at her as if she were a foolish Muggle, his teeth gritting in frustration. We must acquire the Philosopher's Stone for our master. Galleons are out of the question. But I require galleons. Hera protested. Can't we not wait until you secure the Philosopher's Stone before exploring other vaults? She remained unconvinced, for the Philosopher's Stone felt too ethereal, whereas galleons were all too tangible. Immortality also depended on the availability of galleons. Moreover, considering Voldemort's notorious reputation, even if he were resurrected, her circumstances would not improve. Whether Voldemort could contend with that old fox Dumbledore remained uncertain. Should she align herself with Voldemort? What if he turned out to be a mere candle in the wind? If he faltered in the presence of Dumbledore, she would surely meet her demise. It appeared prudent to establish contact with Professor Dumbledore at an opportune moment. That is essentially the plan. I've been preparing for quite some time. Tonight we shall surely obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell exhaled deeply. However, upon observing Hera's distracted demeanor, he contemplated casting a legilimency spell to ascertain what thoughts filled her mind. Hera nodded dismissively, preoccupied with scheming how to extract more fun from Professor Dumbledore. Indeed, when harboring ulterior motives, even one's internal monikers shift. Hera's perception of Dumbledore had unconsciously transformed from old fox to kind-hearted, benevolent star of the wizarding world, Professor Dumbledore, despite this star being in the twilight of his life at the venerable age of 109. Then let us depart. Time waits for no one, and Gringotts will soon close. Quirrell rose, ready to make his exit. Do we truly need to pilfer during their operating hours? Hera's lips twitched as she questioned the reliability of such a plan. Can we truly succeed? Has Quirrell lost his mind? Oh, Quirrell had clearly lost his wits. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a Voldemort on the back of his head. Quirrell stiffened, realizing that this insufferable individual had, indeed, not been listening to him. You fool. If we wait for Gringotts to close, we will have no chance of entering. Then you go steal the Philosopher's Stone, and I shall procure galleons, operational funds. Hera remained fixated on the immense wealth housed within Gringotts' private vaults, reasoning that those capable of affording a vault must possess an abundance of valuable items, lest they waste their management fees that amounted to dozens of galleons annually. Impossible. We must steal the Philosopher's Stone for our master. Quirrell, on the brink of frustration, brandished his wand. But the serpentine visage on the back of his head interrupted him with a single word. Enough. The Dark Lord truly possesses foresight. Quirrell, what are you still dawdling for? Let us hasten to depart. I can almost see the galleons and the Philosopher's Stone beckoning to me. Hera sprang to her feet, pulling Quirrell along as they prepared to leave. Quirrell, bemused by Hera's fervor, could not fathom why his master had chosen such a companion. Within Gringotts, Quirrell and Hera crouched behind a small cart, blending in with the customers withdrawing their funds. They sped through the labyrinthine corridors, turning left and right and left, navigating intersections with urgency. Hera suddenly found herself empathizing with those who enjoyed racing. The experience was truly dreadful. The frigid air whipped past, stinging her eyes. Yet she strained to keep them wide open. After all, Quirrell had repeatedly emphasized that beneath Gringotts lay a protective waterfall capable of washing away all magical disguises. They had to swiftly incapacitate all the goblins, otherwise they would face a dragon. Indeed, a vicious, ferocious Ukrainian ironbelly, imprisoned several miles beneath London, the largest dragon in the world, its scales glimmering with a gray sheen, crimson slitted eyes, and razor-sharp claws, all exuding the essence of menace. Hera had gleaned this knowledge from books, but she had yet to encounter a real dragon. At last, they arrived at a deeper, subterranean chamber, revealing an underground lake adorned with colossal stalactites and stalagmites that descended to the ground, alongside a cascading waterfall. Quickly, Quirrell's voice was urgent yet composed. Hera glanced at the waterfall, mentally calculating the time. Her wand was already aimed at the 3 individuals atop the cart. This was a plan they had concocted while awaiting their chance in Gringotts. She would handle the wizards, while Quirrell would manage the goblins, preventing them from summoning the Iron Belly. Although Hera did not consider herself a virtuous individual, she believed herself to be a far better person than Quirrell, and she would certainly be more lenient in her actions. Stupefy, Avada Kedavra, red and green lights flared, and one of the goblins, along with the 3 individuals on the cart, collapsed. Hera cast a remorseful glance at the fallen trio, particularly at the little girl caught between her parents. Her wild brown curls framing a face that bore a protruding front tooth, giving the impression of someone unacquainted with education. And her parents are utterly pathetic. They offered not a shred of resistance. Can one truly graduate from Hogwarts under such circumstances? Is this all it takes? It seems that Hogwarts is in dire need of a formidable and handsome professor like me to elevate its teaching standards. Before the small cart rushed through the protective waterfall, Hela and Quirrell had successfully commandeered it. Hela, in a surprisingly humane gesture, levitated the 3 wizards he had bested to the side, though he could not guarantee when they would be discovered. This was chiefly because he lacked the ability to unleash a killing curse like Quirrell could. However, if it were fairies in question, that would be a different matter altogether. Those wretched, exploitative capitalists deserve their demise. The disillusionment charm shattered under the torrent of the protective waterfall, exposing their forms. The Philosopher's Stone resides in Vault 713. We need to find a fairy willing to assist us, for Vault 713 has no keyhole and requires a fairy to unlock the door, lest we be sucked into the portal and trapped, even the master himself. Quirrell's words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, but upon mentioning Voldemort, he instinctively shivered and hastily corrected himself. The master can certainly rescue us, but such foolish subordinates are unworthy of following him. Hela nodded, forcibly suppressing his urge to scoff. Could he not simply state that Voldemort is currently lacking? It's not as if he could even utter a few words without faltering. They are both brothers. Yet one pretends to be the elder. Were it not for your offer to pay me 100 galleons a month, I wouldn't even deign to acknowledge you. The cart continued its journey, while Quirrell's relentless casting of the killing curse soured Hela's mood. Green lights flickered incessantly before his eyes. Had he not known it was the Avada Kedavra curse, he might have thought himself afflicted with glaucoma. Queerness. Did we not agree to capture a fairy to open the vault door? Quirrell's arm, wielding the wand, stiffened for a moment, and the curse was forcibly held back as the fairy he aimed at widened its tennis ball-sized green eyes and knelt, bowing deeply before Quirrell. Look, we captured one, Quirrell said awkwardly, having gotten carried away with his previous enthusiasm and nearly forgetting their objective. Had Hela not reminded him, he might have truly found himself unable to open Vault 713's door. Hela shook his head in resignation and waved his wand to bring the fairy before him. Please, I beg you, I saw nothing. Do not kill me. The fairy knelt on the ground, tears rolling down like pearls. Fear not. We merely wish for you to guide us to a location. We are not dark wizards and would never harm you. Hella flashed a charming, perfect smile, his gleaming white teeth shining in the dimly lit tunnels beneath London. I can take you to, the trembling fairy stammered, its voice fluctuating with the rhythm of its shivering body, producing an oddly humorous effect. Vault 713. Quirrell aimed his wand at the fairy's neck, pressing it in deeply, eliciting a twinge of sympathy from Hella. I can't bear to look. Turning away will make it hurt less. Hella silently resolved, attempting to divert his focus elsewhere. The fairy obediently directed the cart toward Vault 713. They traversed through the protective waterfall, followed by an underground lake adorned with massive stalactites and stalagmites that hung down to the ground. Hella, as if on a leisurely tour, engaged Quirrell in conversation. I've never quite understood the difference between stalactites and stalagmites. Then be silent. Do you not realize the predicament we are in? Quirrell interrupted brusquely, clearly agitated. Why could Hella maintain such a carefree demeanor? Oh, esteemed sir, they grow in different directions. Stalactites form from the cave ceiling, while stalagmites arise from the cave floor. The fairy, still on its knees, dared to explain to Hella. But as soon as the words left its mouth, Quirrell's temper flared even more. He seized the fairy by the neck, lifting it into the air, and pointed his wand at its jaw, shouting without reservation, "My patience is wearing thin. I do not wish to hear another word about stalactites or stalagmites. I only need you to lead us to Vault 713 and use your filthy, wretched fingers to open the door." Why yes, the fairy began to whimper, tears streaming down its face and landing on Quirrell's hand, provoking a wave of disgust as he tossed the creature to the ground. The cart rattled as it arrived at a ravine. Sir, we have reached Vault 713. The fairy lay prostrate on the ground, kissing Quirrell's feet, too terrified to provoke his ire further. Quirrell kicked the fairy in front of the vault, coldly commanding, "Open the door." Yes. Meanwhile, Hella surveyed their surroundings, the bone-chilling air permeating the space, uncertain of what secrets the dark ravine concealed, but assured it wouldn't be galleons. The fairy stood before the vault door, extending a long finger to gently knock, and the door began to vanish, piece by piece. Quirrell, disregarding Hella, leaped from the cart and rushed into the vault. Hella, not wanting to be left behind, followed suit, immediately resuming Quirrell's previous role of threatening the fairy. God knows whether this fairy would betray them. The question of whether it would be cruel to their enemies or to themselves had never crossed Hella's mind. Thus the fairy, expecting to engage in a civil exchange with Hella, was taken aback when it opened its mouth. Chapter 13. Vault 713 was utterly bare. Just as the fairy began to speak, Hella's wand jabbed into the previous wound on its neck. Do not attempt any tricks, Hella stated coldly, fully aware of his duties in this time and place. Should this cunning fairy pull any stunts, not even Quirrell would be safe, let alone himself. The fairy's face was once again streaked with tears, and it struggled to recall the last time it had cried. Ah yes, last Christmas when it received its year-end bonus of over 700 galleons. No more tears. This year's bonus will be just as plentiful. Hella did not wait long. Quirrell emerged from the vault with a dark expression. Did you find anything? Hella rose on his toes, attempting to glimpse inside the vault, but it was pitch black, revealing nothing. No, it's empty. Quirrell's voice seethed with anger as he stormed up to Hella, violently grabbing the fairy and shouting, "Where are the items? Did you deliberately lead us to an unused vault?" The fairy trembled in fear, stuttering, "This is Vault 713. The items were taken earlier today." Damn it, Quirrell cursed, flinging the fairy to the ground and ruthlessly stomping on its chest in a fit of rage. That's enough. We still have other vaults to visit. Hella waited for Quirrell to vent his frustrations before slowly speaking up. Where to next? Without the Philosopher's Stone, the Master will punish both of us. Chilo's voice grew increasingly faint, and by the end, tears were nearly spilling from his eyes. All right, Quirinus, let's not squander any more time here. While we still have the opportunity, let us hasten to procure some galleons, and we shall return, so it shall not be said that we have returned empty-handed. Hella patted Chilo on the shoulder, feeling a twinge of headache at the sight of his dismal state. What a useless dark wizard. Where on earth did Voldemort find such a wretch? It seems the time has come to consider aligning with old Dumbledore. Let us proceed. A hoarse voice echoed through the shadowy ravine. Indeed, Hella and Chilo replied in unison, exchanging a glance. When a leader speaks, the subordinates must heed, mustn't they? With a casual flick, Chilo cast an Avada at a nearby fairy and swiftly dashed towards the small cart, while Hella cast a sympathetic glance at the fairy, now lying on the ground. Just moments ago, a vibrant life had existed, and now it had simply vanished. Hella felt a pang of regret for his galleons. The journey back to the surface proved significantly easier than the entry. After passing through the protective waterfall, Hela and Chilo donned disillusionment charms. Watching the chaos unfold among the fairies, Hela nearly burst into laughter. Upon returning to the Grand Hall of Gringotts, Chilo hurriedly fled towards the exit, eager to avoid any further complications. After all, he had not secured the Philosopher's Stone and would soon have to face his master's wrath. However, Hela was quite different. He seized the opportunity to pilfer a bulging bag of galleons from the hall, entirely forgetting about Chilo. If only he could carry more, he would have emptied the entire Gringotts Hall. Back in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, Hela weighed the bag of coins in his hand, lamenting the fact that he had never learned the spell for spatial expansion. What a regret. Faced with such a fortune, he could only silently shed tears. Galleon! We have struck it rich. Hela poured the galleons onto his bed, the delightful clinking sound filling the air. Enchanted by the sound, he dove onto the bed. What a tiring day it has been. Embracing the galleons, he rubbed their small heads, a smile of contentment gracing his lips. Stealing money may be shameful, but how exhilarating. Galleon, foolish biped, I shall permit you a modicum of indulgence today. Galleon nestled against Hela, seeking a comfortable position, resting his little head on Hela's neck as they both drifted into slumber. When Hela awoke naturally, it was already the following morning. Galleon's heavy, soft paws abruptly roused him from his dreams. Galleon, are you hungry? Meow. Biped, go prepare breakfast for your master. Hela rubbed his disheveled hair, which resembled a bird's nest, truly the greatest blemish of his life. Being strong is fleeting, but being handsome is everlasting. Yet, why did it feel as though he had forgotten something? Surely not. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Chilo sported severe dark circles under his eyes, deep in thought about who might have taken the Philosopher's Stone before him. Hela, on the other hand, opened the bag of cat food for Galleon, gently patting his obedient pet's head as he felt reassured enough to take a bath. Indeed, having a nurturing figure at home is essential. Otherwise, one might forget how to earn money. Immersed in the bath, Hela listened to the sounds of Galleon wandering about on the floor, a smile playing on his lips. By the time Hela finished his bath and prepared to open the door, it was nearly noon. He slipped downstairs to the bar, ordered a butterbeer and a sandwich from Old Tom, and quietly admired the passing young ladies. Did you hear? Mr. Lockhart is holding a signing event. What? That handsome, powerful Mr. Lockhart? Oh, of course. Is there another Lockhart in the Wizarding World? It was said he would soon conclude his travels and spend the next year writing an autobiography. No one knew when he would return. This opportunity must be seized. Two young, stylish witches, each holding a copy of Traveling with Vampires, breezed past him, completely ignoring him. Hela sighed, resting his chin on his hands. As a wizard, why was there such a disparity? Hela fancied himself a few points handsomer than Lockhart, yet he lacked the courage to engage in such daring escapades, swimming with ghouls, vacationing with banshees, or even roaming with trolls and werewolves. Perhaps Lockhart was the belle of the Wizarding World. Hela could not fathom why a troll had not bashed his brains out. Seated at the table, Hela indulged in self-pity. Ignored, overlooked, how cold it feels. Hela, were you last night? Chilo, adopting a stuttering demeanor, queried. Hela merely waved his hand, dismissively silent. Someone wishes to see you, Chilo whispered urgently, leaning towards Hela's ear. Hela sat upright suddenly, finally recalling what he had forgotten. Chapter 14. Poor Chilo. Yesterday, Hela had neglected to seek out Voldemort. What might that imply? It was akin to being led by the village bully to commit a crime, only to scatter afterward, and when the evening came for a celebratory feast. Your absence left the bully feeling humiliated. Hela could almost envision the wrath that awaited him. An Avada was unlikely, but a few piercing jabs were surely inevitable. Should he resist? Or perhaps he should resist. Was there any doubt? He could simply draw his wand and unleash a flurry of Avadas upon him, then march forth with Chilo's head and Voldemort's visage to present to old Dumbledore. Surely a Merlin's second-class Order of Merlin would be within reach, for he had personally vanquished Voldemort. A first-class honor was too lofty to dream of, but a second class should be attainable, right? As Chilo tugged him upstairs, Hela grasped his wand tightly in his pocket, steeling himself for a desperate struggle. Victory would bring fame, fortune, and women. Defeat would mean traversing heaven and hell. Chilo pushed Hela into the room and turned to secure the door. Observing Chilo's retreating figure, Hela hesitated. Facing Voldemort from the front was preferable to a surprise attack from behind. If one could confront directly, why resort to ambush? Constantly boasting of stealth, what kind of man is that? Hela justified his thoughts, adamantly refusing to admit he was intimidated by Voldemort. Chilo secured the door and proceeded to set various protective spells, yet he did not turn around. He merely raised his hand to remove his scarf. Voldemort seemed to be asleep, his eyes firmly shut. For the first time, Hella mustered the courage to scrutinize Voldemort's current appearance. A pale yellow gown, tousled hair. How absurd. It was as if he had been painted with chalk, his complexion as white as death, his nostrils elongated like a serpent. He epitomized the very essence of the Slytherin house's moniker. Hella could not help but feel compelled to applaud Voldemort for his artistic expression. Suddenly, those eyes snapped open, glowing like the late stages of conjunctivitis. Child, about last night. Voldemort spoke in a soft voice, sounding much more composed than the previous day, as though he had rehearsed it several times in his mind. Your Excellency, the Dark Lord, I had truly exerted myself yesterday. All the blame lies with the inaccurate information from Quirrell, which left me empty-handed in my quest for the Philosopher's Stone. Hella, without hesitation, threw Quirrell under the bus, as his words proved to be utterly devoid of truth. Indeed, the fault lies with Quirrell. Who could have foreseen that the stone had been removed prior to their confrontation? Such an occurrence is exceedingly difficult to accept, and Hella couldn't help but worry whether Dumbledore's gaze had been persistently fixated upon Quirrell. Yet, when faced with Voldemort's inquiries, Hella steadfastly adhered to a principle of non-involvement. No money, no responsibility. Oh child, Voldemort rasped, it is all that damned fool Quirrell's fault. No, my lord. Please don't let Quirrell's body contort. Hella could distinctly observe Quirrell's form twisting in a grotesque manner, as if he wished to claw at the back of his own head, but dared not do so in the presence of Voldemort. Hella silently took a step back, opting to pretend not to witness Voldemort chastising his subordinate. The Philosopher's Stone must have been relocated to Hogwarts. Voldemort's voice grew fainter. Do not let me down again. Before finishing his sentence, Voldemort's eyes closed once more. It seemed Quirrell's earlier assertions were indeed accurate. Voldemort had yet to regain his strength. Quirinus, how fare you? Hella inquired, cautiously patting Quirrell's shoulder as he sensed Voldemort's stillness. I'm fine. It is entirely my fault for failing to fulfill the Master's task, Quirrell gasped, kneeling on the ground, a far cry from his demeanor within the underground vaults. Let us discuss the Philosopher's Stone once school resumes, Hella sighed, relieved that Quirrell's pallor did not indicate that the Dark Lord had taken residence in his head. Otherwise, he would surely be drained dry. Quirrell nodded, struggling to climb onto the bed to rest. After a silence of several minutes, Hella could no longer contain himself and spoke. Quirinus? Quirrell turned to scrutinize Hella, noticing his demeanor remained unperturbed. Indeed, the master showed no signs of reproach, and his dissatisfaction swelled within him. Why is that? I have been unwaveringly loyal to the master, risking my life at every turn. Why does the master treat Hella with such kindness? Is it merely because of that damned surname? Just because he bears the name Lestrange? He is trusted, while I do not even possess a dark mark. Quirinus, we had agreed upon 100 galleons per month, Hella continued, utterly disregarding Quirrell's feelings, launching into a business matter without mercy. Hella boldly assured that this was not extortion. Quirrell gritted his teeth, glaring at Hella, and managed to utter one word. Fine. Well then, you may return. I shall take a nap. Hella patted Quirrell's back, feeling quite pleased. Quirrell gazed at Hella's handsome visage, tempted to deliver a left hook, followed by a right, then a decisive Avada Kedavra, culminating in a thorough dismemberment. How could a wizard be so insufferably irritating? After bidding Quirrell farewell, Hella lifted the covers, revealing the galleons concealed within, and smiled broadly. Indeed, one must sleep upon a bed of gold to find true comfort. The days without galleons have been excruciatingly arduous. August felt interminably long to Hella, and on the first day of September, he reluctantly gathered all the galleons from his bed into his newly purchased small pouch. This little pouch, enchanted with a space expansion charm, had an internal capacity roughly equivalent to that of a backpack, costing Hella a hefty 20 galleons. He could not fathom why prices in the wizarding world were so exorbitant. Cursed monopolists. Pushing open the door, Hella made one last check to ensure not a single Canute had been left behind, settled his bill with Old Tom, and directly apparat to King's Cross Station. Drawing upon his memory, he located Platform 9, just as he was about to take a deep breath and charge through the barrier between the 9th and 10th platforms. A frail little boy approached, tugging at his sleeve. Upon seeing the boy's messy black hair and bright green eyes, Hella was taken aback. Chapter 15. This Potter seems a bit dull. The boy's unruly black hair, striking green eyes, and the unmistakable lightning-shaped scar on his forehead betrayed his identity. The accursed Harry Potter. Hella struggled to suppress the impulse to draw his wand and cast an Avada at this wretched Potter. Forcing an impassive expression, he inquired, "What is it?" "I'm sorry, sir," Harry replied. "I don't know how to get in." How did you realize I'm not a muggle? Hella questioned, maintaining his composure. For he believed he had disguised himself as a muggle quite convincingly. How could a mere child discern the truth? Harry glanced down at Hella's patterned socks and leather shoes, as well as the women's sweater he wore on his lower half, making it rather difficult to believe he was a muggle, even if he wore oversized shorts. It would not conceal his avant-garde attire. Oh, do you like my outfit? Hella smiled, having sourced it after visiting several trendy fashion stores in London. Despite feeling a bit chilly below, this was fashion indeed. Could you translate that? What on earth does fashion mean? To encounter a like-minded individual was truly a rare treasure. Hella's gaze toward Harry softened considerably. No, I mean I really like it. Your ensemble is fantastic, but muggles typically do not dress this way, Harry stammered. Fashion is often beyond the comprehension of the masses. Time will prove all things, Hella stated with pride. Perhaps muggles will never understand, Harry whispered. What? Hella tilted his head, having not caught Harry's words. I meant, sir, could you tell me how to get to platform 9? Harry asked, standing on his tiptoes, slightly embarrassed. Hella patted Harry's head. It was indeed much more pleasant than Draco's, who had laden his hair with far too much styling wax. This natural, voluminous hair was far more enjoyable to tousle. Do not worry. Simply walk straight toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Do not stop. Do not be afraid. Just charge straight through. If you feel nervous, I shall accompany you. Hella adjusted the position of his galleons, freeing one hand to rest on Harry's back, and without giving Harry a chance to protest, he pushed him and his little cart toward the barrier. Harry nervously shut his eyes, and when he opened them again, a deep crimson steam engine stood beside a platform bustling with passengers, the train bearing a sign reading, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The steam engine's thick smoke swirled above the chattering crowd, while various cats scurried about at people's feet. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls hooted piercingly, creating a cacophony. Welcome to Platform 9, the boy who lived, Harry Potter. Hella wore a radiant, charming smile, his white teeth gleaming brightly, captivating the attention of many young female students. In a mere few seconds, he had devised a strategy to contend with Harry Potter. Drawing upon his prior understanding of Professor Dumbledore, he sought to earn the Elder's trust, ensuring his own safety after Voldemort's inevitable downfall, relying solely on the savior, Harry Potter. I am a close companion of the savior. Would Azkaban dare to confine me? Even the mightiest would not succeed. Harry was still surveying the area beyond the wall when he heard Hella's voice, momentarily taken aback. You know who I am? Hella playfully pointed to the scar on her forehead, replying, of course, this scar is the finest testament. Observing Harry's lingering skepticism, Hella, with a hint of resignation, clarified, well, actually, we crossed paths when you visited the Leaky Cauldron. Ah, you are that gentleman, Harry exclaimed, smacking his forehead, realizing how he had forgotten the man who appeared so familiar with Hagrid. Certainly a good person, much like Hagrid himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hella Lestrange, the teaching assistant for this year's defense against the Dark Arts class. Hella formally extended her right hand towards Harry, which caused him some embarrassment. He released his cart and brushed his hands on his trousers before finally shaking Hella's hand. It was evident that Harry was not particularly adept at social interactions. I am Harry, he stammered, seeming as though he had never introduced himself before, appearing somewhat awkward. I believe I know who you are, do I not? Hella winked at Harry with her dark eyes. Oh yes, sir, but sometimes this question can be rather perplexing. Harry scratched his head, distressed. Hella nodded, acknowledging that an extraordinary reputation could indeed weigh heavily on an individual, especially for a young wizard like Harry Potter. Or perhaps it was the same for her, burdened by the infamous name of the Lestrange family. At times, the burdens we carry can propel us forward. Now, let us board the train. It is about to depart. Hella patted Harry's shoulder and casually took the suitcase from his cart. With a sudden stumble, Hella nearly fell, her eyes widening in disbelief. Was this the weight of a first year's luggage? Apologies, sir. I shall manage on my own, Harry said apologetically, clearly reluctant to impose on Hella. No worries, Harry. Just take care of your owl. I was merely a touch surprised. You may call me Hella, she replied. Harry nodded, lifting the owl cage from the cart, casting a worried glance at Hella's retreating figure. Hella, retrieving her wand from her pocket, turned her back to Harry and proceeded towards the steam engine, softly muttering to herself. Strength like an ox. Instantly, her grip on the suitcase became considerably lighter. Indeed, magic facilitates the laziness of humankind. One could only wonder who had invented such a charm. But it was evident that this type of domestic magic significantly reduced the living expenses of wizards. Grandma, I've lost the toad again. Oh, Neville. Harry heard the commotion beside him as he squeezed through the throng behind Hella. Eventually, Hella located an empty compartment near the rear of the train. Originally, she had considered heading directly to the prefect's compartment, leveraging her Lestrange name to gain access. However, fate had thrown her into the path of the troublesome Potter. Chapter 16. The Infuriating Redhead. Thanks to you, I wouldn't have known how to get my luggage up here, Harry expressed his gratitude once seated in the compartment. Hella merely chuckled, gazing out at the bustling crowd through the window. It's no trouble. I am sure many would be willing to assist you. A throng of red-haired individuals passed by outside. No need to look closely. I can tell it is the Weasley family, Hella remarked. The impoverished Weasley family. The compartment door swung open, revealing a tall, lanky boy with red hair, clumsy in demeanor, freckled face, large hands and feet, and a long nose. Is this seat taken? He inquired, pointing to the spot beside Harry, as other areas were full. Harry glanced at Hella, who remained lost in thought, and shook his head. The boy settled down, casting furtive glances at Harry and Hella before redirecting his attention to the window, feigning indifference. Harry noticed a smudge on the boy's nose. Hey, Ron. A pair of twin brothers soon entered. Listen, we're going to the middle carriage to see if Jordan has managed to score a professor. They suddenly recognized Hella, having had a brief encounter with her in the dining hall 2 months prior, where everyone speculated that she was the new defense against the dark arts professor. They were surprised to see her so soon again. Hella turned her head, a hint of confusion in her gaze as she regarded the twins. Harry eyed the twins with curiosity. They clearly belonged to a family entrenched in the magical world. Realization struck Harry, and his expression fell. Compared to the children from wizarding families, he would undoubtedly be the least capable student in the class. I am merely here to assist Professor Quirrell. Your defense against the dark arts professor is still Professor Quirrell, Hella explained calmly, stroking the cat on her lap. Professor, we are Fred and George Weasley, and this is Ron, our little brother, one of the twins introduced. Hella nodded. Hella Lestrange, she stated, as if it were a self-introduction. The twins exchanged glances, then politely stated, we won't disturb your rest any longer, before vigorously signaling Ron, who had no choice but to grab his suitcase and follow them out. As the compartment door closed again, Harry could only say a forlorn goodbye. For the 11-year-old Harry, in comparison to the enchanting magical world, he longed to make a few friends. Hella noticed Harry's unease and casually placed the cat aside, focusing on the scar on Harry's forehead. Do not take it to heart. They do not dislike you. Harry looked up at her, puzzled. They do not dislike me? Could it be that they actually did? Yes, the ones they dislike are me. Hella spoke in a tone that suggested the matter was of little consequence to her, as if it bore no relevance. But Mr. Hella, you are so. Harry's disbelief was evident. How could such a good person be disliked? It is all due to my family. Hella pressed her lips together, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Then shifted the topic. Harry, do you have a preferred house? A house. Harry gasped softly, surprised that there were houses to consider. He had always believed Hogwarts operated similarly to Eton, with class divisions, not realizing that there were distinct houses. A tremor of apprehension coursed through him as he inquired. What houses are there? The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and the one I am in, Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history. But I believe you are most likely to be sorted into Gryffindor, Hella replied, pausing to allow Harry a moment to absorb the information. Harry felt a surge of questions. More than ever before, even more than when he had met Hagrid that day. Your parents were graduates of Gryffindor, Hella added, allowing Harry a moment to process this revelation. He was momentarily stunned, as it was the first time he had heard anything about his parents from someone else's lips since learning the truth from Hagrid. You mean my parents? Do you know them? Harry's mind felt clouded, his gaze struggling to focus on Hella. No, I do not know them. I have merely heard tales of their exploits since childhood, much like you at your age. Hella sighed, for he was indeed speaking the truth. Yet, he withheld certain sentiments. His perception of the Potters was far from favorable. However, in this moment, as little Harry's tears threatened to spill, Hella found himself at a loss for words. The train had departed London, hurtling through fields dotted with grazing cattle and sheep. They lapsed into silence for a moment, Hella's eyes drifting over the rolling meadows and pastures as they sped by. A resounding clamor echoed down the aisle, and a woman with an inviting smile and a warm demeanor entered their compartment, inquiring, Dear, would you care to purchase something from the trolley? Yet her smile faltered, replaced by a look of confusion as she queried, Mr. Lestrange? It is I, madam, Hella replied with a nod, offering a congenial, perfect smile. Yet the woman remained unmoved, coldly stating, if memory serves, Mr. Lestrange, you should have graduated by now. Hella noted her hand slipping into her pocket, likely gripping her wand, and hastily clarified, Madam, please, There is no need for alarm. Professor Quirrell has invited me to Hogwarts to assist, and I thought to stop by your establishment on the express. The tension in her arm relaxed slightly, though skepticism lingered in her demeanor. I will consult Professors Dumbledore and Quirrell. I trust you are not deceiving me, nor attempting any trickery, she warned, lowering her voice to ensure the young wizards in the compartment could not overhear. Rest assured, they will provide the ministry with a satisfactory response. Hela assured her with a nod, reflecting that his solo train journey was indeed a consequence of Quirrell seeking Dumbledore's counsel. Time seemed to have aligned favorably for him. His role as an assistant appeared to have been solidified. Hela was reluctant to admit that his true aim was to fulfill a long-held dream of acquiring the entire trolley of treats. This trolley of delights, I, Hela, shall claim. Madam, do you mind if I take a few? Harry's voice rang out, breaking the silence in the compartment. The woman's face once again donned a disingenuous, superficial smile. Very well, what would you like? Watching Harry enthusiastically select an array of snacks from the trolley, Hela felt a pang of emotion. During his own school days, he had struggled to make ends meet, often working during holidays, and here was Harry Potter, effortlessly producing a substantial sum of nearly 12 silver sickles to indulge in sweets. Chapter 17. What are you doing without clothes? Hela sat in his seat, observing as Harry deposited his purchases beside him. Thank you. Hela, not being oblivious, recognized that Harry was attempting to alleviate his discomfort, and he was pleasantly surprised by Harry's thoughtfulness. Although Hela harbored a less than favorable impression of Harry, it did not preclude him from offering a fair evaluation. In many respects, Harry was as innocent as he, both having been thrust into their respective circumstances against their will. Harry offered a shy smile, placing the snacks on the central table and deftly changing the subject. Professor Hela, I apologize, but I'm simply famished. Huh, you will adore these. The snacks on the Hogwarts Express are quite renowned, Hela replied, glancing at the assortment Harry had procured. From Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and cauldron cakes to chocolate frogs and licorice wands, Harry had acquired a little of everything. Hela had been rather repulsed by the woman's guarded demeanor, and the initial plan to fulfill his dream of claiming the trolley had lost its allure. Professor Hela, what is this? Harry inquired, lifting a pack of chocolate frogs. I have lived in a muggle household until my birthday this year. When I first learned of the magical world, Hela's gaze softened slightly. This is a chocolate shaped like a frog, but do take care not to let it escape. He opened a pack of chocolate frogs, revealing the collectible card within. Each chocolate frog comes with a card featuring famous witches and wizards that you can collect. As Hela examined the face of the man depicted on the card, he couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The individual wore half-moon spectacles, sported a crooked nose, and had flowing silver hair and beard, particularly with that incessant winking gesture that was impossible to ignore. Albus Dumbledore. Oh, it's Dumbledore, Harry remarked. Indeed, though Dumbledore's card holds little value. Typically, over 30 of the cards featured Dumbledore, Hela explained, handing the card to Harry while he opened a packet of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. After reading the information on the back of the card, Harry flipped it back over, exclaiming in astonishment, "He has gone." "Oh, yes, but he will return," Hela replied, clearing his throat, having accidentally bitten into a bean flavored like pepper, causing him a cough. I wouldn't recommend collecting these cards. Most are merely a ploy by merchants to make money. The rarest, Connolly Agrippa, is indeed valuable, but incredibly difficult to find. Hela set the Bertie Bott S beans on the table, having just tasted a bean that suspiciously resembled the flavor of cow's stomach, and he lacked the courage to try again. Professor Hela, what about this? Harry's gaze finally shifted from the card and extended toward the Bertie Bott's beans. Harry, do be cautious. Hela couldn't help but remind him. The term every flavor means you may encounter flavors such as spinach, liver, and tripe. Harry hesitated, then turned his attention to the licorice wand beside him. Hela also opened a pouch of cat food for Galen, though he himself had lost all appetite, his mood having been soured by that woman's demeanor. Was the ministry truly remarkable? A bunch of bullies, simply wielding unfounded authority, dismissing all of Hela's worth based solely on his surname. In the interim, Harry attempted to tease Galen with the licorice wand, but Galen merely shot him a cold glance before resuming its elegant enjoyment of the premium cat food from the magical creature shop. Given Galen's appetite, it would consume at least 5 galleons worth of food weekly. Hela could scarcely eat that much. Yet, how could one resist its charm? At this point, the landscape whizzing past the train window appeared increasingly desolate. The once orderly fields had vanished, replaced by a dense forest, winding rivers, and dark green hills. Harry, you might want to prepare to don your cloak. We shall be arriving shortly, Hela advised, casting a glance at the sky outside. Drawing upon years of experience traveling to Hogwarts. Oh, all right. Harry, having nearly devoured the entirety of the snacks on the table. Set aside the Bertie Bott's beans he had been hesitant to try. Hella, feeling slightly chilled, removed his thermal trousers and retrieved his robe from the magically expanded pocket. As they were halfway through changing, just as Harry had shed his muggle attire and the cloak had yet to be donned, the compartment doors suddenly swung open. A young girl, proudly puffing out her chest, with thick brown hair and prominent front teeth, strode in, her tone dripping with arrogance, accompanied by a small cohort. Has anyone seen a toad? Are you all behaving inappropriately? She caught sight of the two individuals in the cubicle and promptly covered her eyes. Darting out of the room, the doors slamming against the frame with a resounding thud. Harry silently scrutinized the round-faced boy left behind, whose eyes were brimming with tears. At her glance, he immediately burst into tears. Excuse me, have you seen my toad? Harry shook her head, hastening her change of clothes. Although being seen by the two children posed little issue, who knew if anyone else might intrude, the thought of her tender, delectable form being exposed to others was unbearable. Harry donned her cloak, stuffing her discarded fashionable attire into a small pocket, while the boy continued to weep. All right, child, cease your crying. If I had a toad, I would certainly find a way to lose it quickly. Out with the old, and with the new. Harry patted the boy's shoulder, oblivious to the fact that her words only intensified his sobs. A series of knocks sounded from outside the cubicle. A clear voice filled with concern pierced through. Neville. Are they bullying you? Neville paused his crying momentarily, casting a timid glance at Harry. She merely signaled him to open the door, lest they delay further and give that wretched saleswoman the impression that he was up to no good. The door swung open again, and the young girl re-entered the room. Harry had not noticed before, but she had already donned the Hogwarts robe, speaking with the air of a proud peacock. If we disregard the earlier embarrassment, why were you two not dressed? She inquired, her tone audacious enough to ignite Harry's ire. We were merely changing clothes, and why did you barge in without knocking? Is this how you treat a professor? Harry retorted coldly, her expression stern, unwilling to show any leniency simply because she was a girl. Professor? My apologies. I thought you were merely a senior. I did not realize. The girl lowered her head, her tone deflated. However, Harry, observing her unkempt brown curls, suddenly recalled the little which she had incapacitated at Gringotts. Could it be mere coincidence? Harry inspected her closely, though it had been a month since her visit to Gringotts. Her memory was somewhat hazy, leaving her uncertain if it was indeed her. Very well, I trust this young lady will learn to show respect to others in the future. Harry interjected without hesitation, cutting off the girl's apology. Yes, Professor, the girl murmured, her head bowed, seemingly on the verge of tears. We should be nearing Hogwarts, so you ought to prepare. Despite considering herself a heartless figure, Harry found herself at a loss when faced with the tears of a girl. Neville tugged at the girl's arm, pursing his lips. The girl stubbornly refused to leave, bowing deeply once more. I am truly sorry for today, Professor. I am Hermione Granger, and I hope to earn your forgiveness. Harry suddenly understood the sensation of being on pins and needles. Both Harry and Neville regarded her with peculiar expressions, as if she were the one bullying Hermione. All right, I forgive you, but I implore you, Miss Granger, to remember my words, Harry said, waving her hand in annoyance. How frustrating it was. She had merely spoken the truth, yet they regarded her with such looks. Now, her standing before the Savior had plummeted. How could she hope to curry favor with old Dumbledore? Understood, Professor, Hermione replied, her head still lowered, her voice thick with emotion. The door to the cubicle swung open once more, and Harry, with a weary sigh, gazed out the window. Curse it! Is it too much to ask for a moment of peace? Indeed, she should have used apparition to reach Hogsmeade alongside Quirrell, rather than assuming the train ride would be uneventful. The door swung open, revealing 3 boys. Both Harry and Harry immediately recognized the pale-faced boy in the center. He regarded Harry with considerable interest, while Harry, resting her forehead against her palm, was effectively ignored. Is it true? He asked, as whispers echoed throughout the train, speculating that Harry Potter was in this very compartment. So it is you then? Yes, Harry replied, surveying the other 2 boys, both rather portly and decidedly unattractive, standing flanking the pale boy as if they were his bodyguards. The cramped space of the cubicle was further compromised, with nearly half of their bodies still protruding into the corridor. Oh, this is Crabbe, and this is Goyle, the pale boy casually introduced. I am Draco Malfoy. Enough, Draco. Could you refrain from disturbing me? Harry could no longer hold her tongue, finding Draco's oily voice reminiscent of Lucius. Moreover, the already limited space had now been exceeded, accommodating 7 individuals far beyond its intended capacity. Lestrange? Draco took a small step back, Recalling his father's stern warning to steer clear of the Lestrange family, they were all mad. "My dear nephew, might I request a bit of space to rest?" Hera glared at Malfoy, her mood sour. Why was it so difficult to garner some goodwill from the savior? From the Weasley family's peculiar reactions to her pitiful attempts to garner sympathy, to the Ministry's aura masquerading as a saleswoman. Then the intrusion of a few first-year witches. Did they think her temper so mild that she would not react? Draco retreated several steps, colliding with his two companions, muttering a hasty apology before hastily departing. Neville tugged at Hermione's sleeve, ultimately leading her away as well. Sitting in the finally tranquil cubicle, Hera exhaled deeply. Yet, the moment she caught Harry's gaze, her breath caught in her throat. Hera's mind raced, desperately searching for an appropriate excuse. But before she could form her thoughts, Harry spoke up. "Professor Hera, you are truly a brave person. Am I not a villain?" Hera was momentarily stunned, struggling to believe her ears. Brave? Oh, naive Harry. Are you truly praising a cunning, sly, and mercantile Slytherin graduate for bravery? Good heavens. Surely, I must have misinterpreted the situation. And yet my reputation remains intact. "I believe you are a brave person," Harry reiterated, his emerald gaze fixed upon Hera, overflowing with trust. Hera nearly blurted her true intentions, that she wished to eliminate him, and then Dumbledore. She rested her arms on the table, her hands partially shielding her face, striving to conceal the mirth that threatened to escape. It was simply too amusing to be praised for bravery as a Slytherin. Surely, Salazar himself would rise from the depths to question Harry's perception of her as anything but a foolish lion. "You dare to say no, unlike me, who has always had to endure the bullying of my uncle and aunt," Harry said, his tone heavy with melancholy, as if recalling unpleasant memories. "I hope to become a brave person like you, someone who stands firm in their principles." Hera bit her tongue, striving to suppress a laugh. "Fear not, my dear child. Hogwarts is precisely that kind of place. Trust me, you shall embark on a truly unforgettable educational journey here." Hera lifted her head, casting a radiant smile towards Harry, his sunny demeanor exuding warmth. However, those familiar with him would likely retch at the sight. When Hera flashed his dangerously charming grin, it often signified that he had laid a rather significant trap for you. Harry nodded. "All right, child." Hera glanced out the window. The sky had turned dark, revealing a panorama of mountains and forests beneath the deep purple expanse. The train appeared to be decelerating. Chapter 19, Arrival at Hogsmeade. In 5 minutes, the train will arrive at Hogwarts. Please leave your luggage on board. We shall ensure it reaches the school. The voice echoed through the train. Yet, Hera distinctly recognized that infuriating tone of the wretched saleswoman. Why did it seem that, in their mouths, the house elves of Hogwarts transporting luggage were somehow transformed into the Ministry of Magic-esque doing? Hera checked his pockets to ensure nothing was left behind before cradling the galleon in his arms. "Hera, you look a bit pale," Harry remarked. "Just call me Hera, Harry," he replied earnestly, surprisingly easing Harry's anxious heart. "All right, Hera, I'm quite nervous," Harry admitted, his stomach churning, lips paling. "Do not fret too much. Someone will be waiting for you when we disembark. Simply follow them," Hera said, playfully winking, an endearing gesture he had learned from Dumbledore, which typically evoked an air of wisdom. "Let's hope so." "Oh, the person to meet you should be Hagrid. You should be quite familiar with him." Harry nodded, though his complexion remained somewhat ashen. I remember I had some Hera rummage through his small pocket, recalling he had purchased peppermint candies, but they seemed elusive. Found it." Hera extracted a small tin adorned with a charming cat illustration, reluctantly retrieving a piece of candy to offer to Harry. "Here, have some candy to ease your nerves." Harry accepted the sweet, promptly popping it into his mouth. However, he failed to notice a small inscription on the peppermint's packaging, which Hera chose not to mention. It read, "Produced by the Magical Creatures Emporium, Australia, specifically for Siamese cats." As the train came to a halt, Hera led Harry through the thronging crowd in the aisle. Thanks to Hera's assertive demeanor, Harry found it manageable to follow him. Passengers jostled one another, hastily rushing towards the train doors, descending onto a dark, cramped platform. The chill of the night sent a shiver through Harry, prompting Hera to ruffle his hair and chuckle. "Have you spotted Hagrid? Go seek him out. The first years take a different path." Harry surveyed the crowd, effortlessly spotting Hagrid, who towered above the throng. A familiar voice boomed, "First-year students. First years, over here. Hera, so good to see you. Harry, come this way, how are you?" Hagrid, with his bushy beard and a beaming smile, held a lantern in his hand. Hera waved at Hagrid, but refrained from approaching to chat, recognizing that Hagrid had the duty of greeting the new students and not wishing to intrude. "Hera, I'll head over now, Harry said. Harry nodded, watching Harry follow Hagrid away, a smile creeping onto his lips. It seemed his disguise was effective. At least the Savior was beginning to consider him one of his own. Sometimes, it was through feigning hardship that one could disguise oneself more effectively. Harry never regarded this as a sordid tactic. As long as the objective was achieved, there appeared to be nothing unacceptable in his methods. The law permits what it does not prohibit, and if the law forbids, then one ought to consider altering it. Harry tightened his cloak against the damp chill that enveloped him. The persistent humidity surrounding Hogwarts, exacerbated by the Black Lake, made for an uncomfortably moist environment, particularly on this September evening, leaving Harry unable to form a favorable opinion. His cloak, which he had not enchanted for warmth, lacked the magical intricacies necessary to inscribe a heating charm anew. Thus, he could only tighten his cloak further, cradling the galleon close. As he walked along the platform towards the exit, he moved briskly, blending in with the laughter and chatter of those around him as they traversed the narrow passageway onto the street outside. The dimly lit road of Hogsmeade Station was lined with nearly 100 carriages, which every year transported students of all years to the castle. Harry quickly glanced at them, pretending not to notice the creatures standing between the shafts. Those were Thestrals, their emaciated bodies devoid of flesh, their black hides clinging tightly to their bones. Every skeletal structure distinctly visible. Their heads bore a resemblance to dragons, with milky white, pupil-less eyes that stared unblinkingly. From their shoulder blades sprouted large, dark, leathery wings that seemed more befitting of a colossal bat. Thestrals were once regarded as ominous harbingers, for only those who had witnessed death and grasped its essence could perceive them. Harry casually selected an empty carriage and climbed aboard, the interior exuding a musty odor. He pinched his nose and repeatedly whispered a cleaning charm until the air became somewhat breathable. "Pardon me, is there room inside?" a female voice inquired. Harry cast a cool glance at the three individuals outside, one of whom sported a shockingly bright mane of red hair, even in the night. Before Harry could respond, the carriage door swung open, and a distinctly non-local, exotic-looking young witch stepped inside. Harry sighed, ultimately remaining silent, tightening his grip on the galleon and shifting aside to allow her to sit. Turning his gaze to the window, he reflected on the fact that it had been 2 years since his graduation, and now, once again seated in a carriage, his emotions were rather complex. Following her was a brown-haired upper-class woman and a red-haired boy. Upon spotting Harry, they appeared momentarily taken aback, but the exotic girl playfully remarked, "Are you a senior? I don't think I've seen you before. I'm Cho Chong, a second-year Ravenclaw." The brown-haired girl tugged at her sleeve, speaking up amidst Cho's confusion. "Isn't that Lestrange?" Upon hearing his name, Harry, who had intended to remain invisible, was unexpectedly called out. He scrutinized the girl before him. An 8 out of 10, see? I don't know you. I'm Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw. I can't believe you're really a senior," Penelope said, smiling and exhaling in apparent relief, seemingly quite pleased. The red-haired boy, however, appeared flustered, exclaiming, "Of course, a dimwit from the Weasley family." "What? How could you tell I'm from the Weasley family?" With his bright red hair and a face full of freckles. It would indeed be strange if he wasn't T.A. Weasley. The Lestrange boy elongated his tone, clearly harboring ill intentions. Chapter 20. The Old Fox Dumbledore. Lestrange? The red-haired man crossed his arms in a disdainful manner, and Harry could almost predict the barrage of insults he would hurl at her. It would be nothing but the same old, trite remarks about being a descendant of dark wizards and the evils of Slytherin, utterly lacking in originality. However, Harry had been harboring her own resentment for quite some time, and this individual had unwittingly placed himself in her line of fire. The previous twins' poorly disguised malice and the inexplicable hostility emanating from this fellow might compel her to wield her professor's authority before even arriving at Hogwarts. "Indeed, Lestrange. What is it? Are you particularly intrigued by my surname?" A subtle smile graced Harry's lips, causing Penelope and Cho to gaze at her with starry-eyed admiration. Clearly, her charm had not diminished over the years. The red-haired man's words about dark wizards were only half-spoken when Penelope and Cho's expressions abruptly shifted. They were taken aback by Percy's unexpected outburst. "Percy, how could you?" Harry's demeanor turned frosty as she retorted, "I believe Mr. Weasley has shown a profound lack of respect towards the professor." 5 points from Gryffindor. Percy's face fell, his freckled cheeks flushed, and he struggled to find the words. This fellow before her was a professor? Most likely the new defense against the dark arts instructor. No professor had ever lasted more than a year. They either vanished or met untimely ends. Harry Lestrange? Face death. Are you returning to teach, senior? Penelope asked, her face lighting up, though her expression quickly soured as she evidently recalled that mysterious curse. Hera gently shook her head. No, I am merely Professor Quirrell's assistant. That's a relief, Penelope sighed, though it remained unclear why she felt relieved. During the journey ahead, Hera found no amusement in teasing Percy. Merely deducting 5 points had transformed him into a pitiable figure, which she found rather dull. Why couldn't he be more like those twins? They were clearly restless souls, with a slight provocation. Gryffindor could easily find itself down by 100 points before the term even began. Penelope attempted to engage Hera in conversation, but Hera was preoccupied, offering only distracted affirmations or vague compliments like how wonderful. After several futile attempts, Penelope lost her desire to chat. The carriage rattled and swayed along the road, and as Hera peered through the window, she caught sight of the towering stone pillars flanking the entrance to Hogwarts, adorned with intricately carved flying pigs, signifying it was time to disembark. She reached out to scratch Galen's neck. Having curled up her lap for too long, he was growing drowsy. As the carriage came to a halt, the 4 of them filed out, with Hera trailing behind, a top hat perched on her head and a cat cradled in her arms, exuding the air of an elegant aristocrat. However, a greasy, elongated voice, as cold and sinister as a serpent, interrupted. Oh, look who we have here. I must inform Dumbledore that I have apprehended an intruder. Hera focused her gaze and immediately noted the glinting, hooked nose and the long, greasy black hair of Severus Snape, our beloved potions master. I dare say Professor Snape will be quite disappointed, for I was invited, Hera retorted, stroking Galen, mimicking Snape's tone. Ah, very well, very well. Snape sneered, drawing out his wand. Though he did not aim it at Hera, his intentions were unmistakably clear. Hera, meet your demise. Care to play? Hera casually tossed Galen to Penelope, who stood by, clearly bewildered by the unfolding scene, while she slipped her hand into her pocket. She had disdained Snape for quite some time, but had refrained from acting out of respect for Dumbledore. This opportunity, however, was too good to pass up. Oof, Snape scoffed, remaining silent for nearly a minute before sheathing his wand and picking up a list that had been resting nearby. Penelope Clearwater? Cho Chang? Percy Weasley? Yes, Professor. The 3 replied, nodding under Snape's frigid demeanor. Then why are you still standing here? Get inside. Snape swirled his cloak and continued to tally the arrivals of other students. Hera assessed Snape with a dismissive scoff, reclaiming Galen from Penelope and striding confidently ahead. Ascending the castle steps, the grand oak doors revealed a hall adorned with countless banners. The first years had yet to arrive. As tradition dictated, they would need to cross the Black Lake by boat to reach Hogwarts Castle. Professor McGonagall had been waiting in the hall for the newcomers. Upon spotting Hera, she paused momentarily, pursed her lips, said nothing, and merely nodded. Hera acknowledged her with a nod as she passed through the double doors on the right, entirely unaware of the 2 wizards trailing her. Yes, too. What, Percy? Does the Weasley family count? The hall remained as magnificent as ever, especially adorned for the upcoming feast of the new term. Hundreds of candles hovered above the tables, illuminating the golden hues and sparkling goblets. The 4 long house tables were already filled with chattering students. At the head table, the faculty members were seated on one side, facing the students below. Hera glanced around briefly, unperturbed by the curious stares of her peers, as she continued to groom Galen and made her way directly to the staff table, unceremoniously taking a seat beside Professor Quirrell. Hera, you've finally arrived, Quirrell stammered, though the overpowering scent of garlic emanating from him was even more pronounced. Hera pinched her nose and nodded. Perhaps this was to avoid Dumbledore's notice. Professor Dumbledore's silver hair shimmered as he leaned toward Hera with a smile. It has been quite some time, Hera. I am delighted to see you here. Quirinus has spoken of you, and I am thrilled that Hogwarts will benefit from your presence this year. It is equally an honor to be here. Quirinus has invited me several times. I merely hope to continue enjoying my time at Hogwarts, Hera replied, leaning slightly towards him, feeling that given Dumbledore's amiable demeanor, she should not remain overly formal. Dumbledore's face, obscured by his long beard, appeared exceedingly kind. Had Hera not been acutely aware of the 2 previous refusals she had faced from this old man, she might have believed he was genuinely pleased to see her. After dinner, would you do this old man the honor of engaging in a conversation? I implore you not to decline. Dumbledore's glasses sparkled with sagacious silver light. Chapter 21. The Sorting Ceremony. Dumbledore's spectacles gleamed as if he had just uncovered a hidden truth, reminiscent of Conan revealing the true culprit. Of course, it is my honor, Hera replied, overlooking Quirrell's frantic attempts to pinch himself beneath the table, maintaining an elegantly composed demeanor. While the 2 conversed, The grand double doors of the hall swung open. A line of first years entered, led by Professor McGonagall. Among them was Harry. Dumbledore's attention shifted to the newcomers, and Hera, sensing the moment, gracefully ceased her conversation. Engaging with Dumbledore was truly a trial, for who knew what traps this old fox might set for her. It is essential to acknowledge that this is the man who triumphed over 2 generations of Dark Lords. How could he possibly be as gloriously magnificent as the outside world claims? Those who indulge in cunning strategies harbor tainted hearts. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first-year students, atop which she set an old, tattered wizard's hat, marred by patches and accumulated dirt. However, such details were the least of Hella's concerns at that moment. All he could think about was the impending feast. Let the feast commence. Hurry, let it begin. If it didn't start soon, the bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans and licorice wands he had hidden away would soon be depleted. Yet, he understood that everything had to wait until the sorting ceremony concluded. Fortunately, Hogwarts' new students each year were not particularly numerous. As long as there were no sorting hat mishaps, all would be well. The term hat stall is an archaic Hogwarts expression describing students who take over 5 minutes to be sorted. A rare exception when the sorting hat takes an unusually long time to deliver it. Such occurrences are infrequent, perhaps only once every 50 years. Hella, akin to a hamster sneaking snacks during class, discreetly popped a few Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into his mouth while others were distracted, or bent his head to nibble on a licorice wand. Quirrell gazed at Hella with such disdain that it nearly materialized in the air. Voldemort, through Quirrell's eyes, looked upon Hella with a sense of satisfaction. Indeed, dining was delightful. The sorting hat, as was customary, sang a dissonant tune, taking the opportunity to cast aspersions on Slytherin through its lyrics. From Hella's vantage point, he could see Snape beside Quirrell, his hands tightly clenched and his face taut, as if he were encountering something exceedingly vexing. Once the sorting hat concluded its song, thunderous applause erupted throughout the hall. Seizing the moment, Hella quickly poured a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into his mouth and chewed hastily. The sorting hat bowed to the 4 house tables and then settled into silence. Professor McGonagall stepped forward, consulting the parchment in her hands as she began to call out names in order. Here, I call upon Hannah Abbott. Everything seemed to unfold in an orderly fashion, though Hella felt a twinge of discomfort. Previously, in an effort to leave a good impression on Harry, he had refrained from indulging in too many snacks, even sneaking a few licorice wands only when Harry was not paying attention. As for the Bertie Bott's beans, those were not something Harry dared to consume, and Hella, adhering to the principle of waste not, wished to alleviate that burden for Harry. The sorting ceremony progressed swiftly until a girl took an astonishing 4 minutes for the sorting hat to decide upon her placement in Gryffindor. Oh, is that not the little one? Hella thought with interest as he observed the brown-haired witch. Does she possess courage, or is it mere recklessness? Indeed, a foolish lion. Hella mused, considering that if it were not for her, he would likely be savoring a crispy, succulent chicken leg by now, mentally noting her name, Hermione Granger. She appeared to be of Muggle descent, as there seemed to be no pure-blood family by the name of Granger. However, just as Hella delightedly noted that only a few remained, the sorting hat hesitated once more. This time, Hella recognized the tearful, round-faced boy who had lost his toad and wept for it. Surely, he would be sorted into the mediocre Hufflepuff? Gryffindor, the sorting hat declared, eliciting laughter as Neville, with the hat still atop his head, dashed away, oblivious to the fact that he had taken the sorting hat with him. As the small witches and wizards were sorted, it finally came time for Harry Potter. The room buzzed with whispers and murmurs, like a swarm of bees, upon hearing Harry's name. Damn Potter! Hella caught Snape muttering fiercely under his breath. Evidently, Snape harbored ill feelings towards the Potter family. Once the sorting hat was placed upon Harry's head, it fell silent once more. Hella grew increasingly impatient. How long could this possibly take? Gryffindor, I declare it for you. With that vacant look of his, where else could he possibly belong, if not Gryffindor? Gryffindor, the sorting hat proclaimed loudly, and Hella clapped with excitement. At last, Harry had been sorted, bringing them one step closer to the feast. Hella could hardly believe that the 3 remaining little witches and wizards could possibly take more than 10 minutes. He was confident that even the Weasley, with his toes, could deduce that he would undoubtedly be sorted into Gryffindor. Fools are contagious. However, once Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table and saw Hella's approving expression from the high table, his heart swelled with joy, relieved that Hella did not harbor disdain for him because he did not end up in Slytherin. In truth, Harry had a desire to be sorted into Slytherin. After all, Hella was an alumnus of that house. Yet, The Sorting Hat insisted that he possessed great bravery, forcibly placing him in Gryffindor. Well, Harry could not exactly cover the Sorting Hat's mouth and shout out Slytherin. Now, could he? The sorting ceremony finally concluded, and Dumbledore rose to deliver a brief address. However, Hella paid little attention, for the feast had finally begun. He speared a lamb chop with his fork and stuffed it into his mouth. Life was complete. The Hogwarts cuisine, if served outside, would undoubtedly cost at least two galleons. Hella endeavored to maintain his composure. There were so many people present, and he could not afford to ruin his image as he had done previously. A cool boy's persona would crumble into that of a starving wretch. Despite his attempts to slow down, Hella's mouth did not cease its movement, much to Quirrell's dismay, who had intended to engage him in conversation, but was left to chat idly with Professor Snape instead. Oh, now that everyone is well-fed and well-watered, I have a few more words for you all, Dumbledore announced, and the hall returned to a state of solemnity. Hella slumped in his chair, discreetly rubbing his belly from a vantage point where the students below could not see. Truly, being full was the most comfortable state. It felt as if he could drift off to sleep. Wait a moment. What had Dumbledore said earlier? Chapter 22. I have laid everything bare, sir. Dumbledore seemingly requested that he find him after finishing his meal. Did he not? Indeed, that was the case. What should he say? Speak the truth? Simply inform him that Voldemort resides on Quirrell's scalp? Would Dumbledore even believe him? Or perhaps he should wait a bit longer, garnering more of Harry's fondness before revealing this to Dumbledore? Quirrell, say something. Offer me some advice. Hella shot frantic glances at Quirrell, who maintained a stoic demeanor, pretending not to notice Hella's pleading eyes. Before all of you retire for the night, let us sing the school song together. Dumbledore's voice rose a notch. Hella and the other faculty members at the high table froze, their smiles abruptly stiffening. That wretched school song, forever unpredictable and never in tune? Although they all knew he had a magical contract in place, could they not at least compose a melody for it? Hella turned to survey the professors beside him, then, seizing the moment when they were distracted, swiftly inserted earplugs. He then recited the floating lyrics with the trepidation of someone fearing they might forget them in the next instant. Hera waited patiently until Dumbledore took his seat before she discreetly waved her hand to deactivate the enchantment on her ear. The students from the 4 houses followed their respective heads of house back to their common rooms, while a few professors exchanged hasty greetings with Hera before swiftly departing to review their lessons for the next day. Only Snape let out a disdainful scoff directed at Dumbledore, ignoring Hera entirely as he turned on his heel and exited. His billowing cloak resembled a dark wave, yet Hera found it reminiscent of Snape's greasy long hair. With only Dumbledore and Hera remaining in the Great Hall, Hera felt a pang of nervousness as she leaned back in her chair, anxiously inquiring, "What is wrong with Professor Snape? Did his cauldron explode? Why is he in such a foul mood? Is he agitated? Oh, Snape has never been particularly amiable." Dumbledore replied with a twinkle in his eye. "Hera, it is truly a pleasure to see you at Hogwarts. Regarding the previous matter, I have made a promise to Quirrell, and thus, I regrettably must decline your request." "Oh, Professor Dumbledore, please do not say that. Quirrell and I are good friends, and upon learning that it was Quirrell, I genuinely felt happy for him," Hera humbly responded. After all, the majority of the salary would go to herself, and Quirrell only received a paltry sum of 20 galleons. Naturally, she was sincerely delighted. "Hera, I suspect you have something to share with me?" Dumbledore said, his blue eyes glimmering with wisdom as he smiled. Do I?" Hera hesitated, wondering if Dumbledore had uncovered something. "Nothing? Is there?" "Yes. I have so much to discuss with you." Hera nodded, understanding Dumbledore's implication clearly. It meant that it was not about what she thought, but rather about what she felt. Would she dare to assert that there was nothing to say? Surely, they could not spend an eternity reiterating the same question. This was not some form of performance art. If pushed, even Dumbledore could resort to the killing curse. Then perhaps it would be best to return this adorable little creature to its room first. "I will await you in the headmaster's office. The password is Jelly Slug," Dumbledore said, rising and making his way towards the staircase. Hera remained momentarily stunned by the password. Jelly Slug? Was he attempting to be repulsive? Very well. She would divulge everything and perhaps even disgust him in return, allowing him to see what a meticulously selected defense against the dark arts professor truly was. Mutual harm. After all, who couldn't engage in that? Disregarding her intent to return the galleon to its room, Hera hurried after Dumbledore, who was already disappearing from sight. Later that evening in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore rubbed his temples, gazing at Hera in utter disbelief, his expression seemingly asking, "What did you just say? Are you jesting? Professor, you must believe me. I truly saw the Dark Lord right on the back of Quirrell's head." Harry reiterated emphatically. It must be said, observing Dumbledore's incredulous expression was quite satisfying. Even the old fox could misjudge a situation. He chose Quirrell. Humph. Oh, Harry, it's not that I do not believe you. Dumbledore sighed heavily. This news is simply too shocking. I require some time to process it. Harry casually picked up a snack from the table, aware that Dumbledore needed time to come to terms with this revelation. The galleon he had carelessly placed on the floor suddenly began to tussle with the phoenix, intermittently scratching at it with its claws. However, even if Harry witnessed this, she could only revel in her mind, thinking, yes, that's it, galleon. Tear out a few tail feathers. Sell them for a feast. Yet, while she failed to acquire any tail feathers, the little fireball managed to consume several snacks, leaving Galleon adorned in a patchwork of black and white. Harry, I must confess, I have been concerned that Voldemort might invade Hogwarts to seize the Philosopher's Stone. But we must carefully consider how to extricate Voldemort from Quirrell's body, Dumbledore remarked. Harry nodded. Quirrell could not perish. If he did, who would she demand her galleon from? I am delighted that you can share this information with me. Harry, your talents truly surpass my expectations. Indeed, my initial judgment was not mistaken. Harry secretly rolled her eyes. She did not trust Dumbledore's words. Could such absurdity be taken at face value? If he truly believed in her capabilities, why had he previously been reluctant to appoint her as the defense against the dark arts professor? Oh, Harry, the night is truly beautiful tonight, Dumbledore remarked, leaning back and exhaling slowly. Clearly, Dumbledore was not confessing his feelings. He simply believed it was time for Harry to depart. Harry understood Dumbledore's meaning and nodded. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. It was a pleasure conversing with you, and I hope my trivial information proves helpful. Receiving a nod of approval from Dumbledore, Harry scooped up Galleon, who was still engrossed in play with the phoenix, and exited the headmaster's office. Harry, take care of yourself. Dumbledore's voice echoed from the shadows, obscuring his expression. Harry turned back with a smile and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Professor. Once outside the headmaster's office, Harry released a long sigh of relief. Indeed, the White Lord was not easily deceived. She wondered just how much he believed. Regardless, she could consider herself aligned with Dumbledore's side for now. In such times, only a fence-sitter could survive. And Harry had no desire to follow either the Dark Lord or the White Lord to her demise. Wasn't it better to quietly amass wealth? Yet, where was her dormitory? Chapter 23. Defense against the Dark Arts Class. Standing at the office door, Harry gently rapped a few times. Who is it? Quirrell's stammering voice called from within. Quirrell. Open the door, Harry said, her arms aching from holding Galleon. She had wandered the main building for quite some time, and if not for encountering Filch during his patrol, she might have struggled to find Quirrell's office. Fortunately, as she cradled Galleon, Filch's demeanor towards Harry was not overly hostile, likely due to their shared fondness for cats. However, when she forcefully evaded the advancing Mrs. Norris, Filch's expression soured, and with a scowl, he directed her before hastily departing. Quirrell cautiously opened the door, peering around the corridor before pulling Harry inside. What did Dumbledore ask you? Quirrell inquired anxiously, worried that the old man might have uncovered something. Harry yawned as she strolled into the office, nonchalantly replying, Nothing much, just quite curious as to why you invited me. And what did you say? What else could I say? Harry continued, absent-mindedly pushing open the door to the back room of the office. I said you lacked the ability and were afraid you wouldn't teach well, so you specially invited me to assist you. Quirrell fell silent for a moment. Although he recognized that Harry's reasoning was the most plausible, he couldn't shake the feeling that his pride had taken a hit. The following morning, Harry awoke with a stretch, pushing open the bedroom door, only to find Quirrell absent. The office contained only one bedroom, and she had no idea where Quirrell had spent the night. However, none of that mattered. After all, she had claimed this office as her own. Rubbing Galleon, who was curled up in her arms, she received a death glare in response. After placing Galleon's food bag in the corner of the room, Harry donned her cloak and stepped outside. Hogwarts staircases numbered a staggering 142. They vary in width and size. Some are broad and spacious, while others are narrow and diminutive, swaying precariously. There are even instances where a step may vanish unexpectedly halfway up. However, such challenges would undoubtedly pose no difficulty for Harry. An esteemed graduate who had spent 7 years at Hogwarts, she could never lose her way. By the time Harry arrived at the Great Hall, breakfast was already well underway. As she traversed past the tables of the four houses, Harry waved at her. Professor Harry, over here, he called, a smile gracing his face, evidently thrilled at her presence. Indeed, Harry was considered his second friend in the magical realm, the first being Hagrid, without a doubt. How did you sleep last night, Harry? Hera beamed, revealing her perfectly aligned teeth, as nearby girls whispered amongst themselves. Yet, Hera held herself in high regard, believing she was beyond their reach. Pretty well, Harry nodded, the anxiety that had lingered dissipating, as he had initially worried that his arrival in Gryffindor might displease Hera. But it appeared her demeanor remained unchanged. As expected, Professor Hera was truly a kind-hearted individual. Unbeknownst to her, Harry had granted her the label of a good person, and with a light-hearted smile, Hera proceeded to the staff table to enjoy her breakfast. If memory served, she would accompany Quirrell to class later that day. As a teaching assistant, even if she merely intended to doze off, she still had to clock in. After a simple breakfast, Hera followed Quirrell to the defense against the dark arts classroom, where a considerable number of students had already gathered. She pulled out a chair at the back, holding a notebook in a rather impressive manner. However, she lacked even a quill. After taking her seat, the arrangement of students in the classroom subtly shifted, with several girls clustering around her, forming a protective barrier. During class, Quirrell proved to be a source of amusement. The potion he used to mask his peculiar odor permeated the air, compelling him to fabricate absurd excuses. He claimed his scarf was a gift from an African prince, who had thanked him for helping to free him from the clutches of a reanimated corpse. Listening to such a ludicrous excuse, one could only exclaim, Merlin above, who would believe that? Hera certainly did not. Recalling that Quirrell had ventured into the forbidden forest in Albania to gather first-hand information. Where, pray tell, had he ever traveled to Africa? Moreover, African headscarves are typically white or black. What was this purple nonsense? Such a flimsy explanation was clearly insufficient to convince the students. Some audacious students even impatiently inquired how Quirrell had defeated the reanimated corpse. Flushed with embarrassment, Quirrell mumbled something about the weather. His performance left Hera feeling a sense of embarrassment, forcing her to cover her forehead and feign ignorance. Yet, the whispers of admiration from the girls nearby persisted. Oh, the brooding professor is so handsome. Thus, the first class ended in a muddled haze, leaving Quirrell with an indelible mark of incompetence, yielding little benefit for either Hera or the students. Following the class, Hera found her drowsiness had vanished entirely, primarily because the lesson had devolved into a farce, rendering sleep impossible amidst the cacophony. After class, Quirrell stood at the lectern, wiping the non-existent sweat from his brow. Quirinus, were you that anxious during class? Hera exclaimed, playfully patting Quirrell on the shoulder, startling him in the process. Quirrell shrugged off her hand irritably. Well, why don't you try it? I wouldn't dream of it. You're a professor, and so am I, Hera retorted, slipping away with a teasing remark. Quirrell brooded in the classroom until the next class arrived, donning a mask of innocence once more. In truth, Hera harbored some ambitions. The spell she currently wielded seemed to lag behind her aspirations. Unbeknownst to her, she had found herself caught between the most fearsome dark wizards of the century, facing seemingly insurmountable obstacles that rendered her weapons ineffective. She recalled that the restricted section housed numerous tomes on dark magic, and there appeared to be one titled Cutting-Edge Dark Magic Revealed. Perhaps she could learn a few defensive spells. However, what she truly yearned to master was the Animagus transformation, for the ability to transform into an animal held great allure. She could not fathom that she would be unable to escape if the need arose. What? Face them head on? Huh. Had she not already bested Dumbledore and Voldemort? Why would she need to run? Sometimes, it is wise to remain grounded in reality. Hera settled herself on the floor of the restricted section, engrossed in advanced transfiguration, Animagus. Suddenly, a sharp female voice rang out. Who permitted you to enter the restricted section? Hera lifted her head, flashing a radiant smile that stood in stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere of the library's restricted section. Chapter 24, My Love for Learning. One clear morning, Hera still bore a hint of drowsiness, with slanted rays of light casting a dappled glow upon his striking features. Before him stood a gaunt, elderly, and irritable woman, resembling a malnourished vulture, who showed no inclination to soften her demeanor despite Hera's handsome visage. Madam Pants, I believe, is a professor. I am entitled to borrow books from the restricted section, Hera asserted, slightly raising the book in his hand to display its title. Oh, yes, Mr. Lestrange, please proceed. Madam Pants huffed, forcing the words out as if they pained her. It was as though she were on the verge of being slain. Thank you, Hera nodded, lowering his gaze to continue reading. The Animagus transformation is an exceptionally intricate form of transfiguration, renowned for its stringent requirements. Firstly, one must hold a single leaf of mandrake in their mouth continuously for a full month, never swallowing or removing it, should the leaf leave the mouth. The entire process must be restarted. Secondly, at the full moon, the leaf must be removed, placed in a crystal vial filled with saliva, and allowed to soak in pure moonlight. Reading through the lengthy list of criteria, Harry suddenly felt compelled to delve into dark magic. The dark wizards didn't seem so terrifying after all. With renewed determination, he began rummaging through the shelves, his fingers gliding over a plethora of books with dubious titles. Harry sighed deeply. Did the restricted section lack a proper book list? What was this nonsense? Guide to Raising Dragons? Only Hagrid Draco would likely find that appealing. Powerful potions? Would he really hurl a vial of potion at someone during a brawl? Deadly curses didn't sound impressive enough. Pass. With their essay wand. Their essay way. That one seemed somewhat promising. Harry hummed a little tune as he retrieved it from a shelf. However, after a brief perusal, disappointment washed over him. It contained nothing but common methods for solving problems with magic, akin to a magical encyclopedia of everyday spells, offering no enhancement to his combat prowess. Harry spent nearly a week scouring the library, yet still found no genuinely useful tomes. Were the books on dark magic? Was the restricted section merely decorative? Surely Dumbledore. That crafty old fox. Hadn't he moved them elsewhere? Just as Harry silently lamented Dumbledore's actions, a sudden, high-pitched cry echoed through the library, clear and melodic. A phoenix. Madame Pance's countenance was taut, her grip on the feathered duster firm, as if she sought to manifest her unwavering devotion to the school rules and her earnest desire to protect the tomes. Yet, after all, that creature belonged to Dumbledore. What did she possibly do? Merely glare in indignation. Impotent rage. Harry derided her with a voice loud enough for Madame Pance to hear. And witnessing the lady's face turn a shade of iron gray significantly lifted Harry's spirits. Fawkes cast a sidelong glance at Harry, seemingly confirming she was indeed the right person. And with a flap of his wings and claws, he grasped Harry's cloak, causing both bird and girl to vanish with a resounding thud in the restricted section of the library. I apologize for hastily asking Fawkes to bring you here. Dumbledore stood behind a table, draped in a flowing purple cloak, his back turned to the startled Harry sprawled on the floor, though his tone bore no trace of regret. There are matters I wish to discuss with you regarding Quirrell. Professor Dumbledore, I believe there might have been a more suitable way to summon me. Perhaps by simply mentioning it during lunch or casually enlisting a student. Harry brushed off the dust from her bottom, expressing her dissatisfaction. Oh, do forgive this old fool of mine. Some matters cannot be disclosed just yet. Dumbledore turned, affectionately stroking Fawkes' head. Harry found a chair nearby and plopped down, her head drooping in melancholy. Professor Dumbledore, I have already divulged all the information I possess. I am acutely aware of what justice entails, which is why I risked so much to convey this to you. If you do not trust me, I am willing to ingest Veritaserum. Dumbledore paused, his blue eyes flickering behind his crescent-shaped spectacles in a moment of surprise. After a silence of several seconds, he spoke slowly. I naturally believe you, Harry. I have always known you to be a good child, unlike the others. I merely hope you can temporarily assume Quirrell's classes. I have certain arrangements concerning him. I do not think this is a wise idea. Despite Quirrell being a fool, that thing on the back of his head is not. Harry squinted, uncertain of his intentions. I have designed a few challenges in the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor. Each professor is to offer a bit of creativity. I plan to have Quirrell procure a magical creature suitable for first-year students. Harry raised her head, struggling to believe her ears. Suitable for first years? No, that is not the main issue. The crux is letting Quirrell out. I can already envision the scene. Quirrell disembarking from a muggle plane, shouting something about the 3-year term being up, welcoming the Dragon King. Is that not essentially handing Voldemort an opportunity for chaos? Professor Dumbledore, I am unclear on your reasoning, but I do not believe allowing him out of your sight is a prudent choice. Harry pouted, dreading the potential consequences of Quirrell's actions. Harry, Dumbledore said, seated with his hands crossed over his chest, his tone grave and earnest. I am not suggesting an easy task. I have already spoken to Severus. You will be studying a clemency under him. Harry's expression fell. Snape? Learning from that fellow means enduring his foul demeanor? I hope you can comprehend your current predicament, Harry. You may be facing Voldemort, the most adept at soul-sucking in this age. Should he discover your activities, the consequences of betrayal. Dumbledore sighed, his blue irises filled with concern. Harry bowed her head in contemplation for a moment, weighing her options. I accept your counsel and am grateful for your assistance. She lifted her head, her face adorned with that brilliant, charming smile once more. However, I hope you can grant me the opportunity to study magic under your guidance. Now it was Dumbledore's turn to fall silent. My time is limited. I face dozens of owls daily at the window sill, he remarked, gazing at the grand window of the headmaster's office. Harry nodded. I merely hope that when you have the time, you can assist students with some of their confusions. After all, I'm not a mere 17 or 18-year-old wizard anymore. Dumbledore scrutinized Harry with a questioning gaze before rising to rummage through a cabinet. A beautifully carved stone basin clattered to the ground, producing a dull thud. It shimmered with a silvery glow. Oh, so it was here. Dumbledore bent down, adjusting his crescent spectacles with a gentle smile. Professor, Harry observed the stone basin that had fallen, recognizing it as the fabled pensieve. There had been buyers in the black market clamoring for thousands of galleons for such a basin, but due to its extreme rarity and value, no one was willing to part with one, even at such exorbitant prices. This, my dear, is a pensieve. Sometimes I find my mind crowded with too many thoughts and memories, and in those moments, I use the pensieve to extract the excess thoughts and place them within. When I have time, I examine them thoroughly. You see, certain matters become clearer in such a state, revealing their forms and connections. Harry nodded, saying little further. She was certainly familiar with the pensieve. After all, in her quest for profit, she had scoured Europe but found only broken antiques, worthless relics that crumbled at a touch, wasting her time and energy without yielding any returns. I believe my memories may assist you. Dumbledore smiled gently as he placed the pensieve on the table, then withdrew his wand from his robe, inserting the tip into his silver hair near his temple. As he withdrew his wand, it appeared to have caught a few strands of hair. However, Harry, having previously studied the pensieve extensively, recognized that the silvery substance in the basin was indeed Dumbledore's memories. He added a fragment of thought to the basin and cradled it with his elegant hands, swirling it much like a prospector would sift through sand. Yet to Harry's eyes, it was indeed reminiscent of gold panning. After all, it was a pensieve. Thousands of galleons. Was that not akin to striking gold? Shall we take a look? Dumbledore raised his head, not affording Harry a moment to choose, and seized her hand, plunging them both headlong into the pensieve. Harry only felt herself plummeting into a cold, dark substance, as if drawn into a black whirlpool. Suddenly, she found herself in a mountainous forest, dense with trees. A small square and a war memorial building visible not far away, along with the spire of a church in the square. Was this Professor Dumbledore's memory? Surely, this cannot be Godric's Hollow. Harry mused, only to find Dumbledore himself standing beside her, with his silver beard and hair. A look of sorrow graced his features, as if recalling some painful memory, casting a shadow over his entire demeanor. This is a memory from my past studies in magic. I believe this recollection might offer you some insights, Dumbledore said, shifting slightly to reveal two boys behind him. Yes, boys. Harry's countenance darkened. Was Dumbledore truly so dismissive of her? Did he consider her to be merely a distraction from his own youthful memories of learning magic? At the very least, she was in her middle age. Hela considered herself quite formidable. In terms of practical combat skills, she was only slightly inferior to a fully fledged Auror. This level already surpassed that of many Hogwarts graduates. However, one must admit that the teaching standards at Hogwarts were rather difficult to discern. Albus, I have a better idea. These syllables can be omitted, and the casting time could be. A young man with brown hair excitedly pulled the young Dumbledore aside, speaking animatedly. No. If you proceed with your suggestion, the spell's potency will diminish by several degrees, the youthful Albus retorted. Hela fixed her gaze upon the two young men, listening humbly to their discussion, devoid of her previous disdain. However, one must say, the Dumbledore professor of your, before his nose was broken, could be described as a handsome man, though the young man beside him appeared rather disheveled. His long brown hair was styled in a rather peculiar manner, and a hint of madness lingered in his blue eyes, lending him an air of eccentricity. He seemed unkempt, standing in stark contrast to the handsome figure beside him. Yet, their camaraderie was remarkably harmonious and appeared quite amicable. This is a memory from my youth, during my studies in magic. I believe it may be of some assistance to you, Dumbledore said with a touch of nostalgia, reaching out to grasp Hela's elbow. In the future, you will have ample time to observe. For now, let us return. Hela felt herself gradually ascending into the air, the youthful Dumbledore and the disheveled man fading from view, while the surrounding woods also dissipated, leaving only darkness in their wake. Suddenly, she felt as if she had somersaulted in slow motion, her feet landing abruptly on the ground, and she found herself back in the headmaster's office. The bright sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the office, and the pensieve on the desk shimmered, making the earlier events seem like a dream. In fact, for Hela, it truly was a dream. Hela, I must emphasize one point. Dumbledore paused. After all, memories are merely memories. Hela nodded, somewhat understanding, but it seemed Dumbledore's words were more for his own contemplation. After he finished speaking, he sighed heavily and waved his hand, signaling for Hella to leave. Grasping the pensieve, Hella was eager to flee. This was an invaluable treasure worth thousands of galleons, and she wished to secure it before Dumbledore could change his mind. Ahem, Hella? Yes. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, his brow furrowed. And the password to the headmaster's office remained Jelly Slug. Uh-huh. Hella clutched the pensieve tightly, feigning ignorance of Dumbledore's words. Professor, you must have many matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Quirrell probably needs me, as you know. Indeed, I'm well aware, Hella. Dumbledore cast a silent glance at the pensieve tightly embraced in Hella's arms, his expression obscured by his beard, yet did not hinder Hella from surmising his sentiment. In essence, it was one of disdain. Hella considered herself a pragmatic individual and was not one to concern herself with appearances. Now that the pensieve lay before her, she could not afford any hesitation. Rather than let it gather dust in Dumbledore's office, she preferred to grant it an opportunity in the hands of someone more fitting. Chapter 26. Snape's opening remarks. However, should Dumbledore speak, Hella would undoubtedly relinquish it without complaint, as her greed was merely for wealth, if her life were lost. What good would galleons be? To purchase a grave? Hella, it would be best to leave the pensieve here. If the password changes, I will have Fawkes inform you. Dumbledore stated slowly. After all, with Voldemort lurking about, it would be ill-advised for you to take the pensieve back. Could Hella admit that she had not considered that deeply? Her true intention was to sell the pensieve on the black market, then take her galleons and sail across the ocean to America, becoming a wealthy individual. What bliss! Who cared about the dark and light lords? Hella, you must be acutely aware of your situation. Dumbledore's gaze was resolute, his tone no longer as affable as before. Hella lowered her eyes to the pensieve, then raised them to Dumbledore. Ultimately, she steeled herself and placed the pensieve on the desk with a resounding clang. I understand, Professor Dumbledore. Hella gritted her teeth. There was no choice. Being caught between good and evil, it was natural for Dumbledore to distrust her. After all, she was a Lestrange, and if she were in Dumbledore's position, she too would find it difficult to trust herself. Moreover, Hella felt a twinge of shame, as she had genuinely contemplated fleeing. Very well, Hella, I trust Quirrell is in need of you now. Do not forget to seek out Severus. Dumbledore coldly issued his dismissal, leaning back in his chair with heavy eyelids. As you wish, Professor, Hella replied with a slight bow, retreating a few steps before turning to leave. In the corridor, Hella did not hurry to find Quirrell. After all, that fellow's class was merely a farce. While meandering, Hella slipped into the underground classroom. Although Snape harbored an inexplicable disdain for her, Hella had always wished to establish a rapport with him, for as the foremost potion master in the wizarding world, he was akin to a money-printing machine. If she could take over his potion business, she would surely amass a fortune. Furthermore, Dumbledore had specifically emphasized that Hella should learn occlumency from Snape, which she deemed necessary to prioritize, even more so than the dark arts. Studying the dark arts was merely to maintain her fighting prowess. If she could avoid conflict, she would prefer to do so. Hella firmly believed that harmony breeds prosperity. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, Hella settled into a corner, though she was unsure which year the next class would be. Nonetheless, she was not there to attend class. Even with glass jars lining the walls, containing specimens that sent shivers down one's spine, Hella still found herself dozing off at her desk. She could not help it. She had developed an inexplicable habit of feeling drowsy the moment she entered a classroom since her school days. Before long, small wizards began to trickle into the classroom. But upon seeing Hella slumped in the back row, none dared to disturb her. When class time arrived, Snape pushed open the classroom door with a loud bang, startling everyone, including Hella. Who? Hella instinctively jolted, quickly retrieving her wand and cautiously surveying her surroundings. The scene before her appeared somewhat awkward. Professor Snape, I. Snape's face loomed before Hella, his downturned mouth curling in perfect derision. Oomph. Snape scoffed, turning towards the podium, his dark robe swirling like ocean waves, making the already grim underground classroom even more unnerving. An uninvited guest, Snape remarked, casting a scrutinizing glance at Hella as he stood at the podium, unable to suppress a muttered curse. However, he quickly picked up the roll call, evidently unwilling to waste anyone's time. Hella reluctantly stowed her wand. Since Snape did not outright reject her, there might still be room for negotiation. Snape proceeded to call the roll, pausing when he reached Harry's name. Oh, whose is this? He murmured. Harry Potter, our newly famous individual. Hella had not previously paid attention to the students in the classroom, but upon hearing Harry's name, she instinctively searched for his figure. Harry sat in the front row, appearing quite enthusiastic about his studies. Hera squinted as she moved back and forth between Harry and Snape. uncertain of the animosity that had once again arisen between them. Considering their ages, Snape was likely approaching middle age, and a slight irritability could be deemed normal. He paused momentarily before continuing to call out names from the roll, raising his eyes to survey the class once he had finished. His gaze was as dark as a beetle, devoid of warmth, evoking the image of two pitch-black tunnels. However, Harry could not even elicit such a frigid stare from him. She could distinctly sense that Snape's gaze did not linger on her at all, as if she were merely a piece of refuse tucked away in a corner. The feeling was truly disheartening. "You are here to study the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion-making," he began in a tone of icy detachment, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in every ear. Indeed, the young wizards appeared momentarily taken aback, their breaths stilled in fear. Snape seemed to possess an effortless authority that could maintain order in the classroom. There was no foolish waving of wands here. At this juncture, Snape's eyes fixed upon Harry, drawing the attention of her classmates to her as well. Clearing her throat somewhat awkwardly, Harry turned her head to observe the various jars and specimens nearby, pretending they were of greater interest to her than his piercing gaze. "Since there is no foolish waving of wands, many of you might doubt whether this is indeed magic. I did not expect you to truly comprehend the exquisite essence of a cauldron simmering gently, wafting forth delightful aromas." Snape's gaze returned to Harry's expression, as if he were certain that she could not grasp such profundities. Harry silently nodded, acknowledging her inability to understand, having failed to achieve an O in her 5th year, thus losing her opportunity to continue her studies with Snape. "You will not truly grasp the liquid that flows through human veins, the enchanting magic that stirs the heart and befuddles the mind," Snape continued, his demeanor reminiscent of a fervent pilgrim, making it hard for one not to be swayed by his conviction of their lack of talent. Harry had never doubted that Snape's true love was potion-making. After all, given his appearance, it seemed unlikely anyone would harbor affection for him. "I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one condition. You must not be the type of fools I frequently encounter." Following his brief introduction, the class fell into a profound silence, though Harry could not help but smirk at an angle where he could not see. Chapter 27. The Turbulent Potions Class. Stave off death? Thus far, only the Philosopher's Stone had been known to grant immortality, and that was alchemy. There had been plenty of potions that had proved fatal in earlier years, but true immortality was a concept she had yet to hear of. "Potter!" Snape suddenly exclaimed, startling Harry as the whispering tone of his earlier remarks was abruptly replaced by a commanding volume that could very well induce a heart attack. Yet, if Harry were to voice her thoughts, she would likely only receive a scornful look from Snape. "If I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort, what would I obtain?" Harry, seated at the back, observed a disheveled brown-haired girl raise her hand high, reflecting on why she herself did not know the answer. "I don't know, sir," Harry replied. Snape contemptuously curled his lip. TSK, it seems fame does not equate to knowledge." Harry felt a twinge of offense. The Lestrange family certainly had some notoriety, and her own potion-making prowess, well, it was evident that Snape had never failed to provoke irritation. "That brown-haired girl, her name is Granger, right? Hermione Granger? Or is it Hermione Granger? Never mind, it's irrelevant," Harry murmured to herself, noting how Granger was consistently disrespectful. Snape was clearly targeting Harry, so why meddle? Snape paid no heed to Hermione's raised arm, appearing to perceive only Harry Potter, even disregarding Draco's trembling laughter as he collapsed to the floor. By all accounts, Snape would typically regard them with an icy glare. "Shall we try again, Potter? If I asked you to fetch me a piece of bezoar, where'd you go to find it?" Upon the utterance of this question, Hermione's arm shot up even higher, to the point where Harry could see her rear almost lifting from her seat. "I don't know, sir. I assume you haven't opened a single book before the start of term. Have you, Potter?" Snape's eyes bore into Harry's. "Potter, can you tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane?" Harry trembled in her seat at the back. This was a veritable reenactment of her first potions class, where she too had been subjected to Snape's relentless scrutiny. Of course, to Harry, Snape's taunts were hardly worth fretting over. After all, she had faced her share of challenges throughout her life. She thought this as she focused on Harry's back, silently cheering him on. Then, to Harry's astonishment, Hermione stood up, her hand reaching straight for the ceiling of the dungeon classroom, as if attempting to pierce the very sky, directly into Harry's skull. Taxed so boldly in Snape's class, Harry silently lowered her score for Hermione. If her previous behavior had seemed arrogant and disrespectful, this appeared downright foolish. "I don't know," Harry whispered, "but I think Hermione knows the answer. Why don't you ask her?" Laughter erupted in the classroom, and Snape appeared quite displeased. "Sit down," he barked at Hermione. "Let me enlighten you. Potter, powdered daffodil root mixed with mugwort creates a potent sleeping draught, a dose of the elixir of life. Understand? Why aren't you all taking notes?" Harry instinctively lowered her head to retrieve her quill to jot down notes, but paused, realizing that she was now also a professor. Why should she fear Snape? One must be resolute. The potions lesson continued, with Snape guiding the students in concocting a simple potion for scabies. He glided around the classroom in his long black cloak. Akin to a somber bat, Harry languidly rested her head on her desk, observing the various jars filled with specimens. After all, it was merely a straightforward potion, not as perilous as the upper-year classes that often involved explosions. Suddenly, a noxious green smoke billowed from the dungeon, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. It was unclear which foolish student had transformed their cauldron into a twisted mass, spilling the potion onto the stone floor and scorching holes into their classmates' shoes. Within seconds, the entire class was standing on their chairs, save for the utterly bored Harry and the hapless Neville, who was drenched in potion. In comparison, Harry's situation was somewhat better, though not by much. "Idiot!" Snape bellowed, waving his wand to erase the potion from the floor. "I suspect you didn't remove the cauldron from the heat before adding the porcupine quills, did you?" Harry seemed to react a beat too late, springing up from her seat in a manner that felt particularly jarring in the now-quiet classroom. Harry's feet and legs were covered with numerous scabs, though significantly milder than those of Neville. He was escorted to the infirmary's ward. Snape addressed Harry sharply, as if she were the one at fault. However, Harry indeed required a visit to the infirmary, as her legs ached considerably. By the time she returned to the underground potions classroom, the students had already departed, and so had Snape. Once again, Harry found herself in vain. Alas, Snape must surely be incensed. With a sigh, Harry navigated her way to Snape's office for memory. Based on her own experiences, she was acutely aware that if she arrived still harboring anger, Snape would undoubtedly mock her, and her quest to study the art of mind-blocking would be thwarted. Yet, before reaching Snape's door, her irritation lingered, growing with each passing thought. She had merely sought to forge a connection with Snape, only to be startled and then doused with scab remedy. What had she done wrong? Fortunately, although Neville was somewhat dim-witted, he was generally obedient, even a tad timid. Harry had simply left him in the infirmary, hastily gulped down the scab remedy, and departed. However, she dared not openly question the authority of the Sorting Hat. As a relic from millennium past, the Sorting Hat was quite proud. Should it overhear her, it might whisper ill of her to Dumbledore. Standing before the door, Harry inhaled deeply, striving to clear her mind of the chaotic thoughts before pushing the door open. "Ah, is this not our esteemed Mr. Lestrange?" Snape's voice slithered like a serpent. "What brings you to visit your unfortunate potions professor?" Chapter 28, The Art of Mind-Blocking. The room was dimly lit, lined with shelves housing hundreds of glass vials, with sticky specimens of flora and fauna floating in potions of every hue. In the corner, a cabinet brimmed with Snape's private collection. Harry could only imagine that if these were sold on the black market, they would fetch thousands of galleons. Yet she could only salivate at the thought, for Snape's two piercing eyes were fixed upon her. Ahem. Harry was uncertain of what Dumbledore had discussed with Snape. Fearing that any mention of Voldemort might disrupt Dumbledore's plans, she cautiously began, "Professor Dumbledore wishes for me to learn the art of mind-blocking from you, as you are renowned as an expert in this field." She believed her flattery was rather apt, a commendable homage, yet Snape's countenance instantly grew frostier. "Humph." Snape turned his back to Harry, his dark cloak swirling dramatically. Professor Snape, when shall we commence our studies?" Harry was uncertain of Snape's intentions, but learning advanced magic was evidently not a bad thing. Snape would surely relent to Dumbledore. After all, when your superior has spoken, what defiance could you muster? "Very well," Snape remarked coldly. "Are you familiar with the art of mind-blocking?" Indeed, Harry nodded confidently, thinking it was merely mind-blocking. Such knowledge was common. Mind-blocking is a magical art that defends against external mental incursions, sealing the mind against magical invasion and influence. Its counterpart is the art of legilimency. And then? Snape waited for several seconds, astonished to find that Harry's discourse had reached its conclusion. Even his typically indifferent tone carried a hint of surprise. "Then we learn," Harry replied, raising her head with conviction, for Hogwarts did not teach mind-blocking, and her understanding was likely the most comprehensive description found in the library. However, one could not entirely fault Hogwarts. It had long championed joyful education, avoiding repression of students' natures. To put it bluntly, it was a laborious and thankless endeavor. Mind-blocking was an effective means to counter legilimency, yet legilimency was a forbidden art, punishable by imprisonment in Azkaban. If Hogwarts were to require its students to learn mind blocking, the graduation rate would plummet to an absurdly low level. Humph. Foolish child. I truly wonder why you weren't sorted in a Hufflepuff, Snape declared icily. Hera found herself momentarily at a loss for words. She clearly met the criteria for Slytherin's acceptance. Sufficiently graceful and handsome, her only flaw might be a lack of galleons. Yet the sorting hat could not consider one's wealth, could it? However, Snape was, after all, the head of Slytherin. She would have to endure. Once she mastered mind blocking, she would deliver Snape a resounding slap. Mind blocking was a prerequisite for defeating a Legilimens' lie-detecting abilities, employing techniques to avoid face-to-face confrontation or eye contact. The foundational art of mind blocking involved clearing one's thoughts and emotions, rendering the Legilimens unable to find any emotional connection related to the memories the subject intended to conceal. As Snape's oily voice trailed off, he suddenly paused, turning to regard Hera, his disdainful gaze nearly palpable. What happens in a more advanced form? Hera inquired hesitantly, as this was territory she had yet to explore. However, was not the professor meant to impart knowledge? If she could master it, what need would she have for Professor Snape? Upon realizing this, Hera's confidence surged, even causing her posture to straighten slightly. Attempting to run before you can walk? Snape's face twisted into a ghastly smile. Come, let us see what level Mr. Lestrange has attained. Snape calmly gestured to a seat at his desk. Hera found a chair and sat, facing Snape across the table, her palms clammy with perspiration. Heaven knows what might happen should Snape glimpse the thoughts swirling in her mind. What if he were to envision the absurd image of himself in lace garments, adorned with a tall hat, brandishing an enormous pink-hand fan? If it were Dumbledore, he would surely cast an Avada. Lestrange, focus, Snape commanded. The headmaster has instructed me to teach you mind blocking. And I merely hope your thoughts contain less of that grotesque drool, at least more intelligent than in potions class. Yes, Hera replied meekly, not daring to elaborate further. This is no ordinary lesson. Snape's eyes narrowed with a sinister gleam. Indeed, the Dark Lord was exceedingly skilled in legilimency, arguably the most formidable legilimens of the age. He could nearly always discern when others were lying to him. Only those adept in mind blocking could suppress the emotions and memories that contradicted the lies, remaining undiscovered in his presence. Snape paused, evidently awaiting Hera's astonished reaction, relishing in his dark amusement. However, Hera's expression remained as placid as water, disappointing him. Those proficient in legilimency can, in certain circumstances, delve into others' minds and derive accurate interpretations. Snape continued his discourse, and Hera had never seen him speak at such length aside from reprimanding. Yet her thoughts had already drifted far away. I believe I may have once lied to Voldemort, yet he failed to perceive it. Could it be that I have unknowingly become a master of mind blocking? Thus, the headmaster has tasked me with instructing you on how to confront the Dark Lord. Stand up, take out your wand, Lestrange. Snape's voice suddenly rose, startling Hela, who instinctively drew her wand with haste. Sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from Hela's wand, Snape revealed a smile, leisurely extracting his own wand from his robes and aiming it at her. Indeed, this was beginning to resemble a proper confrontation. The atmosphere between the two became palpably tense as they stood facing each other across the table. Hela pressed her lips together, although she did not fully comprehend Snape's words. It did not diminish her desire to teach him a lesson, to avenge the years of ridicule and disparagement she had suffered at his hands during her schooling. You may disarm me with your wand, or utilize any means of self-defense you can conceive. Snape articulated the final words with an accentuated tone. Heaven knows whether Hela might retaliate with an Avada Kedavra. What if she were a spy sent by the Dark Lord himself? Chapter 29, Techniques for Countering the Legilimency. Snape had never placed his trust in Hela, from the moment she entered the school to this very standoff, despite Dumbledore's unwavering conviction in her inherent goodness. The very name Lestrange conjured a sense of revulsion in Snape's mind, even though he was only acquainted with Bellatrix and Rodolphus. Who could say with certainty whether Hela was a plant from the Dark Lord, deliberately divulging information to gain the old man's trust, only to seize the opportunity to cause turmoil? It must be noted that he too was an agent sent by the Dark Lord, but that was a digression. Regardless, Snape was utterly convinced that Hela would not have the restraint to hold back. Her attack would likely be a malevolent curse. In fact, Hela harbored similar thoughts. However, she managed to restrain herself, merely uttering a disarming spell directed at Snape. Snape, incredulous, gazed at his empty palm, his eyes ablaze with fury. "What are you doing?" he bellowed. Hela rubbed her face, then sheepishly scurried to the side to retrieve Snape's wand, apologizing. "I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I didn't anticipate your weakness." "Mm?" Snape replied, accepting the wand with a raised brow. What I meant was, you asked me to disarm you. Hella, like a remorseful schoolchild. Castor gazed down at her toes, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Again, I wish to delve into your mind. Snape spoke in a subdued tone, suppressing his wrath. Let me assess your capacity for resistance. I trust Mr. Lestrange will not disappoint me. Seizing the moment, while Hella was still in the midst of her explanation, Snape acted swiftly, catching her off guard. The office around Hella swirled and vanished, replaced by a succession of scenes flashing through her mind like frames of film, rendering her oblivious to her surroundings. At 11, she had been bullied in the Slytherin common room. At 16, her OWL's exam books had been reduced to mere ashes. At 18, she faced rejection upon graduating from Hogwarts, treated like refuse as she was avoided. And in Romania, enduring the cold while engaged in smuggling. No. A voice within Hella protested. You cannot view this. You must not see my suffering. She was jolted back to the present by a sharp pain in her knee. As the office reappeared, and she found herself sprawled on the floor, one knee having struck the table leg with force. Looking up at Snape, she noticed him massaging his shoulder, his features contorted in evident agony. Do you despise me that much, Hella? Snape inquired coldly. Of course not, Professor. How could that be? Hella replied bitterly, rising from the ground, her gaze filled with a venomous intent that could have felled him 100 times over. Hella, your mind is akin to a tavern. Anyone can push open the door and wander through, while even a troll's intellect surpasses your depth, Snape derided. Did you see everything? Hella's complexion paled, her body swaying slightly. A few fragments, Snape replied, dismissively curling his lip and averting his gaze to conceal his expression. However, for first attempt, it was not entirely inadequate. Raising his wand, he continued, you ultimately thwarted my intention to compel you into a jig, despite the time and energy squandered in your shouting. You must concentrate and employ your mind to resist me. There is no need for your wand. Hella nodded, appearing to have cast some spell on Snape unconsciously. No wonder he was rubbing his shoulder upon regaining consciousness. I shall strive to improve, she said, rubbing her eyes and feigning discomfort. Now close your eyes, Snape instructed in a soft, ethereal tone. Hella inhaled deeply and complied with Snape's words. She detested the feeling of being exposed in her vulnerability, unwilling to be perceived as pitiful in the eyes of others. She did not seek pity. She desired validation, to prove that she merely bore the Lestrange surname. Yet was a competent witch. She longed for an ordinary life, free from prejudice and animosity. Yet the harsh reality was that she could not even secure a position as a shopkeeper in Diagon Alley. Hella's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but thankfully she had closed them, shielding her emotions from Snape's gaze. Clear your mind, Hella, Snape's cold voice commanded, cast aside all emotions. Hella sensed a subtle shift in Snape's tone, a hint of warmth that had not been present before. You have failed, Hella. You must discipline yourself and concentrate. Begin again. Hella endeavored to empty her mind, to refrain from thinking, remembering, or feeling. I shall count to 3. 1, 2, 3, legitimacy. A massive black serpent loomed before her. Taunting laughter echoed around her, and the faces of her companions in smuggling lay lifeless on the ground, staring blankly at her. No, she collapsed again, burying her face in her hands, her head pounding as if someone were intent on extracting her thoughts. Get up. Snape's sharp voice cut through the haze. You have not yet succeeded. You are not exerting enough effort. By revealing all your painful memories to me, you are merely furnishing me with weapons. Hella rose, her heart racing as though reliving her tumultuous life. Snape appeared paler and more enraged than usual. Again, he commanded, try to cast aside your emotions. I will do my utmost, Hella affirmed, acknowledging the truth in Snape's words. In the face of the Dark Lord, one must master the art of mental closure, controlling one's emotions and resisting the allure of sorrowful memories. Weakness renders one utterly defenseless against his power. He can invade your thoughts with ease. Hella. Snape's voice carried a note of desolation and pain, as though recalling some distressing memory. I understand. Then prove it. Control yourself. Snape admonished. Restrict your thoughts and govern your mind. We shall begin anew. Prepare. Legitimacy. Hella watched the departing figure of Eliza Flint as the vessel sailed away, returning to Diagon Alley. In Hogsmeade, she felt the sting of exclusion, curled up on the street while passers-by laughed and conversed. Hella wished to join them, yet they merely cast her a cold, indifferent glance. The family of the Dark Wizard, Death Eaters. I understand, Hella exclaimed joyfully, collapsing once more onto the floor of Snape's office. Chapter 30. Harry and his companions. I understand. Hera propped herself up and beheld Snape, who stood before her with his wand raised, glaring intensely. This time, Snape did not wait for Harry to resist. He immediately lifted the obliviation charm. "What is the matter?" he inquired, fixing his gaze upon her. "I have discovered how to counter the legitimacy." Harry gasped, still catching her breath. "I just grasped that sensation." "Is that so?" Snape asked sharply. Harry hesitated before responding, massaging her forehead as she reflected on that moment of dazzling epiphany. "Yes, I believe I understand now." She lifted her head, her eyes resolute as she nodded affirmatively. "Then let us continue," Snape said, raising his wand once more, clearly unwilling to grant Harry much respite. By the time Snape permitted her to leave, Harry was utterly spent, slumped on the ground, her cloak soaked with perspiration. "I must admit, your determination is among the finest I have encountered in my students," Snape remarked, retracting his wand and tossing her a towel from a nearby room. "Wipe the sweat from your brow. Do not tarnish Slytherin's elegance." "Yes, Professor," Harry managed a strained smile. Despite enduring repeated legitimacy, Snape continued to cast it upon her. The relentless exertion of extracting emotions and memories from another's mind would exhaust even the likes of Dumbledore or Voldemort, let alone Snape himself. After using the towel to wipe away the sweat, Harry, devoid of strength, placed it on her seat and bowed slightly towards Snape. However, fatigue nearly caused her to topple over, prompting Snape to swiftly extend his hand to steady her. "Be careful," he said coolly, seemingly unaccustomed to such words. "Thank you, Professor." "Do not misconstrue. I merely wish to avoid misunderstandings," he replied, observing the gratitude on her face before releasing his grip. Fortunately, Harry had regained some strength and did not collapse. "All right," Harry nodded, turning to retreat towards the door. As she opened it, she glanced back at Snape, who was leaning on the table, an expression of profound solitude etched across his features. Dismissing her tumultuous thoughts, she gently closed the door, her body enveloped in a wave of distress. She felt compelled to seek sustenance in the kitchen, unable to bear the wait for mealtime any longer. However, it soon dawned on her that she had no idea where the kitchen was. After wandering around the hall for an eternity without discovering its location, she finally spotted a familiar figure. "Professor Harry!" Harry exclaimed excitedly, waving as he dashed towards her, several thick books clutched in his arms. Beside him was a tall, lanky boy whose red hair betrayed his identity. "Ah, another Weasley," Harry thought, suppressing her physical weakness to greet Harry. "How was your first day at school?" "Oh, it was simply marvelous," Harry replied, his mouth agape in exaggerated wonder, as if the mere act of opening his mouth was sufficient to convey his astonishment. "Hello, Professor," the Weasley boy said slowly, finally acknowledging Harry. She frowned, wishing to dissociate herself from the Weasley family, a group she deemed somewhat eccentric. They relied on their numerous siblings to form cliques at school, bullying the unfortunate Slytherin students while believing they were doing the right thing. "And this is?" Harry managed a strained smile. "Oh, Professor, this is Ron. Ron Weasley," Harry joyfully introduced his companion, oblivious to Harry's discomfort. "Indeed, Weasley. I was quite under the care of Bill and Charlie during my own school days," Harry said through gritted teeth. Ron displayed a hint of interest, yet Harry had no desire to elaborate further. At that moment, Harry finally noticed Harry's pale lips, the lack of color in her face, and her unsteady, swaying form. "Harry, are you all right? Is it the potion for scabies?" he asked, concern lacing his voice as he supported her arm. "I'm fine, just learning some things from Professor Snape." She waved her hand dismissively, indicating she was not in such a state that she needed assistance to stand. "It seems Professor Snape really despises me," Harry began a vent. "Ah, do not take it to heart," Harry said, patting Harry on the shoulder, shrugging lightly. "It's not your fault, Harry. Snape has rarely favored any student. But he really seems to loathe me." "Nonsense." Harry ruffled Harry's hair, making his already disheveled black locks even more unruly. "Why would he hate you?" Harry looked skeptical, but seeing Harry's condition, he refrained from pressing further. "All right, children, you should hurry off to class." Harry clapped her hands. "You have another lesson to attend." Ron nodded, tugging Harry's sleeve as they departed, while Harry lingered, as if hesitating to say something more, casting a backward glance at Harry. She winked at him and inhaled sharply, continuing her search for the kitchen's entrance. 10 minutes later, she surrendered. Sitting on the stone corridor of the foyer, Harry gazed out at the Forbidden Forest, its dark silhouette resembling a ferocious beast, showcasing its claws before Hogwarts. To Harry, it was not merely the Forbidden Forest, it was a veritable treasure trove, for she had navigated several financial crises in her past by selling its resources. Sigh, next time, I must remember to ask Dumbledore where the kitchen is. Harry sighed, idly surveying the artwork along the stone corridor. One painting featured a silver bowl brimming with fruits, and upon seeing a large green pear, Hera felt her mouth begin to water. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch the pear. Suddenly, the pear began to wriggle and, with a giggle, transformed into an enormous green doorknob. Hesitating for a moment, Hera grasped it and turned the knob. Inside was a dimly lit staircase leading downwards. Cautiously retrieving her wand, she sidled carefully forward. At the bottom of the stairs lay a room with a high ceiling, nearly as expansive as the great hall. Surrounded by stone walls piled high, with gleaming copper pots and pans, with a large brick fireplace at the far end. Chapter 31. The Revelation. However, before Hera could fully comprehend the room, several small figures rushed towards her from the center of the space. "We can prepare everything for you, sir. Anything you desire." A high-pitched voice piped up. Hera nearly dropped her wand in shock. Upon closer inspection, she realized they were house elves, clad in towels emblazoned with a Hogwarts crest, using them as garments. So this was a Hogwarts kitchen? How incredibly elusive. "Give me a glass of milk," Hera commanded, lowering her wand, still shaken by the little creature's sudden appearance. Had she inadvertently harmed one of them in her excitement, Dumbledore would undoubtedly lose his trust in her. After all, those who wield the killing curse as a casual spell seem hardly aligned with the ideals of love and justice. It's as if the wizarding community has never heard of Dumbledore employing such a dark incantation. Ah, there indeed exists the possibility. After all, there are other deadly spells like the Fiend Fire, which serves merely to kill, without the necessity of deploying the unforgivable Avada Kedavra. Only a fool like the Dark Lord would indiscriminately cast the killing curse. In a moment of distraction, a house elf promptly delivered a cup of warm milk to Hera. "Thank you," she said, a smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing her words, the house elf that had handed her the milk lunged forward, prostrating itself on the stone floor, pounding its tiny fists and wailing in agony. "You said thank you. Please do not say such things." Hera gazed at the hysterical house elf before her, a slight headache brewing despite her prior awareness of their peculiar mental capacities, akin to the enigma of Snow White's undergarments. Utterly unfathomable. Who could have anticipated that a mere utterance from her would seemingly activate some hidden switch within them? Calmly, Hera took a sip of her milk, seeking to restore her inner peace. After all, house elves were resilient creatures. They would not perish easily. "I command you to show me around this place," Hera said, recalling Lucius Malfoy's demeanor towards house elves. As expected, the house elf ceased its frantic actions, raising its head to gaze at Hera with its large, watery eyes. "As you wish, sir," it replied, its voice high-pitched and grating, causing a shiver to run down Hera's spine. Yet, having arrived in the kitchens of Hogwarts, Hera contemplated whether she might abscond with one or two house elves, given that they typically resided only within ancient and affluent wizarding families, burdened by servitude and unable to defy their master's commands. However, as she focused her gaze on the scene before her, she was astounded. Though it was well known that Hogwarts was ancient and prosperous, the sight within the kitchen was astonishing. Generally, a wizarding household would be fortunate to have a single house elf. Yet here, there were over 100 of them. As the small elf led Hera past, each one beamed with smiles, bowing and performing curtsies. They all donned uniforms identical to that of the leading elf, a tea towel emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. For long wooden tables were arranged in the kitchen, mirroring the setup of the tables in the Great Hall, presumably to facilitate the delivery of food to the corresponding tables above through the ceiling. "Your name?" Hera halted, fixing her gaze on the diminutive creature, her tone icy. "Copper, sir," the elf replied, bowing deeply, as if participating in some solemn rite. "Very well," Hera nodded indifferently, draining the last of her warm milk. "I expect to summon you at any time while at Hogwarts." "Yes, sir," Copper exclaimed, excitement making its voice piercingly high. Nearby working elves cast envious glances, as though he had received some esteemed honor. "Prepare me some food and deliver to my office," Hera commanded, releasing her grip on the glass, which Copper deftly caught, rubbing its tea towel in delight. "Yes, sir." Hera tilted her head, a smile breaking upon her face. Indeed, sometimes matters were this simple. Dealing with such subservient beings required minimal effort. The only concern was undoubtedly Dumbledore. He would surely not permit such actions. Yet Hera was unhurried. Abducting a house elf was no simple task, and she was prepared for a prolonged engagement. Was it not merely a matter of persuasion? Surely, she could manage that. As she prepared to depart, a throng of house elves gathered around her, offering an array of snacks for her to carry upstairs. "Return to your duties," Hera snapped. "I will summon you when I require assistance." The flaw in house elves lay in their excessive eagerness, their servitude too pronounced, which could occasionally become bothersome. However, Hera was not yet in a position to contemplate this issue, as she did not even possess a single house elf. In truth, their behavior was rather beneficial. How else could wizards maintain dominion over them? Hera could confidently assert that an ordinary adult wizard would stand no chance against a house elf. As she descended the staircase toward the entrance hall, a faint smile crept across Hera's lips. For house elves, obeying commands was the most ideal existence, was it not? Upon leaving the kitchen, Hera returned directly to her office. Now, Quirrell's office had been completely transformed into that of Lestrange. Hera held both ownership and usage rights. As for Quirrell's whereabouts at night, no one would concern themselves with that, not even the Dark Lord. After all, Quirrell would never dare to sleep beside the Dark Lord. He likely had always slept in a prone position. However, during this time, Quirrell's activities remained a mystery. His presence was hardly ever seen, and the Dark Lord had been eerily quiet. Perhaps he was fatigued? Upon returning to her office, Hera found today a daily prophet neatly placed on her desk. This must be an attempt by the prophet to curry favor with the professors, as Hera had never subscribed but received it daily on Quirrell's desk nonetheless. Flipping through the paper, she came across a photograph of a goblin standing before Gringotts, which inexplicably filled her with a sense of foreboding. Surely, this could not indicate a brewing scandal? Latest report on the Gringotts break-in. The investigation into the illicit entry on July 31st at Gringotts continues. It is widely believed to be the work of unidentified dark wizards. They claim the intruders caused severe damage to Gringotts, with numerous esteemed goblin employees suffering persecution. Yet it is emphasized that nothing was stolen. Chapter 32, The Substitute Professor for Defense Against the Dark Arts. Hera sighed in relief. Thankfully, the goblins had not even determined how many had invaded, let alone identify her. For now, it seemed she was relatively safe from inquiries. Yet, that day was Harry's birthday. Was it not? Hera pondered, recalling that Harry's birthday was indeed July 31st, a fact well known throughout the European magical community. However, such matters bore no relevance to her. After all, she was merely an ordinary assistant professor for defense against the dark arts. Perusing the newspaper, she found little of value, though Rita Skeeter had indeed released another article. The reliability of Skeeter's reports was dubious at best, yet her writing captivated Hera, often weaving tales of heart-wrenching romance or familial vendettas that left her utterly engrossed. Naturally, Hera regarded it merely as a serialized novel in the newspaper. Placing the paper aside, she snapped her fingers. Copper, with a soft pop, the house elf Copper appeared before Hera, tray in hand, laden with an array of delicacies. Your meal, Copper said, bowing, unable to meet Hera's gaze, exuding humility to an extreme degree. Set on the table. Hera instructed coolly. As you wish, Copper replied, placing the meal down before vanishing with another soft pop. Hera surveyed the food before her, noting that it consisted solely of soft, easily digestible items, accompanied by a cup of warm milk. She couldn't help but smirk, thinking, such a delightful house elf. I must have one for myself. After swiftly finishing her meal, Hera retreated directly to her bedroom to rest. Studying legilimency under Snape had proven to be an arduous endeavor. The physical toll was one thing, but the mental strain felt as if a child were capering about in her mind, performing a chaotic street dance. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Snape stared at the broad, upright silhouette before him, his voice barely above a whisper as he exclaimed, Why? Why permit the Dark Lord to roam freely within the castle? Why must I instruct him in the art of mental occlusion? Severus, I believe you are the only one capable of guiding him. Voldemort has returned. Though he may not be as powerful as before, he still possesses formidable magical prowess. Even reduced to mere vapor and shadow, he can still ensnare dark wizards to his cause, Dumbledore replied solemnly. And what of the Dark Lord? Snape retorted venomously, feeling a surge of fury. Had the venerable elder before him not held the title of the most powerful wizard in the realm, he might have unleashed a curse in that moment. Dumbledore's eyelids drooped, as if he could not bear to meet Snape's gaze. Even though the latter could not see his expression, I hope to discover a suitable method to extricate him from Quirrell. He is exceedingly weak, devoid of a corporeal form, yet we are equally unable to harm him. Perhaps simply cast a killing curse on Quirrell? Snape scoffed. Avada? Dumbledore turned to face Snape, his expression grave. You know that would only result in Quirrell's death. Is it not a trivial matter to eliminate one of his followers? Snape's tone was icy. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, seemingly reluctant to delve further into this topic. How is he faring lately? Snape hesitated for a moment before realizing Dumbledore was referring to that insipid savior, Harry Potter. Just as mediocre as his father, arrogant, perpetually defying rules, relishing the spotlight, and shamelessly seeking attention. What you see is merely a reflection of your expectations, Severus, Dumbledore said, settling into a chair and casually picking up a copy of Transfiguration today, continuing without lifting his gaze. Other teachers claim the boy is humble, amiable, and has considerable talent. Personally, I find him to be quite a likable child. Snape scoffed dismissively, refusing to engage further. Dumbledore turned a page, still not looking up. Please keep an eye on Quirrell for me, will you? Snape regarded Dumbledore's seemingly indifferent demeanor, his face taut with tension as he turned to leave. That insufferable man, always adopting such a demeanor whenever he wishes to avoid a conversation. The following day, Hera lay in bed, enveloped in sweet dreams, when she suddenly felt a forceful pressure, akin to sardines being violently shaken in a can. Professor? A timid female voice called out. Huh? Hera opened her bleary eyes, bewilderedly gazing at the dozens of young witches and wizards in the classroom. This is the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Professor. Penelope replied with a smile. Why, Merlin? Hera exclaimed, covering her face as she suddenly recalled Dumbledore had mentioned something about substituting for a class yesterday. Yet, she had completely forgotten. She had made no preparations whatsoever. Moreover, how had she arrived here so abruptly? Apart from house elves, only that phoenix named Fawkes could possibly apparate within Hogwarts. Fortunately, Hera had the habit of sleeping in clothes, sparing the students from witnessing anything inappropriate. What have you been learning? She asked, pulling a cloak from her pocket and draping it over her t-shirt and shorts. While she was technically dressed, it was hardly befitting of a professor. Penelope shivered, seemingly struck by a dreadful thought, while a nearby badger grimaced and remarked, Professor Quirrell's lessons are nothing short of a disaster. We hardly learn anything. For a badger to say such a thing. It was evident that Quirrell's teaching abilities were indeed lacking. So what have you covered? Hera scratched her head, acutely aware that although she had applied to Dumbledore for the teaching position, she was utterly unqualified to teach. Perhaps we should start from the very beginning. Penelope suggested with a sigh as she closed her book. Hera nodded, only to realize an awkward truth. Which of you could lend me a book? Without hesitation, Penelope grabbed her bag and made her way to the front row, taking a seat directly before Hera and turning her book around so that Hera could see the text clearly. Oh, thank you. Penelope shook her head, saying nothing further, merely observing as Hera flipped through the first chapter before returning the book. Hera smiled, relieved that her past studies had not been in vain. At least she could manage to handle the students for the moment. Returning to the podium, Hera clapped her hands to silence the murmuring and directed their attention back to her. Chapter 33, Penelope's Cruciatus. I sincerely apologize for the time just wasted. Hera tilted her head and stuck out her tongue, but Professor Quirrell would only squander more of your time. The students erupted in laughter. Given that their learning progress had already been significantly delayed, she resolved to commence with the basics. Hera pressed her lips together, striving to appear more serious. Yet, why were the female students below her wearing such infatuated expressions? Well, at least Penelope appeared normal, diligently taking notes with her quill. The Defense Against the Dark Arts course primarily teaches students to resist various dark magic and dangerous creatures, such as vampires, werewolves, and dark fairies. Believe me, it is far simpler than you might expect. Hera spoke, unable to suppress a smile. For now, let us refrain from opening our books. Who knows about vampires? Their habits, characteristics, anything at all? As Hera paced before the podium, students predictably raised their hands in unison, and she casually pointed to a female student. The legend of vampires can be traced back thousands of years. No one knows how they first came into existence, but they can create progeny through the act of turning, requiring blood to sustain their vitality, and possess nocturnal vision. Very good. Hera nodded, waving her hand for her to sit down, continuing, however. Vampires must consume blood imbued with magical properties. Blood from wizards to dragons is essential. Blood from muggles or ordinary animals is of no use to them. Once, during my time in Romania, I encountered a vampire. Vampires can wield magic, but they depend entirely on the blood they consume to sustain themselves. Thus, the situation for vampires in the current magical realm is quite precarious. As Hera elaborated, she jotted down the characteristics and habits of vampires on the blackboard. Of course, this was not merely recollection from her reading. She had indeed met a vampire in Romania. Had that beautiful lady not attempted to secretly feed on her during a break, Hera would have been reluctant to harm her, especially on a lonely night. After speaking at length for several minutes, Hera paused to observe the students' stunned expressions below. Why are you not taking notes? She furrowed her brow. Suddenly, a rustling sound of groping for quills and parchment filled the air. Until then, it seemed that no one had anticipated that Hela would genuinely impart knowledge to them, which greatly exceeded their expectations. Amid the clamor, Penelope raised her hand, inquiring, "Professor, have you ever interacted with many magical creatures?" The students beside her instinctively paused their activities, eager to hear Hella's response. "I have indeed encountered numerous magical beings. However, more often than not, I found myself befriending them." Hella nodded, not averse to sharing his adventurous experiences with the students. Though he refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought. How could one brutally slay them without first becoming friends? As the saying goes, a stranger can be easily deceived, but a familiar face can lead to a windfall. I often reminisce about them, yet they too have their own lives. "And our meetings are infrequent," Hella remarked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of regret. "It is perhaps for the best that we do not cross paths. Otherwise, I would have to confront the wrath of dozens of dark wizards, those I have previously duped, including but not limited to vampires, werewolves, saints, Death Eaters, succubi, and fairies. In the upcoming lessons, I will gradually introduce you to my experiences, including some of my adventurous tales." Copper, with a snap of his fingers, a cup of steaming milk appeared on the table. "Have you noted that down? Let us continue with the lesson." The duration of the class was rather short. Hella barely completed a page from the textbook, interspersing his personal experiences, thus providing the students with a distinctly different learning experience, one far superior to the previous lectures by Quirrell. "Each of you is to write a paper for me, detailing methods for identifying and vanquishing vampires. There is no word limit, and it is due by next Monday morning. Penelope, please remain after class." Hella assigned the homework casually. With a curious expression, Penelope gazed at Hella, seemingly perplexed by his intentions. Yet this did not deter her from complying. Once the other students exited the classroom, Hella finished the remaining milk in his cup and smiled at Penelope, intrigued by why he had retained her. "I trust the professor has his reasons," Penelope replied with a serene smile, momentarily rendering Hella spellbound. Penelope was already in her 5th year, and there was merely a 3 or 4 year age gap between her and Hella, leading him to wonder if something could indeed transpire. However, Hella was acutely aware that should he act on any impulse, it would not only draw the ire of the Ministry of Magic, but also provoke Dumbledore's wrath. Life at Hogwarts was indeed challenging, with the constant dread of facing one of Dumbledore's curses looming over him. "I believe you have sufficient knowledge of vampires. Perhaps that paper is unnecessary for you." Hella winked, meeting her light blue gaze, as if he could see into the depths of her heart. "I noticed the notes in the book. Ravenclaw is truly fortunate to have such a diligent student like you." "You flatter me," Penelope replied, placing her hands over her heart, suppressing the turmoil within. "I think perhaps you could visit my office at your convenience. You know, I'm not entirely aware of the progress of the defense against the dark arts class." "Of course. How about after dinner every weekend?" Penelope tilted her head, recalling her schedule, and readily agreed. "Very well. Damn Lestrange." Percy seethed, crumpling the parchment in his hands, startling the others in the common room. Hella had been substituting for a week, and compared to Professor Quirrell, everyone evidently preferred the witty and humorous Hella. Not only was Hella able to impart knowledge earnestly, but more importantly, his fantastical adventures captivated the students. Whenever discussing textbook material, Hella effortlessly recounted his encounters with magical creatures, though the veracity of his tales could be debated. They undeniably sparked immense interest among the students. It was not until Harry sought Hella in his office that he unexpectedly stumbled upon Penelope. When this reached Percy's ears, jealousy clouded his mind. The very girl he had been pursuing was now claimed by that detestable Lestrange. Chapter 34. The Mirror of Ariste. Yet, Percy was merely a victim of impotent rage. Hella remained his defense against the dark arts professor. If he wished to achieve an O, he would have to suppress his inner fury. Percy considered himself rational, understanding the right course of action. Silently, he tossed the crumpled parchment into the fireplace, as if nothing had transpired. "Hella, I have recently heard students discussing you," Dumbledore remarked with a rare smile, gazing at the handsome young man before him with great satisfaction. "Your talents have found excellent expression here." "Ha!" Hella offered a perfunctory chuckle. The old fox was quick to change his demeanor. "What was it you said?" "The students hold you in high regard, though I hear that Ravenclaw girl visits your office weekly." Dumbledore's tone shifted, and the smile on his face began to fade. "Penelope?" Hella furrowed his brow. "She merely assists me in organizing my lesson content, as I was unprepared beforehand. But I must ask, Professor, is Fawkes accompanying me to class on Monday morning?" "Oh, that's good." Dumbledore nodded, but he did not respond to the latter part of Hella's statement. "Dumbledore, I require an explanation as to why Fawkes is escorting me to class." Hella sighed, repeating his question, finding it challenging to deal with the old fox's feigned ignorance. "Oh, that? Perhaps Fawkes was concerned you might forget to attend class, right, Fawkes?" Dumbledore glanced at the phoenix, which was currently undergoing its cycle of rebirth, recently reduced to a pile of ashes. So, you're placing the blame on a mute phoenix? Hella gritted his teeth, acknowledging that he had indeed forgotten to attend class. But what if he had not been dressed when Fawkes brought him to the classroom? He certainly did not expect Fawkes to comprehend human modesty. Dumbledore, I believe I deserve at least a modicum of respect. I am not your subordinate. I merely chose to side with justice, which is why I have shared all the information with you. But this does not imply that I shall accept your unreasonable directives. Hella inhaled deeply, delivering this lengthy statement without reservation. Dumbledore's brow furrowed slightly, and the portraits behind him appeared to contemplate escaping. They clearly did not wish to endure Dumbledore's ire. Hella, I hope you can extend me a bit more trust. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, slumping into his chair with a sigh. Hella showed no signs of retreat, even stepping forward to confront Dumbledore. Then please provide me with some evidence that warrants my trust. I have disclosed all the intelligence I possess. Yet you have shared nothing with me. But you have not mentioned your excursion with Quirrell to steal the Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore replied, his half-moon spectacles glinting as he scrutinized Hella, his tone laced with amusement. What a Severus. The study of occlumency has been progressing reasonably well, Hella replied, pursing his lips, his confidence waning. To create a favorable impression on Dumbledore, he had concealed his involvement in the escapade to Gringotts with Quirrell, claiming he only learned of it afterward. Dumbledore sighed, rising from behind his desk. Hella felt no apprehension regarding any harm Dumbledore might inflict upon him. The White Wizard was fundamentally different from the Dark Lord, as he adhered to reason and refrained from resorting to Avada Kedavra at the slightest provocation. Come with me, for there are certain things that truly merit your gaze. After all, trust is a reciprocal bond. Hella trailed behind Dumbledore, arriving at a corner of the headmaster's office where an enigmatic object lay shrouded beneath a cloth. Dumbledore gestured for Hella to unveil it by pulling away the covering. Revealed was an imposing mirror, its height reaching the ceiling, framed in opulent gold, supported at the base by claw-like feet. Inscribed at the top were the words, Eristra eru oit ube cafru oit onwo sir. Is this the mirror of Erist? Hella found it hard to believe his eyes. Dumbledore's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure. The young wizards of this year are quite fortunate to have such an erudite professor as yourself. Hella gazed into the mirror, seeing himself enthroned, surrounded by a throng of hooded wizards, their faces obscured. I suppose you now comprehend its enchantment? Dumbledore remarked. It reveals the deepest desires of the human heart. Unable to resist, Hella stepped closer, his palm nearly touching the glass. Steady yourself, Hella. All that is reflected is but an illusion. Many squander their time before it, entranced by what they see, some driven to madness. Dumbledore gently cautioned. I believe so, Professor. Hella forcibly redirected his gaze, yet a voice within him whispered of his yearning for total submission from others, for them to cease their disdain and condescension. What did you see? Dumbledore inquired lightly. I saw galleons, an abundance of galleons. Hella sighed. I was swimming amidst them. It was truly magnificent. Yet all of it is but a mirage. Indeed, wealth is a source of obsession for many, Dumbledore nodded. Hella once more draped the cloth over the mirror of Erist, for its revelations were exceedingly tempting, almost irresistible. I intend to conceal the Philosopher's Stone within the mirror, accessible only to those who seek it with a pure heart and do not wish to exploit its power, Dumbledore declared with evident delight, prompting Hella to clap his hands in approval. Your wisdom astounds the students. Such a genius design. Hella's expression blossomed into a smile, entirely shedding the tension from earlier with Dumbledore. Dumbledore waved his hand, interrupting Hella's flattery, for he had always known Hella to be devoid of modesty, yet upon closer acquaintance, he discovered that Hella's lack of shame surpassed even that of Mundungus. Well then, why not return to the office? I trust Miss Clearwater has been awaiting your return for quite some time. Hella hesitated a moment before asking, Professor, may I pose a question? Of course, Dumbledore nodded, unbothered. When you gazed into the mirror, what did you see? I saw myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks, Hella mused, stroking his chin as he turned to depart. Dumbledore regarded Hella's retreating figure with a complex expression, uncertain whether this was a good or bad omen, and let out a long sigh. Chapter 35. Penelope's tutoring session. Upon returning to the office, Hella found Penelope already present, diligently inscribing something on parchment with a quill. He stealthily approached her from behind. Observing the content, Hella smirked. Penelope, I previously mentioned that there is no need for you to write the essay for defense against the dark arts. I have reviewed your textbooks, and you have mastered the material exceptionally well. Ah, Penelope squeaked, startled like a rabbit, and tumbled into Hella's embrace. As she felt the warmth of his chest and the subtle scent of wood mingling with his masculine aura, her thoughts swirled. I merely wished to organize my notes. Penelope's voice was barely a whisper, her cheeks blooming red as she buried her face against Hella's chest, making it hard for him to hear her. Ah, indeed. A fine Ravenclaw student. I see. Hella teased, feigning nonchalance as he gently set Penelope back on her chair. Please, do not jest, Professor Hella, Penelope pouted, tugging at her clothing in mock annoyance. Well, did I not say? You may call me Hella in private. I'm not much older than you, Hella replied, playfully ruffling her hair, deliberately maintaining a flirtatious atmosphere. Within Hogwarts, Penelope's presence served to craft an image of Hella as a lecherous character, complementing the avaricious persona he had previously cultivated, effectively disguising himself as a greedy and lustful figure. Silence brings fortune, especially within the current tumultuous climate of dark forces at play. Very well, Hella. Penelope's voice was so faint it was nearly inaudible, had it not been for their solitude. Hella might truly have missed it. So quiet, have you not dined? I meant to ask, have you had your supper? Hella realized he had inadvertently spoken the truth, and quickly rephrased his inquiry. Penelope shook her head, having come directly to Hella's office after class. Then let us dine together, Hella suggested, gesturing with his lips, snapping his fingers. Cooper. With a resounding pop, Cooper appeared before them, clad in his customary tea towel attire. Prepare us some dinner. Hella assessed Penelope before adding, and 2 cups of warm milk, along with an assortment of sweets. As you wish, Cooper bowed slightly before vanishing. Professor, I do not often indulge in sweets, Penelope murmured, recalling her previous visit when she had noticed Hella's aversion to them. Hella chuckled softly, shaking his head. Sweets are what bring joy, and you are far too slender. Before long, Cooper returned, balancing 2 full trays, silently placing the food upon the table before departing. In the office, they sat across from one another. Hella busied himself with lesson preparations, while Penelope focused on her essay, though her occasional glances revealed her inner thoughts. Time passed, and by the time Hella finished preparing the lesson for the first-year students, it was already 10 o'clock. He lifted his gaze to the clock, a hint of apology crossing his features as he pressed his forehead. Penelope, I sincerely apologize for losing track of time. It is quite all right, I can remain here. Penelope seemed to recall something, her face flushed, as if steam might erupt from her head. What did you say? I can escort you back to Ravenclaw. Nothing. She stammered, please do not refuse me. The Ravenclaw common room is at the top of the tower, and at this late hour, encountering Mr. Filch will be quite the predicament. Hella ended with a jest, though internally he sighed. He understood the nuances of a girl's thoughts, yet his current situation was complicated. And even in a different setting, certain obligations remained. Rising, he selected an assortment of sweets to pack for Penelope, accompanying her back to the Ravenclaw common room. Thank you. Penelope curtsied with her books in hand, offering Hella a sweet smile that, even in the twilight hours, left him momentarily awestruck. Watching her disappear into the corridor, he hummed a tune as he made his way back to his office. Cooper. Hella suddenly smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting. Sir? A soft voice inquired as Cooper appeared before him, still clad in his tea towel-like robe. Every morning, deliver a cup of hot milk to Penelope, and, in the evening, prepare some sweets as well. Hella meticulously outlined the tasks for Cooper, entirely oblivious to whether the elf could manage such a workload. However, it was evident that Cooper was far from discontent. Rather, he was exceedingly thrilled, feeling as though he had been struck on the head by a pie falling from the heavens. Harry spoke at length for several minutes, only to glance at Cooper with a hint of awkwardness, uncertain if he had comprehended everything she had conveyed. Yet, Cooper was already so elated that he wished to embrace Harry's legs, but he had to stifle his excitement due to the professional decorum expected of a house elf. Instead, he gazed up at Harry with the fervor of a zealot, exclaiming, Sir, you are truly the epitome of kindness. Harry furrowed his brow and took a slight step back, concerned that Cooper might inadvertently smear his tears on his robes. After all, this was a new ensemble from the esteemed elegant wizarding attire shop, costing him over 30 galleons. Well then, you may attend to your duties. I still wish to stroll within the castle, Harry declared, sidestepping Cooper and striding forward. Cooper remained rooted in place, watching Harry's retreating figure, silently clenching his small fist in encouragement. Come on, Cooper, you must be the finest house elf, ensuring the utmost care for Mr. Harry and Mrs. Penelope. With a sudden pop, he vanished from sight. As for Harry, while meandering through the castle, he unexpectedly encountered a minor predicament. Spotting the nearby oil lamp, he could not help but smile wryly. Just moments ago, he had been explaining to Penelope his concerns about her crossing paths with Filch, only to find himself in that very situation. Let me see which young wizard dares to wander the halls at this hour. Filch's voice, accompanied by the ominous advance of the oil lamp, exuded a palpable sense of pressure. It was no wonder that many young wizards regarded Professor Snape as the most intimidating figure at Hogwarts, with Filch a close second. In fact, upon seeing the oil lamp, Harry nearly succumbed to the urge to flee. However, he quickly reminded himself that he had no reason to fear Filch. After all, he was no longer a student. He was a professor. With this thought, Harry even leisurely slowed his pace, eager to witness the disappointment etched on Filch's face. "Ah, Professor Lestrange. You are still awake at this late hour?" Filch inquired. "Indeed, but it seems you are not resting either," came Harry's retort. "This is merely my duty," Professor Filch sighed, revealing his own reluctance to patrol the corridors at midnight. All he truly desired was for the delightful creatures in his room to showcase their talents, including, but not limited to, the shiny chains and handcuffs he had polished. Chapter 36, Boggett. The following day, Harry arrived early for his defense against the dark arts class. After a week of teaching, he had finally managed to rise early each day, largely thanks to Kappa's precise morning wake-up calls, which were conveniently accompanied by breakfast. Over the past 2 years, Harry had often refrained from early rising, as it allowed him to skip breakfast and save a bit on expenses, content with 2 meals a day. The first-year defense against the dark arts class was attended jointly by Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry had long wondered why Dumbledore arranged for these two rival houses to share classes, given their historically fraught relationship. Would this not exacerbate the already tense dynamics? However, it seemed that this arrangement applied only to the lower years, as upper years were separated. Perhaps Dumbledore feared that older students might engage in more serious altercations. Regardless, such musings were beyond Harry's purview. As a substitute teacher, he had neither the leisure nor inclination to mend centuries-old grievances between the two houses. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, Harry patted the old wardrobe beside him, for he had prepared a delightful surprise for young Harry, certain to provide the first years with a novel experience. Surely, even the children of wizarding families had rarely encountered such a thing. Fortunately, the students did not keep Harry waiting long, particularly Harry, who was accompanied by his loyal friend from the Weasley clan. "Professor," Harry exclaimed, waving excitedly with a book in hand. From the visible corner, Harry recognized its title, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection. Harry grimaced slightly, bemused by Quirrell and Dumbledore's decision to use this book as a textbook, which contained numerous factual inaccuracies, including, but not limited to, descriptions of werewolves and vampires. "Good morning, Harry," Harry greeted, squinting slightly and smiling warmly, appearing to any observer as nothing more than a kind older brother. Checking the time, he casually inquired, "How have you been lately? Are you adjusting to life at Hogwarts?" "Oh, it's been utterly dreadful," Harry replied, a frown marring his face, before a thought seemed to strike him, and he asked, "Professor, do you know what lies within the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor?" The corridor on the 4th floor? Harry's brow furrowed slightly. What was so special about that corridor? What could possibly be hidden there? Just as Harry was about to elaborate, Ron tugged at his sleeve, hesitating before saying, "At the beginning of the term, Professor Dumbledore mentioned that the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor is off-limits. So he speculated that something must be concealed within." Indeed, Harry mused, resting his chin on his hand. Had Dumbledore really said that? On that day, he had been too engrossed in his meal to pay attention to Dumbledore's words. We should best heed Professor Dumbledore's advice. After all, he is the wisest man of our time, Harry affirmed, nodding in agreement, albeit somewhat absent-mindedly. "All right, Professor," Harry replied, nodding. Harry reached out to tousle Harry's hair, only to mess it up once more, leaving a tuft sticking up at the back. "Now, those matters are not for you to concern yourselves with. Let's focus on mastering defense against the dark arts first," Harry said, winking playfully. "I assure you, I will not grant you a high score simply because we have a good rapport." "Yes, Professor," Harry replied, his tone drawn out, devoid of any joy. The classroom was nearly filled with students by this point, and Harry returned to the podium, ready to commence the lesson. The first-year wizards had already heard from their upperclassmen about the new defense against the dark arts professor, who was said to be engaging and intriguing. The only drawback seemed to be his excessive handsomeness, which had caused some of the older girls to pay less attention in class, questioning their own academic abilities. "Hello, everyone. I trust you already know that I am Harry Lestrange, the substitute instructor for defense against the dark arts, until Professor Quirrell returns. I will be guiding you in your studies of this subject." The young wizards blinked in surprise, evidently not accustomed to being treated with such respect during previous lessons with Quirrell. "Today marks our first lesson, and it will be somewhat different," Harry announced with a smile, "as it will be a practical lesson. Harry noticed the students exchanging intrigued glances. They had likely never experienced a practical lesson in defense against the dark arts before. In fact, even during his 7 years at Hogwarts, he had never attended a practical lesson. Yes, you heard correctly. It will be a practical lesson. So then, Harry clapped his hands on the wardrobe beside him, which suddenly shook and rattled against the floor. What magical creatures do you think inhabit such a dark and enclosed environment? Hermione raised her hand, and Harry raised an eyebrow, nodding in acknowledgement. The book mentions ghouls, chupacabras, and boggats. Harry waved her hand, signaling Hermione to take a seat. Evidently, Miss Granger had thoroughly read the entire book. However, the chupacabra is a water-dwelling creature, residing in shallow ponds and rivers, and would not be found in a wardrobe. Ghouls typically inhabit the attics or barns of wizarding homes, where they are known to make a cacophony of groans and occasionally toss items about. Thus, what lurked within the wardrobe was indeed a boggart. Harry gave the wardrobe another tap, and the boggart within obligingly shook twice, revealing a satisfied grin. This boggart certainly knew how to make an impression. I specifically retrieved this boggart from the clock tower to serve as a practical teaching aid. Hoping that no one would report me to Professor Dumbledore, Harry declared, culminating her statement with a radiant smile. Naturally, she had consulted Dumbledore beforehand, who had not only consented but had actually encouraged the idea, suggesting it be used for the first-year students' practical exercises. Harry was certain that Dumbledore aimed to provide Harry with some invaluable experience, coupled with the earlier suggestion to have Quirrell seek out magical creatures manageable by first years. It was evident that the intention was to offer Harry an opportunity for growth. The students, upon hearing Harry's words, appeared somewhat alarmed, with several even jumping to their feet in fright. "There's a boggart within," Harry reiterated. Suddenly, she noticed the peculiar and somewhat fearful expressions on the students' faces. Shouldn't they be delighted to encounter such a fascinating entity? This was not the response she had anticipated. Chapter 37. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. Boggarts thrive in dark, confined spaces. Harry sighed. The wardrobe, the gaps beneath beds, the cupboards beneath sinks. Does anyone know what a boggart is? Hermione raised her hand once more. Harry had not intended to allow Hermione to answer again, but upon surveying the room, she found her students sitting rigidly, devoid of any inclination to respond. Harry and his Weasley companion were nearly cowering under their desks, terrified that Harry might call on them, yet they were unable to provide a satisfactory answer. "Miss Granger, it's a shape-shifting creature," she replied, her gaze drifting upward as she evidently recalled the information from her previous readings. "It can take on the form of whatever it believes will frighten us the most." Harry clapped her hands twice, stating, "I could not have articulated it better myself." "That is indeed the standard answer." Hermione proudly lifted her chin towards Harry and Ron, as if to mock them. Therefore, the boggart residing in the wardrobe, cloaked in darkness, had yet to assume any particular form. It remained unaware of what might instill fear in those outside. No one knew what a boggart looked like when alone, but once I release it, it will instantly transform into each of our deepest fears. This means, Harry paused, disregarding Neville's frantic gulping, that we possess a significant advantage before we commence. Have you identified this advantage, Harry? Hermione's hand shot up once more, but Harry chose to ignore her. It would be rather tedious to have her answer every time. Harry stood, somewhat stumbling over his words, and under the circumstances, he could not remain silent. So he mustered the courage to say, "Oh, because there are so many of us? Doesn't he know what form to take?" "Precisely," Harry affirmed, delighted that Harry had not embarrassed her. Hermione, however, appeared slightly disheartened, lowering her hand as if her lack of response constituted failure. Well, Harry certainly did not comprehend the mindset of a top student. When dealing with a boggart, the optimal strategy is to gather a crowd. It becomes confused. What form should it take? A headless entity, or perhaps a carnivorous slug? Surely not a spider? Ron's chair squeaked backward as he instinctively leaned away, as though Harry had mentioned something he found exceedingly terrifying. However, Harry paid no mind. Who among them did not harbor some fear? Having prepared so much, it was not as if she would silence herself just because 1 or 2 students were frightened, right? The spell to repel a boggart is straightforward, yet requires willpower. What truly banishes a boggart is uproarious laughter. All you need to do is compel it to transform into a form you find amusing. Let us first recite the incantation without our wands. Please repeat after me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The entire class echoed, though they seemed somewhat distracted, clearly apprehensive about encountering the boggart. Excellent, but merely reciting the incantation is insufficient. Now, who would like to be the first to give it a try? Harry smiled, reveling in her peculiar sense of humor. deriving unexpected pleasure from witnessing fear on others' faces. Well, since no one is willing, shall we proceed in the order of the roll call? Harry raised an eyebrow, observing the silent classroom, where everyone was making an effort to retreat, evidently reluctant to attempt it. Mr. Weasley, you shall go first. Harry pointed directly at Harry's companion. How embarrassing, Draco's voice rang out, not at all discreetly. Harry shot him a glare, urging him to stifle his derisive comments. Come now, Mr. Weasley, tell me, what is your greatest fear? Harry placed her hands on Ron's shoulders, encouraging him. Ron's lips moved, producing a faint sound as his face turned pale. Spiders. Then imagine how a spider could be made adorable. Harry directed her wand towards the wardrobe, the tip sparking with light as it struck the wardrobe's handle, causing the door to swing open. Out crawled a spider the size of a person, broad enough to encompass 3 or 4 individuals. Its legs adorned with terrifying stingers and long hairs. Harry was certain that should it attack, it would impart a harsh lesson to the unfortunate soul it targeted. Ron stumbled back several steps, gripping his wand, speechless. The spider advanced menacingly towards him, its gleaming black fangs nearly grazing Ron. He retreated further, shrieking ridiculous. The spider's legs vanished, collapsing to the ground and writhing like a slug, yet it only earned Ron a frustrated kick that sent it back into the wardrobe. I conquered it, Ron exclaimed, raising his hands and leaning against the desk, an expression of exhilaration illuminating his pale face. Harry regarded Ron with a stern countenance, unyieldingly stating, I hardly intended for Mr. Weasley to treat the boggart so roughly. This is a creature I painstakingly procured for your practice. If it incurs any harm, I may not be able to provide such an opportunity again. Professor, Ron raised his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. 5 points deducted from Gryffindor, Harry declared. Ron sulkily returned to his previous position, his fears seemingly transformed into resentment towards Harry. He undoubtedly loathed her. Harry overheard Ron whispering to Harry. Professor Harry is merely fulfilling her responsibilities towards her students. Harry defended her, with Hermione nodding in agreement beside him. Observing his lack of support from his friends, Ron could only huddle in his seat, arms crossed, turning away from Harry, yet unable to suppress his curiosity, occasionally stealing glances at what the boggart had morphed into next. Following Ron's turn, the class's enthusiasm surged, primarily as they realized that the boggart was, in fact, a soft target, not as daunting as they had initially believed. After all, if even that useless Ron can conquer his fears, what right do they have to falter? Hella cheerfully stood guard by the wardrobe door, observing that the children's fears were largely similar. Most were tales of frightful legends or magical creatures, with one notable exception. A girl from Slytherin faced her boggart, which took the form of a plump version of herself, eliciting a chuckle from Hella. He too had previously encountered a boggart, but his initial intention was not to use it for practical lessons with students. Rather, it served to test his own mental shielding techniques. Unfortunately, Dumbledore had witnessed this, and thus began a rather unfortunate tale. Chapter 38. Insufficient Ability and the Desire to Resign. Hella, you have truly surprised me, Dumbledore remarked with a smile. It's simply splendid to have such a diligent defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts after such a long time. Professor Dumbledore, Hella replied, glancing at the empty pouch before him and then back at Dumbledore, finally nodding in resignation. Very well, I shall consider it my duty. But those rascals had better not ruin the boggart. If I lose my chance to practice, I shall deduct all their house points. Grimacing, Hella cast a sidelong glance at the boggart, which then transformed into Dumbledore before their eyes. Ahem, perhaps I should take my leave. Dumbledore feigned ignorance of the boggart's transformation. Clearing his throat. Safe travels, Hella grumbled, kicking the boggart back into the wardrobe. His mental shielding was evidently lacking, as even the boggart had managed to deceive him. The slightest emotional fluctuation exposed his defenses. Upon returning to the defense against the dark arts classroom, the moment finally arrived for Draco Malfoy, the beloved and extravagant son of Lucius. Draco stepped forward, Hella beckoned warmly, placing a friendly hand on his shoulder, refraining from ruffling his hair as he had done with Harry, which was slick with styling product. Yes, Professor, Draco's lips quivered slightly, yet he strode forward with determination. That's enough. Right there, Hella sensed Draco trembling, clearly apprehensive about the boggart he was about to confront. Do not worry too much. Try to think of something lighthearted. Draco nodded, puffing out his chest, though his complexion paled further. The boggart morphed rapidly before him, ultimately taking the form of a middle-aged man with pale features, frosty blue-gray eyes, and hair of a light golden hue, wielding a serpent-headed cane. Lucius Malfoy. Even though the students had never seen Draco's father, they could easily deduce the identity, for they bore an uncanny resemblance. Draco, you disappoint me terribly. You are unworthy of the Malfoy name, the figure intoned. His voice tinged with mockery. Stop, Hella shouted, stepping forward and positioning himself protectively in front of Draco. With a sharp crack, Lucius Malfoy vanished. For a brief moment, the class looked around in confusion, searching for the whereabouts of the boggart, until they noticed a figure lying at Hella's feet. A woman, clad in Hogwarts robes adorned with aquamarine patterns. She lay in a pool of blood. Hella's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "How absurd!" He promptly delivered a forceful kick, far more vigorous than Ron's earlier attempt. Expecting merely to shove the boggart back into the wardrobe, Hella was taken aback when it exploded into a myriad of wispy fragments, dissipating into thin air. Silence enveloped the classroom. The students dared not speak, fixated on Hella's silhouette. Suddenly, Hella chuckled softly, shrugging apologetically as he turned to the students. I sincerely apologize. I seem to have underestimated my strength. I was under the impression that the text was correct in stating that boggarts could only be defeated by laughter. I did not realize that physical damage could eliminate them as well. The classroom remained hushed. Hella lowered his head slightly, hands clasped together, feeling somewhat awkward. Well, it is unfortunate that our practical lesson must conclude here. He noticed Harry's expression dimmed noticeably. Not just Harry, but the other students who had yet to take their turn also appeared disheartened. However, fret not too much. I recall that Mr. Filch has a boggart in his office. I shall inquire and see if we can arrange for the remaining students to have their turn in the next lesson. This seemed to lift the students' spirits slightly. Perhaps it is time for us to dismiss class. Hella scratched his head awkwardly, acknowledging the rather anticlimactic end to the lesson. This was not how he had envisioned it. Shouldn't the first class conclude under the adoring gazes of the young wizards? Alas, it seemed that was not to be. Sitting at his desk, watching the young wizards depart, Hella began to question whether he truly possessed the requisite ability to serve as a professor of defense against the dark arts. After all, Dumbledore had previously rejected him for the position. "Professor, I think you taught splendidly," Hermione declared, holding her book high. "Oh, is that so? Thank you, Miss Granger. I believe you are far better than the previous Professor Quirrell," Hermione affirmed, nodding emphatically. "Thank you," Hella replied, though he mused that while Quirrell's teaching may have been lacking, he was undeniably a formidable dark wizard, as evidenced by his performance during the encounter at Gringotts. Hella felt he might truly be squandering his own talents. "May I ask you some questions?" Hermione inquired stubbornly, despite Hella's somewhat dismissive demeanor. "You know, I am quite curious about magic, and hope to have more time to learn from you." Hella was jolted back to reality by Hermione's words. After a brief contemplation, he nodded. "Oh, of course. Perhaps you could come to my office after dinner from Monday to Friday, at your convenience." It appeared he might need to take his studies seriously. Having a diligent student nearby would likely prevent him from languidly lounging in bed reading gossip magazines out of sheer pride. Hermione practically bounced with excitement. "Thank you, Professor Hella. I must get to class now." As he watched Hermione depart, Hella's emotions were mixed. He paced the classroom for a while, ultimately sighing deeply, tucking his wand into his cloak, and making his way to the headmaster's office. Jelly Slug, the stone gargoyle at the entrance, sprang to life. Hopping aside to reveal a gap in the wall, Hella hurried through, ascending the spiral stone staircase as the door closed behind him. The staircase slowly ascended, bringing him to a gleaming oak door adorned with a brass knocker. "Professor Dumbledore," Hella called into the office. "Hella?" Dumbledore looked up from his desk, where he had been engrossed in writing. Upon seeing Hella, he smiled, discreetly pushing aside some papers on his desk. "Professor Dumbledore, I fear my abilities may be insufficient for teaching at Hogwarts. I wish to gain further experience. Once queerness returns, I intend to travel." Hella sighed as he took a seat directly across from Dumbledore. Chapter 39, The Return of Quirrell. He ultimately resolved to depart from Hogwarts. Despite being preoccupied with teaching throughout the day, life here remained rather leisurely for Hella. At the very least, she did not have to fret about where her next meal would come from. However, upon witnessing the scenes reflected in the mirror of her wrist, Hella realized that she should not squander her time within the confines of the school. She ought to venture forth in search of like-minded companions to collectively forge a magical realm that is harmonious, benevolent, and free from oppression, rather than merely struggling through her existence at Hogwarts. Dumbledore appeared somewhat taken aback, rubbing his ears in disbelief. "Hella, you cannot be serious, can you?" "Indeed, Professor." She nodded casually. "I feel my abilities are still somewhat lacking. I cannot even maintain my composure in the presence of a boggart, let alone confront the Dark Lord. I have always believed we should refer to him directly as Voldemort. There is nothing we cannot face, and sometimes we simply need a bit of courage." Dumbledore's hands were clasped before his face, obscuring his expression. Hearing her words, Hela could only manage a wry smile. Professor Dumbledore, if I had thought he was already dead, I might have dared to speak his name. But now, he could return to Hogwarts at any moment. Trust me, Hela, Voldemort will not return anytime soon. I believe you will have ample time to learn the art of occlumency, he replied, his fingers lightly tapping against one another. But Professor, Hela began, only to be interrupted by Dumbledore's gesture. Hela, if Voldemort were to acquire the Philosopher's Stone and restore his body, the magical world would never know peace. Even I would be unable to protect everyone. Where could you possibly hide? I could go to America, Hela murmured. Voldemort's ambitions extend far beyond the European magical community. Hela, I hope you can comprehend this, Dumbledore said sternly, shattering her final remnants of hope. Very well, Professor, I understand. Faced with Dumbledore's resolute demeanor, Hela could only acquiesce, reminding herself that even if the sky were to fall, there would still be someone to bear the weight. Even if Voldemort discovered her allegiance to Dumbledore, she believed he could still protect her within Hogwarts. Hela, remember to find time to come here, Dumbledore signaled towards the direction of the pensive, and Hela understood it was the location of the meditation basin. Ahem, I have been so busy that I completely forgot about this matter. I shall not disturb you any longer, Professor. Hela rose to leave without a hint of hesitation. After all, there was no escaping. She might as well drift along. Little did she know, Dumbledore quietly observed her departing figure, contemplating her thoughts. Days passed since her departure, and Hela had just begun to adapt to this teaching life, skillfully transitioning between classes, occlumency, and the headmaster's office. Then, Quirrell returned, having brought Voldemort back with him. Fortunately, he did not arrive with a throng of followers kneeling and proclaiming allegiance to the Dark Lord. Instead, he brought back an unusual creature, a troll, temporarily placed in the depths of the Forbidden Forest under Hagrid's care. Hela, the master wishes to speak with you, Quirrell announced as he cornered her in the office upon his return to Hogwarts. Then let him speak, Hela stammered, uncertain whether Voldemort had discerned her recent actions and sought to confront her. Hela, Quirrell requires your assistance. The Philosopher's Stone is within Hogwarts. It has been relocated here by Dumbledore. Voldemort's voice was sharp and piercing, yet bore a newfound vigor compared to before. Perhaps Quirrell had procured some powerful elixir during his absence? At your command, my lord, Hela replied, placing her right hand over her heart and bowing slightly. Had it been during Voldemort's prime, his Death Eaters would likely have knelt to kiss his cloak. Fortunately, he was now but a shadow and vapor, and Hela need not force herself into such servitude. Quirrell will relay the remaining details to you, Voldemort concluded, closing his crimson eyes, resembling a venomous serpent more than ever. Quirrell cautiously wrapped his headscarf tighter, spraying some potion inside, prompting Hela to instinctively step back. Hela, the master has not yet fully regained his strength. We need to hunt a unicorn. Its blood possesses magical properties that can restore the master's vitality. Quirrell's face bore a hint of bitterness. The blood of a unicorn can prolong a person's life, even in their last moments. However, one must pay a price for it. To save his life, he must slaughter a pure, gentle, and defenseless being, thereby cursing himself. From the moment the blood touches his lips, he will possess a half-dead existence, a life condemned. Realizing this, Hela glanced at Quirrell's expression and suddenly grasped how Voldemort was restoring his strength. Clearly, Voldemort could not personally draw the blood of the unicorn. As a Dark Lord, he would not allow himself to stoop so low. It was evident that Quirrell would drink the unicorn's blood to replenish his own life force, which Voldemort would then siphon from him. What could have been accomplished by Voldemort himself was instead passed through Quirrell, merely to preserve the damned Dark Lord's dignity. Noticing Hela's sympathetic gaze, Quirrell understood she had come to a realization. The master desires you to gain Dumbledore's trust. He tightened his headscarf to obscure his lower face, concealing his expression from her. Dumbledore's trust? Hela's face reflected confusion. It seemed Dumbledore did trust her to some extent. However, she had no intention of disclosing this to Quirrell or Voldemort. Should she complete this task, who knew what further outrageous demands they might impose? Nevertheless, this situation warranted a discussion with Dumbledore. She had resolved to navigate both sides and avoid offending either. Yes, the master initially hoped I would win Dumbledore's trust. But given the current circumstances, it appears your relationship with Dumbledore is more favorable, Quirrell remarked, his mouth twitching. That is acceptable, Hela nodded, finding a reasonable justification to approach Dumbledore. Should Dumbledore falter against Voldemort in the future, she could position herself as a double agent, potentially becoming a minor leader in Voldemort's ranks, or, at the very least, secure her own sustenance. Chapter 40, The Double Agent. As for the vision she had seen in the mirror of Ariste, Hella clearly understood that it represented her aspirations, yet at present, her abilities were insufficient to realize them. Survival was her paramount objective. Quirrell departed, taking the Dark Lord with him. Where he went, Hella could not discern. Hogwarts housed countless rooms and secret chambers. Even Dumbledore could not possibly know them all, ensuring Quirrell still had opportunities for clandestine actions. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, Hella cast a disillusionment charm upon herself and gently opened the door. Heaven knows whether Quirrell lurked in the shadows of the corridor. Caution was always prudent. With light footsteps, Hella made her way towards the headmaster's office. Upon her arrival, she found Dumbledore still awake, standing before the grand window, gazing out at the castle shrouded in night. Lost in contemplation, "Professor Dumbledore?" Hella whispered softly. Dumbledore turned around, apologetically saying, as one ages, one tends to become sentimental. A look of melancholy adorned Dumbledore's face, and without a second thought, Hella discerned that he must have sensed the foul stench of the curse surrounding Quirrell. "Professor Dumbledore, Quirinus and the Dark Lord have come to see me," Hella said, pulling a chair closer and feigning nonchalance as she played with Fawkes. Having undergone a rebirth, he now sported a splendid golden tail, shimmering as if forged from a massive gold galleon. Hella picked up a piece of candy from Dumbledore's desk to offer Fawkes, but he merely rolled his eyes and hopped away, turning his back on her. "Hella, Fawkes is a phoenix," Dumbledore remarked, rubbing his temples. This impudent girl was certainly giving him no respite. "Ah, I know that." Hella tilted her head in surprise, still clutching a morsel of some unknown snack. Who in a magical community was unaware that Fawkes was a phoenix? Dumbledore slammed his hands on the table, exclaiming, "Phoenixes only consume herbs. They do not eat jelly slugs." "Oh," Hella nodded, her arms suddenly stiffening. So this thing she was holding was a jelly slug? That exceedingly repulsive snack? In a swift motion, Hella flung the jelly slug out of the open window. "Scourgify! Scourgify!" She repeated the spell a dozen times, confirming that no traces of the jelly slug remained on her hands before finally sitting down amidst Dumbledore's disdainful gaze. "Hella, your actions wound this old man's heart." Dumbledore's eyes reflected a certain lament, much like an old glass. Hella, feeling awkward, shoved her wand back into the pocket of her cloak, her eyes darting about. She had important matters to discuss, didn't she? "By the way, Professor, Quirrell intends to hunt unicorns in the Forbidden Forest to replenish the Dark Lord's strength," Hella stated earnestly. Dumbledore sighed, appearing to age considerably in that moment. Fortunately, he was already quite advanced in years, so the change was not exceedingly noticeable. From the moment he stepped into Hogwarts, Fawkes had grown restless. "Initially, I was curious about the nature of such malevolence, but upon laying eyes on Quirinus, I understood. He had transformed into a person devoid of scruples. The kind-hearted, loving Quirinus was no more." Dumbledore lowered his head slightly, obscured by his silver hair and beard. "Is there no opportunity left?" Hella felt despondent, grasping Dumbledore's implication. If there was a chance to sever Voldemort from Quirrell before, the current circumstances rendered that futile. What difference would it make even if he were to be separated now? Quirinus had already become this way. Dumbledore remained silent, merely facing Hella in quietude, not daring to meet her gaze. "Dumbledore, this is entirely your responsibility. You could have separated Quirrell from Voldemort." Hella slammed her hands on the table, producing a thunderous sound as she roared at the greatest wizard in the magical realm. Dumbledore stood and moved to the window, gazing down at Hogwarts castle shrouded in night, and at the distant Hogsmeade. His aged voice echoed with an unspoken loneliness. "Perhaps I am truly at fault. Professor Dumbledore, you have truly betrayed my trust." Hella felt a surge of sympathy for Quirrell. Quirinus was merely too weak. He had been seduced by the Dark Lord in his moment of vulnerability. He could have returned to a normal life. Yet all of this transpired under Dumbledore's watchful eye. He could have intervened and even granted Quirrell an opportunity to go out. Hella hadn't even had the chance to prevent Quirrell from drinking the unicorn's blood. This was entirely Dumbledore's error. "Hella, I am not omnipotent. I am merely an old man, unable to manage every situation." Dumbledore sighed, filled with regret. "But what could be more important than Voldemort? He is the Dark Lord." In a fit of excitement, Hella completely forgot her fear of Voldemort, boldly uttering his name. Unbeknownst to her, Dumbledore's pupils flickered at that moment. "Saints," Dumbledore spoke slowly, "yes. Saints. The guards at Nurmengard inform me that many unfamiliar faces have been spotted in recent weeks." "Saints? Isn't that Gellert Grindelwald-s?" Hella furrowed her brow tightly. She had had dealings with the saints before. They were generous, yet secretive in their actions. although Grindelwald had been imprisoned in Nurmengard for 46 years. The saints who once followed him had long since aged, yet his remaining followers continued their operations, incessantly attempting to liberate him from prison. Hela had once tricked a young saint, a witch who sounded to be in her 20s, by selling an old, damaged Muggle wardrobe as a vanishing cabinet for 200 galleons. Ahem, now is not the time for such thoughts. Hela dismissed the chaotic ideas from her mind, patiently awaiting Professor Dumbledore's next words. Oh, yes, Grindelwald's subordinates. Dumbledore's expression appeared somewhat forlorn as he mentioned the defeated underling, seemingly filled with reflections. All these years, the saints have never been idle. It's only natural for them to go to Nurmengard, right? Hela scoffed. When have those saints ever been at rest? They had frequented my smuggling business, and quite a few even acquired membership cards from me, only for me to abscond with their membership fees. Chapter 41, The Prophecy. Perhaps Dumbledore sighed again, clearly unwilling to delve further into the topic of Grindelwald. Professor Dumbledore, I wish to know how you intend to deal with Quirinus. Hela inhaled deeply, still hoping for a chance to save Quirrell. Dumbledore remained silent, his long fingers pressed against the window. After a long pause, one that left Hela feeling impatient, Dumbledore finally spoke. His voice, aged and weary, carried an irremovable sense of regret. Quirinus has no path left to turn back. Hela, curled within her cloak, clenched her fists tightly, struggling to suppress the desire to strike the most powerful wizard of the age. But you could have. Hela closed her eyes, her fists weakly loosening. In truth, Hela already knew the answer. The moment he learned that Quirrell had consumed the unicorn's blood, he had known. He simply could not let go, unwilling to accept such a grim reality, which was why he sought out Dumbledore. Ultimately, he found himself powerless against such circumstances. Hela smiled bitterly, once again confronting a situation that could have been avoided, yet had instead metamorphosed into this dreadful state. Hela, Dumbledore turned around, his form appearing somewhat stooped. In that moment, it became apparent that he was indeed a 110-year-old man. This is entirely my fault. I should have foreseen this. How could Voldemort ever show mercy to Quirrell? Dumbledore slumped into a chair, his demeanor starkly contrasting his usual intelligent and wise self. Then do you intend to kill Quirinus? A sardonic smile crept onto Hela's lips, as if that were the only way to handle Quirrell. Dumbledore gazed deeply at Hela, his fingertips gently tapping on the armrest. Hela, I trust you, don't I? Of course, Hela replied, a hint of irritation evident in her laughter. How could Dumbledore still harbor doubts after her candidness? I believe Harry requires some training. He remains rather reckless, Dumbledore remarked slowly. Yet, he had scarcely uttered the beginning of his thoughts when Hela's fist struck the table. Must we even let Quirrell offer his final value, even in death? She scoffed, eyeing the old fox before her who spoke endlessly of love while his actions were driven by self-interest. Was this truly the renowned wizard, Albus Dumbledore? Hela, you misunderstand, Dumbledore said, rubbing his temples and gesturing for her to sit. Do not be agitated, Hela. There exists an ancient prophecy known to but a few. His voice was soft and slow, almost a whisper, and for reasons unknown, it somewhat alleviated Hela's anger. Professor Trelawney once foretold that either Harry or Voldemort must perish. One must die at the hands of the other. Dumbledore paused, casting a glance at Hela, and seeing her contemplative expression, he allowed her some time to absorb the weight of his words. So, you believe this presents an excellent opportunity to eliminate the Dark Lord? Hela finally spoke, her tone complex. Indeed, I am pleased you grasp my sentiment. Hela, I know you are quite an intelligent child, Dumbledore replied, blinking and returning to his familiar demeanor. So, from the very beginning it was a scheme? From Harry's admission to Hogwarts, to appointing Quirrell as the defense against the dark arts professor? Hela suddenly felt she had underestimated Dumbledore. After all, how could a man who had dominated the magical realm for a century fail to see through Quirrell's facade? Reflecting on this, her earlier confidence in her own allegiance appeared somewhat ridiculous. Not entirely. Initially, I believed he was merely swayed by Voldemort's influence. I never anticipated that Voldemort would directly inhabit him, Dumbledore mused, resting his chin on his hand. Alas, Professor Dumbledore, what is your plan moving forward? Hela pondered, recalling Dumbledore's earlier mention of Quirrell seeking magical creatures manageable for first-year students. And suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. Wait, isn't the Philosopher's Stone to be safeguarded by the Mirror of Erist? What purpose does it serve to have Quirrell out seeking magical beasts? In response to Hela's inquiry, Dumbledore smiled gently and retrieved a scroll of parchment. Come, help me examine this. What is this? Hela asked, observing the array of challenges depicted, her confusion evident. Yet she recognized the image of the mirror of Ariste. Concealed in the deepest recesses, Dumbledore explained. This is the mechanism I devised for the Philosopher's Stone. Each professor has designed a challenge, which I believe will sufficiently provide Harry with an opportunity for growth. Dumbledore handed the parchment to Hela with a smile. Furrowing her brow, Hela remarked, but this is obviously a bait, isn't it? While it may offer Harry a chance to develop, it will be child's play for Quirrell. Any reasonable person should recognize it as a trap, shouldn't they? It is bait, openly displayed, yet they have no choice but to partake, Dumbledore replied. A sly smile gracing his lips. Hela nodded in silence. By the way, Professor, since Quirrell has returned, let him resume his classes, she suggested, rubbing her temples as she prepared to leave her seat. The students have given you high praise. Perhaps continuing your instruction would be beneficial, Dumbledore winked, the light glimmering behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Hela hesitated, forcing a smile. Of course, but I heard that most of Quirrell's salary goes to you. Dumbledore's eyes fixed on Hela, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Very well, Hela shrugged. Indeed, the old fox remains clever. Hagrid informed me that the Whomping Willow has been raided. Ah, really? I am unaware of the situation. Dumbledore chuckled. I must take my leave. It is quite late, and I should retire for the night. Hela exited the headmaster's office without a backward glance, feeling foolish for having thought her actions in the Forbidden Forest were without flaw. Little did she know Dumbledore, the old fox, had used this against her. How vexing. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore watched the closed door, his faint smile fading as he quietly asked, Phineas, do you believe this is wise? Phineas, hiding within his portrait frame, was engaged in an animated conversation with a lady beside him. Irritated at Dumbledore's inquiry, he retorted, You are the headmaster. Manage as you see fit. Do not disturb my communion with Lady Stephanie. Dumbledore merely pursed his lips, saying nothing as he paced the office for a considerable while. Chapter 42. The Forbidden Forest and the Unicorn. Returning to her office, Hela lay on her bed, staring at the dim ceiling, overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of gloom. Am I truly so weak? Dumbledore could easily resolve this. She turned her head to gaze out the window at the Forbidden Forest, shrouded in night, like a ferocious beast poised to pounce upon her. Indeed, Hela's eyes dimmed. It was her weakness that plagued her. Dumbledore's intentions were crystal clear. Quirrell was but a stepping stone to hone Harry's skills, allowing him one last flicker of purpose. How foolish of Hela to have previously contemplated separating Voldemort from Quirrell, when Dumbledore likely never considered such a possibility. His only aim was to extract the last vestiges of Quirrell's value. For that damned prophecy, one must kill the other. Sighing, Hela wrapped herself in her blankets, leaving only a long exhale in the otherwise silent room. The following morning in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, many young witches and wizards were astonished to see the long-absent figure of Professor Quirrell, now draped in a purple turban, at the head table. Professor Quirrell has returned. Yes, I see. And what of Professor Hela? Surely they aren't swapping back to Quirrell? He's nothing short of a catastrophe. The students chattered excitedly, with the stammering Quirrell momentarily becoming the center of attention, even eliciting a smile from Dumbledore as he turned toward Hela and Quirrell. Hela, I am delighted to see that the students enjoy your lessons, Quirrell stammered, uttering pleasantries, while Snape beside him let out a derisive snort. Oh, I suppose so. Queerness. You simply lack confidence, Hela replied, her expression devoid of emotion as she consumed her vegetable soup. She felt uncertain about how to engage with Quirrell. She regarded him as a shameless charlatan, yet this situation was unprecedented. Everyone appeared to be aware of Voldemort and Quirrell's scheme, yet they all played along with the charade. It was all a fabricated fairy tale. The Philosopher's Stone was merely an illusion, and Voldemort was destined never to possess it, perhaps already relocated back to Gringotts by Dumbledore. Breakfast was spent amidst a cacophony of discussions. Hela proceeded directly to the defense against the dark arts classroom, recognizing Quirrell's fate was sealed. She wished not to trouble him further and decided to savor her current life. This was her only act of kindness. The classroom buzzed with the chatter of young witches and wizards, their voices audible even as Hela walked through the corridor. As he pushed open the door and beheld the young wizard seated at his desk, Hela instinctively revealed his radiant smile. Beeling. Ah, Professor Hela is so handsome, exclaimed a little badger, nearly tumbling into her classmate's lap in her admiration. Unable to suppress a light cough, Hela reminded her to compose herself. He was delighted to continue meeting everyone in this classroom. Ascending the podium, Hela, though the class had yet to commence, felt it prudent to outline the forthcoming lesson arrangements. The moment the students laid eyes on him, they were on the verge of erupting in cheers. Once they settled down, Hela spoke softly. Professor Quirrell, due to health reasons, will be unable to fulfill his teaching duties for the time being. It is highly likely that I will take over his classes for the remainder of the academic year. However, do not rejoice too soon. Have all of you completed your essays on the red caps and the vampire creatures? Surely. No one has neglected to write them? It wouldn't be because I'm merely a teaching assistant, would it? Hella teased, eyeing the astonished students with a playful demeanor. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion until Quirrell, pale and somewhat unsteady, leaned on the desk, struggling to maintain his stance. He had been utterly drained and desperately required unicorn blood to replenish his vitality. Hella rubbed his temples, sighed, and rose from his bed. He had mentioned the unicorn matter to Professor Dumbledore, but Dumbledore's response had been rather ambiguous. It seemed that as long as the herd of unicorns deep within the Forbidden Forest was not entirely decimated, there would be no issues. Sacrificing one or two for Quirrell was certainly not a problem. Dumbledore even suggested relocating Hagrid to avoid disturbing Quirrell. Fearing that a careless moment might prevent Quirrell from receiving the unicorn blood he so desperately needed, which could lead to his demise at the hands of Voldemort. Then let us depart now. Hella checked his wand, donned a hooded cloak, and prepared to leave. Upon opening the door, an awkward moment ensued between Quirrell and Hella. Professor Hella found Hermione cradling a thick tome, and through the few words that peeked out, Hella discerned it was practical defensive magic and its counteraction against dark arts. Although merely an introductory text, it was far too advanced for first-year wizards. My apologies, Hermione. Professor Quirrell, and I must step out for a moment. If you don't mind, you may wait for me in the office. Hella said with a hint of regret, having forgotten his previous promise to assist Hermione later that evening. She nodded silently, clutching the hefty book as she entered the office. It appears everyone trusts you quite a bit, Quirrell remarked awkwardly, reflecting on his own tenure when such eager young wizards had not sought his guidance. They had merely caused chaos in his classes, serving no purpose other than to embarrass him. Hella shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? Perhaps it's a matter of appearance. Quirrell's gaze flicked over Hella, ultimately conceding that Hella was indeed excessively handsome. Well then, let us hasten. Your stamina surely cannot last much longer. Hella pulled up his hood, cast the disillusionment charm on both himself and Quirrell, and swiftly made his way towards the Forbidden Forest. The forest was shrouded in darkness, with a particularly bright star shimmering in the southern sky. I wonder if we might encounter centaurs. They could be quite the nuisance, Hella grumbled, not wishing to face those creatures who rambled on about nonsensical astrological prophecies. Then let us slay them. Quirrell gritted through clenched teeth, his strength waning, fearing he might perish if he did not consume unicorn blood soon. Hella maintained a brisk pace through the underbrush, attempting to lighten the mood with Quirrell. But upon finishing his thought, he noticed Quirrell's silence. Quirrell? Hella called, only to find Quirrell had collapsed, groaning and reaching weakly towards him, as if he had reached his limit. Hella sighed and said, Chapter 43, The Curse of the Unicorn. Very well, you stay here, do not move. I shall fetch a unicorn for you. Hella lamented, crouching down to assist Quirrell into a less painful position. He reinforced the disillusionment charm on Quirrell before continuing deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Simultaneously, under the cover of night, Professor Snape stealthily entered the Forbidden Forest in search of potion ingredients, slightly behind Hella and Quirrell. Snape halted, drawing his wand as he detected a faint sound of breathing. Indeed, it was the unmistakable sound of breath. This was the battle instinct of a Death Eater member of the Order of the Phoenix. An enemy was lurking nearby. Let me see which student from which house has trespassed into the Forbidden Forest. Snape's elongated, chilling voice echoed ominously in the darkness. Quirrell remained silent, too fearful to speak. In his current state, he was no match for Snape. Of course, even at full strength, Quirrell would still find it impossible to contend with Snape. With one hand gripping his wand, Snape extended the other towards the nearby bushes, intent on dragging out the offending student. Quirrell held his breath, inching backward silently to avoid alerting Snape. Just as Snape's hand neared Quirrell, a sudden explosion erupted from ahead. Snape furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the bushes before glancing forward, weighing his options. Clearly, a student sneaking into the Forbidden Forest was far less significant than the dark wizard causing chaos ahead. With a disdainful huff, Snape tightened his cloak and strode forward. Quirrell exhaled a long sigh of relief, though he remained on high alert. Who could predict whether Snape's suspicious nature would lead him to return for another check? Fortunately, Snape did not come back. Hidden among the underbrush, Quirrell's breath grew weaker, and darkness began to close in around him. Suddenly, something warm was pressed against his lips. Instinctively, he began to suck. It was blood, rich metallic blood, unicorn blood. Quirrell, eyes shut, fervently drank, and upon opening them, he beheld Hella, pale yet smiling, clutching his arm. "Thank goodness I was swift. Otherwise, Snape would have caught me," Hella remarked bitterly as he watched Quirrell gulp down the unicorn blood, the creature having only struggled briefly before succumbing. As the blood drained, the unicorn's eyes dimmed, staring lifelessly at Quirrell, much like Dumbledore's plan had intended. Hella felt a pang of sorrow as he observed Quirrell rising to his feet, lacking enough strength. He found himself ensnared in the trap set by others, compelled to press on. This was Quirrell's existence, and likely his future as well. Hella had long been caught between the forces of light and dark, with no escape in sight. He yearned for a different life, one where all could see him, and all would gaze up at him, unable and unwilling to conspire against him. In that moment, Hella had never felt so resolute. Even though he had anticipated such a scenario, witnessing it unfold before him stirred profound emotions within him. "Thank you, Hella. Let's hurry back." Hero wiped the silver-white blood from the corner of his mouth and casually discarded the lifeless unicorn onto the ground. A hint of a bashful smile graced his lips as he patted Hella on the shoulder. Hella found it exceedingly difficult to reconcile the shy, introverted Ravenclaw upperclassman she once knew with the cold-blooded, brutal dark wizard before her. She could only tenuously recall the familiar smile that occasionally flickered across Kiro's face. "By the way, I encountered Snape earlier. If not for the explosion that resounded nearby, he might have discovered me," Kiro remarked as he made his way back to the castle. Hella pursed her lips, recounting her own encounter with Hagrid, the groundskeeper of the Forbidden Forest, after she had felled the unicorn. His massive dog had caused her some trouble, forcing her to resort to magic. Kiro nodded, refraining from probing further, surmising she had merely cast a few spells, especially since Hagrid's wand had been broken, leaving him reliant solely on his half-giant blood and its formidable magical resistance. Upon arriving at the castle, Kiro paused, having imbibed the unicorn's blood, and felt significantly revitalized. His speech was now resounding and vigorous, a stark contrast to the precarious state he had been in just moments before. It must be said that, although the unicorn's blood bore a curse, its efficacy was undeniably swift. "What is wrong?" Hella halted abruptly, nearly colliding with Kiro. "You should head back, Hella. I will continue searching for the Philosopher's Stone within the castle," Kiro said, his gaze towards her more sincere and earnest than before. Perhaps it was the gratitude swelling within him for Hella's timely intervention that had saved his life, softening the distance between them. Hella hesitated for a moment, studying Kiro's profile in the moonlight before slowly inquiring, "Have you ventured down the corridor on the right side of the fourth floor?" Kiro furrowed his brow, looking puzzled at Hella. "Is there a trace of the stone there?" "It's merely speculation," she shrugged nonchalantly, echoing Dumbledore's intentions by directly divulging the location where the stone was concealed. Otherwise, given Kiro's pace, he might not discover the Mirror of Ariste until the school year concluded, thereby jeopardizing Dumbledore's plans. "Very well, I shall investigate. Be cautious," Kiro warned, carefully donning his hood before nodding to her. After casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, he hurried into the castle. Hella sighed as she strolled around the courtyard before the castle. Hogwarts was under the Muggle-repelling charm. Muggles could only perceive a heap of dilapidated ruins, with a sign at the entrance that read "Danger, do not enter, unsafe." Yet, Hella remained oblivious to what Muggles truly saw, for she beheld the grandeur of Hogwarts Castle, having just witnessed the unfolding events. Hella pondered whether she too had unwittingly stepped into a trap. Sitting upon the steps before the courtyard, she fervently ruminated over her past life, searching for any suspicious occurrences. Suddenly, Snape's figure materialized, his expression cold as he regarded Hella seated on the steps, his voice chilling enough to freeze one's marrow. "What are you doing here?" The night sky is truly beautiful," Hella replied with a smile, gazing up at the crescent moon suspended in the sky, expressing her sentiment. Chapter 44, The Eve of Halloween. "I had thought there might be something within that brain of yours, filled with troll snot, but it appears my expectations were too high," Snape sneered, having returned to Hogwarts with Kiro. "Your clemency skills are still abysmal." Yet, Hella was now beginning to decipher the meaning behind Snape's words. To simplify, his implication was clear: Kiro and Voldemort had returned, and your clemency was still lacking. "I worry for you. You must be extra cautious, you little fool." Cough, cough. The little fool part likely isn't accurate. "Oh, Professor Snape, what brings you here? Why do you return empty-handed from the Forbidden Forest?" Hella feigned ignorance of Snape's earlier remarks, for she could hardly confess to having encountered Voldemort and even accompanied Kiro in the hunt for the unicorn. Snape scoffed, glancing back towards the Forbidden Forest. "I am unsure who else has trespassed into the forest. Hagrid mentioned he was attacked, and by the time I arrived, The intruder had already fled. How unfortunate! Hella shrugged, nodding in agreement, though her heart danced with glee. Thankfully, she had fled quickly. Otherwise, she would surely have been captured by Snape. However, it seemed Snape was unaware of Kiro's intentions to hunt unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Hella, has Kiro exhibited any unusual behavior recently? Snape inquired, flicking his cloak as he sat beside her, his long fingers tracing his wand, lost in thought. Kiro? What else would he be doing? Searching for that object in the castle, Hella sighed. Snape's mouth opened slightly, yet he seemed at a loss for words. Does the Dark Lord harbor any intentions towards that foolish Potter? Ultimately, he uttered this single sentence, his gaze falling upon Hagrid's hut as if it had drained him of all strength. Potter? Harry Potter? Hella blinked in surprise. What trouble could Harry possibly be in? Oh, as long as nothing is amiss, that is all that matters, Snape murmured. Why the sudden concern for Harry? Hella inquired with curiosity, for it was the first time she had witnessed Professor Snape express concern for a student. Snape paused, his expression stern as he replied, that foolish Potter. Should he provoke the Dark Lord? Rest assured, Harry won't do that. He isn't that foolish, Hella assured, patting Snape's back with a carefree smile. Rising to leave for the castle, she abandoned Snape on the steps. The steps were too cold. Lingering too long could lead to discomfort. Yet, just before entering the castle, Hella turned back to glance at Snape, who remained seated, his gaze slightly lifted towards the Forbidden Forest, lost in thought. The greasy strands of his hair glinted in the light. Despite Hella's mood being less than favorable, time marched on, and before she knew it, the last day of October had arrived. During this period, Kiro's movements had become increasingly elusive. He had been contemplating a way to infiltrate the fourth-floor corridor, but had yet to find a suitable opportunity, primarily due to the heavy foot traffic in the area, making it nearly impossible to enter unnoticed, even with the use of the disillusionment charm. Thus, Kiro entrusted Hella with a task, providing her with an opportunity to probe the fourth-floor corridor. Early in the morning, Hella rose from her bed, inhaling the sweet, inviting aroma of roasted pumpkin wafting through the air, her emotions a complicated blend. Today, she hoped everything would proceed according to plan. As her fingers glided through her wardrobe in search of an appropriate cloak, she murmured, if all unfolds as Kiro envisioned. During dinner, the troll will be lured into the underground classroom, ensuring no students are harmed, while Kiro bursts into the Great Hall to announce the news. The troll's presence will capture the attention of most teachers and students, leaving the fourth-floor corridor unobserved. I shall seize this opportunity to infiltrate the fourth floor and assess the situation. Everything appeared to align perfectly. Donning a cloak embellished with intricate gold patterns, Hella took a deep breath and set forth towards the classroom. Chilo is undoubtedly a fool. I'm already well acquainted with the traps set by that old fox. Yet you continue to test the waters? Is it not time for me to simply divulge the strategy to you? While I may harbor sympathy, Hella harbors a considerable disdain for Chilo's plan. The first challenge in the fourth-floor corridor is the three-headed dog, Fluffy, owned by Hagrid. That wretched creature has never undergone any dental care or cleaning, and Hella does not wish for a newly purchased robe, costing dozens of galleons, to be sullied by its repugnant saliva. Thus, she intends only to take a stroll upstairs and inform Chilo that there exists a three-headed dog, rendering entry impossible. This is merely a lackadaisical endeavor. Hella is entirely earnest. Upon reaching the classroom, it seems that the students are somewhat restless, likely due to the impending Halloween festivities tomorrow. Their demeanor is noticeably diminished. Even the little badger is animatedly discussing the holiday. Hella decides to grant the students half of the class time for self-study. By the afternoon, at least everything appears to be normal. Standing at the podium, Hella casually posed a question to the first-year wizards below, only to realize that the familiar brown-haired figure had vanished, prompting her to sense something amiss. Already flustered by Chilo's scheme, she now discovered that a young wizard dared to skip class? How audacious! Where's Miss Granger? Does anyone know? Hella furrowed her brow as she surveyed the silent students below. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, but it seemed they too were unaware of Hermione's whereabouts. Clearly no one knew. Hella's expression darkened as she said curtly, if anyone has seen Miss Granger, please inform her that I require an explanation. The young wizards exchanged glances, witnessing Professor Hellas' unusual ire for the first time. In their minds, Hella had always been a witty and humorous professor, more akin to a senior, an older brother, or a friend than a traditional teacher. 10 points were deducted from Gryffindor for Miss Granger's absence. Draco and his two cronies snickered quietly nearby, and Hella, in a fit of annoyance, rapped Draco on the head. Pay attention. Yes, Professor. Let's continue our studies. A troll is a rather fearsome creature, possessing immense strength, yet astonishingly foolish. It is notorious for its propensity for violence and its unpredictable nature. Trolls are native to the Scandinavian peninsula, yet in recent years, traces of them have been found in England, Ireland, and other parts of Northern Europe. There are three types of trolls: mountain trolls, forest trolls, and river trolls. Does anyone know the characteristics of a mountain troll? Chapter 45. The Disillusionment Charm in the Bitter Wind. Harry? Hella scanned the classroom, noticing no eager hands raised to answer her question, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. She randomly called on Harry's name. A mountain troll lives in the mountains, right? The forest troll and river troll presumably inhabit the forest and water, respectively. Harry stood, attempting to deduce based solely on the names of the trolls, having not prepared in advance. However, Harry's response wasn't entirely erroneous, as the magical community's classification of trolls initially relied on their habitats. Hella gestured for Harry to sit down, inwardly lamenting that Ravenclaw students were indeed more dedicated to their studies. When she had previously questioned Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, a significant number of them had raised their hands, and their responses had far surpassed Harry's. Hermione, you have undoubtedly been misallocated by the Sorting Hat. You should be in Ravenclaw. Everyone, do remember to prepare the textbook in advance. Hella addressed the young wizards with a flat demeanor. Although not directed specifically at Harry, it nonetheless made him feel somewhat guilty. Despite having known Professor Hella for quite some time and sharing a close relationship, he had not prepared for her class and could not even answer her questions. This realization left Harry feeling a twinge of discomfort, fearing that Hella might harbor a dislike for him because of it. Nevertheless, it was clear that Hella paid little heed to such matters. Her thoughts regarding that group of foolish lions had never changed. They were, in her view, dim-witted creatures with muscle-bound brains. In this regard, she was in complete agreement with Professor Snape. Hella did not dwell on it further. Harry's performance was entirely expected. She continued to elucidate the varieties of trolls. Trolls are categorized into three types: mountain trolls, forest trolls, and river trolls. The mountain troll is the largest and most dangerous of the trolls, characterized by its bald head and pale gray skin. The forest troll possesses pale green skin, with some individuals covered in fine hair, appearing green or brown. Observing the students diligently jotting down notes with their quills, Hella's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. In truth, such a life is quite pleasant. No, Hella, how can you succumb to such complacency? How can you emulate the divination instructor, the charlatan Trelawney? Yet, it seemed she could not escape this fate. After all, she was merely Chilo's assistant, and once Chilo was gone, she too would be expected to depart. Contemplating this, Hella felt a mix of excitement and melancholy. Professor Lestrange? A young wizard's voice chimed in, having waited patiently for Hella's continuation, but she stood at the podium, her expressions alternating between joy and sorrow like a carousel. Hella blinked, momentarily startled, realizing she was still in class, and hastily resumed. The language of trolls appears to consist of grunts and screams, making it exceedingly difficult to master troll language. The most renowned wizard capable of speaking it is none other than our headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. The class concluded without consuming too much of her energy, and Hella had learned to manage her stamina over the course of 2 months of teaching, ensuring she would not be rendered speechless after just 2 lessons. Children, go enjoy tonight's feast. I hear it has been splendidly prepared. Hella laughed heartily as she bid farewell to the young wizards, concluding her final class of the day to rendezvous with Chilo. Donning the disillusionment charm, Hella endeavored to tread quietly as she strode purposefully toward the Forbidden Forest. She had devised a plan for how to cooperate with Chilo that night. Despite his repeated assurances of not harming the young wizards, Hella remained somewhat apprehensive. She resolved to stealthily position herself near the troll to prevent any potential harm to the students. As for Chilo, he was already well aware of the situation on the 4th floor. It sufficed to merely mislead him regarding the details. Although the trap was blatantly obvious, it should not appear too contrived, should it? One cannot simply allow Hella to reveal the strategy to Chilo outright. Dumbledore's intention was for Hella to divulge only a smattering of information, such as the fact that the 3-headed dog is indeed Hagrid's pet, and then let Chilo find a way to extract information from Hagrid. After all, Hagrid's loose lips would surely spill the beans. Both Dumbledore and Hella were confident of this. Adding a touch of hardship to Chilo's adventurous journey would render it all the more authentic. Wouldn't it? Hella found herself feeling a twinge of pity, clearly setting a trap for Chilo while allowing him to blissfully believe he had deciphered Dumbledore's mechanisms. This was, quite frankly, excessive. How foolish of Hella to have worried that the trap was too conspicuous. It turned out to be as blatant as a sow wearing a brassiere. Shaking her head, Hella stood at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, awaiting Chilo's arrival. Clutching her cloak tightly around her, Harry felt the chill of late October at Hogwarts. Despite the warming charm woven into her elegant garment, it offered no solace to her head. She could hardly think straight in this wind. "Chilo, hurry up. If you don't come soon, I'm leaving." Harry stamped her foot, scanning the surroundings for any sign of him. Suddenly, a quiet voice broke the silence. Harry, startled, she froze, as if realizing something profound. "Queerness? It's me." Chilo dispelled his disillusionment charm, revealing a wry smile. "I figured by now you'd be out of class. But after waiting an eternity, I thought I might never find you if you hadn't teammated a sound." Harry, too, seemed to have forgotten the matter. Both of them, adept dark wizards, had neglected to consider how two invisible figures might meet. They hadn't even established a signal, merely agreed on a time. "Shall we go in now?" Harry pointed toward the depths of the forbidden forest. Chilo sighed, glancing at her with an air of resignation. "We can, but you still haven't lifted your disillusionment charm." "Oh." Only then did Harry remove her charm, casting an apologetic glance at Chilo. "All right, let us hurry. Time is of the essence." Chilo nodded and dashed into the forest. "Let us hope everything goes smoothly tonight." Harry, a frown etched on her face, followed closely behind. As they neared the forest's heart, a thunderous snoring reached Harry's ears. Sure enough, as they maneuvered through the trees, she spotted a giant troll sprawled on the ground, clutching a broken wooden club. It appeared Chilo had already dealt with this giant ahead of time. But how on earth were they to transport such a massive creature to the underground classroom? Chapter 46. The Brown Bundle in the Ladies' Room. "Harry, come help me," Chilo exclaimed, pulling a suitcase from behind him, much to Harry's surprise. How had she not noticed it before? Or had he concealed it? She was familiar with this suitcase, having spent considerable time in the shop admiring it until the clerk had shooed her away. Wasn't it merely a suitcase enhanced with the undetectable extension charm? It cost only a few thousand galleons. She felt no envy whatsoever. "Can you help me levitate the troll into it?" Chilo glared at her as she stood by, drooling. Oh yes." Harry hastily retrieved her wand, pretending not to notice the derision in Chilo's eyes. After all, hadn't it been priced exorbitantly? It was an absolute fortune. With a casual flick of her wand, she shrank the troll into the suitcase. Chilo clicked the latch shut, satisfaction radiating from him as he turned to Harry with a grin. "All done. Shall we head back? We need to review the plan." "Yes." Harry nodded, catching Chilo's gaze. She sighed. "Don't look at me like that. How could I possibly forget? We placed the troll in the underground classroom. Then you storm into the Great Hall to draw everyone's attention while I sneak down the fourth-floor corridor." "Precisely. No more clever tricks. This opportunity is rare." Chilo lowered his voice. "If we obtain the Philosopher's Stone, not only could the Dark Lord rise again, but even I might shed the curse of the unicorn. Right? I'll head back to the Great Hall then." Harry took a deep breath, cloaking herself in the disillusionment charm once more, and stealthily entered the castle. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was adorned with vibrant Halloween decorations, thousands of bats flitting across the walls and ceiling, while clusters of them hung like low-hanging clouds above the tables, causing the candle flames within the pumpkins to flicker wildly. Harry inhaled deeply and made her way to the head table. Upon sitting down, Dumbledore turned slightly, bypassing Professor Snape to offer Harry a warm smile. Delicious dishes suddenly appeared on golden plates, and Harry eagerly dug in, well aware that Chilo would soon burst in. Though she could later have Copper prepare her a meal, she would miss the dining hour and risk going hungry. Thus, she devoured her food without hesitation, causing Snape's brows to furrow in disapproval, as if he found her behavior rather uncharacteristic. According to Harry's usual persona, she ought to have dined with utmost elegance, especially at such a banquet. Yet today, she seemed to be relishing her meal like a starved wretch. This was abnormal, definitely abnormal. Had Chilo discovered the Philosopher's Stone on the fourth floor? No, she had to check. Dumbledore, that old bee, was unpredictable. If Voldemort truly returned, then Lily's son. Just as Professor Snape's mind raced, Chilo suddenly burst into the Great Hall. His scarf askew, panic etched across his face. All eyes were on him, and Harry was not surprised. Her only concern was whether Chilo's act would be convincing enough. Fortunately, his performance was satisfactory. Chilo staggered to Dumbledore's side, leaning heavily on the table, gasping, "The troll is in the underground classroom. I figured you would know." With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Harry almost applauded Chilo's performance. Had she not known his entire plan and informed Dumbledore, she might have been fooled. Alas, there were no what-ifs. The hall descended into chaos, and Dumbledore refrained from revealing the truth to the other professors. Even Professor McGonagall gripped her wand tightly, her face stern as she glared at Dumbledore. Under the scrutiny of numerous professors, Dumbledore felt like a fish out of water, despite having devised a plan. He found it distressing to face their skeptical gazes. Reluctantly, he produced his wand, which looked like a knotted rope, and set off a series of sharp explosions. Quieting the students. "Prefects," he said in a low voice, "immediately escort your students to their dormitories." Fortunately, the prefects had been adequately trained, at least in this moment. They maintained their composure, stepping up to lead the students back to their common rooms, unlike the ordinary students who were in a panic frenzy. Harry noticed Dumbledore wink at her. Was he encouraging her to head to the 4th floor? Impossible. That place was too grim for her liking. So, Harry returned a resolute glance to Dumbledore, nodding in a manner that conveyed her trust. She stealthily slipped away from the head table. Snape, initially focused on Harry, turned back only to find Harry had vanished after Harry followed the Gryffindor prefect toward the staircase, disappearing from sight. Damn it, Snape muttered under his breath, cursing himself for trusting Lestrange. He must have been swayed by the Dark Lord to collaborate with Chilo. With that thought, Snape hastened toward the staircase, determined not to allow the Dark Lord to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Meanwhile, Harry walked briskly, her steps light. Surely, the students had gone to the Halloween Eve celebration, and there likely wouldn't be anyone in the underground classroom, right? Woo. Huh? As Harry strolled past the women's restroom, he was suddenly struck by the sound of muffled sobs. Glancing at the door sign, he hesitated only momentarily before boldly stepping inside. After all, he possessed the disillusionment charm. How could a mere student possibly discover him? In the corner, a disheveled, brown-haired figure sat, her face hidden in her hands as she wept softly, though it seemed she had cried for far too long, leaving her slumped on the floor. Harry sighed softly. Through their recent interactions, he had begun to grasp the essence of Hermione, a girl whose proud exterior concealed a deeply insecure heart. Moreover, she was fiercely proud, unwilling to let others see her vulnerabilities, her various displays merely a plea for recognition. Harry found himself at a loss for how to comfort Hermione, primarily because he could not fathom the source of her sorrow. Thus, he chose to stand quietly by, a silent guardian for the girl. Chapter 47. The Inept Allies, Harry and Ron. Knock, knock, knock. Harry lifted his gaze toward the entrance, where a colossal figure loomed, 12 feet tall, its skin dull and grayish, resembling granite, with a small head akin to a cocoa bean perched atop its massive, clumsy body. A troll, the very one he had recently brought back with Quirrell. Damn it, what was it doing here? Harry muttered under his breath. Hermione, clearly alarmed, pressed herself against the wall like a frightened rabbit. With a resigned sigh, Harry withdrew his wand from his pocket, even if it meant exposing himself. Even if Quirrell discovered he had not ascended to the 4th floor as planned, he could not abide the thought of a student being harmed before his eyes. It was his duty as a professor. How he had entirely forgotten that he was merely a teaching assistant. Harry raised his wand, positioning it protectively in front of Hermione, aiming it at the troll as he murmured the incantation, Barrier. However, he barely completed the spell before it was interrupted. The restroom door slammed shut with a resounding crash, coinciding with Hermione's timely scream, which effectively shattered Harry's concentration. Damn it! Harry couldn't help but curse under his breath. Who on earth was the imbecile that closed the door? Then, amidst the gazes of the two of them and the troll, the sound of the door locking echoed ominously. The troll turned to glance at Hermione, seated on the floor, a grotesque grin spreading across its face, emanating a nauseating odor. Clutching a hefty wooden club, it dragged the weapon along the ground with its long arms. Barrier, Harry whispered urgently, attempting to impede the troll's advance, yet hindered by the troll's high magical resistance. His efforts proved insufficient. Casting a furtive glance at Hermione, curled up in the corner, he noted her pallor, reminiscent of a specter. It appeared that his concealment was about to be compromised. Realizing his barrier spell bore no tangible effect on the troll, which seemed invigorated by the challenge, Harry understood he needed to act decisively. Suddenly, a youthful voice resonated within the women's restroom, causing Hermione's eyes to widen in disbelief as she fixed her gaze upon the source of the sound. Harry, as Hermione registered the voice, a sense of assurance seemed to envelop her, and she no longer screamed in fear. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, the restroom door swung open, and two small figures rushed inside. Harry caught sight of them and felt a surge of irritation, nearly transforming into a tempestuous old crone as he nearly yanked them by their collars, demanding to know why they had come to complicate matters. Harry Potter and his companion Ron Weasley, two foolish Gryffindor lions. How audacious they were. Two first-year wizards, likely only versed in the most rudimentary of levitation and transformation spells. daring to confront a troll? Hermione's expression tensed as she regarded the two newcomers, then quickly glanced at the spot where Harry's voice had originated, whispering urgently, "Professor, I may not know why, but I will keep your secret." Tears still streaked Hermione's face, yet for some inexplicable reason, Harry felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. How could this be? This is a troll. What are you two doing here? Seeking your demise? Harry sighed, tightening his cloak. It seemed there was no way to discreetly handle the troll. If this dragged on, who knew if the creature might inadvertently crush the savior of the Wizarding World? If that were to happen, Dumbledore would surely be inclined to administer a swift Avada Kedavra to himself. The boy, burdened with immense expectations, could not be felled by a mere troll's careless swing. Surely, Voldemort would awaken in the night, laughing at the absurdity. Barrier. Disarm. With the two spells cast, the troll's wooden club was sent flying into the corner of the restroom. Scratching its cocoa bean-like head in confusion, it gazed around, bewildered as to how its club had vanished. This was illogical. It cast a glance at the cowering Hermione before turning to scrutinize Harry and Ron, realizing that the two wizards wielding wands must be responsible for the enchantment. What? Little wizards cannot wield such advanced magic? To the troll, the difference in size between the first-year students and adult wizards was negligible. Either way, a single swing would reduce them to mere pulp. One to satiate its hunger, the other to leave it wanting, confuse it. Harry, though uncertain of the situation, recognized the gravity of their predicament. Hermione was clearly trapped in dire straits. As a brave Gryffindor, how could he allow a classmate to be ensnared in peril? With an untraceable surge of courage, Harry seized a nearby faucet and hurled it at the troll's small head. The troll's focus shifted from Harry to Hermione. It clumsily turned around, its small eyes blinking in confusion as it sought the source of the noise. Without a hint of hesitation, it locked its gaze on Harry, convinced that he was the culprit responsible for the faucet's assault. "Hey, you big oaf!" Ron shouted from the other side, simultaneously throwing a metal pipe at the troll. Harry observed the clash between Harry and Ron with disappointment, shaking his head in dismay. How could they not grasp the gravity of the situation? He had just lectured about trolls today. Gryffindor students, indeed. Evidently, Harry's talents did not lie in academics. Had he paid attention, he and Ron should have attempted to lure the troll into the corridor, utilizing its limited intellect to employ a strategy akin to kite flying. Instead, they chose to engage the creature in the restroom, a confined space where even a troll, lacking in wit, could spin in place like a top and send the three young wizards to meet Merlin. It appeared that he had underestimated the troll's combat prowess. It truly resembled a bumbling fool. No, it was indeed a bumbling fool, having fallen prey to Harry and Ron's antics, utterly bewildered about whom to attack. It took 2 steps toward Ron, then 2 steps toward Harry, caught in a dizzying loop reminiscent of ancient tales of kings circling columns. "Come here. Run, run." Harry seized a fleeting moment to shout towards Hermione, attempting to draw her towards the exit. Hermione hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Hella's position. Although she could not see him, she was acutely aware of his presence. However, that brief moment of indecision seemed to amplify Harry's voice, echoing through the air and inciting the troll into a frenzy. Chapter 48. The Beaten Troll. The troll went berserk. It let out a deafening roar and charged at Ron. A savage collision. Ron pressed himself against the wall, his complexion ashen, trembling in fear. There was no escape for him. The silhouette of the troll loomed ever closer. The ground trembled beneath him. Overwhelmed by terror, Ron shut his eyes, envisioning himself being pulverized into a bloody pulp by the troll. "Barriers abound," Hella called out softly, exerting every ounce of strength to cast what could possibly be the most potent protective charm of his life. The troll stumbled and fell to its knees. A foul stench, reminiscent of dirty socks and an unkempt public restroom, invaded Ron's nostrils. It was not merely the odor. Ron was drenched in the troll's saliva. At that moment, he was utterly soaked in the troll's drool. Ugh! Ron emitted a sound of disgust. Harry, mistakenly believing Ron had been struck by the troll, acted with a blend of valor and folly. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the troll's neck from behind. Hella, in despair, covered his forehead. What was Harry thinking? Did he not see that the troll had already been halted by his own charm, crashing into the wall and nearly losing consciousness? In truth, the troll would not have felt Harry clinging to it, even if it were fully conscious. But what if a long stick happened to jab into its nostrils? The troll, as if compelled to undergo a nucleotide test, found itself painfully assaulted in its nasal passage. Naturally, it could not remain indifferent to such an intrusion. Why? When everyone else was enjoying the sweet air of freedom, should it be subjected to such a test? The troll bellowed in agony, thrashing about. Fortunately, It had relinquished the stick, so Harry need not fear a blow from it. Yet, even if the troll had the stick, it would hardly strike its own head, given Harry was clinging to its nape. Despite its frantic shaking and struggling, Harry clung on tenaciously, and at any moment, the troll could dislodge him and deliver a fearsome blow with the stick. Professor! Hermione gasped in shock, collapsing onto the floor. She was bewildered as to why Hella had not intervened. Ron, instinctively brandishing his wand, uttered what might have been the only spell he knew. Wingardium Leviosa. Hella would certainly not stand idly by while Harry and Ron were harmed. He merely believed Harry needed a lesson. At the very least, he should understand that recklessly charging into danger was tantamount to inviting disaster. Of course, he could not genuinely allow Harry to meet such a fate. If Harry's head were to be lost, Hellas would likely follow suit. A bone-crushing fate. A subtle voice coincided with Ron's levitation charm, audible only to Hermione, who was closer. It was uncertain how Ron's spell was cast, but it inexplicably redirected the stick, which had long been dislodged by a disarming spell, into the air. The stick soared high, like a precision-guided missile, pivoting and hurtling straight towards the troll's small head. It produced a thunderous crash. The troll swayed momentarily before collapsing face-first onto the floor with a resounding thud, shaking the entire room. It conveniently concealed the enormous wound inflicted by the bone-crushing blow. Hella, hearing the thunderous footsteps approaching from the corridor, quickly checked his invisibility charm, then tiptoed toward the corner to conceal himself, lest he be discovered. Hogwarts professors were not to be trifled with. The invisibility charm merely obscured one's form, but scent, sound, and breath could not be concealed. Hella had no confidence in slipping away unnoticed beneath the watchful eyes of multiple professors. He would likely be discovered in the corridor and considered an intruder who led the troll into the castle, resulting in his demise. A chilling melody played in his mind. Thus, Hella could only strive to hide in the corner. Hermione then sensed a rustling sound of fabric nearby. Hella, is it you? She whispered, glancing at Harry and Ron, who stood atop the troll, as if they were the conquerors of the beast, entirely oblivious to Hella's presence. They had even forgotten Hermione existed. Upon hearing Hermione's voice, Hella stiffened, realizing he might have inadvertently exposed himself. Given Hermione's character, she would undoubtedly inform the professors of his presence here. Raising his head, Hella was about to ask Hermione to keep his presence a secret when a sudden, violent banging echoed at the door. Professor McGonagall burst into the room, and as the Transfiguration Professor, she possessed considerable destructive magical ability. The restroom door was obliterated by a spell. Hella held his breath cautiously. Professor McGonagall was not to be underestimated. However, upon seeing the figures behind her, Hella's anxiety intensified. Professor Snape. Following him was Quirrell, accompanied by a familiar silver-haired, bearded elder, Dumbledore. Though Hella had already divulged Quirrell's battle plan to Dumbledore, the latter still harbored reservations about Quirrell, fearing he might seize an opportunity to cause harm to the students. What then? Had Hella been unaware that Quirrell was still possessed by Voldemort, Dumbledore might have found him merely strange, but now Hella suspected Dumbledore had developed PTSD. The moment Dumbledore or Fawkes failed to keep watch over Quirrell, he would become restless. Should Voldemort enact any mischief within the school, Dumbledore would likely face impeachment. What use was a headmaster who could not protect his students? As for the next candidate for headmaster, Lucius Malfoy believed himself quite suitable for the role. Faced with 3 professors and a Dark Lord, Hella felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. This was far too exhilarating. Upon entering the room, Quirrell merely cast a glance at the troll before bursting into a fit of helpless sobs, sitting atop a toilet, clutching his chest tightly. Truly, the Hogwarts version of Lindayu. Snape bent down to examine the troll's condition, casually poking it a few times. His lips pressed tightly together as he shook his head at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, refraining from hastening any further words, his blue eyes hidden behind half-moon spectacles, scanning the restroom. Eventually, his gaze settled upon Hella's position. Hella could only awkwardly smile, despite Dumbledore being unable to see him. Chapter 49. The unfortunate troll reduced to bones. Dumbledore, of course, could not see Hella. He could only sense the suppressed magical fluctuations that Hella had deliberately lowered within the restroom. Perhaps this was the strength of the world's most formidable white wizard. What kind of trickery are you all engaged in? Aside from Dumbledore, it is likely that none present had ever witnessed Professor McGonagall in such a state of fury. Her lips were pallid, and her hand, clutching her wand, trembled ever so slightly. Severus Snape, in a show of compliance, cast a frigid glare at Harry. Ron, still holding his wand aloft, seemed to be in a state of bewilderment, utterly daft. "Professor, perhaps Harry and Ron were merely attempting to rescue the innocent Miss Granger," Dumbledore remarked with a gentle smile, seeking to placate McGonagall. "Indeed, Professor, they were simply looking for me," Hermione quietly interjected from the corner. "Miss Granger?" McGonagall finally noticed Hermione, who had been utterly taken aback by the scene before her, so consumed by her anger that she had neglected to assess the restroom's condition, only to discover a girl hiding in the shadows. I read about trolls in a book and thought I could handle it alone." Hermione timidly stepped out from the shadows, her tear-streaked face still damp. Harry felt a pang of sympathy. What a splendid child. Why must she endure such tribulations? It was clearly Harry and Ron's fault. Would this have happened had they not locked the troll in the restroom? I believe this may be a result of Professor Harry's negligence. How could he allow you to harbor such misconceptions? Dumbledore's gaze flickered, mercilessly targeting the 8th occupant of the room. Harry felt her temper flare. Had she not been unable to contend with Dumbledore, she would have leapt forth to cast an Avada Kedavra at him. "It is not Professor Harry's fault. I was simply overconfident." Hermione softly defended herself, but only elicited a disdainful snort from Snape. Dumbledore took a small step forward, with McGonagall and Snape slightly bowing their heads to grant him passage. In the annals of Hogwarts, never had a first-year student engaged in a battle with a fully grown troll. Each of you has earned 5 points for Gryffindor, a splendid display of the levitation charm. Dumbledore merely cast a cursory glance and discerned that they had levitated a stick to strike the troll's head. "Professor Dumbledore, I fear this may encourage their recklessness. What if it occurs again?" Snape, with an air of arrogance, tilted his head back, his tone suggesting he wished for Dumbledore to expeditiously expel Harry. "Severus, students require appropriate encouragement. Their bravery and ingenuity merit these 15 points, Dumbledore replied. "Now, off you go. I'm certain the prefects are quite anxious about your whereabouts." The 3 young wizards hurriedly exited the room, silently ascending 2 flights of stairs. Watching their retreating figures, Quirrell peered through his fingers at the troll on the floor, utterly astonished that his meticulously prepared troll had been vanquished by 3 first-year wizards. Dumbledore observed as Harry and his companions vanished up the staircase, then turned back with a stern expression, lowering himself to scrutinize the fallen troll. It managed to enter the castle. Perhaps it could escape from elsewhere. Dumbledore had yet to reveal the enchantments guarding the Philosopher's Stone to the professors, having only hinted to Harry. At that moment, his cryptic words struck Quirrell, who realized that Dumbledore had instructed him to procure a troll as a safeguard for the Philosopher's Stone. That corridor on the 4th floor to the right. Quirrell mused coldly to himself. The location of the Philosopher's Stone now established, the next steps would be simple, merely to unravel the enchantments. Damn it! How could this possibly be simple? This is the most powerful white wizard of our time, in what is arguably the safest place in Britain, guarding the most mysterious alchemical product, the Philosopher's Stone. These conditions combined could not possibly yield simplicity. It was clear even to the dullest mind that the enchantments would be anything but straightforward. Leaving it here is rather inappropriate. I should tidy up a bit, Dumbledore smiled, drew his wand from his cloak, and softly uttered the incantation, Incendio. The troll's body ignited suddenly, vanishing completely within mere moments, leaving the ground seemingly scorched several centimeters deep. Hera, nestled in the corner, clenched her fists in excitement. "Yes, old Dumbledore is simply marvelous. He has cleaned up the scene for me. No need to worry about Quirrell or Voldemort discovering my presence in the underground classroom." With the troll impeccably dealt with, Dumbledore sheathed his wand, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. Snape, trembling with rage, could scarcely believe his eyes, struggling to contain his fury as he addressed Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, perhaps certain parts of its body could continue to contribute significantly to the field of potion-making." "Oh, is that so?" Dumbledore adjusted his crescent-shaped spectacles, seemingly unconcerned by Snape's remarks. "Very well, let be." Dumbledore smiled at the corner before striding away. Snape furrowed his brow, casting a final glance at the carcass on the floor before snorting and departing. Quirrell and Professor McGonagall followed suit once Snape had left, primarily because McGonagall sighed deeply at Quirrell's demeanor, seemingly lamenting his weakness and departing in disappointment. Quirrell, on the other hand, pondered the information Harry had provided, still oblivious to the mechanisms concealed within the 4th-floor corridor. This evening, Snape was particularly incensed. How dare Potter confront a troll? Did he not understand that every second he breathed was a gift from Lily? Damn Potter, and he didn't even lose any points. Dumbledore, that old meddler. Yet, in contrast to Snape's ire, Hera was in high spirits. She skipped joyfully back to her office, having rescued 3 foolish lions today. Upon returning to her office, she found Quirrell already waiting for her. What lies within the corridor on the 4th floor? Quirrell sat in a chair, no longer resembling the blubbering mess from earlier. Harry took a deep breath, striving to make her tone sound as though she were still in shock. After you burst into the Great Hall, I stealthily infiltrated the corridor on the 4th floor. A simple Alohomora granted me access, but the sight that met my eyes left me astounded. Harry paused, eagerly watching Quirrell's expression. Chapter 50. The deal with Hermione is sealed. Guess what? Quirrell bit his lip. Had it not been for the veins bulging on the back of his hand, Harry might have launched into a comedic routine. Well, upon opening the door, there was a 3-headed dog, all covered in gray, with 3 large heads. Its gaze was fierce and terrifying, and its mouth was filled with large yellowed teeth. Appearing rather neglected, Harry observed Quirrell's speechless expression and lost her earlier enthusiasm, swiftly providing a brief description of Fluffy's appearance. Can you handle it? Quirrell rested his chin on his hand, pondering the inquiry. Harry shook her head. That should be Hagrid's pet. You must know he has a penchant for such fearsome creatures. I believe the danger posed by a 3-headed dog is certainly on par with that of a dragon, especially in a confined space. Quirrell rose, pacing back and forth in the office with his head bowed, while Harry felt no desire to collaborate with him and thought. She knew Fluffy's weakness. Just play some music, and it would soon drift off to sleep. A couple of years ago, when Hella sold the winged horse with an eagle's head to Hagrid, he inadvertently revealed a secret to her while they were enjoying drinks at the Pig's Head pub. Although Hella was aware of the answer, he had no intention of directly informing Quirrell that it was Dumbledore's directive. An overly facile success might incite suspicion. A modicum of difficulty could render the trap more effective. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Quirrell paused momentarily, then left the office with a soft chuckle. Hella must have been quite fatigued today. Escaping from the 3-headed dog would have undoubtedly required considerable effort. Quirrell's concern was evidently in vain, as Hella, that rebellious spirit, had not even ventured to the 4th floor. Never experiencing the perils Quirrell had imagined, save for the unfortunate encounter with the troll. Fortunately, it had since been reduced to ashes, and no one was troubled about its fate, except Quirrell, who would likely have to seek out another troll. However, that was Quirrell's dilemma. Neither Hella nor Dumbledore would willingly shoulder that responsibility. When Hella arose the next day, he had entirely forgotten about the troll. After all, the past was not something he needed to dwell upon. Today promised to be yet another splendid day. Yet, the moment he opened the office door, he spotted a brown figure crouched in the corridor. Miss Granger? Hella ventured tentatively, recalling that the only little witch of that height, and with such tousled brown hair, could only be Hermione Granger, the girl who had hidden in the restroom and wept alone the previous day. Professor Hella, thank you so much for last night, Hermione said, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she rose from the floor and bowed deeply to him. Hella scratched his head, feeling a tad embarrassed as he recalled the events of the previous evening. Had he indeed exposed himself? No, it was quite certain that he had. Miss Granger, please come in, he urged in a lowered voice, glancing around the corridor to confirm that no one else was present. If any students or professors were to overhear, rumors could spiral out of control, tarnishing his reputation. Hermione, may I call you that? He snapped his fingers, summoning a cup of warm milk from Copper. Suspecting that Hermione had not yet had breakfast, she likely dashed to his office the moment the common room opened. Would you like some milk? Yes, thank you, Professor. Hermione replied, placing her bag down and sipping the warm milk with both hands. Hella pondered Hermione's true intentions for visiting. As the sole witness to his appearance in the restroom, she surely had more on her mind than mere gratitude. If he were in her position, what would he do? Hella excelled at perspective-taking and understood precisely how he would behave in such a circumstance. Are you here to leverage your knowledge against me? To extort me? He quipped, closing his eyes as if bracing for a severe blow. As long as her demands were not excessive, he could grit his teeth and endure it. However, if she were to wield this leverage over him indefinitely, even Dumbledore's presence at Hogwarts would not shield him from retaliatory measures. After all, Dumbledore would not truly pursue him. Yet, if Voldemort were to learn of his rebellious antics, Hella could easily find himself preparing for a grave fate. At that moment, Hella felt akin to a grasshopper precariously balancing on a tightrope. If he did not tread carefully, he might find himself obliterated in the first clash between the Dark and Light Lords. Sighing, he hugged himself, overwhelmed by the gravity of his situation. Truly, he was indulging in self-pity. After several moments of silence, Hella opened his eyes, surprised that Hermione had yet to voice her terms. Her little mouth was agape, milk froth adorning her lips, seemingly startled by his words. What are you talking about? Hermione inquired, clutching her glass with a look of curiosity directed at Hella. Hella managed a strained smile, thinking it rather absurd to feign ignorance now that they were in his office. These young witches are becoming increasingly astute. Avoiding leaving any incriminating evidence, he mused. Speak up, what is it you desire? Taking a deep breath, Hella reiterated his question. Hermione, momentarily taken aback, set down her cup, milk froth lingering on her lips. I wish to learn from you. Her request was utterly outrageous. At that moment, Hella could think of nothing but that singular thought. Did she dare consider him a long-term benefactor? Under the guise of being his student, she boldly extended her hand for gold galleons. Upon reflection, Hermione Granger revealed herself to be quite the clever witch. Indeed, she would be better suited to Slytherin. Very well, Hella conceded through clenched teeth. Hermione beamed, her previous bewilderment vanishing as she nearly leaped into his arms in joy. Really? Hella steadied her in the chair, maintaining an impassive expression as he added. You won't go spreading tales of last night, will you? Huh? What? Hermione looked up at him, puzzled and entirely missing his implication. Excellent, just as I hoped, Hella said, patting her curly brown hair, finally feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. She appeared to possess a fair amount of intelligence after all. And Professor? Hella nodded. Hermione rose from her chair, nodding at him with a smile so bright it could almost illuminate the room. May I go to class now? Off you go, Hella sighed, puzzled by his own actions as he reached out and wiped the milk froth from her lips. Thank you, Professor, Hermione said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, in stark contrast to her earlier boldness. All right, I must head to class as well. If you tarry any longer, you might find yourself late, he remarked, ruffling her hair, bemused by how foolish he felt. Was this truly someone who could threaten him? Yet, appearances could be deceiving. Hella had heard tales of a hapless soul who had been dispatched by a limping old woman during his days in the smuggling business. It was said that she wielded a muggle contraption known as a gun, swiftly ending the life of her target, more discreetly than the killing curse. After all, the Avada Kedavra curse emitted a blinding green light, making it abundantly clear that it was a perilous spell. However, the muggle gun, it was said, posed no visible threat until it was too late, and Hella found the notion rather enticing. Even if he used it to eliminate some bothersome individuals, he would likely not be the first suspect. The blame would fall squarely on the muggles. In the days that followed, Hermione proved to be no significant burden to Hella. Yet from Monday to Friday evenings, a small witch could always be found waiting at his door. On several occasions, Penelope caught glimpses of them together and questioned Hella during weekends, though he managed to deflect her inquiries, claiming Hermione merely sought clarification on various matters. However, Penelope's skeptical expression suggested she remained unconvinced. Fortunately, everything has been rather perfunctory, and Hera has let out a sigh of relief. However, the ever-volatile Hermione remains an unpredictable time bomb, an ongoing source of concern. It is perplexing how, over time, Hera has noticed the presence of two little followers, Harry and Ron, by Hermione's side. The daily visits of Hermione to Hera's office for study sessions seem to have been leaked by one of those two big mouths. And based on Hera's observations, it is highly probable that it was indeed Harry, for she has long suspected that he was the one who divulged Penelope's private tutoring sessions. After all, the only one who would seek her out of her office would be Harry. Foolish Potter. Yet with this development, the rumors surrounding Hera and Penelope have been swiftly dispelled, giving rise to a trend within Hogwarts where students seek out Hera for assistance, thereby monopolizing much of her personal time. Fortunately, Hera is adept at employing a multitude of methods to refuse others, as long as she remains silent and unaccountable. She will certainly avoid entangling herself in any troubles, if only it were that simple. Hera's office has now seemingly transformed into a public lavatory, accessible to all who wish to enter. Quirrell has taken great delight in mocking her predicament, and even Voldemort has commended Hera, stating that her disguise is superb and that she must have gained Dumbledore's trust. Dumbledore has since refrained from mentioning Quirrell's previous encounter with the troll, which has indeed relieved Quirrell. If he were tasked with locating another troll, who knows how long it would take. The previous troll had already drained a considerable amount of his energy, and were it not for the assistance of Fenrir Greyback, the werewolf leader, Quirrell might not have even managed to handle that troll. However, Quirrell has not allowed himself to become idle. He has been diligently searching for the weaknesses of the three-headed dog, Fluffy. After sifting through a plethora of forbidden texts, he found himself lost in contemplation over the descriptions. In Muggle folklore, the three-headed dog is regarded as the guardian of the entrance to the underworld, offspring of the primordial being Typhon and the serpent-haired monster Echidna. With a fearsome and terrifying appearance, capable of swift movement, even adult wizards find it challenging to confront. The method of dealing with it resembles that used against dragons. An array of wizards casting stunning spells in unison might temporarily incapacitate it. Quirrell grimaced and skipped over that page. As expected, he knew that old Dumbledore would undoubtedly keep the Philosopher's Stone under tight security. But he had not anticipated that the first challenge would involve such a formidable creature. Just as Quirrell was about to close the book and search for more useful information in other texts, a particular annotation caught his eye. The book stated, "Note, although the three-headed dog is exceedingly fierce, it exhibits absolute loyalty to its handler, who typically trains it to have a weakness for easier control as it matures." Quirrell pressed his eyes against the page, his mind racing with the implications of the annotation. Recalling that Harry had mentioned Fluffy was raised by Hagrid, a sudden idea sparked within him. Perhaps he could extract Fluffy's weakness from that bumbling oaf, Hagrid. Quirrell shut the book, leaned back in his chair, and a bittersweet smile crept onto his lips. It seemed he was destined to become busy once more. Fortunately, Harry was still teaching his classes. Otherwise, he would truly be at his wit's end. As November set in, the weather turned exceedingly frigid, with the surrounding mountains shrouded in a gray mist, blanketed in ice and snow. The lake's surface resembled tempered steel, cold and hard. Each morning, frost coated the ground, and from the windows above, one could see Hagrid, bundled in a long coat made of moleskin, donned with rabbit fur gloves and enormous beaver fur boots, diligently de-icing the Quidditch pitch. The gazes observing Hagrid's efforts varied in intention, yet he remained blissfully unaware, content in his role as a cheerful custodian. The Quidditch season was about to commence, and Harry had been eagerly anticipating it for quite some time. Although he held little interest in flying broomsticks, he had a genuine fondness for the sport of Quidditch. Indeed, the realm of wizarding entertainment was sorely lacking, with Quidditch being one of the few diversions available. Harry had no inclination to watch anything else. The first Quidditch match of the semester, pitting Gryffindor against Slytherin, was set to take place on Saturday. While this clash was dubbed the age-old rivalry between the two houses, Harry did not place immense significance on the outcome. Rather, he was intrigued by Gryffindor's new seeker. When Harry excitedly shared this news with Harry, he was nearly rendered speechless. "Professor Dumbledore, have you lost your mind? A first-year student participating in a Quidditch match? Not to mention that Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, was an experienced player, Gryffindor's current keeper. Marcus Flint was a tricky opponent. During Harry's previous romantic endeavors with his sister, Elisa, he had been an unwitting third wheel for several years, leaving Harry with little patience for him. Out of respect for Elisa, however, he had only given Marcus a slight reprimand. Slugulus eructo. Chapter 52. The Boy Who Lived Might Just Die. Harry swore he had only made Marcus expel Snot for nearly 2 hours, and strangely enough, after that, Marcus had always avoided him, even going so far as to sit at the back of the classroom closest to the exit during defense against the dark arts classes. It seemed he had inadvertently left a lasting impression. Nevertheless, Harry was indifferent. Elisa appeared to share his disdain for her brother, as she had laughed the hardest when she witnessed Marcus's predicament. Consequently, Harry had relished in bullying Marcus, and even though Marcus now sat far away, Harry often called upon him to sit nearer. Yet, Marcus was not one to comply easily. Overall, Harry found his teaching life to be quite enjoyable. In contrast, Snape's teaching experience seemed less than satisfactory. When Harry visited Snape on Friday to learn about the occlumency technique, he noticed Snape limping, his gait fluctuating between 1.86 meters and 1.83 meters. It was evident that he had sustained an injury. "What happened to our Professor Snape?" Harry's tone was somewhat frivolous, primarily because he had discovered that beneath Snape's sharp tongue lay a man who never shirked his responsibilities. He always said what needed to be said without holding back, and was equally indifferent to others' barbed remarks. As they had grown familiar, their conversations had become more unrestrained. "How is your occlumency coming along? Are you beginning to show concern for your professor?" Snape retorted with his usual venom, though Harry noticed him discreetly concealing his leg with his robes. All right, that is your privacy. I shan't pry." Harry chuckled, taking a small step closer to Snape, straining to catch a whiff of the foul odor of three-headed dog saliva that lingered in the air. "Humph," Snape huffed coldly, carelessly tossing a book from the table at Harry. Fortunately, Harry was quick enough to catch the book, narrowly avoiding a collision with its corner. "The Origins of Quidditch?" Harry exclaimed in surprise upon glancing at the book's title, which abstractly depicted Quidditch balls and scoring hoops on its cover. Snape's brow furrowed tightly, his right hand already reaching into his cloak. No need to guess what he was retrieving. "Old bat? I mean the exceptionally gifted Professor Severus Snape," Harry declared, placing her book down and patting her chest in assurance. Although Snape was acutely aware that Harry's words were mere nonsense, he did not take offense at the appellation. After all, The students referred to him as such. If he genuinely cared, he would not have shown such favoritism towards Slytherin House over the years. Hera, however, wholeheartedly endorsed this title. Just by looking at Snape's gaunt figure, straight hair, and his eyes which exuded a sense of indifference and enigma, coupled with his sallow complexion, prominent aquiline nose, and his dark robes and cloak, he indeed resembled an old bat. Not that elegance was ever a quality associated with Snape. Noticing Snape's silence, Hera tentatively inquired, "The saliva of Fluffy, the three-headed dog, is toxic. It is not merely a bite. Perhaps you ought to visit Madame Pomfrey. She is quite adept at treating such injuries. I trust Mr. Lestrange has not forgotten that the person before you is a master of potions." Snape's disdain was palpable as his saliva nearly flew onto Hera's face, clearly displeased and seemingly harboring a profound dislike for her tone. "Ah, indeed." Hera abruptly slapped her forehead, realizing that with Snape's prowess, he would undoubtedly resolve any toxin issue with ease. In retrospect, her words seemed utterly superfluous. No, they were outright mockery of Snape's potion-making skills. "Will you be attending the Quidditch match?" Snape's cold voice broke the silence. Hera paused, a smile breaking through her expression. "Of course. Is Chilo going as well?" "He should be. Does he have any plans?" Snape's hands clenched tightly within his cloak, his tone remaining as frigid as ever. Hera scratched her face, endeavoring to recall Chilo's recent activities, finally nodding in confirmation that he was likely preoccupied with extracting Fluffy's weaknesses from Hagrid. Snape nodded, choosing silence as he turned his back to Hera. Unfazed, Hera shrugged. Snape's demeanor suggested he was dismissing her, so she casually picked up the book on Quidditch origins from the table and departed. After all, Snape did not appear to be one who relished flying on broomsticks, and borrowing the book for a few days would pose no significant issue. The following day, Saturday, the day of the opening match between Slytherin and Gryffindor, bore cold weather. It was pleasantly clear, making it quite suitable for a Quidditch match. The aroma of roasted sausages wafted through the dining hall, with everyone eagerly anticipating an exhilarating Quidditch match, engaging in incessant chatter. Hera was no exception, but Chilo's stammering made it difficult for her to express herself, prompting her to cross over to Snape on the other side. For a few minutes, she spoke while Snape nodded silently or emitted a subtle huff of disapproval. Hera also noticed that Harry, seated at the long table, seemed devoid of appetite, merely sitting in a daze, staring blankly at the sumptuous food before him without taking a bite. "Harry!" Hera quickly glanced at Professor Dumbledore, then softly called out to Harry. "Huh, Professor Hera?" Harry was startled by the call, turning to face her with a strained smile. However, upon meeting Hera's gaze, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead, the lightning-shaped scar burning fiercely as if ignited. Hera's brow furrowed tightly as she swiftly glanced at Chilo beside her. Voldemort had been vanquished by Harry's rebound of the killing curse. Perhaps there was some connection to the scar on Harry's forehead. Could it be that Voldemort intended to strike at Harry today? He had never mentioned this to her before. How was she to inform Professor Dumbledore? No. The immediate task was to protect Harry, especially since Chilo was an elite wizard. If he truly abandoned pretense and sought to eliminate Harry, she felt utterly powerless. What to do? The boy who lived might meet his demise today. This was urgent. Chapter 53, An Anxious Harry. Hera attempted to catch Dumbledore's eye, only to find he had already departed. That old bee, what was he doing running off at this hour? Shouldn't he be keeping a close watch on his savior? What if something happened to him? Despite the turmoil within, Hera maintained a facade of calm, elegantly taking a bite of the exquisite steak before her. Said to be the finest Wagyu imported from Japan. Truth be told, it was quite delicious. Lowering her gaze, she savored another generous mouthful. When she looked up again, Harry had already left, dragged off by his Quidditch captain, Wood, while Hermione and Ron followed closely behind, laden with snacks. Hera sighed and continued her assault on the steak. By the time she finished her breakfast, the hall was nearly empty, everyone buzzing with excitement about the Quidditch match as they made their way to the pitch. Hera strolled leisurely towards the Quidditch grounds, making her way directly to the Gryffindor locker room, thanks to some untraceable rumors about her amiable nature and sweet demeanor. She was not hindered by anyone and was greeted politely by several students along the way. Had it not been for the swarm of girls practically glued to her side, she would have relished the trip to Gryffindor even more. Upon entering the Gryffindor locker room, she spotted Harry's frail silhouette sitting on one side, appearing utterly terrified. "Harry?" Hera called out in a tone just loud enough for Harry, Hermione, and Ron to hear. "Huh?" Harry turned abruptly at the sound of his name. "Hera? How are you? Nervous?" Hera's arm draped over Harry's shoulder effortlessly, as he was still relatively short, needing only to lower her arms slightly to make contact. Nervous to death, Harry managed a wry smile, his spirits visibly sagging. Hera, do you have any good advice? This match feels, how about some peppermint? Hera tilted her head, flashing a smile at Harry. She could feel his trembling beneath her hand, confirming his own words. He was indeed terrified. Harry nodded, a faint smile breaking through his pale visage. Let me see what I can find. Hera rummaged through her pocket, not expending much effort, primarily because Gallon had recently lost interest in catnip, opting instead to chase after a mouse. Despite her admonitions, it seemed to have little effect. There was still a fair amount of catnip left from her previous purchase, which she decided to share with Harry and his companions. The three of them sucked on the candy, calming down slightly, yet Hera's heart remained unsettled. That ticking time bomb. Voldemort. Harry, listen to me. Hera grasped Harry's shoulders, ensuring her gaze met his emerald eyes. Winning or losing is secondary. As a first-year wizard, simply participating in a Quidditch match is already commendable. Your primary focus should be on self-preservation. Do not engage in any reckless actions that might alarm those who care for you. Harry gazed into Hella's deep, dark eyes and nodded abruptly. However, he was already quite adept at flying in the air, making Hella's caution seem overly prudent. He yearned for victory. Victory over Slytherin House, to deliver a resounding blow to that insufferable Professor Snape, who had confiscated his Quidditch through the ages the previous night. Hella, observing Harry's demeanor, understood all too well that this fool was entirely disregarding her counsel. The flicker of determination in Harry's eyes was on the verge of erupting, hardly resembling a figure capable of self-preservation. It was as if he was prepared to engage in a reckless duel with Quirrell. Indeed, Harry appeared rather unhelpful, and it seemed necessary to devise an alternative plan. Harry, why not have something to eat? I noticed you hardly touched your meal in the Great Hall, Hella remarked, patting his shoulder before turning her gaze toward Hermione. I trust you prepared some sandwiches? Oh, of course, Professor, Hermione replied, momentarily taken aback as she rummaged through her small bag, revealing several sandwiches and some toast. Would you like some? Oh no, not for me. I had a hearty breakfast this morning. Hella declined emphatically, considering it unnecessary to partake in the communal fare prepared by the house elves, especially such bland sandwiches. All right, you both keep Harry company. I must join the other professors to inspect the pitch. With that, Hella released her grip and waved goodbye to the three young witches and wizards before departing. As she walked away, she could still hear Hermione lecturing Harry. I've already expressed my views. Professor Hella concurs. All right, Hermione, I get it. No need to reiterate. Hella shrugged in exasperation. Indeed, foolish lions seemed perpetually devoid of sense, with Granger being a notable exception. She was a veritable serpent at heart. Even as a half-blood, she would undoubtedly be sorted into Slytherin, had she not come from a Muggle family. Yet, such considerations were not Hella's concern at this moment, as time was of the essence. Hella stealthily approached a secluded corner, scanning her surroundings to confirm she was alone before whispering softly, Fawkes, the Phoenix, Dumbledore's little Phoenix, Dumbledore's ugly bird. However, despite several attempts over the course of a few minutes, she was unable to summon Dumbledore's Phoenix, indicating she would have to make the trek to the headmaster's office herself. Damn it, why is apparition prohibited within Hogwarts? Do they not realize the exhausting journey back from the pitch? Nevertheless, Hella resolved to return as the matter pertained to Voldemort and Harry. Hella? A feminine voice called out. Professor McGonagall? Hella turned, puzzled by the call from McGonagall. Are you not going to watch the Quidditch match? Hella noticed McGonagall's hands trembling with excitement, a behavior she had only observed in gambling enthusiasts during the Quidditch World Cup. Was a mere House Cup match truly worthy of such fervor? I have a matter to discuss with Professor Dumbledore regarding teaching. Hella hesitated briefly, but chose to withhold details, as she was not one to gossip indiscriminately. Really? McGonagall looked at Hella in surprise, as if her reasoning was utterly absurd. Is something the matter? At breakfast, Dumbledore mentioned that there was an incident in Germany, and he has already departed. Chapter 54. The Quidditch match officially commences. Did he indicate when he might return? Hella quickly probed, her mind racing back to the earlier conversation regarding that damned saint. What kind of trouble were they stirring up at such a critical time, especially with Voldemort and Quirrell poised to strike? Wait, Hella seemed to grasp a significant point. Saints causing a ruckus while Voldemort made his move. Could it be that the first Dark Lord and the second were conspiring together? Dumbledore might not stand a chance against them. Should she sever ties with Dumbledore and wholly align herself with Voldemort and Quirrell? As Hella pondered, McGonagall chuckled. Who knows? He's a busy man. Hardly spends much time at the school, always running about. But truly, Hella, are you not at all interested in watching the Quidditch match? Hella snapped back to reality. Of course I want to watch. After all, I must ensure Harry's safety. He is, after all, a savior of sorts, and we cannot allow him to perish so easily. Shall we return together, Professor McGonagall? Certainly. McGonagall seemed eager, grasping Hella's arm as they made their way toward the stands. The match did not commence until 11 o'clock, and with the time barely reaching 9, they had 2 hours to spare. Hella and McGonagall engaged in light conversation, which inadvertently drifted toward transfiguration. Professor McGonagall, I have long admired your mastery of transfiguration. I have always wished to learn from you, but my OWL's preparation left me little time. Hella began with flattery. McGonagall, clearly pleased, responded, Not at all. Just come to my office when you're ready. Transfiguration is quite simple, and I can teach you even the complexities of becoming an animagus with confidence. Hella was elated. She had only intended to learn a bit of transfiguration to bolster her abilities, but had stumbled upon this unexpected opportunity. Excellent. Then we shall arrange for you to guide me in becoming an animagus. What? McGonagall stared at Hella, bewildered, as she had merely made a polite suggestion. You did say you would teach me how to become an animagus. This must be a trivial matter for you, Hella replied earnestly, her gaze steady and devoid of embarrassment. Opportunities to enhance one's skills were not to be squandered, especially when they were presented so readily. What? My reputation? Why would one concern oneself with reputation? It certainly could not be consumed as sustenance. If that were the case, what harm would there be in discarding it? One could simply don a mask when venturing out. Ahem, Hella, the match is about to begin. Let's focus on that. McGonagall coughed lightly, turning her attention to the pitch as if something particularly captivating had drawn her gaze. However, upon Hella's brief glance at the field, she was left speechless. The pitch remained utterly empty. There was not a single ball in sight. If she did not wish to teach, she ought to say so outright. There was no obligation to compel her. Yet, if she remained silent, Hella would relish slowly wearing down McGonagall's resolve. Surely, with enough perseverance, she would not be unable to conquer this formidable challenge. With diligence, even the hardest iron could be forged into a needle. At last, amidst Professor McGonagall's pretense of ignorance, the clock struck 11. The stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch were filled to capacity, seemingly with the entire school in attendance. In truth, nearly everyone capable of locomotion had shown up, as Hella spotted Filch with his Mrs. Norris and Garen in the corner. How infuriating! How did Garen end up cavorting with that gaunt, malnourished feline? Couldn't he choose to play with the more aesthetically pleasing cats like Garfield or the British Shorthair, which are undeniably much more charming? Furthermore, their owners are, for the most part, quite attractive as well. However, it was evidently impractical to bring Garen back now, for the match had commenced. The stands were divided into sections representing the 4 houses and the faculty. Hella noticed a massive banner in the highest row of the Gryffindor section, proclaiming Potter for victory, adorned with a grand Gryffindor lion, the paint shimmering in a myriad of colors. It appeared rather splendid. The lion sparkled under the sun, while in stark contrast, the Slytherin serpent seemed to suffer from photophobia, its muted green hue clashing with a vibrant atmosphere of animated discussions around it. Professor McGonagall, undeterred, aimed to inquire once more before the official commencement of the match, while Hella mentally prepared herself to intervene should Quirrell attempt any foul play. Worst-case scenario, she could always explain to Voldemort later that her intentions were for the greater good. Whether he believed her or not was inconsequential. The current situation was such that if she dared to assist Quirrell, Professor McGonagall would undoubtedly transform her into a toad, imprison her in a glass jar, cast a permanent binding spell, and cast her into the Black Lake, leaving her to languish at its depths. All right, Hella, let's focus on the match. Professor McGonagall abruptly interrupted Hella's musings, suggesting that any matters could be addressed later. Hella pursed her lips, conceding, very well then. The players from both houses had taken to the field, with Madame Hooch, responsible for flying lessons, also taking on the role of referee. She stood at the center of the pitch, broomstick in hand, announcing the rules or some such. As Hella gazed at the 2 pairs of young wizards in the center, she immediately spotted the towering Marcus Flint. It was perplexing how he had grown so large when his sister, Alicia, was so petite, delightful, and soft. He resembled Hagrid, a half-giant. His robust physique was a far cry from the elegance typically associated with purebloods. Madame Hooch uttered something, and everyone mounted their broomsticks, while she blew forcefully into her silver whistle. 15 broomsticks shot into the air, soaring high above the ground. The Quidditch match had officially begun. Epilogue. Snape's fear, Severus Snape, was acutely aware of what lay at the core of his deepest fears. Yet he was mistaken. 10 minutes had elapsed, and he found himself frozen before an old wardrobe for that duration. Sunlight streamed through the window, scorching his dark attire. The wardrobe trembled increasingly violently, thudding against the wall. His grip on his wand was slick with perspiration. Was he still afraid at this moment? After all these years, did fear still linger? Snape's wand quivered slightly as the wardrobe door creaked open a fraction. Nothing emerged, only a series of clattering sounds emanating from within. After a lengthy pause, the door was pushed open again, revealing a small boy, pale and emaciated, clad in ill-fitting, tattered clothing. His hair was oiled and cropped short, yet his face bore the most radiant, sincere smile of his life. He slowly opened his slightly clenched hands, and a small green leaf fluttered away like a butterfly, vanishing, never to return. It was the day he first met her, the younger version of himself, though the boggart emitted no sound. Snape could almost hear her lilting laughter in his ears. Wasn't it abundantly clear? You are a witch. It is terribly impolite to say such things to others. Lily's pouting demeanor was undeniably charming. How are things at home? The concern etched on Lily's small face momentarily distracted him. Not much longer. I will be leaving soon. Severus? This was the first time Snape heard her utter his name, and his face flushed slightly. Amusingly, this time, Snape's spell failed to manifest with its usual precision. His wand merely sputtered a few stray sparks of red. The incantation had failed. Amusing, Snape shouted, his voice trembling unbeknownst to him. Even the ends of his greasy black hair seemed to quiver. It was merely a boggart. Muttering a few syllables through clenched teeth, Snape stubbornly raised his chin. In an instant, the small Snape vanished, replaced by a small graveyard, a tombstone, and several pure white lilies. Everything remained solitary under the sunlight. The tombstone bore a deep inscription. Here lies our dearest beloved of this life, Severus Snape. Aaron Snape, Tobias Snape. Snape waved his wand, and everything dissipated. He smiled at the sunlight, his lips twitching, tears blurring his vision. The cold droplets streamed down his face. He could no longer hold back, collapsing to the ground. If only we had never met, you would surely be happy. If it were possible, perhaps everything would not be as it is now. Chapter 55. The red card, the quaffle, was immediately seized by Angelina Johnson of Gryffindor, a remarkable chaser, and quite enchanting as well. The commentator, Lee Jordan, began to veer off course in his commentary, seemingly seizing the opportunity to confess his feelings, while Helen noticed Professor McGonagall tense up beside her, as if she might leap from her seat at any moment, her gaze fixed intently on Jordan. Jordan, my apologies, Professor. Jordan's lightning-fast apology made McGonagall's fist seem to strike nothing but air, and Hella found herself stifling a laugh at the scene. Youth is a wondrous thing. Wait, no. She wasn't that old either. The match continued, and Jordan appeared to be a Gryffindor student, likely on good terms with the Weasley twins, given his highly biased commentary. A splendid pass was made to Aaliyah Spinnet, a talent discovered by Oliver Wood, who had previously been merely a reserve player. The ball was then passed to Johnson. But alas, the Slytherin team snatched the quaffle. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, seized the quaffle and sped off. Ultimately, Gryffindor scored, marking the result of this round of competition. The commentators successfully rallied Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw to cheer. The cheers echoed in the frigid sky, intermingled with the roars and groans of Slytherin. Hella watched the match with a touch of disappointment. Slytherin seemed rather weak this year. It appeared that hope rested solely on Terrence Higgs, a sixth-year student who had served as seeker for several years on the school team. She believed that as long as his movements were swift enough, he could catch the golden snitch before Gryffindor gained a lead of 150 points. Yet, why does the situation seem slightly awry? The golden snitch has appeared, and many have witnessed it. Harry and Terrence are racing side by side towards the elusive snitch, while the others on the pitch seem to have forgotten their respective roles. Suspended in midair, their gaze fixated upon the duo. The stands have fallen eerily silent, all eyes drawn to Harry and Terrence. Taking advantage of his Nimbus 2000, Harry has surged ahead of Terrence. Damn it! Hella abruptly slapped her thigh, eliciting an irate glare from Professor McGonagall. Hella quickly apologized, explaining her excitement over the match, unintentionally striking the wrong target. Of course, she and T struck incorrectly. How could she possibly harm herself? Hella merely sought to vent her frustration at being overlooked by Professor McGonagall earlier. Fortunately, McGonagall's attention remained solely on Harry, casting only a disdainful glance at Hella before returning her focus to the Quidditch match. Flint collided forcefully with Harry, causing his broom to veer off course. Yet Harry clung to it resolutely. Foul! The Gryffindors cried out in unison. Madam Hooch, as the referee, would not tolerate such blatant misconduct, reprimanding Flint furiously before awarding Gryffindor a free shot at the goalpost. Amidst the ensuing chaos, the golden snitch vanished from sight once more. Hella noticed a little Gryffindor shouting to have him sent off. Referee. Red card. Witnessing this, Hella chuckled. Oh, little wizard from a muggle family. This is not your mundane football. How could there be such a thing as a red card? To impose football rules on Quidditch players? That would be akin to using a sword from a fallen dynasty to strike down officials of the current one. Madam Hooch, of course, disregarded this suggestion, as Quidditch has no provision for red cards leading to expulsion. Meanwhile, the commentator Jordan resumed his personal attacks, following Flint's blatant and despicable foul. His obviously provocative commentary ignited Professor McGonagall's ire. She could hardly contain herself, hissing at Jordan. Jordan! Hella, seated beside her, was startled, as the reprimand nearly deafened her. Under McGonagall's scolding, Jordan quickly rephrased, stating, I meant, following that public and repugnant foul. Jordan, I caution you. It was evident that McGonagall did not endorse Jordan's remarks. Thankfully, Hella had grown somewhat desensitized to McGonagall's voice, thus she was not startled this time. All right. Jordan raised his hands in surrender, abandoning his overtly aggressive rhetoric. Flint nearly caused Gryffindor's seeker to meet his demise. Surely, such incidents are not uncommon. Hence Gryffindor is awarded the penalty shot, claimed by Aaliyah. Professor McGonagall finally seemed satisfied, though Hella felt as if her ears were on the verge of ruin. The match continued, with Gryffindor still controlling the quaffle, scoring consistently. Hella felt a surge of urgency. Terence, put in some effort. If you cannot locate the golden snitch, we will lose the opening match. What good is this? Her gaze flitted between Terence and Harry. Assessing who might first spot the snitch, the hopes of Slytherin's victory rested solely on Terence. However, something peculiar occurred on Harry's end. His broom began to shudder violently, causing Harry to appear alarmed, gripping the broomstick tightly with both hands, his knees clamped down hard. Damn it, Hella muttered under her breath, nearly forgetting the pressing matter at hand. She still had no inkling of Quirrell and Voldemort's plans. Her eyes darted across the stands, searching for Quirrell's figure. He sat at the front, obscured from her view, but it was clear his head was turned towards Harry. He must be casting some vile curse. What on earth should I do now? For an elite wizard, casting a spell on a broomstick is an exceedingly simple task. Isn't it? Harry would undoubtedly plummet from a great height, crashing down onto the Quidditch pitch, a mere splatter of flesh. If such a calamity were to occur, surely Dumbledore would not allow a tragedy to befall his own? Harry's broom quaked even more violently, seemingly intent on dislodging him. Despite Hella's heart racing in anxiety, she maintained a facade of calmness, for the head of Gryffindor House sat beside her. Should Professor McGonagall discover that Voldemort was lurking within Hogwarts, she would surely draw her wand and engage in a fierce duel with him. Even Professor Dumbledore would struggle to restrain a lioness in a frenzy. Chapter 56, The Unexpected Broomstick. Heaven knows what havoc Voldemort would unleash if he realized his identity had been compromised. Casting the killing curse aimlessly throughout the castle would indeed be a delightfully malevolent endeavor. Cough, cough, no, that wouldn't be good at all. How could one casually cast the killing curse? What if it struck the flowers and plants? Even if it missed the flora, harming a child would be unconscionable. Therefore, Hella resolved to act like an ostrich. Whether Voldemort and Quirrell could kill Harry would depend solely on Harry's luck. After all, isn't he the boy who lived? Should he perish due to a broom malfunction, it would utterly mock his prophecy. Dumbledore had stated that one must die at the hands of another. Dying in a transportation accident would be far too ludicrous, wouldn't it? Perhaps I should quietly cast a protection charm? Jade Emperor, Jesus, Merlin, Laozi, Tong-Tian, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Rahu, Hongjun, I beseech you, may the disciple Harry Potter not fall from his broom. Hella clasped her hands together, fervently whispering towards the heavens, her gaze fixed on Harry soaring above. Professor McGonagall regarded Hella with curiosity, pondering why she was muttering such things. Moreover, aside from Jesus and Merlin, she recognized none of the names. After all, it was the church that had led the charge to burn witches, wasn't it? Would Jesus truly bless a witch? That remains questionable. Although Professor McGonagall did not comprehend what Hella was fervently reciting, she was acutely aware that Harry's condition was decidedly precarious. Harry's broom began to twist and turn uncontrollably, and he could barely manage to stay aloft. The audience's collective hearts were gripped tightly, Slytherin included. Yet their thoughts revolved around that accursed Potter. Why had he not yet fallen? Suddenly, the broom twisted violently again, and Harry was flung off. Now he clung to the broom with only one hand, suspended in midair. Was there something wrong with his broom? Professor McGonagall's brows furrowed deeply. After all, Harry's broom was a gift from her, and it was evident that something was amiss. Though no one would blame her, she felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps she ought to have inspected the broom more thoroughly. Harry's broom was certainly malfunctioning. A thorough investigation of its origin was required. Hella turned to Professor McGonagall, muttering under her breath, "Whoever it was that gave Harry that Firebolt 2000 should be cursed. Such an expensive broom. Didn't they think to cast some protective enchantments on it? What if something were to happen to the broom? No. What if something were to happen to Harry while on the broom? What should we do then?" Professor McGonagall chuckled awkwardly at Hella's words, subtly diverting the conversation back to the field. Harry's situation was perilous. If necessary, we must intervene and halt the match. We cannot allow our students to be harmed. Hella nodded, continuing her silent prayers. The broom was trembling violently. It was impossible for Harry to remain suspended for much longer. The audience rose in a collective gasp, their eyes wide with fear, while a commotion erupted among the professors, who anxiously gripped their wands in their pockets, ready to rush to Harry's aid. In the face of life and death, Quidditch seemed a mere farce. At this moment, no one cared about the outcome of the match. The Weasley twins abandoned their competition, soaring upwards in an attempt to rescue Harry by pulling him onto one of their brooms. However, every time they drew near, the broom shot higher into the air. They descended slightly, circling beneath Harry, clearly intent on catching him should he fall. All eyes were anxiously fixed on Harry, while Terence Higgs, exhibiting a certain gentlemanly decorum, mirrored the Weasley twins' intentions, also vying to catch Harry if he should plummet. Everyone shared this sentiment, except for Marcus Flint. Seizing the opportunity during this moment of distraction, he managed to score 5 consecutive goals with a quaffle. However, it appeared that no one was particularly concerned with his achievements. The Gryffindor students were too preoccupied to care about victory, as it was merely a matter of house points. The points deducted from the Weasley twins throughout the semester had gone unnoticed. After all, Hella sighed, lamenting how Marcus had inherited none of his sister Elise's admirable qualities, fully embodying the Flint family's unscrupulous nature. What a troublesome child, but well done. The House Cup was of utmost importance, and with so many professors present, could Harry truly perish? Hella had not anticipated that Quirrell would resort to such tactics against Harry, as long as he did not outright cast the killing curse. Hella had considerable faith in the professor's abilities. Yet, it seemed a brown bundle had made its way into the fray. Hella looked down to see Hermione struggling through the crowd, hastily making her way towards Quirrell. She collided with Quirrell, sending him tumbling into the front row of seats. Yet she showed no signs of stopping, ultimately taking a seat beside Snape. Though Hella was unsure of Hermione's intentions, she felt compelled to applaud her efforts. Despite not knowing how Hermione had discerned Quirrell's actions, her keen observational skills were commendable. However, Hella's brow furrowed tightly as she watched Hermione crouch beside Snape, draw her wand, and unleash a brilliant blue flame that leapt from her wand towards the hem of Snape's robe. What was she doing? Hella pressed her forehead in confusion, struggling to articulate her excitement. Yes, excitement. Setting Snape's robe ablaze was something Hella had longed to do, especially during Snape's lessons on occlumency. If you're the Phoenix, then I must be the flame, illuminating and embracing your fiery essence. Burn, O Phoenix! Unable to contain herself, Hella found herself singing aloud, causing Professor McGonagall to turn with an odd expression, as if time itself had frozen at that moment. I merely sought to lighten the tense atmosphere, Hella stammered, her own incredulity at her words evident. Snape's exclamation drew everyone's attention as flames erupted from his robes. Hella silently gave Hermione a thumbs up in her heart. Well done. Upon hearing Snape's shriek, Hermione swiftly retracted her wand and hurried back to her original seat. Snape would likely never comprehend what had transpired. High above, Harry suddenly managed to regain his grip on the broomstick. The audience erupted in astonished gasps, awed by Harry's bravery. Did he truly dare to mount that malfunctioning Nimbus 2000? Moments later, Harry swiftly dove towards the ground as the onlookers watched in astonishment. Chapter 57. Snape's Suspicion Sword. Harry plummeted towards the earth, and the crowd gasped as they observed him covering his mouth, as if on the verge of retching. He must be suffering from motion sickness on that broom. Poor Harry, encountering such a situation during his very first Quidditch match. Surely this would leave a lasting impression on his life. He landed on all fours, coughing, as a golden object fell into his palm. It was the golden snitch. Harry had caught the golden snitch. A chorus of boos erupted from the Slytherin stands. I caught the golden snitch, Harry shouted, raising it triumphantly above his head as the match concluded amidst the chaos. Hella, however, had largely lost interest in the match, her focus entirely captivated by Quirrell. After being sent sprawling by Hermione, Quirrell was now clinging tightly to his purple scarf. Slipping away from the crowd amidst the turmoil, thankfully not causing further trouble, which relieved Hella greatly. It seemed Harry's luck had held. At least today, Quirrell would not pose a threat again, although Flint of Slytherin had seized the opportunity to score while everyone else's attention was diverted to Harry. It appeared to be of little consequence. At least for this match, it would have no bearing on the outcome, as the Golden Snitch was worth a whopping 150 points. Despite Flint's 50 points, it was insufficient to alter the final result. Gryffindor triumphed with a score of 170-60. Yet, Hella found herself utterly indifferent to this outcome. It was merely a Quidditch match, and winning would not yield any additional rewards. Instead, it had devolved into a farce. Harry had whimsically caught the Golden Snitch. The match's excitement had largely stemmed from Harry's struggle with his broom. Hella bowed deeply to Professor McGonagall beside her. Professor McGonagall, I shall visit you sometime. I hope you can offer me guidance in Transfiguration. Of course, Professor McGonagall, still immersed in the joy of Gryffindor's victory, was nearly moved to tears, readily agreeing to Hella's request. However, in that fleeting moment after speaking, Professor McGonagall began to regret her hasty promise. I shall count on you then, Hella declared, rising to leave without granting Professor McGonagall the chance to say another word. McGonagall watched Hella's retreating figure with a hint of regret, wishing to share in the joy of vanquishing Slytherin. However, since Hella had departed, perhaps seeking out Professor Snape would suffice. Although Snape's temperament left much to be desired, it was a rare opportunity to hold her head high in his presence. Slytherin had already claimed the championship title for 6 consecutive years, despite Snape's efforts. The other house professors had little confidence in his presence. After all, what could be done when one's own students failed to live up to expectations? Yet, Professor McGonagall's thoughts were far beyond Hella's considerations. Hera had previously caught a glimpse of Harry and Hermione in the crowd. The three of them were departing alongside Hagrid. She felt it necessary to enhance her rapport with Harry at this juncture. Upon reaching Hagrid's door, she noticed the glow of lights within, and a smile crept onto her lips. Indeed, that fellow Hagrid remained blissfully unaware of energy conservation, lighting oil lamps in broad daylight. Well, who could blame him for the poor lighting in his hut? Without illumination, one could hardly see. As she pushed open the door, Hera immediately sensed a somewhat tense atmosphere inside. Hagrid was glaring at Ron while holding a teapot, clearly agitated. To her surprise, she realized that Ron had accompanied them to Hagrid's hut, a detail she had previously overlooked. Nonsense! Why would Snape do such a thing? Hagrid exclaimed in frustration. And as Hera entered, the atmosphere grew even more awkward. After all, it seemed rather inappropriate to speak ill of Snape in her presence, considering their affiliation within the same house. Hello, Hera, it's been a while, Hagrid exclaimed, setting down the teapot and greeting her with evident joy, as if nothing had transpired before. Good afternoon, Hagrid. What were you discussing just now? Hera raised an eyebrow, slightly puzzled by the dynamics in the room. Yet she greeted Hagrid, acknowledging that she had often taken advantage of his generosity. Is something the matter? I overheard you discussing Professor Snape. What has happened? The three young wizards exchanged glances, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Finally, Harry mustered the courage to speak. It was Snape who did it. He cursed the broomstick. Harry explained to Hera, eager to avoid being perceived as someone who spoke ill of their professor behind his back. Hermione and Ron observed as he muttered incantations over the broomstick, his eyes fixated intensely on it. Hera scratched her head, if that were the case. Harry's survival from the fall was indeed not merely a stroke of luck. It turned out that Snape had been there to safeguard him. Truly, Dumbledore had a trick up his sleeve. Could he possibly not trust his own abilities? However, Hera overlooked a crucial point. Had it not been for Snape's intervention, Harry might have indeed become the first wizard at Hogwarts to perish from a fall on a broomstick. But the crux of the matter was that Harry had emerged unscathed. He hadn't even lost a single hair. Hera? Harry called, noticing her lost in thought and unable to suppress a soft reminder. Huh? Oh. Hera jolted back to reality, hastily pulling out a chair and plopping down. Are you suggesting that Professor Snape intended for you to fall from the broomstick? No, he must have wished for Harry's demise. Ron shouted from the side, his bias against Snape glaringly apparent. Hera turned to glance at Hagrid, suddenly comprehending why he had been so irate earlier. The Weasley family certainly exhibited a legacy of rudeness. Had Snape overheard Ron's words, he would have surely deducted points from Gryffindor. Speaking ill of a professor behind their back was typical of Hagrid's good-natured disposition. Had others heard it, he might have even reported Snape. In truth, Hera intended to defend Snape, believing he would never harm Harry. Yet, she suddenly recalled that Snape had once been a Death Eater, despite currently aligning himself with Dumbledore. One could never truly know where his loyalties lay. It was entirely possible he could conspire with Quirrell to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, allowing Voldemort to rise once more. Chapter 58. Foolish Hagrid Reveals All. Harry inhaled sharply. Could it be that all of this was a trap orchestrated by Voldemort? On the surface, using Quirrell as a pawn to ensnare Dumbledore, while secretly coordinating with Snape to seize the Philosopher's Stone from Dumbledore's grasp. In retrospect, it appeared she had been the naive one. Realizing this late, Harry must have been so immersed in the joys of teaching that her vigilance had waned. They had been toying with her all along. Clearly, Snape's actions today were aimed at gaining Dumbledore's trust. No wonder Quirrell had not shared the day's plans with her. It was all part of a grander scheme. Quirrell, how foolish of me to have helped you capture a unicorn. If it weren't for me, you'd probably be dead. Wait, Snape had also been in the fourth-floor corridor. Damn it, it seems I have truly been deceived. Voldemort likely never trusted me at all. Indeed, the Dark Lords were no fools. Inside Hagrid's hut, the three young wizards and Hagrid stared at Harry, evidently perplexed by her previous assertion that Snape would not harm Harry. The professor would never wish to harm a student, Harry declared, taking a sip of the strong tea on the table, her emotions conflicted. Yet for now, she could only comfort Harry with such reassurances. Given the current situation, it appeared she had become ensnared in this web. Appending the chessboard would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences, and she would be seen as a thorn in the sides of both Dark Lords. It seemed her only option was to go with the flow, seizing the opportunity to eliminate them all to ensure her own safety. Next time she ventured into the Forbidden Forest with Quirrell, she would not assist him in capturing Unicorn, and would instead intercept Snape, preventing him from giving Quirrell access to Unicorn blood. Let Quirrell and Voldemort meet their fates. Worst-case scenario, she could fully align herself with Dumbledore, using the Dark Lord as her badge of loyalty. Surely she would be the first to do so, earning Dumbledore's trust in the process. As Harry engaged in this mental brainstorming, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, ultimately prompting Harry to speak up. I've discovered some things about Snape, he said to Hagrid and Harry. On Halloween, he wanted to get past that three-headed dog. It bit him. We think he was trying to steal whatever it was guarding. Fluffy, how do you know about the three-headed dog? Harry and Hagrid exclaimed simultaneously, as they had not previously heard that Harry and the others had ventured to the fourth-floor corridor. Hagrid pondered that there must be some misunderstanding among them, while Harry, however, already knew this information, and her surprise was merely an act. A three-headed dog? Harry tilted his head, glancing between Harry and Hagrid, clearly sensing that they were in the know. But Harry appeared lost in thought, her demeanor suggesting she knew much more than she was willing to share. The breakthrough clearly lay with Hagrid. Hagrid, you know about the three-headed dog, don't you? Harry pressed. Yeah, it's mine. I bought it from a Greek bloke last year at a pub. I lent it to Dumbledore to guard the place. Hagrid nearly let slip more than he intended, prompting Harry to discreetly kick him under the table. Just as Dumbledore had said, only those who desired to possess it but did not wish to use it could obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell would never acquire it, even if it were a fake. If Snape truly was Voldemort's mole, then Harry's venture to the fourth-floor corridor would hold little significance. Thus, the most prudent course of action would be to entirely extinguish any notion or impulse within Harry to venture to the fourth floor. Heaven knows, should Harry become aware that Voldemort has acquired the Philosopher's Stone and is poised for resurgence, he might recklessly plunge into the fourth floor. That would surely spell disaster. Wouldn't he? It would be sheer folly, a surefire path to demise. Of course, if I could find a way to eliminate Voldemort sooner, that would be nothing short of a blessing. What? Harry exclaimed, his gaze fixed intently on Hela, who had just exhibited a rather conspicuous gesture, one that had not escaped his notice. It was evident that they were concealing something from him. All right, no more questions, Hela interjected, lifting her teacup and decisively interrupting Harry's train of thought. Indeed, do not pry. That is classified information, understand? Hagrid added rather brusquely. Ron furrowed his brow in protest. But Snape wants to steal it. Rest assured, Hela reassured Harry with a pat on the shoulder, struggling to find a suitable justification for Snape's actions. After all, he was a professor at Hogwarts. Such a thing was inconceivable. This absurdity was something even Hela could scarcely believe. Quirrell was a teacher too. Yet, he was drinking unicorn blood, unleashing trolls into the castle, attempting to thieve the Philosopher's Stone, and plotting to eliminate Harry from the shadows. Hela's fabrications had evidently failed to fool the trio of young wizards. Despite being mere first years, they were far from dim-witted. Hermione boldly challenged. Then why does he wish to harm Harry? Hela's hand froze. Hermione was not as easily misled as Harry and Ron. and such flimsy excuses would not suffice to deceive her. If I encounter a malevolent foe, I can recognize them. I have read about them in every book, Hermione asserted. You must make eye contact with them. Snape's gaze is unblinking. I have seen it. Before Hella could concoct an excuse, Hagrid could no longer contain his rising temper and exclaimed irritably, I'll tell you this. You are mistaken. I don't know why Harry S. Broom performed like that, but Snape would never wish harm upon a student. Now, you three listen to me. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you. This is perilous. Forget about that large dog. Hella nodded silently at Hagrid's words. While he might be somewhat dim-witted, he did maintain certain boundaries. However, Hagrid's subsequent remarks shattered Hella's illusions of him. Forget about that large dog. Forget what it guards. That is between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Hella placed her head in her hands in despair. How could Hagrid be so indiscreet? Was he not essentially revealing to Harry what Flamel was guarding? Indeed, as Hella had surmised, Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, whispering in astonishment. Aha! So this involves someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Hella regarded Hermione in shock. She had heard the name Nicholas Flamel and still failed to deduce the Philosopher's Stone. What on earth had she been reading? Chapter 59, a slightly uneventful 2 months. Hella rubbed her forehead, genuinely troubled by Hermione's lack of reading comprehension. She had previously believed Hermione to be a model student. How could she not even know who Flamel was? Nonetheless, Hella was resolute in not disclosing anything to Harry. Since they were unaware, let it remain a secret. As long as they remained in the dark, they would likely refrain from inadvertently endangering themselves. Yet Hagrid was increasingly agitated, his temper flaring anew. He had inadvertently let slip information about Dumbledore. Hella could only shrug in resignation. After all, it was not her fault. It seemed even Professor Dumbledore had his moments of oversight. Choosing to entrust Hagrid with a secret had its advantages, allowing Quirrell to feign acquiring the means to access the stone, but the drawbacks were glaringly apparent. There was no way to prevent the young wizards from prying. They could easily extract information from him. Hagrid's giant blood granted him not only a robust physique and significant magical resistance, but also a rather dull intellect. Indeed, the scales of fairness were balanced by the divine. Time swiftly approached Christmas, and since their last parting at Hagrid's hut, Harry seemed to be in a quandary, having yet to uncover the identity of Flamel. Hella could only remark on the foolishness of Gryffindor. Their brains seemed to be devoid of critical thinking. After all, Harry had read about Flamel on the wizard card from the very first chocolate frog he consumed on the train to Hogwarts. How could he not have realized? Yet perhaps this was for the best. It should prevent any unforeseen complications. However, during this period, Hella had also not seen Quirrell around, oblivious to whatever he was occupied with, despite claiming to be searching for a dragon egg. But what on earth was he planning with a dragon egg? Did the fourth floor challenge require a dragon? Was that not excessively perilous? Had Voldemort devised yet another scheme? Would Quirrell be riding a dragon rampaging through Hogwarts? How fantastical! Nevertheless, Hella did not dwell on these thoughts. He was preoccupied with how to articulate his suspicions about Snape to Professor Dumbledore. After all, Dumbledore had confided in Snape regarding Voldemort. He must possess an extraordinary level of trust in him, considering they had been together for many years. As for himself, a mere recent convert, what if Dumbledore misconstrued his intentions as those of a scheming traitor? Thus, Hella resolved to say nothing and allow Dumbledore to grapple with his own troubles. Should Voldemort truly return, at least he would not be deemed a traitor, having successfully completed the tasks Voldemort assigned to him. In the meantime, he could still find time to seek out Professor McGonagall to hone his transfiguration skills. Over nearly 2 months, Hella's proficiency in transfiguration had surged remarkably, leading him to suspect that he might indeed possess unparalleled talent. After all, perhaps his previous education at Hogwarts had stymied his potential. Had he attended Durmstrang instead, he might have become invincible by now. Fortunately, it was not too late. According to Professor McGonagall, he was already ready to attempt becoming an animagus. In mid-December, Hogwarts Castle awoke from its slumber, only to discover that it had been adorned with a thick blanket of snow several feet deep. The lake's surface was frozen solid, and one could only wonder if the mere folk beneath the Black Lake felt the chill. Alas, life was indeed challenging. Yet, why did it always feel as though something was amiss? Hella sighed, snugging his blanket tighter around him. It had snowed today, and despite the roaring flames in the fireplace, the cold could not be entirely banished. It was not until noon that Hella lazily emerged from his bed, peering through the window at the courtyard, only to be utterly astounded by the sight before him. That purple, swirling scarf belonged to Quirrell, who was being relentlessly pelted by a barrage of snowballs, seemingly enchanted. Hella's mouth fell open in disbelief. To hurl snowballs at Voldemort's snake-like visage required a certain degree of audacity. He could only wonder which foolish Gryffindor was behind this. Indeed, such antics could only be orchestrated by students of Gryffindor. Despite Quirrell being regarded as a mere jest by most students, a fundamental decorum was generally upheld among the various houses, and no one sought to deliberately vex another. It seems only the impolite Gryffindors would stoop to such behavior, likely influenced by the ill-mannered Weasley clan. Yet, these matters bore no relevance to Hela. After all, he could not be blamed, and he could simply enjoy the spectacle. Upon changing his attire and entering the Great Hall, Hela discovered that 12 majestic Christmas trees had been erected, some adorned with glimmering icicles, while others twinkled with hundreds of candles. The walls were festooned with garlands of holly and mistletoe, rendering the hall a breathtaking sight. Beside these splendid decorations stood Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, diligently arranging the festive ornaments. The moment Hela caught sight of Professor McGonagall, a sudden realization struck him. He had forgotten something. "Hela, you promised to assist me," Professor McGonagall admonished, her expression stern, while Professor Flitwick turned to greet Hela amiably. Hela, feeling a tad sheepish, scratched his head awkwardly and retrieved his wand from his cloak. "But I am here now, Professor McGonagall. What further assistance do you require? I assure you, I will execute it splendidly. Professor McGonagall and I have already completed the setup." Professor Flitwick, straining to gaze up at Hela, found it somewhat challenging to meet his eyes due to their height difference. Or perhaps it is simply difficult for Professor Flitwick to look anyone in the eye. Hela chuckled, glancing at Professor McGonagall's stern visage, feeling a tinge of embarrassment for having let her down. If it had been someone else's responsibility that he had neglected, Hela would not have felt remorseful. Yet, it was Professor McGonagall, his current Transfiguration instructor and Hogwarts' most formidable professor. Even Snape seemed lenient in comparison. His disdain seemed more generalized. "Tomorrow, the students will begin their holiday. I hope you can rise to the occasion and exhibit a sense of responsibility befitting a professor at the very least. Do not project such an unreliable attitude onto the students." Professor McGonagall admonished him gravely. Yes, you are absolutely right," Hela conceded, recognizing his defeat for the moment. Preparing to assert himself once he mastered Animagus. By the way, since you intend to practice Animagus transformation, it would be wise to seek additional resources in the library. There are numerous prohibitions associated with Animagus that you must be aware of. Chapter 60. 2 months, and still unaware of who Nickleby is. After a brief overview that lasted nearly 20 minutes, Professor McGonagall showed no signs of pausing. Hela wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The hall was indeed frigid due to the draft, yet under the relentless barrage of Professor McGonagall's discourse, he felt a hint of warmth. All right, I understand, Professor McGonagall. I will peruse the library for more information," Hela finally interjected, unable to endure any longer. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, and Hela could keenly sense her impatience. Yet he found it difficult to withstand her meticulous nature. Well, to put it plainly, she could be quite long-winded. However, Hela was acutely aware that her words were well-founded, as she was indeed one of the foremost masters of transfiguration. Listening to her would surely yield no detriment. After parting ways with Professor McGonagall, Hela made his way toward the library, intending to utilize the Christmas holiday to prepare for Animagus transformation. However, while searching for resources on Animagus, he was abruptly interrupted by the furious shout of Madame Pants. "Out!" Hela looked up in confusion, witnessing Harry being shooed out with a feather duster by Madame Pants. Harry?" he remarked, leaning against a bookshelf, astonished at the sight of the young wizard being expelled. "Professor Hela." Harry halted, his face lighting up with surprise at the sight of Hela. Madame Pants, clutching her feather duster, cast a suspicious glance between the two. "Professor Lestrange, this child wishes to enter the restricted section." "Oh, then let him in," Hela boldly interjected, stepping forward to prevent Madame Pants from barring Harry's entry. Madame Pants' feather duster trembled several times before she reluctantly relented. "Very well, since it's your request. Do you permit this child to enter the restricted section?" Of course, Hela nodded affirmatively, and ultimately, Madame Pants had no choice but to depart in a huff. Once again, it had been a day where the library had failed to maintain order, allowing the young wizard access to the forbidden books. Hela turned and looked down at Harry, feeling a slight headache coming on. "All right, Harry, what do you intend to do in the restricted section? Your current assignments shouldn't necessitate such inquiry, should they?" With evident delight, Harry responded, "Ever since you mentioned Nickleby last time, we've been trying to figure out who he is." Hela rubbed his temples, realizing that the brain of the Gryffindor was indeed peculiar. Why did such a perilous topic pique their curiosity? "Listen, I have told you more than once. Desist from pursuing matters guarded by the keeper. They are of no concern to you. Hella sighed deeply, pondering why Harry could not take his study seriously. Was it possible he had assigned too little homework? All day long, their minds are consumed by such trivialities. Hermione, drawn by Madame Pants as previous outburst, approached. We merely wish to know who Nickleby is, nothing more. Unless you would be inclined to enlighten us, to spare us the effort. Harry's eyes sparkled with mischief as he flashed a cunning smile. We've combed through at least 100 books, and Haven T even caught a glimpse of him. Just a hint would suffice. I know I've seen his name somewhere. I will not divulge anything, Hella replied tersely, internally groaning at the absurdity of it all. Wizard cards. How could they forget? Oh, how fortunate that Harry did not recall. If he did, it would lead to significant trouble. Well, then we'll have to search for it ourselves, Harry declared, hastily darting back into the restricted section. Hella sighed in resignation. Oh, foolish Harry, with such determination. I have every confidence that you will never uncover Nickleby. Shaking his head, Hella proceeded to search for Advanced Transfiguration, Animagus. Even though the text was filled with an extensive list of requirements, he forced himself to read through it thoroughly, ensuring no detail was overlooked, lest he encounter some prohibition hidden on the final page. After a meticulous examination, Hella finally concluded that such matters were better left to Professor McGonagall. He would simply adhere to her guidance. With her expertise, there should be no cause for concern. Satisfied, Hella returned the book to the shelf and swiftly exited the library. Hella, are you certain you are prepared to study Animagus? Professor McGonagall inquired, adjusting her glasses from behind her desk, a look of skepticism on her face. Indeed, Hella affirmed emphatically, nodding enthusiastically, fully confident in his readiness. I just need to acquire a bit of mandrake from Professor Sprout's greenhouse. I am certain she will not refuse me. As for the practical application, I shall leave that to Professor McGonagall. With such a transfiguration master on my side, there will be no issues. Professor McGonagall mused thoughtfully before slowly responding. Hella, have you truly examined the material thoroughly? Of course, it requires mandrake and transfiguration. Hella replied with unwavering confidence. Hera, I implore you to adopt a more serious demeanor. We are not merely discussing a trivial incantation. We have only been apart in the Great Hall for a single hour, Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. However, your proficiency in magic does warrant consideration for practice. Yet it must be under my supervision or that of another professor. Absolutely refrain from clandestinely practicing alone. Rest assured, I would never compromise my safety, Hera assured, thumping his chest confidently. It was evident that he would undertake meticulous preparations before considering any practice. Very well. Your first task is to procure a sprig of mandrake and keep it in your mouth for a month, Professor McGonagall suggested, a playful smile gracing her lips. Hera nodded, confident in his ability to manage this challenge. It was simply a matter of holding it, after all, although swallowing it would render his efforts futile. He believed he could avoid that mishap. Professor McGonagall, shall we continue our practice today? Hera inquired. Indeed, she replied, rubbing her temples, yearning for the impending Christmas holiday. Nevertheless, she rose silently, leading Hera toward the Forbidden Forest, where there was ample space for their practice. Any mischief caused by Hera would have little consequence there. Hera grasped his wand and followed closely behind Professor McGonagall. Having learned alongside her for some time, he was well acquainted with their training grounds. Ordinarily, he should be studying occlumency with Snape, but given Snape's increased suspicion, Hera felt uneasy about seeking him out for training. Who could predict what Snape might do? What if he were to be ensnared by Voldemort? Chapter 61. The Arrival of the Christmas Holidays. The sun hung low above the treetops of the Forbidden Forest, signaling the onset of dusk. Excellent, you have grasped these concepts well. Were it not for your lack of experience, I might hesitate to claim that my mastery of transfiguration surpasses yours, Professor McGonagall praised, though the sincerity of her words was questionable. If Hera were to take them at face value, he would be a fool. Presently, he was only capable of transforming stones into hyenas, and despite his diligent efforts, he remained far behind Professor McGonagall's prowess. The hyena she conjured was so lifelike that had he not witnessed the red light emanating from her wand, he might have doubted his own eyes. Though Hera's creation was comparable, it lacked a certain vivacity. A discerning observer would notice its awkward movements. All right, Hera, I think that will suffice for today. Let us return to the Great Hall for dinner. Tomorrow, we must prepare to send the departing young witches and wizards home. I trust you will not forget, Professor McGonagall declared, stowing away her wand, her previously stern expression now softened by a smile. It was rumored that tonight's dinner would be particularly sumptuous. The kitchen staff would surely be delighted, as they would finally have a chance to rest. Professor McGonagall raised her brows, excitedly rubbing her hands together. Despite her decades of teaching at Hogwarts, she remained ever eager for each Christmas season. Indeed, Harry sighed, for every session with Professor McGonagall drained him of the last vestiges of his magical energy. The sensation of emptiness was quite uncomfortable, yet after resting, the surge of magic within him was utterly intoxicating. This was a traditional theory. Each complete depletion of magical energy expanded one's magical capacity. It was an arduous endeavor, one that most wizards would eschew. Upon returning to the Great Hall with Professor McGonagall, he was greeted by a bustling crowd of excited young witches and wizards. Many had signed their names on the list of students staying at Hogwarts for the holiday, while only a few would return home for Christmas. Seated at the head table, Harry was surprised to catch a glimpse of Quirrell, whose complexion appeared even more pallid and whose frame more gaunt, despite the sustaining effects of unicorn blood. He wondered how long Quirrell could endure. When Quirrell spotted Harry taking his seat, he broke into a radiant smile. "Harry, Professor McGonagall, you have finally arrived. I have been awaiting your presence for quite some time." "Ah, Quirrell, do take care of yourself. You do not appear well," Professor McGonagall remarked with pursed lips as she hastened to her seat. In contrast to Harry, Quirrell appeared increasingly peculiar. Professor McGonagall seemed far more inclined to labor over Harry's transfiguration than to engage with Quirrell. Whatever had become of that diligent and earnest Ravenclaw student? The responsible Muggle studies professor? Quirrell gazed at Professor McGonagall's retreating form, a hint of resignation crossing his face. It was evident that he was not favored by the other professors. Yet, he remained unconcerned, having discovered what true magic entailed. Only by aligning with the Dark Lord could one achieve success. "Harry, do come and partake in some food," Quirrell warmly invited. Harry, adopting a cool demeanor, seated himself. Ever since the Quidditch match, he harbored little patience for Quirrell, perceiving the conspiracy woven by Snape and Quirrell as a blatant betrayal. How foolish he had been to show any compassion. "Damn it, I should have dealt with him directly," Harry thought. As he settled in, Quirrell leaned in close and whispered, "At 9 tonight, I will visit your office." Harry, chewing a small piece of steak, nodded indifferently, as though it were of little consequence. His dinner was catered by Copper, and though they dined in the Great Hall, the quality of food served to him was considerably superior to that of other staff members. Copper had clearly become Harry's personal house elf. Had it not been for the magical contract binding him at Hogwarts, Harry suspected Copper would willingly follow him anywhere. Yet, without a home of his own beyond Hogwarts, Harry felt a pang of uncertainty, though the Lestrange family possessed an ancestral home. Nearly 6 months had passed since the transactions made with Lucius, and there had been no word since. He wondered what complications the Ministry of Magic might be facing. Fortunately, Harry had never truly fantasized about acquiring the Lestrange family inheritance. After all, Bellatrix's reputation was hardly commendable, and he lacked the confidence to reclaim any property from her. Having finished his dinner, Harry retreated to his office alone. It was only 6 o'clock. To his surprise, Penelope was already waiting there. Having long since learned the office password and navigating the space with the familiarity of her own home. "Professor Harry, you have returned?" Penelope inquired, her gaze fixed upon a book spread open before her. Harry rubbed his temples, a hint of frustration evident in his countenance. "You didn't go to the Great Hall for dinner again, did you?" Penelope, her cheeks flushed, nodded sheepishly. Over the past few months, she had developed a habit of dining in Harry's office, citing the Great Hall's noise as a reason. Yet, the true motivation was clear to both of them. With a casual snap of his fingers, Copper appeared with a pop. Upon seeing Penelope, he required no further prompting from Harry and promptly vanished, only to return bearing a tray of food. "Professor, I am returning home tomorrow. Will you come to see me off?" Penelope asked, sipping a warm glass of milk, froth clinging to her lips, her eyes alight with anticipation. "Of course, I will be there," Harry assured her. Harry sat in his designated spot, letting out a soft sigh. He had already committed to Professor McGonagall. It would hardly be appropriate to back out now. Penelope, with her small fists clenched in determination, looked as if Harry had just agreed to meet her parents. In truth, it was rather similar, considering that Harry was to escort the students to King's Cross Station. And meeting Penelope's parents seemed a natural progression. "Make the most of your Christmas holiday," he advised, "a full 2 weeks to cherish with your family. They must miss you dearly." Harry carefully moderated his tone, striving to maintain an air of decorum. Yet, none of this could stem the tide of Penelope's imagination. The mention of family from Professor Harry, who had never before alluded to his own kin, stirred her thoughts. Surely, he longed for the warmth of familial bonds. What if she took this opportunity to bring him home to meet her parents? Perhaps they could even become engaged and marry upon her graduation. "Penelope, you are truly a little genius." Chapter 62. Are dragon eggs expensive? Hera, are we moving too quickly? Penelope murmured shyly, her gaze fixed on the ground. Hera leaned back in his chair, tilting his head in surprise at her. What? How so? I merely agreed to Professor McGonagall's request to escort the young wizards to King's Cross. What's wrong with that? But I'm still young, and my parents don't know you very well. Oh dear, it just feels too soon, Penelope stammered, her hands flailing in distress. Hera reached out to wipe the froth from the corner of her mouth, though he was uncertain of her turmoil. Do not dwell on it. Let us eat something first. You Haven Tea had dinner in the Great Hall, and you must be famished. Penelope nodded, yet continued to avert her gaze from him, as if the weight of her words had drained her courage. Professor, you will write to me over the holiday, won't you? She asked, staring intently at a book she hadn't even opened, her thoughts entirely consumed by the man across from her. Hera extracted his mind from his lesson plan, gazing at Penelope in disbelief. What are you thinking? Of course, I will write to you, and I shall also send you a Christmas gift. He playfully tousled her chestnut hair. Really? Penelope's pale blue eyes sparkled with affection as they reflected Hera's image, overwhelming him with a sense of tenderness. It caused Hera a slight headache, yet he steeled himself to affirm, absolutely, for you are my favorite student. Penelope tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, mustering the courage to inch closer to him until their heads nearly touched as they both leaned down. The hours passed with Hera organizing his lesson plans and Penelope inching ever closer. At 9 o'clock, Quirrell stood at the office door, prompting the two to separate. Ah, Professor Quirrell, you've arrived, Penelope exclaimed, startled by the sound of the door, instinctively retreating before realizing it was Quirrell. She blushed, nodding at Hera before departing. Quirrell found humor in the situation as he plopped himself onto Penelope's former seat, teasing Hera. Aren't you afraid of Dumbledore? Indeed, Hera replied, retracting his neck. He feared the Dark Lord himself. Then why treat your students this way? Quirrell's gaze scrutinized Hera, as such moments were rare opportunities to witness Hera's discomfort. Hey, do not spread rumors, Hera protested, tapping the table lightly, wary of raising his voice lest it disturb Voldemort's rest. The Dark Lord's peculiar mindset could not be comprehended through conventional reasoning. What rumors? Quirrell chuckled. It's merely a private lesson between Professor Hera and the Ravenclaw prefect. Have you done anything unseemly? Absolutely not. Hera quickly shook his head, refusing to admit anything, for he had indeed done nothing. It was all Penelope's initiative. Hera preferred to be the passive one. By the way, is there something you want to discuss today? Hera asked, tidying his desk. Quirrell retrieved his wand from his pocket, prompting Hera to instinctively reach for his own concealed within his cloak. Relax. No need to be so tense. I'm merely being cautious. Quirrell swiftly cast a few spells, a counter-detection charm, a counter-listening charm, and an alchemical item shielding charm. I have made arrangements with a smuggler. The dragon egg should arrive early next year. After casting, he placed his wand on the table, addressing Hera, who was excessively anxious. A dragon egg? Hera relaxed slightly at the sight of Quirrell setting down his wand, though his curiosity remained. I have been wondering, why seek a dragon egg? Quirrell stiffened momentarily, his brow furrowing as he regarded Hera, as if the question were trivial. I truly do not know, Hera replied, raising his hands in surrender, genuinely perplexed by the utility of a dragon. Is it to control a basilisk? A few-month-old dragon would hardly suffice as a meal for one. Are you suggesting we secretly raise it at Hogwarts? That seems utterly absurd. Quirrell grasped his wand again, poking his forehead with the tip, visibly exasperated. His actions caused Hera to draw his wand, tensing up. What are you doing? I merely have a slight headache, Quirrell said, glancing at the wand aimed at him. Managing a wry smile. Hera, I once believed you were different. There's no need for such wariness. Hera pursed his lips, remaining silent as he gradually lowered his wand. Yet his grip remained firm, unwilling to relax. Ever since consuming unicorn blood, it had become increasingly difficult for him to view Quirrell in the same light. Quirrell had indeed lost his mind. I planned to use the dragon egg to befriend Hagrid and extract the weaknesses of his three-headed dog, Quirrell explained with a bitter smile. He could have merely asked Hera to inquire with Hagrid directly, yet he hesitated. If Hera approached Hagrid, Dumbledore would surely notice, putting Hera in peril. Thus, even if it meant expending all his galleons to procure a dragon egg from the Greek, he would go to great lengths to keep Hera uninvolved. However, if Hera were to discover Quirrell's good intentions, he might very well unleash an Avada Kedavra in response. Isn't it a waste to spend so much galleons on a dragon egg instead of keeping it for yourself? Fortunately, Hera remained unaware of Quirrell's intentions. In truth, Quirrell was merely a tragic figure, ensnared by Voldemort, yet still harboring a tender heart. So, the dragon egg is meant for Hagrid? Are you truly planning to gift it to him? Harry whispered, his voice lowered. A faint smile graced Quirrell's pale face. Of course. I intend to impersonate a Greek in a leaky cauldron, deliberately lose a bet to him, and then get him intoxicated. Harry nodded, conceding that Quirrell's plan was indeed quite strategic. But why specifically a dragon egg? To appease Hagrid, one merely needs to procure a peculiar and perilous magical creature. After all, dragon eggs are exorbitantly priced. I have inquired and discovered that Hagrid's greatest desire is to possess a dragon, even though it comes at a steep cost. Acquiring the Philosopher's Stone for the Dark Lord makes it all worthwhile. Wait a moment, steep cost? Hella abruptly raised her hand, interrupting Quirrell. How much did you spend in galleons? Chapter 63. A complicated situation, what? Hella gazed at Quirrell in disbelief. You actually spent 2,000 galleons on a fire dragon egg? Quirrell looked at Hella with confusion, somewhat taken aback, yet he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it cost me a full 2,000 galleons from those Greeks. All to extract the weaknesses of the three-headed dog from Hagrid. The expense was truly exorbitant. Hella grasped her hair in frustration, nearly wishing to draw her wand and cast a lethal curse on Quirrell. That was 2,000 galleons. How could he speak of it so nonchalantly? In truth, I share quite a good rapport with Hagrid. Hella hesitated, desperately hoping Quirrell would return the fire dragon egg, or at the very least, refund her 1,000 galleons. To her surprise, Quirrell shook his head with utmost seriousness, stating resolutely, "No, that would be far too risky. Should Dumbledore discover this, our previous plans would be in jeopardy." Hella furrowed her brows, feeling a slight wavering in her previous thoughts. Could it be that Quirrell actually cared for her? Perhaps he wasn't in collusion with Snape after all? Had she overthought the matter? Impossible. Both the Dark Lord and Dumbledore were formidable figures in the European magical realm. How could they be so simplistic? Surely, her initial conjectures held weight. Yet, she pondered, had she merely grasped the third layer of complexity? Was there potentially a deeper fourth or even fifth layer? Well, tomorrow marks the commencement of the Christmas holiday. Relish your time off. The Dark Lord is exceedingly pleased with our current progress, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall soon acquire the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell's expression mirrored that of a fervent devotee. Indeed, Voldemort's followers did harbor a deep-seated faith in him. He never regarded these individuals as family or friends. They were mere servants to him. Upon learning that Voldemort had not assigned her any tasks, Hella exhaled deeply, anticipating a much-needed respite during the upcoming 2-week holiday. She intended to utilize this time to prepare for her Animagus training. Quirrell, aware he too should take his leave, retrieved his wand from the table and tucked it back beneath his cloak. As she observed Quirrell's departing silhouette, Hella inexplicably called out, "Queerness? What? Never mind, it's nothing." Quirrell exited, yet the questions swirling within Hella's mind grew ever more intense as she leaned back in her chair, lost in contemplation. Snape, Quirrell, and herself were ensnared in the web woven by the Dark and White Lords. To whom did Snape truly pledge his allegiance? One could contend that Snape's stance was a decisive factor in the ongoing struggle between the two Titans. From the information at hand, it appeared Dumbledore placed complete trust in Snape. Should he indeed betray Dumbledore, Voldemort would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to rise again. It seemed prudent to consult Professor Dumbledore. If Snape had indeed aligned himself with Voldemort, then upon Voldemort's resurgence, the first to be eliminated would undoubtedly be herself. The Dark Lord abhorred betrayal. Following her memories, she found her way to the headmaster's office, entering with ease. The chamber was dim and silent, with Dumbledore reclining in a chair behind the desk. His presence shrouded in shadows, illuminated only by the faint glow of an oil lamp. Hella intentionally stepped heavily, prompting Dumbledore to sigh and straighten in his seat. "Hella? It is I, Professor." Hella regarded the venerable old man before her with a complex expression. Dumbledore exuded strength and safety, yet he was ultimately a centenarian, nearing the twilight of his life. Even within the wizarding community, Dumbledore could be considered quite advanced in age. "What troubles you? Has Quirrell sought you out again?" Dumbledore waved his hand dismissively, and several flames sprang forth from his palm, bathing the office in warm light once more. Hella settled into a chair opposite Dumbledore, resting her elbows on the desk, massaging her temples. "Yes, Professor, but I sense something different about Quirrell." Dumbledore's brow furrowed, leaning forward with interest. "He exudes a chill, a depth that is unfathomable. I am unsure if this is a consequence of his drinking unicorn blood." Hella searched for the right words. Despite Quirrell appearing even more amiable than before, an ominous aura enveloped him. It felt akin to encountering the Dark Lord himself. Hella finally articulated her thoughts. "He resembles Voldemort in a way, although Quirrell appeared to possess some charm." "Hella, you truly surprise me." Dumbledore expressed astonishment, lightly clapping his hands together. I too have noticed changes in Quirrell. After a long sigh, tinged with solitude, he continued. Once Quirinus consumed unicorn blood, his soul was irrevocably tainted. Voldemort is on the verge of complete dominion over him. Voldemort can sense the world through Quirrell's body, manipulate his actions, and even compel him to commit murder. Quirrell is powerless to resist. You could have intervened. Hela found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Should she castigate the elderly man before her? He had done more than enough, safeguarding the magical realm for nearly a century, from Grindelwald to Voldemort, standing resolutely at the forefront. Yet, he too would eventually age. Alas, all that remained was a profound sigh. Hela, I sense you are being overly pessimistic. We are not entirely without hope. Dumbledore rose and approached Hela, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Hela pressed her lips together, inhaled deeply for several seconds, and could not restrain herself from directly asking, Professor, I suspect Professor Snape. Dumbledore raised a finger to his lips. Hela, I have unwavering faith in Severus's loyalty. But he was once a Death Eater. Trust me, Hela. Dumbledore's light blue eyes sparkled with resolve, unwavering in their conviction. Hela contemplated briefly, then whispered, Might you share why you place such trust in Snape? You must understand. I have betrayed the Dark Lord. If Snape were to divulge. Hela, I recognize your concerns, yet we must cultivate a modicum of trust among ourselves, mustn't we? Dumbledore returned to his seat, offering Hela no semblance of false hope. I understand, Professor Dumbledore. Hela cast a long, contemplative glance at Dumbledore, a bemused chuckle escaping her lips. Chapter 64. Fragments of Dumbledore's memories indeed. Do you still refuse to believe me? Her fists clenched tightly within her cloak, merely due to the surname Lestrange, despite her sacrifices. She could not earn Dumbledore's trust. If she were a member of the Weasley family, merely appearing before Dumbledore with red hair would likely guarantee his unconditional trust. Professor. In that case, I shall not trouble you further. It is rather late, so I will take my leave, Hela stated, rising slightly and bowing stiffly. Dumbledore, his eyelids drooping, began to speak slowly, just as Hela had taken a few steps away. Hela, take the pensieve with you. Your mind is cluttered with an abundance of thoughts and memories. Perhaps you might attempt to extract the excess thoughts from your mind and reflect upon them when you have the time. Perhaps you are right, Professor Dumbledore, Hela replied, turning back and forcing a rather ungraceful smile. Seated in the room, she pointed her wand at her temple, striving to extract her memories, yet each attempt faltered halfway. Indeed, even a pensieve requires considerable magical prowess to utilize, and it appeared she was still lacking. With a wry smile, Hela stowed away her wand. Realizing just how feeble she truly was, Dumbledore had entrusted her with the pensieve, yet she remained unable to wield its potential. Gazing at the swirling silver vortex within, Hela took a deep breath and leaned over the edge, plunging into it. Once again, she found herself in the familiar scene of Godric's Hollow. Just as she had seen during her initial visit, everything appeared as it had before. Hela had grown accustomed to the sight of the two of them immersed in their magical studies. She quietly settled upon a large rock, intending to observe and learn. However, the nature of today's exchange seemed to veer into peculiar territory. Dumbledore and that young man were clasping hands, leaning closely together, cautiously surveying her surroundings to ensure Dumbledore would not unexpectedly enter the pensieve. Hela mustered her courage to continue watching the unfolding scene. Albus, you know that your brother has never been fond of me, the scruffy young man said, his head bowed in apparent dejection, unable to meet Dumbledore's gaze. Dumbledore raised their clasped hands, his eyes shimmering with starlight and affection. It is of no consequence. This is not an insurmountable obstacle. I can persuade him. Gellert, you know that my heart belongs solely to you. Dumbledore was still uttering sweet nothings, but the name he mentioned nearly made Hela's jaw drop in astonishment. What? This scruffy young man is Grindelwald? The first Dark Lord? The formidable Gellert Grindelwald, whose influence spanned across Europe and America? Hela pondered, her chin resting on her hand, contemplating why Dumbledore would show her such a memory. Could it be that Dumbledore had become muddled and carelessly entrusted her with his pensieve without proper scrutiny? Unthinkable. Despite his advanced age, such a fundamental mistake should be beyond him. After sitting on the stone for a considerable time, as the world around her began to dissipate like smoke, everything gradually faded away, leaving only her own form visible, while all else transformed into a swirling darkness. She understood this was a sign that she had finished exploring this particular memory, leading her to the next lesson. Then, the forest reappeared. Hela stood in a different setting, seemingly within Dumbledore's home. Bright sunlight streamed through the window into the modest room, where two men were huddled closely together, engrossed in some study. Nearby, a small girl lay on the bed, seemingly lost in thought, her feet swinging joyfully. Hella edged closer, making an effort to discern the contents of the parchment that Dumbledore and Gellert were studying. The text was vague and indistinct. Hella recognized that this was a characteristic of memories. If the owner had not paid attention or held a subjective disdain, the details would become obscured. Consequently, the observer could not decipher the contents either. Yawning, Hella suddenly realized she had squandered too much time within the memory, and it was time to return to her own bed for rest. Yet, as she lay in bed, tossing and turning, she found herself unable to sleep. What was Dumbledore's purpose in showing her this memory? Was he careless? Could such a thing happen? Adults typically acted with intention, and Dumbledore was certainly not one to make such blunders. The revelation of their relationship could send shockwaves through the wizarding world. It seemed to serve as a reassurance to herself. Dumbledore had confided even this to her, demonstrating a level of trust. In contrast, Voldemort was exceedingly unreliable, concealing all plans from her. However, the situation with Snape's eye, the headache, Hella endeavored to clear her mind, finally understanding the greatest benefit of mastering the occlumency technique, granting herself the peace of mind necessary for restful slumber. The following morning, Hella was roused from sleep by the tinkling bell of copper. Fortunately, she remembered that today's task involved escorting the young wizards to Hogsmeade and then accompanying them all the way to King's Cross Station. Enough, Copper, Hella groaned, propping herself up with one hand as she sat on the edge of the bed, exasperatedly addressing Copper. I am aware of my duties. I am awake now. Sir, Copper quivered, bending slightly and speaking in an exceedingly humble tone. This is a special request from Professor McGonagall. Hella's irritation dissipated in an instant. It was clear that Professor McGonagall's concern was entirely warranted. She had nearly overslept. Rising, she rummaged through her wardrobe for the most expensive cloak she owned. As she would be meeting the parents of students today, her youthful appearance necessitated reliance on attire to convey a sense of maturity. Selecting a pointed hat akin to Professor McGonagall's, she stood before the mirror, meticulously assessing her ensemble. With a flourish, she turned to Copper and asked, "How do I look today, Copper?" "You remain as charming and dashing as ever," Copper responded, not even lifting his gaze from his task, merely offering praise as though fulfilling an obligation. "Your eyes shine like the stars above, their brilliance illuminating the earth." "Enough, Copper, you haven't even looked," Hella interjected, waving her hand to cut off Copper's flattery. Indeed, house elves seem to possess an affinity for sycophancy. Could they not expand their vocabulary for compliments? Chapter 65. Work. Hella now found herself in a rather precarious situation. Extremely precarious. No less daunting than facing Voldemort or Dumbledore. Across from her, separated by a small table, sat Penelope, who was gazing out the window. While Penelope alone would not have caused Hella such trepidation, there was another presence beside her, Hermione Granger, who was clinging to her side. Curse be it, why hadn't she asked Hermione whether she would be returning home for the Christmas holidays? Had she inquired, there would have been no way Hella would have agreed to Professor McGonagall's request to escort the first years home. Subtly brushing Hermione's arm away from her own, Hella awkwardly searched for a topic of conversation. The weather is rather pleasant today. In England, whether among muggles or wizards, the weather was invariably the favorite topic of discussion upon meeting. Generally speaking, discussing the weather was the safest choice. However, Penelope, adjusting her unruly hair, glanced at the overcast sky and the few snowflakes drifting down, remarked, "If Professor Lestrange enjoys snow, then today is indeed quite lovely." Hella nervously pressed her lips together, managing only an awkward laugh. "Yes, I adore snow. The way the snowflakes fall is truly beautiful." Professor, did you not lament to me about how the snow left your cloak damp?" Hermione retorted, pouting and casting a challenging glance at Penelope. "Ahem," Hella coughed emphatically, wishing to smooth over the awkward moment. "In truth, I simply despise the sensation of snow falling upon me. However, I am quite willing to admire the beauty of falling snow." Penelope nodded earnestly, though her skepticism was palpable. Hella sighed. Indeed, was today destined to be fraught with misfortune? Upon encountering Professor Sprout earlier this morning, she learned that Mandrake would not mature until June, nearly driving her to despair. She had prepared to practice her animagus transformation, only to be informed that the Mandrake was unripe. It seemed she would have to wait until summer to attempt it again. With a full 2 weeks of Christmas holiday ahead, Hella suddenly found herself at a loss, caught off guard by the unexpected leisure. After months of relentless activity, this abrupt break left her feeling somewhat disoriented. "Hella, do you have any plans for the holiday?" Penelope turned her head back, her gaze fixed on Hella, subtly scanning the Hermione who was glued to his side. Hey, Professor, if you have no plans, why not come my home? My parents are always curious about the Wizarding World, and they would be thrilled to have you. Hermione clutched Hella's arm, pouting as she subtly competed with Penelope. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Hella's forehead. Taking a deep breath, he awkwardly chuckled. I do have plans indeed. Oh, did you not mention that you would be studying Animagus with Professor McGonagall? Penelope inquired with a playful glint in her eye, her slender fingers resting on her chin. I happened to overhear Professor Sprout say that the mandrake wouldn't mature until next June. Ah, Hermione exclaimed, her voice stretching in disbelief. Her understanding of Animagus was, naturally, inferior to Penelope's. Hella felt a chill run down her spine. How were they so acutely aware of his affairs? Well, Hella stammered, struggling to fabricate an excuse. Ultimately, he resorted to invoking Professor Dumbledore's name. Professor Dumbledore has assigned me a task. I shall likely be busy with work throughout the holiday. Ah, Dumbledore, Hermione sighed, a grimace adorning her face. Nevertheless, she had little courage to critique him. It was not a matter of bravery, but rather a testament to her trust in Dumbledore. Hella must indeed be greatly trusted to be assigned such tasks. Penelope seemed to share this sentiment and refrained from pressing Hella further. Around 12:30, a loud commotion echoed down the corridor. A woman with a warm smile and dimples pushed open the compartment door and asked, Darling, would you like to purchase any refreshments for the journey? It was the bothersome Auror Hella had encountered during his train ride to Hogwarts. The moment she caught sight of Hella, her smile faltered for an instant, but it quickly returned as if nothing had occurred. Apologies, we require nothing, Hella replied flatly, rising to shut the compartment door, leaving Hermione, Penelope, and the Auror with their mouths agape. They had not prepared any food at all. The train was scheduled to run until evening, and they certainly did not want to go hungry. After closing the door, Hella seized the opportunity to sit beside Penelope. Comparatively, she was the more formidable of the two. Hermione was merely a child. It was easy to distract her. Penelope's gaze was fixed on Hella, clearly seeking an explanation. Delighted to serve you, esteemed Professor Lestrange. Copper appeared with a soft thud, enveloped in a tea towel adorned with Hogwarts insignia, and bowed to both Hermione and Penelope, addressing them as esteemed young ladies. Prepare us a sumptuous dinner. Let us indulge in Vietnamese cuisine today. Hella succinctly dictated his preferences, not allowing Hermione or Penelope a moment to ponder, decisively sealing the lunch order. As you wish, Copper bowed deeply and vanished with a pop from the compartment. Professor, I always believed they could only be summoned within Hogwarts Castle, Penelope remarked, astonished by Copper's disappearance. Despite having seen Copper in the office numerous times before, she had no idea one could summon it outside the school grounds. Sometimes, we must embrace a bit of flexibility, do we not? Hella squinted, grinning with pride. To ensure Copper served him wholeheartedly, he had invested considerable effort, initially tricking it into serving professors regardless of location, coupled with a powerful confundus charm that bound it to him. Though it required significant energy, it undeniably made Hella's life far more convenient. A woman's mind often becomes particularly foolish after indulging in sweet treats. Girls are no exception. Hella finally relished a moment of tranquility, as Hermione had dozed off on the small table, emitting gentle snores that rendered her quite adorable. Yet the small head resting on his shoulder prevented him from fully relaxing. After enjoying her dessert, Penelope soon succumbed to sleep as well, leaning against Hella. The train sped along fields dotted with sheep and cattle, and Hella silently gazed out the window, watching the pastures and meadows blur by until the train finally glided into London. Chapter 66. Penelope's Awakening Heart. The train passed through various Muggle towns, slowing its pace before finally coming to a halt. Hella gently tapped the table with his knuckles, and the brown fur ball lifted its sleepy eyes from the small table. Professor, have we arrived? Yes, Hermione, if you wish to return to Hogwarts. We may take another train back, Hella jested, playfully shaking his shoulder. Penelope, blushing deeply, lifted her head from Hella's shoulder, summoning the courage to meet his gaze. We have arrived. Enjoy your Christmas holiday, Hella chuckled lightly. At last it was over. He would rather face Voldemort's Dementis than contend with two girls simultaneously. It felt akin to descending for breakfast and entering an unfamiliar cafe, while the owner of his usual haunt stood outside, staring at him as if to accuse him. What makes you better than me? This experience was utterly dreadful. Thankfully, the train had come to a stop. Are you two little ones truly going to disembark like this? Hella ruffled Penelope's chestnut locks, smiling softly at her wizarding robe, though merely a simple garment. It held a certain charm on her. Penelope glanced down in response to Hella's gaze, only to catch sight of her own ample bosom, her cheeks flushing crimson, steam seemingly rising from her head. She instinctively thrust her chest forward, as if to allow Hella a more comprehensive view. Hella playfully tapped Penelope's forehead. Quickly change your clothes. I do not wish to receive a warning from the Ministry of Magic. With that, Hella exited the compartment, leaving the two girls to change. Despite Hermione and Penelope both harboring feelings for him, if he were to brazenly sit down, he would undoubtedly earn 2 resounding slaps. Leaning against the door, listening to the rustling of clothes within, Hella chuckled softly, retrieving a mint from his pocket to enjoy. Speaking of which, it was indeed Galen's treat. Yet he lost interest in catnip after just a few encounters, perhaps weary of the constant teasing with it. There remained about 4 or 5 boxes of catnip, which Hera would have to resolve alone, despite her mental reluctance. Her body, however, obediently indulged in it. She could not fathom why Galen was averse to catnip, as its fragrance was undeniably delightful. Hera glanced down at the remaining mint candies and gently rapped her knuckles against the door. Would you care for a mint to relax a bit? Oh yes. Penelope's soft voice chimed in, lacking the crispness of Hermione's, yet possessing a distinctly tender quality. The door opened just a crack, and without looking back, Hera extended her hand, only to feel a soft grip as Penelope took the mint, her nails gently grazing Hera's palm in the process. Hera chuckled softly, drawing the door closed, and lightly scratched her nose, savoring the lingering fragrance on her hand. A smile gracing her lips. It was not long before voices emerged from within the compartment. Professor, we are ready. Good. Then let us hurry down. Your family has likely been waiting for you for quite some time. Hera smiled as she opened the compartment door. Hermione and Penelope had already shed their wizarding robes. Donning muggle attire, Penelope's snug jeans accentuated her flawless curves. Hera forcibly redirected her gaze to their faces, leaning against the doorframe with a gentle smile. Due to their change of clothes, most of the students had already disembarked, and they exited the platform with remarkable swiftness. An emaciated old guard stood at the ticket gate, allowing only 2 or 3 individuals to pass at a time, thus preventing a throng of students from emerging simultaneously and attracting the muggle's attention. Hera, you'll write to me, won't you? Penelope asked, rising onto her toes, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Hera affectionately ruffled Penelope's chestnut hair, assuring her, of course. I shall write to my dear students and prepare Christmas gifts for you. However, as she uttered those words, a wave of guilt washed over her. She had not prepared any Christmas gifts, and it seemed she would have to keep things simple, perhaps seeking something suitable in Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade to present to them. Penelope nodded, her cheeks inexplicably flushed. Hermione, a hearty middle-aged voice called from a distance. Oh, father. Hermione acknowledged Hera with a gentle nod before racing toward the man. He swiftly lifted Hermione into the air, spinning her around affectionately while nuzzling her forehead, then playfully poking her brow, seemingly marveling at how much he had grown in a mere few months. You should go find your family as well. Hera gently patted Penelope's back. Don't forget to think of me. Penelope's hand hesitantly reached out, her fingers intertwining nervously, but she finally mustered the courage to rise onto her toes and plant a soft kiss on Hera's cheek when she wasn't paying attention. Hera felt the cool, tender touch on her cheek. Surprised, she turned her head only to nearly kiss Penelope back. What was that for? Hera stammered, anxiety evident in her voice, reminiscent of quarrel. Penelope bit her lip, seemingly savoring the moment, her head gradually lowering, yet the entangled toes she stood on clearly indicated her nervousness. Don't forget about me, she said. And with that, she dashed away, her face concealed by her hands as she hurried toward the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Hera touched her still fragrant cheek, a sense of worry creeping in. It seemed she had inadvertently invited considerable trouble upon herself. Though merely 16, it was evident that this was no trifling matter. The most daunting challenge ahead was undoubtedly Dumbledore. If he were to learn of this, she feared a swift and merciless reprimand. Targeting a female student would tarnish her reputation, though perhaps she had little left to protect. While she was lost in thought, Hermione approached with her father. Thankfully, they had not witnessed the earlier incident. Otherwise, Hera was certain he would not have greeted her with such warmth. Their hands clasped firmly. Good day. I have heard much about you from Hermione. I hadn't anticipated you to appear so youthful, Mr. Granger remarked with a subtle smile. Hera exhaled quietly, relieved that she had escaped his notice. It appeared her reputation remained intact. Hermione is an exceptionally talented young witch. Her brilliance never ceases to amaze us. Hera praised generously as she released Mr. Granger's hand. His arm naturally draped around Hermione's shoulders. In that case, we can rest easy. You see, we are utterly unfamiliar with the wizarding world. When we learned Hermione could become a witch, it was truly. Chapter 67. Hera, you are quite audacious. After exchanging pleasantries with Mr. Granger, he led Hermione away from King S. Cross, her eyes lingering on Hera with reluctance. Hera watched their figures vanish into the wall. Releasing a long breath, the trying moments had finally passed. Upon their return to school, she vowed never to acquiesce to Professor McGonagall's request to escort students again. You are indeed quite bold. Hurrah! Dumbledore hummed a cheerful tune, appearing quite pleased with himself, his words laced with playful jest. The air on the platform felt heavier than frozen custard, and Hera dared not meet Dumbledore's gaze, merely uttering, Professor Dumbledore. I shall certainly write to my dear students and prepare Christmas gifts for you. Dumbledore mimicked Hera's earlier tone, his voice still amiable, though it struck Hera's ears as particularly grating. Professor, please refrain from teasing me, she interjected, exasperated. Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed on Hera's face, his eyes penetrating deeply. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though her entire being had been frozen in place. You have always been a remarkably astute child. There are certain matters you are aware of. He spoke lightly, his demeanor calm and devoid of any visible anger. Yet Hera could distinctly sense an icy aura radiating from him. She grasped her wand tightly. I know. Hera raised 3 fingers in an oath. I will absolutely adhere to the school rules. I am aware. You are typically quite prudent in your endeavors. Dumbledore slightly turned his head to gaze at the steam engine billowing dark smoke, already prepared to return to Hogsmeade. Indeed, you could trust me completely. I am undoubtedly the most reliable. Hera nearly thumped her chest in assurance. Very well. In that case, we should be on our way, Hera. Dumbledore disregarded her protest, adjusting his long purple cloak and extending his forearm toward her. Hesitating momentarily, Hera suppressed her curiosity and grasped Dumbledore's offered arm. Excellent, he declared. Now let us depart. Hera clutched Dumbledore's arm tightly as the surroundings plunged into darkness, pressure enveloping her from all directions, suffocating her. It felt as if iron bands were constricting her chest. Her eyes were pressed back in her head, and her eardrums sank deep within her skull. And then she gasped for the frigid air, her tear-filled eyes wide open. Active apparition and passive apparition were akin to a car sickness sufferer driving themselves versus being driven by someone else. It was impossible to feel unwell when one was in control. The experience of apparition was certainly not this jarring when she performed it herself. A few seconds later, Hera regained her composure. The King's Cross station had vanished, and the place where he and Dumbledore now stood was an expansive estate. At that moment, they found themselves before an oval lake, shrouded by verdant trees, with no ostentatious Gothic architecture on the island. A monument, approximately 2 meters in height, stood proudly with a pure white square base, its apex cradling a tulip in the cusp of blossoming, evidently the emblem of this estate. Or rather, the estate was replete with tulip motifs. Professor, where are we? Hera inquired, rubbing his ears, still suffering from a pronounced ringing. Although he loathed the experience of apparition, he could confidently assert that it was far more bearable than his current state. Are you all right? Dumbledore asked with genuine concern, his gaze fixed on Hera. I had thought you had long since acclimatized to apparition. Oh, damn, Hera muttered under his breath, quickly suppressing his irritation. What I mean is, I have adjusted to my own apparition, but being transported by another is still somewhat disconcerting. Dumbledore chuckled, wrapping his cloak tightly around his neck. This way, he said, setting off with a sprightly gait, his mood evidently buoyant, even humming a little tune. Professor, you still haven't told me where we are, Hera pressed, hastening to keep pace with Dumbledore. The December English peninsula was cloaked in a silvery frost, their breaths visible in the chilly air. Oh, this place? Dumbledore paused, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. It belongs to a mentor of mine, a dear friend. Hera stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering that anyone deemed a mentor by Dumbledore, residing in such a grand estate, must surely be a venerable elder of considerable repute. Could it be that Dumbledore had brought him here to inherit his legacy? The notion of such fortune arriving so unexpectedly left Hera momentarily bewildered. Muttering to himself in a bid for composure, he retrieved a newly unwrapped box of mint candies from his pocket and popped one into his mouth to alleviate his tension. Are you eating something? Dumbledore's keen eyes noticed Hera's actions, a smile spreading across his face that conveyed his amusement unmistakably. With a resigned sigh, Hera offered another mint to Dumbledore. Professor, would you care to try some? Imported mints, they taste quite splendid. Dumbledore said nothing further, accepting the mint from Harry's hand and popping it into his mouth. In fact, I've been giving serious thought to your earlier remarks about lacking ability, Dumbledore said solemnly. I shall have to enlist the assistance of an old friend, his magical prowess. I am certain will provide you with ample guidance. Oh, you mean the estate's owner? Harry queried, glancing towards the villa within the estate that was aglow with lights. I hope I'm not mistaken. That must be Muggle electric lights, correct? Indeed, it is my old friend, and you are acquainted with him, Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. Evidently pleased. Nicholas Flamel. Oh, do not be so astonished. His life is rather mundane and uneventful. In fact, when I approached him, he was far more excited than I. Harry nodded, his excitement intensifying. Not merely for the prospect of studying magic under Nicholas Flamel, but because Flamel's wealth was legendary. If he could win even a modicum of Flamel's favor, a mere trickle of his riches would ensure his future was secure. Professor, how is Mr. Flamel's health? Harry inquired with concern. Dumbledore pondered for a moment, his expression neutral, betraying no emotion. For Nicholas and Perenelle, death is akin to retiring to bed after a long day. And for those of keen intellect, death is merely another grand adventure. Chapter 68, Nicholas Flamel. So, you mean Nicholas and his wife are nearing death? Do they not possess the Philosopher's Stone? Harry exclaimed, startled to learn from Dumbledore that Nicholas and Perenelle were, in fact, nearing their end. Oh, did I not mention this before? Dumbledore responded with an expression of surprise. The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed. Ah, Harry's voice echoed across the lawn of the estate. Calm down, Harry. I understand that for someone of your youth, this may seem unfathomable, Dumbledore remarked with a wry smile, having been startled by Harry's outburst. As I mentioned earlier, death is merely another grand adventure for them. You must understand, the Philosopher's Stone is not as marvelous as one might think. With it, one could acquire unlimited wealth and extend one's lifespan indefinitely. Yet, these two desires are what humanity craves most, and, paradoxically, they often choose what is least beneficial for them. Harry stood in silence, momentarily at a loss for words, perhaps due to her limited experiences thus far. Dumbledore sighed softly, then lifted his gaze toward the villa. Ah, it appears they have noticed me. Come along, Harry. Huh? Oh, right, Harry replied, roused from her thoughts, and hurried to follow Dumbledore. As they approached the lawn before the villa, an aged male voice called from above. Albus, it has been ages since I last saw you. How have you been? Nicholas Flamel, clad in golden pajamas adorned with tulips, hurried down the stairs, moving at a speed reminiscent of a crawling infant. Harry even doubted if he was merely bouncing in place. Oh, Dumbledore scratched his nose, slightly embarrassed. Fortunately, Harry did not notice his discomfort. Nicholas, we saw each other just a few weeks ago. Why just so? By the way, where is Perenelle? Albus, Perenelle has already retired for the night. Why do you seek me at such a late hour? Nicholas embraced Dumbledore, casting a curious glance at Harry, as if puzzled by his presence. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Did I not mention that a student wished to study with you for a time? Ah, I suppose that is the case, Nicholas mused, tilting his head as he regarded Harry with a warm smile, extending a trembling hand toward him, as Harry grasped Nicholas's hand, which felt as dry as a tree branch. He couldn't help but question Dumbledore's earlier assertions about Nicholas's keen intellect. Had Dumbledore employed some trickery to abscond with his Philosopher's Stone? Had he been plotting since noticing Quirrell's peculiar behavior? The Dark Lord was indeed not to be trifled with. I am truly honored to learn from you. I am Harry Lestrange, but you may simply call me Harry, he declared with a deep bow, embodying the humility befitting a student. Do not be anxious, child. Albus has spoken highly of you. He has always described you as a remarkably gifted individual, Nicholas replied with a cheerful smile. Though Harry worried he might faint from the exertion. Are we not welcome inside? I am quite eager to sample French cuisine. Dumbledore said jovially as he entered the sitting room, plopping down on the sofa. Harry attempted to assist Nicholas, but he merely chuckled and gently pushed Harry's arm away, guiding him inside. After a hearty meal, Harry was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, ready to lift his cloak and pat his belly. French cuisine, yes. Aside from the fact that the baguette was rather hard, the bouillabaisse was truly magnificent, utterly dispelling Hella's previous prejudices regarding French stews. Hella, during the holiday, you should focus on learning from Nick, Dumbledore remarked, wiping the soup from his beard with a casual air. All right, Professor, Hella nodded. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed intently at Dumbledore. You must leave at once. If you don't go, I'll find it difficult to establish a connection with Mr. Nick. Dumbledore appeared momentarily taken aback by Hella's swift response, shaking his head with a wry smile. Nick, we shall meet again soon. I must pay a visit to Numengard. Dumbledore stood, adjusted his purple robes, slightly bowed, and produced his wand from within his cloak, vanishing with a soft pop from the sight of the two. "Take care, no need to see me off," Nick raised his arm. But Dumbledore had already departed before he could finish his farewell. Hella looked at Nick with eager anticipation. Perhaps she ought to present him with a token of their first meeting? Perhaps a ring to shield against the effects of the Cruciatus curse, a diadem to ward off lethal spells, or even a voodoo doll for cursing others. Regardless of what Nick might offer, Hella would graciously accept it. A wealthy benefactor's generosity must surely be extravagant. Even if she found no personal use for it, she could always resell it. "Hella, may I call you that?" Nick asked tremulously, though he seemed more composed than before, perhaps having dined. "Of course," she replied. "Since Albus has entrusted you to me, come along." Nick, propping himself against the table, rose without acknowledging Hella, softly murmuring the incantation Malin. With a pop, a house elf appeared, bowing slightly to Nick and then nodding respectfully at Hella. Clad in a neatly tailored suit that seemed custom-made, he exuded far more dignity than the house elves of Hogwarts. "Take Hella to the underground library," Nick added, pausing briefly to specify the first 3 levels. "As you wish, sir," Malin replied with a slight bow, snapping his fingers to conjure an oil lamp, then gestured for Hella to follow him. Hella gazed at Nick's frail figure ascending the stairs, unable to suppress a whisper, fearful of disturbing the elderly gentleman struggling up the steps. "Is he all right alone?" she queried. "Please keep up with me," Malin replied curtly, his small legs moving swiftly as he led the way. In just a couple of breaths, he nearly vanished from Hella's sight. With a resigned sigh, she hurried to catch up with Malin. Plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. The promise of forging a connection with Nick and casually inheriting a portion of his wealth would have made her future utterly carefree. Darn Dumbledore. Chapter 69. The holiday passed in the blink of an eye. "Malin, how long has Hella been in the library?" Nick gently caressed the skin of the woman lying in bed, her once youthful complexion having succumbed to the ravages of time, yet she remained the one he cherished most. Malin performed a graceful bow. "Mr. Lestrange has been downstairs for 3 days. 3 days already? Has he not mentioned emerging?" Nick withdrew his hand, looking at Malin with mild surprise. "If I hadn't reminded him to eat, I suspect Mr. Lestrange would have forgotten altogether." Nick stood, displaying none of the frailty he had shown before Hella and Dumbledore. "Ah, it seems Albus has indeed found a remarkable young woman." Hella, ravenous for knowledge, had been engrossed in the underground library for days. The legacy of Nicodemus had spanned over 6 centuries, and merely the collection of his tomes was enough to inspire awe. The first level contained primarily biographies and cultural anecdotes. The second was devoted to commonly used spells, while the third delved into the profound, encompassing dark and light magics seldom mentioned at Hogwarts. As for the deeper levels, 4th, 5th, and beyond, Hella could only marvel at the vast accumulation of knowledge amassed by Nicodemus. In the 3rd level alone, she encountered numerous studies on advanced dark magic, which broadened her horizons. Yet, many of the dark spells had rather stringent conditions, some bordering on the inhumane. Infant skulls, the spinal cord of a lover, the ashes of one's parents. These exceeded Hella's comprehension, and despite her previous engagement in fringe practices, she lacked the fortitude to accept such notions. However, some aspects of white magic were indeed worth exploring. She had been perusing a book on the Patronus charm, an evidently practical spell capable of delivering messages, dispelling dark enchantments, and warding off malevolence. Most importantly, it was quite impressive. When Dumbledore returned to collect Hella, he found only Nick's presence. "Nick, where is Hella?" "Oh, her?" Nick replied, steadily holding his teacup, speaking leisurely. "She has been in the underground library, without Malin. I fear she would forget to eat." Dumbledore adjusted his robes, leaning back in his chair with a soft chuckle. "She hasn't been in the underground library this entire time, has she?" The content alone could keep her occupied for years. Nick took a sip of his tea, nonchalantly replying, "Indeed, but her appearance reminds me of someone." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, lifting a small teacup from the table, recalling events of the past. "Is that curse still unbroken?" Nick inquired with keen interest. Dumbledore sighed softly, gazing through the floor-to-ceiling window at the sprawling lawn and the tranquil lake. "That young fellow's curse is quite formidable. No one has managed to teach defense against the dark arts for more than a year." Nick chuckled lightly. "It seems I have a new professor in mind." Dumbledore rubbed his temples, his gaze unfocused. "In truth, I think a significant part of the issue cannot solely be blamed on Tom. It's quite difficult to find an exceptionally suitable candidate. Quirrell certainly didn't foresee his transformation." "I believe I've grasped Quirrell's true nature," Nick remarked, leisurely savoring a pastry. "He can only last for another 6 months at most. With Tom possessing him and consuming unicorn blood, he has no way forward." Dumbledore turned to Nick, the azure depths of his eyes shimmering with light, suddenly breaking into a smile. Thus, I have already found next year's defense against the dark arts professor. Nick paused, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled resignedly. As expected, you're always thoroughly prepared. So, who is the fortunate soul you have chosen? Dumbledore smiled lightly, deliberately delaying his answer, instead posing a question. Do you recall the Armenian old wizard and the hag? Nick hesitated briefly, then burst into hearty laughter. Ah, you certainly have a knack for surprises. Well, I must prepare to take Hello away. The students shall return in a couple of days. Dumbledore popped a few small pastries into his mouth, narrowing his eyes into a narrow slit, revealing a broad smile. Where was the imposing demeanor of the world's most formidable white wizard? He resembled a sweet-toothed old man. So, Professor Dumbledore, are we simply returning like this? Hela inquired, frowning, still clutching a copy of Voodoo Magic Explained. Dumbledore sighed heavily, casting a glance at Nick, of course. But that only earned him a resigned shrug. He had done nothing but allow Malin to escort Hela to the underground library. I trust you have not forgotten that you only have a fortnight for your holiday? Hera abruptly smacked her forehead, reluctantly setting aside the book she had been holding. Oh, of course, she would not forget. She simply hadn't anticipated how swiftly time had passed. Nevertheless, there would be opportunities in the future. Well then, let us embark, Dumbledore declared. Goodbye, Albus. Nick raised his hand in farewell to Dumbledore. It was a pleasure to see you today, Dumbledore nodded gently. I'm grateful for your care during this time. Mr. Nickleby. Hera politely inclined her head towards Nickleby, then rested her arm on Dumbledore's outstretched forearm. Nick smiled as he watched the two depart. Once again, a wave of pressure enveloped Hera. She inhaled deeply, drawing in the cold night air, and opened her eyes. Indeed, the experience of following someone through apparition was utterly dismal. Professor Dumbledore, she said, lowering her head with effort, if I am not mistaken, you seem to have arrived early. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully. I am delighted you remember the start of term. I fear the allure of Muggle cuisine had tempted you into forsaking your return to Hogwarts. Hera tightly wrapped her cloak around her neck as the biting wind seeped in. The courtyard where she and Dumbledore stood resembled an abandoned space, featuring a fountain shaped like a swan and a few benches scattered about. Dumbledore smiled, discerned the direction, and said, this way. He strode forward with a light step, passing an empty tavern and several houses. Although it was merely 8 o'clock at night, the village had evidently succumbed to slumber. Now, tell me, Hera, Dumbledore inquired, what have you been studying during this time? Hera instinctively halted, contemplating her response before saying, Chapter 70, The Fortunate Ones of the Coming Year. I have been delving into white magic, particularly practicing the Patronus charm. Dumbledore chuckled softly. He distinctly remembered Hera returning with a book on voodoo magic. A Patronus? Given Hera's avaricious nature, it would likely resemble a Niffler. However, when Hera glanced up at Dumbledore, she noticed a look of satisfaction upon his face. Very good, Dumbledore remarked. Sometimes we indeed require strength to combat darkness, and the Patronus charm is undoubtedly an excellent choice. I believe so as well, Hera thought, unwilling to admit her curiosity about the dark arts, which, admittedly, required a significant degree of malevolence from the caster. Hera struggled to identify anyone she truly despised. She preferred to settle scores promptly rather than harbor resentment. They turned a corner, passing a telephone booth and a bus stop. Hera glanced again at Dumbledore. Professor? Hera? What exactly is our location? This is the enchanting Yorkshire, Hera. And what purpose brings us here? Oh, I haven't mentioned it yet. Dumbledore stroked his silvery beard. I assumed you would recognize this place, given the fame of that swan fountain. We are here to visit a remarkable wizard. We require a new defense against the dark arts professor for next year. Each year, I traverse several islands across Europe for this very purpose. In truth, I have lost count of how many times I have mentioned it. How may I assist, Professor? Hera queried, somewhat puzzled by Dumbledore's intentions. With Quirrell's departure at the end of this academic year, she assumed she would leave as well. What relevance did the selection of a defense against the dark art professor hold for her? Surely, they wouldn't expect her to serve as an assistant again, would they? Oh, I believe we will find a role for you, Dumbledore replied vaguely. Turn left, Hera. They walked down a steep, narrow street lined with houses. Hera cautiously tightened her grip on her wand in her pocket, her senses heightened as she surveyed her surroundings. Professor, why can't we simply apparate directly to his home? Because that would be as rude as kicking down someone's door, Dumbledore explained. Courtesy dictates that we allow other wizards the opportunity to refuse our visit. Moreover, most wizarding residences possess magical barriers against unwelcome apparition, much like Hogwarts. Hera's lips moved as she suppressed her urge to voice a retort. After all, who could deny the presence of Professor Dumbledore? We shall turn left again. Professor, who is our new professor? Oh, you are acquainted with him. He is a regular in the Daily Prophet, a celebrated wizard in the magical community. Hera rubbed her ears, sensing a hint of sarcasm in Dumbledore's words. I know him. Indeed, Dumbledore smiled at Hera. He possesses a wealth of thrilling experiences, numerous publications, and an array of titles. I see. Hera interjected with a frown, interrupting Dumbledore's praise, which sounded as if it had been transcribed from Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography, leaving an unpleasant taste in her mouth. I understand, Professor. You are referring to Gilderoy Lockhart, correct? Precisely. Dumbledore shrugged, yet Hera felt an oddity in his tone, as if he were sharing a rather amusing joke. Dumbledore paused, lowering his voice in fact. If you do not object, I hope you will continue as an assistant next year, Hera. He is a renowned author and a world-class defense against the dark arts expert. Having received the Order of Merlin, 3rd class, Hera was all too aware of her adversary. He was merely slightly more competent than herself. However, why would Lockhart reside in such a remote village? Surely, a wealthy author of his stature ought to dwell in a luxurious villa or estate. How could he possibly live here? I happen to have 2 acquaintances whose memories bear signs of alteration. Dumbledore paused, seemingly cautious that his words might unduly influence Hera's judgment. Yet, after a moment's consideration, he continued, One day, I discovered that the experiences they once shared with me had been penned by Lockhart in his books, transformed into his masterpieces. So, are you suggesting he is a fraud? Hera asked, bewildered. Dumbledore would never jest about such matters, but the information was undeniably shocking. Gilderoy Lockhart was indeed a charlatan who exploited Obliviate. Hera felt an overwhelming urge to submit this revelation to Rita Skeeter, the chief editor of the Daily Prophet. It was as if she had always known. How could someone be both handsome and exceptionally skilled in magic? If such a person existed, it would undoubtedly be her. Hera, Lestrange. At present, it is merely a suspicion. Dumbledore's face was obscured in shadow, making it difficult to discern his expression. Yet the chill emanating from him clearly indicated he wished Hera to keep this information confidential. Hera nodded, but internally resolved to unmask Lockhart in the coming academic year, ensuring everyone knew of his deceit. The 2 continued forward, heads bowed, each absorbed in their own thoughts. We have arrived, Dumbledore announced as they approached a tidy little stone cottage nestled within a garden. Hera, wholly preoccupied with her musings about Lockhart, paid little attention to her surroundings. They reached the front door, and Dumbledore halted, causing Hera to unexpectedly bump into him. Ah, this is the place. Following Dumbledore's gaze, Hela cast her eyes toward the meticulously maintained pathway, where warm yellow light poured through the windows, casting shadows of figures in motion. I hope our arrival does not disturb them, Dumbledore murmured, gently rapping on the door. Hela tightened her cloak and trailed behind Dumbledore, patiently awaiting the arrival of their host. Yet, it appeared that sometimes a little persistence was necessary. Listening to the laughter emanating from within, Dumbledore felt a twinge of awkwardness and knocked again. Who is it? It's a holiday, no photographs. A male voice abruptly interrupted the merriment, laced with impatience. Lockhart? Dumbledore inched closer, raising his voice. It is I, Dumbledore. Almost immediately, hurried footsteps approached, and the door swung open to reveal a blond man peering out. Chapter 71, Gilderoy Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart emerged from the threshold, and Hela recognized him instantly. It was impossible to overlook his dazzling golden locks, or rather, the brilliance of his large, white smile that even the night could not obscure. Professor Dumbledore? He exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his tone as he opened the door wider. I thought you would arrive at a later date. Oh, plans are often subject to change. Dumbledore replied with feigned sincerity. I hope our unannounced visit does not inconvenience you. Lockhart laughed lightly, the earlier impatience evaporating. Hela silently noted his demeanor. Lockhart certainly excelled in this regard compared to herself. Do come in. I just finished dinner with my family, Lockhart beamed, offering a smile that could only be described as flawless, at least in Hela's eyes. Following Dumbledore into the modest room, Hela surveyed the space, which, though somewhat shabby, exuded a warm and inviting atmosphere illuminated by the soft glow of oil lamps. A nearby desk was cluttered with parchment and a quill tossed haphazardly to the side. I apologize for the mess, Lockhart said, though he made no effort to tidy up, clearly too curious about Dumbledore's purpose for visiting. Dumbledore surveyed the room and suddenly chuckled. I did not expect you to be so industrious, even during the Christmas holiday. Ah, it's merely a habit, Lockhart replied loudly, evidently pleased that Dumbledore acknowledged his dedication to work. Those dreadful creatures do not spare me simply because it's Christmas. Yet, Hella's skepticism remained unwavering. After all, Dumbledore had labeled Lockhart a fraud. A commendable sense of vigilance, Gilderoy. You remain as meticulous as ever, Dumbledore praised casually. Hella was taken aback by this display of friendliness. The disparity in Dumbledore's treatment was palpable. When he had interacted with her, his demeanor had been far less amiable. Actually, I came to discuss the prospect of you teaching next year, Dumbledore began, taking a seat and revealing the purpose of his visit. He subtly mentioned Harry, suggesting that Lockhart could instruct the soon-to-be second-year student, which would undoubtedly enhance his popularity more than any other endeavor. Hella observed Lockhart's infatuated expression with disdain. This was the man she had once considered her lifelong adversary? To her astonishment, he was not only a charlatan but also a mercenary for fame, in stark contrast to her genuine passion for education. Approximately 10 minutes later, Dumbledore seemed weary from his discussion, and Hella promptly offered him a cup of hot tea. He accepted it with a soft, "Thank you, Hella." Lockhart gasped in disbelief, turning to Hella. "Who are you?" "Excuse me?" Dumbledore nearly choked on his tea, while Hella struggled to suppress her anger. Had Lockhart truly not noticed her presence? His vigilance was impressive indeed. Hella shot a cold glance at Dumbledore. Could you not be more realistic in your flattery? Moreover, Lockhart seemed to be even less capable than Quirrell. He is Professor Hella Lestrange, whom you likely overlooked as I was blocking your view. Dumbledore patiently clarified for Lockhart. "Oh, it must be because I've relaxed upon returning home," Lockhart said, his expression unchanged, shamelessly taking the opportunity to excuse himself. "Had this been Romania, I would have subdued you immediately." Hella silently poured the last of the tea into her cup, downing it in one gulp. Let him boast. Dumbledore would surely expose his deceit. "Are you still flaunting your bravado here?" Fortunately, Lockhart eventually agreed to Dumbledore's proposal, albeit expressing curiosity about the whereabouts of Professor Quirrell, given that Hogwarts currently had a defense against the dark arts instructor. Why was Dumbledore so eager to invite him? Surely, there was a catch. Yet, the thought of adding the illustrious title of Harry Potter's teacher to his long list of accolades quickly overshadowed any doubts Lockhart harbored. "Well then, we should take our leave. It is quite late," Dumbledore announced, glancing at Hella, who had fallen asleep against the back of her chair. He gently patted her shoulder. Startled awake, Hella instinctively drew her wand, scanning her surroundings until she confirmed it was merely Dumbledore beside her, finally relaxing her stance. Lockhart's smile twitched slightly, even his gleaming teeth losing their allure for a moment. "All right, Hella, it is time for us to depart." Dumbledore adjusted his cloak and moved toward the door. Lockhart quickly rose, offering, "Are you truly not going to rest for a moment? It is rather late." "Oh no, Gilderoy. It is precisely because it is so late that we must take our leave," Dumbledore replied firmly. "Then I shall not keep you. I hope to enjoy dinner with you at Hogwarts this time next year," Lockhart said, bowing slightly as he stepped forward to open the door for Dumbledore. Hella followed Dumbledore in silence, remaining quiet until they exited Lockhart's small garden. Only then did she speak up. "Professor, with your reputation, you could easily expose his lies. To invite him to teach at Hogwarts, if I may say, is rather ill-considered." Dumbledore paused, and in the moonlight, Hella caught a glimpse of the bittersweet smile on the elderly man's face. "Hella, did you truly believe it would be easy to find a suitable candidate for the defense against the dark arts professor?" Dumbledore sighed deeply, the curse hanging over that position a source of persistent frustration. Each year, the professor faced a myriad of unforeseen calamities, with none lasting more than a year. The troubles had begun the moment he had turned down Tom Riddle's request. Since that year, Dumbledore had been tirelessly searching for a wizard to fill the role of defense against the dark arts instructor. A peculiar legend has emerged within the wizarding community, suggesting that the position of Professor of Defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts is cursed. Chapter 72, King's Cross Station. Whether the curse is genuine remains a mystery to Dumbledore, yet each year the professor of this subject inevitably encounters unforeseen mishaps, which causes him no small amount of distress. The most pressing issue, however, is that no one dares to accept the role unless they are inclined to meet an untimely demise. "Professor." Hella suddenly recalled how Dumbledore had previously declined her request to take on the professorship. It seemed she must still be one of Dumbledore's favored students. Otherwise, she might have been summoned to fill the position for an entire academic year. Dumbledore merely smiled, offering no response, and continued on his way. Naturally, he could not divulge his thoughts to Hella. "Professor, wait for me." Hella tightened her cloak around her neck and hurried to catch up with Dumbledore. Upon reaching the familiar path, Dumbledore paused and extended his arm in the same manner as before. All right, I understand," Hella grumbled, then grasped Dumbledore's forearm. After a brief moment of pressure, she felt slightly more stable than before. "Professor, Why don't you tell me the address, and I can follow you via apparition? Dumbledore chuckled lightly, retorting, can you break Hogwarts' anti-apparition charm? Hella scratched her face, clearly unable to do so. However, she quickly inquired, Professor, what is the purpose of our return? Dumbledore raised his head, a look of incredulity flickering across his features. Hella, surely you must prepare for the arrival of the new students? He paused, his tone taking on a teasing note. Miss Creewat is indeed quite charming. Cough, cough. Hella abruptly interrupted Dumbledore with a fit of coughing, realizing that it was rather unfortunate to be caught by him at that moment. Please, don't make fun of me, she stammered, struggling to concoct an excuse. Was it merely youthful folly, a girl-less infatuation? Such remarks felt rather inappropriate. Very well, I shall concede to your words. Hella surrendered, knowing she could not deceive the old man before her. Besides, that kiss was beyond explanation. All right, Hella, once we return to Hogwarts, make sure to rest well, Dumbledore said, patting her shoulder with a smile. Tomorrow, we must greet the students. Do not be late. Of course, Professor, you need not worry. I shall absolutely be on time. Hella assured him with a firm nod. Dumbledore stood in his office, gazing through the expansive windows at the square in front of the castle. After a long moment, he sighed deeply and turned to Fawkes, who perched on the desk. Fawkes, could you check on Hella? It seems she has yet to rise. Fawkes trilled softly, performing a role in place before vanishing from the office. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall stood in the square, frequently glancing at the clock on the tower, which had already surpassed the designated time, yet Hella's figure was still absent. Hella, if I catch sight of you. McGonagall grumbled, her teeth clenched. But before she could finish, a flash of sparks appeared, and a young man materialized before her. Achoo! Hella rubbed her nose and sneezed loudly, shivering from the cold as she hugged her shoulders. What is that foolish phoenix up to now? Hella spun around, searching for Fawkes, but instead found an irate cat. Hella! Professor McGonagall's fury seemed almost palpable, enveloping Hella in a shroud of dread, the external chill paling in comparison to the fear gripping her heart. Professor McGonagall, please don't be angry. Hella fumbled to pull a cloak from her small pocket, which she had cleverly expanded using the undetectable extension charm. Always ready to flee with her belongings at a moment's notice. Explain. McGonagall turned, waiting for Hella to don her cloak before she scolded her with fervor. Hella adjusted the cloak, wrapping it tightly around her neck to shield herself from the biting wind. Cough, cough. Actually, I believe I might be coming down with something, Hella said, striving to control her voice as it came out hoarse. Upon hearing Hella's raspy tone, McGonagall decided not to pursue the matter further and strode briskly toward Hogsmeade, maintaining a stern demeanor. Hella had gone straight to bed after returning to Hogwarts with Dumbledore the previous night, warmed by the crackling fire, and had not even sipped a drop of water, hence her raspy voice. Dumbledore stood before the window in his office, observing the two figures making their way along the path from the castle to Hogsmeade, a faint smile gracing his lips. Well done, Fawkes, he whispered in praise, as Fawkes continued preening his feathers, offering a low trill in response. Professor McGonagall, I am feeling rather unwell. Would you be so kind as to take the lead today? Hella wrapped her cloak tighter around herself, sluggishly trailing behind McGonagall. McGonagall halted suddenly, causing Hella to nearly collide with her. Her expression was as frigid as ice, the falling snowflakes paling in comparison to her countenance. I believe Professor Snape would be more than willing to brew you a potion for your ailment. Oh, no, no, no. Rather than trouble Professor Snape, I would prefer to persist through my duties despite my condition, Hella declared, puffing out her chest in a display of bravado. In truth, it merely meant accompanying Professor McGonagall to King's Cross Station to welcome the young witches and wizards. Very well, then let us proceed. We must prepare for apparition, McGonagall instructed, drawing her wand with precision. Remember the location, platform 9 3/4, not the Muggle version. I understand, Professor, Hella replied, her head hanging low, her voice lacking vigor. A strange sense of foreboding washed over her, as though some dire danger awaited her at the station. Yet with McGonagall by her side, she hoped there would be no issues. After all, she was one of the foremost experts in transfiguration within the magical realm, and she was certainly not as inept as Lockhart, who could barely fend for himself. Surely, McGonagall would ensure her safety. Following a familiar sensation of pressure, Hella found herself at King's Cross Station, just as she was about to express her relief at the comfort of Dumbledore's presence compared to this. She suddenly locked eyes with a pair of cerulean orbs. At last, Hella realized what she had been so anxious about all along. Chapter 73, Hermione's Gift. Penelope. Hella scratched her head, finally comprehending what had been weighing on her mind. The Christmas gifts for Penelope and Hermione. She had completely forgotten. The oversight of a New Year's gift for the female students now stood before her, visibly upset. What to do? She needed assistance, and urgently. Professor Lestrange. It has been quite some time. How do you do? Penelope greeted coolly, barely sparing Hella a glance as she struggled with her suitcase, trudging toward the train. Hey, hey! Hella stomped her foot in frustration, hastening to catch up with Penelope, reaching out to seize her suitcase. However, upon grasping it, her expression shifted to one of surprise. The suitcase was astonishingly light, almost too light. Confused, Hella looked at Penelope, only to see her other hand gripping her wand, aimed directly at the suitcase. As Hella awkwardly relinquished his grip, the luggage remained suspended in midair due to the levitation charm. Penelope elegantly waved her wand, guiding the suitcase onto the train. Clearing his throat, Hella attempted to explain to Penelope that he had been engrossed in his studies at the Nickelmere Library, forgetting about Christmas. It was not his intention to neglect her gift. However, Penelope merely let out a dismissive huff, brushing past him as she made her way onto the train. Hella sighed resignedly at her retreating figure, acknowledging that he was indeed at fault in this instance. Women, it seemed, were a perpetual source of complication. How could she be upset over a mere Christmas gift? Wait, hadn't he also forgotten about Hermione's present? Hella slapped his forehead in frustration. Cursed be it. He had indeed forgotten. At that moment, his thoughts shifted entirely from Penelope to Hermione, who posed the greater conundrum. She had leverage over him. With a heavy sigh, Hella glanced back toward the train, continuing to wait on the platform with a sense of exasperation. Before long, a small wizard with brown hair emerged from the wall between platforms 9 and 10. She surveyed the station and quickly spotted Hella, standing not far off. Hermione, Hella exclaimed, cheerfully waving to her. Oh, Professor Lestrange? It is a pleasure to see you, Hermione replied politely, bowing slightly before straining to lift her suitcase as she headed toward the luggage car. Hella swiftly darted forward, seizing Hermione's suitcase from her. Allow me. You go on ahead and find a compartment. Hermione opened her mouth as if to protest, but ultimately fell silent as she boarded the train. Inside the compartment, Hella observed the two girls seated together, reminiscing that their prior journey had been quite enjoyable, at least more so than the current situation. Hermione and Penelope were engaged in lively conversation, sharing snacks and chatting about their 2-week holiday. In stark contrast, Hella felt utterly disregarded by them. Hadn't their relationship previously been quite tense? Why did Hermione, upon boarding, immediately seek out Penelope, their rapport now resembling that of longtime friends? Hadn't they once been at each other's throats? Could it truly be that their shared grievance over his lack of Christmas gifts had united them? This awkwardness lingered until evening when the train finally pulled into Hogsmeade Station, granting Hella reprieve from this uncomfortable scenario. Next time, he vowed never to accept such a task again. Hella resolved that such work was best left to others. I, Hella Lestrange, shall never again undertake the duty of transporting students, or I shall never touch Chiral's galleons again. With his feet once more upon solid ground, Hella retrieved a peppermint from his pocket, his last one, no less. It was undeniable that he had developed a bit of an addiction to this peppermint. He even considered purchasing some solely for himself. As for the galleons, they had vanished to frolic with some little stray cat, and had it not been for the sight of catnip, he might have forgotten their existence altogether. Following the students back to Hogwarts Castle, the Great Hall was already bustling with returning students eager for the homecoming. Hella promptly took a seat at the professor's table, reflecting on the day's tribulations. It wasn't his body that was weary, but rather his mind, burdened with fatigue. Hello, Quirinus, Hella greeted Chiral, an unusual display of initiative from him in recent times. Ah, Hella, it's wonderful to see you. How was your holiday? Chiral stammered. Not too bad, Hella replied with a grimace, though the beginning and end of the Christmas break were utterly dreadful. As food instantly filled his plate, Hella wasted no time indulging, having been too preoccupied to eat lunch on the train. Only after finally escaping the confines of the train did he feel the pangs of hunger. Quirinus? Chiral looked at Hella with surprise, as he rarely sought him out. Do you have any suggestions for suitable gifts for girls, particularly for significant occasions? Hella inquired, chewing on his steak while gesturing animatedly with his knife and fork, as though it were merely a trivial question. For girls? Well, Chiral pondered, stroking his chin. I suppose it's best to cater to their tastes, give them something they like. Quite right, Hella mused, his gaze drifting to the Gryffindor table as he contemplated Hermione as favorites. Hermione's favorites, what could be more obvious? Surely it would be books. Yet, knowledge was the most valuable commodity in the magical world. Wait, not all books were purely about knowledge. There were also biographies of notable figures. Currently, the most popular was undoubtedly Gilderoy Lockhart. I have an idea, Hella murmured. Huh? What idea? Kyrol queried, taken aback. Oh, nothing, nothing, Hella replied, knowing that such matters were best kept from Kyrol and Voldemort. He hastily finished the steak on his plate and hurried back to his office. Digging through his desk, he retrieved a quill and parchment, setting to work. Dear Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, I am thrilled to have the opportunity to serve as your teaching assistant for the upcoming academic year. Learning alongside such an esteemed wizard as yourself is truly a rare privilege. Your majestic presence from our recent encounter is forever etched in my memory. Here, I shall omit several thousand words of praise. In conclusion, I wonder if you might allow me to better internalize your illustrious feats? Perhaps you could lend me a copy of your works for my perusal? Yours sincerely, Hella Lestrange. After approximately 10 minutes, Hella gazed proudly at the densely written parchment, satisfied as he blew on the quill. Although the majority had been penned with magic, his name was inscribed in his own hand. Surely, that would suffice for Hermione's gift? Chapter 74. I truly did not intend to. Hella reviewed the letter once more to ensure there were no oversights, then snapped his fingers, summoning Copper to deliver the letter to the Olary. Reclining in his chair, Hella felt like a lazy fish, realizing that any task could be accomplished without expenditure, albeit with some inconvenience. Surely that fool Lockhart would be overjoyed to receive such flattery and would send him a copy of his works. After all, he had perfectly disguised himself as a devoted fan. Hella turned in early, hoping to grant himself ample rest before the start of term. However, a sudden knock on the office door interrupted him. Hella rose from his bed, surprised as he opened the door. Hermione? He exclaimed, peering at the brown-haired figure at the threshold. With a serious expression, Hermione said, Professor, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Without awaiting Hella's response, she slipped through the door. Hermione, Hella stammered, awkwardly covering himself, feeling a touch embarrassed. Hermione, illuminated by the room's light, blushed deeply and turned her head away, unable to meet his gaze. Ahem, is it not rather late for this? Hella hastily moved behind the desk, using it as a shield. I was just about to go to bed. Professor, Harry has been wandering the school every night, and he has encountered a mirror that reveals his deepest desires. Hermione said with concern, evidently, Harry's abnormal behavior has temporarily made her forget her anger towards Harry. The mirror of Ariste. Harry gently tousled Hermione's hair, speaking softly. Yes, it is indeed the mirror of Ariste, the name that Professor Dumbledore mentioned. Hermione appeared exasperated, as if she were upset with Harry. The mirror of Ariste shows us only our innermost, most fervent desires. It neither imparts wisdom nor reveals the truth. People merely squander their time before it, becoming obsessed with what they see, and may even be driven to madness because they do not know if what they see is real or attainable, Harry patiently explained to Hermione. Clearly, Hermione's purpose in this endeavor is the mirror. The notion of doing it for the sake of a friend? Harry found such nonsense hard to believe. Or rather, no Slytherin would accept such a feeble excuse. Except for the foolish Gryffindors. I understand, Hermione nodded, then inquired. So who exactly is Nicholas Flamel? Harry rubbed her eyes, gazing at Hermione in disbelief. How could they not have discovered such a renowned wizard as Flamel? Don't try to deceive me. I know you must know. Hermione's gaze was fixed firmly on Harry, her tone resolute. Harry felt as though she were facing Professor McGonagall. It must be an illusion. The person before her was merely a small wizard barely reaching her waist. How could she exude the same aura as Professor McGonagall? Placing her palm on the table, Harry sighed deeply and said slowly, In fact, I do know who Nicholas Flamel is. I've been studying with him for the past 2 weeks, which is why I forgot about Christmas. However, Hermione nearly leapt from her seat in excitement. But upon hearing Harry's however, she wilted. But you won't tell me, will you? Indeed, I will not disclose that information. You are meddling in matters that do not concern you, and that is perilous. Forget about Quirrell, forget about Flamel. Forget about the Sorcerer's Stone, Harry began, her pupils suddenly widening in alarm. Hermione exclaimed. So the Sorcerer's Stone is hidden in the 4th floor corridor, isn't it? Harry bit her lip, wishing to slap herself. How could she be so careless as to let such information slip, just like that fool Hagrid? Harry's hand stealthily reached under the table to grasp her wand, preparing to cast a forgetting charm on Hermione. See, problems are easily resolved. Simply eliminate the one asking the questions, and all will be well. However, Harry's attention was drawn to the portrait hanging on the wall. Phineas Black, her great-great-great-grandfather, made a shushing gesture with his finger to his lips. He was undoubtedly one of Dumbledore's allies, and it was apparent that Dumbledore intended for the 3 young wizards to venture to the 4th floor mechanism, providing an opportunity to train Harry. Harry certainly had no complaints about that. Professor Hera, I knew you would come through for us, Hermione exclaimed, leaping up to plant a gentle kiss on Hera's cheek. Ah, please don't thank me, Hera replied, her head bowed in guilt. This seemed to deviate from the trajectory she had originally envisioned. After bidding Hermione farewell, Hera lay on her bed, feeling as though everything was progressing according to Dumbledore's plan, as if all her actions had fallen precisely within his expectations, as if everything lay within his control. The following days were rather uneventful. In contrast to Hera's concerns, both Dumbledore and Voldemort appeared exceptionally calm. So calm it was suffocating. As for Harry and the others, they did not hastily rush to the fourth-floor corridor. What puzzled Hera was that every time Harry encountered Quirrell, he would offer him an encouraging smile, and even his little sidekick Ron had begun to urge others to stop mocking Quirrell's stutter. This left Hera quite perplexed. Could it be that Harry and the others hoped for Voldemort's resurgence? That seemed implausible, surely impossible. Had Harry forgotten the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead? Time swiftly passed to the Easter New Year. However, for Hera and her companions, Christmas remained their true New Year, as the Easter New Year was merely a mundane date on the calendar. Today, Quirrell approached Hera once more. Hera, you must distract Snape. I am going to the Forbidden Forest. Quirrell's lips were pressed tightly together, looking increasingly pale and gaunt, yet he did not appear entirely broken. However, he gave Hera the impression of facing Voldemort. Hera nodded somberly in agreement. Quirrell had undoubtedly become a slave to Voldemort, having lost all control over his own body. Hera could distinctly see Quirrell's yellow slit-like pupils, cold as a serpent. Yet, in an instant, they returned to their original pale, gray hue. All right, then you must visit Snape's office later. You must keep him occupied for me. I need at least 2 hours, Quirrell instructed, nodding decisively before swiftly donning his hood and departing. Chapter 75. The Initial Effects of the Brain Closure Technique. Hera sat in her chair, letting out a long sigh. Quirrell's time was running short. Yet Voldemort's scheme was destined to fail, as the Sorcerer's Stone had already been destroyed by Dumbledore, and what lay hidden in the Mirror of Ariste was merely a replica. Hera closed her eyes to compose herself, aware that the hour hand had struck 7. With a quiet sigh, she rose and made her way towards Snape's underground office. The January wind was particularly biting. Although the castle was ablaze with roaring fires, the drafty corridors felt bone-chillingly cold, and the windows rattled under the onslaught of the frigid gusts. The worst part was that Snape's office was situated in the basement. A mere breath would produce a cloud of white mist before her. Hera tightened her cloak and hastened towards Snape's office. Knock, knock, knock. Hera? Snape looked up from his desk, where he was grading students' holiday assignments, regarding her with surprise as she entered. Although he had long since provided her with a password, it had been some time since she had sought him out. Ha ha, Hera smiled, gently closing the door behind her. Professor Snape. Quirrell is heading to the Forbidden Forest again. The quill in Snape's hand halted, its tip tearing through the parchment with a sharp sound, yet he seemed unfazed, casually tossing the student's assignment into the trash. Professor, Hera said, staring blankly as the paper flew perfectly into the bin. Snape noticed this as well, but did not dwell on it. He leaned forward against the desk and stepped out from behind it. Quirrell is going to the Forbidden Forest again? Yes. It appears Quirrell has completely succumbed to the Dark Lord. He is powerless to resist, Hera said, instinctively shrinking her neck in apprehension. I feel as though I am facing the Dark Lord himself. Humph, Snape scoffed, his head lowered in contemplation, slowly stating, that fool Quirrell could never withstand him. I do not know where he finds his confidence. The Dark Lord instructed me to keep you occupied. He seems to have little faith in you. He has never trusted anyone, Snape remarked derisively, as if recalling something that left his expression somewhat grim. Hera remained silent. His understanding of Voldemort was rather superficial, primarily gleaned from the pages of books. Thus, he sent you to restrain me? Snape lifted his head, perplexed. Hera nodded thoughtfully, stating, Indeed, however, I hope this opportunity allows you to evaluate my clemency. Hera himself was uncertain about his reasoning, although he had previously harbored suspicions towards Snape. Dumbledore's unwavering faith in Snape's loyalty had shaken his resolve. Given the pressing circumstances, he felt compelled to take a gamble. It was preferable to be comprehended by Snape than to have his thoughts laid bare to Voldemort. Oh, Snape inclined his head slightly, gazing at Hera with curiosity. Very well. Of course. Surprisingly, Snape refrained from mocking Hera, instead retrieving his wand from his pocket. Hera quickly raised his hand, interrupting Snape's motion. He was experienced enough to know that casually brandishing a wand could lead to unexpected consequences. He summoned a chair with a flick of his wand, settling into a position that would ensure he wouldn't tumble from it, even if he lost consciousness. He then nodded emphatically at Snape. I am prepared, Professor Snape. You may commence. Snape merely nodded in response, saying nothing. Harry took a deep breath, fixing his gaze upon Snape's eyes. Eye contact was often crucial for legitimacy. The ancient enchantments safeguarding Hogwarts walls and grounds ensured the safety of its inhabitants. Even if Snape intended to employ legitimacy against Harry, he would require direct eye contact. Legilimens. Snape intoned sharply, directing his wand at Harry. The office around Harry swirled and vanished, images flashing through his mind as if playing on screen. He could no longer perceive his surroundings. He found himself fleeing from Snape's attack in the Forbidden Forest, teaching students in classrooms, and feeling the drool of a three-headed dog trickling down his back. Harry pressed his lips tightly together, his face paling slightly, yet the corners of his mouth curled into a subtle smile. This was the memory he wished Snape to witness. It was a facade he had successfully constructed. As Snape's office reappeared, Harry's chest heaved with intensity, his body nearly slipping from the chair, fingers gripping the armrest tightly. He glanced up at Snape, whose expression remained unyieldingly indifferent. Remarkably, Snape refrained from unleashing his venomous remarks upon Harry. Standing unsteadily, Harry felt a rush of elation. Though a fleeting moment of realization struck him, his earlier thoughts had been foolish. Your brain, akin to that of a troll, has at least been somewhat cleansed. It won't lay all your secrets bare, Snape remarked, lowering his wand, cloaked in his long black robe. Professor, does this signify my success? Harry felt as if he might float away, no longer burdened by the dread of being taken by Voldemort with a mere Avada Kedavra. Snape, unrelenting in his critique, retorted, You have merely resisted my legitimacy. Do you truly believe such a feat would suffice against the Dark Lord? Harry's expression fell at Snape's discouraging words. Nevertheless, Snape was now a mere shadow of his former self, a pitiable wretch inhabiting Quirrell, and even he would not squander too much effort on you, Snape added dismissively. Harry felt the urge to strike Snape. Was he jesting at his own expense? If Voldemort could not penetrate his mind, was that not sufficient? Such profound magic was likely to be dismissed as trivial by someone as paranoid as Voldemort. Professor Snape? I wish to experience legitimacy. Might you oblige? Harry inquired, his expression earnest. Snape waved his arm with disdain, his robes billowing like a dark tide. I can hardly fathom what feeble thoughts occupy your mind, akin to that of Snail. Our dear potions master is quite fatigued, Snape derided, his tone elegant yet devoid of warmth, his eyes reflecting an indifferent abyss. Though he had always been the subject of legitimacy, Harry remained curious about the sensation of casting it himself. I would truly like to understand what it feels like to perform legitimacy, he admitted, raising his hands in resignation. Yes, just so. Reduce the amplitude of your arm movements, Snape instructed, tapping his wand against Harry's arm. In comparison, I would rather teach a troll to wield magic. After a lingering gaze at Harry, he murmured, I believe that would be far simpler. But isn't that an unforgivable curse? I've never studied it before. Aside from its incantation, I know nothing of it. Harry protested, though his hands moved without hesitation. Legilimens. No. The two voices almost overlapped. Snape's not bad had not yet escaped his lips when a flash of light erupted. Snape stood frozen, his eyes unfocused, while Harry felt another's memories flood his consciousness. Harry sat in the great hall dining. Harry nearly fell from his broom. Harry. Why was it all about Harry? Despite catching Snape unawares, Harry's astonishment quickly faded, though his complexion was somewhat paler than before. Professor, Harry lowered his wand, perplexed. Why can I not sense your emotions during legitimacy? Shouldn't I be able to gauge the truth of your words through the emotions embedded in the fragments of memory? This illustrates the distinction between myself and a troll. Snape replied, his lips twitching with evident disdain. The troll he referred to was unmistakably Harry. Harry scratched his nose. Is your clemency still operational? I believe that shouldn't require your concern. Snape turned, plopping into his chair as his robes swirled behind him. Harry, noting Snape's unfriendly demeanor, couldn't he resist inquiring again. Why are your memories all about Harry Potter? Because he and the troll are evidently indistinguishable, equally foolish. Snape spat venomously, attempting to dismiss Harry. Yet, to Harry's ears, there was a strange familiarity. Since the Quidditch match, he had seldom sought Snape, and he found himself somewhat nostalgic for the biting remarks. Listening brought a peculiar satisfaction. Indeed, the Slytherin house suited him far better. He simply could not acclimate to Professor McGonagall's lion-hearted style. Were it not for his desire to learn Animagus, he would have avoided her lessons altogether. Harry glanced at the clock. The hour hand rested firmly on 9. Professor Snape, I have completed my task. Quirrell should have returned by now. Harry inclined slightly, preparing to take his leave. Snape nodded. Go then, check on Quirrell's current state. Yes. Harry rubbed his temples, fearing Quirrell might have descended further into madness. As time passed, Quirrell had lost control over his own body. It was only a matter of time before he became the Dark Lord's vessel. The old fool will have a plan. One can only hope. Harry sighed. I shall take my leave now. Snape remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand as he picked up a piece of parchment from the side and continued to peruse it. For he still had holiday assignments to grade, having already delayed the task for far too long. Perhaps I could assist you with the grading? I feel rather guilty for wasting so much of your time, and I would like to help in any way I can. Harry stated, quite unabashedly, having opted not to assign any holiday work, thereby not only gaining a commendable reputation among the students, but also significantly lightening her own burden. I certainly do not expect a fool who cannot differentiate between the aconite and the wolfsbane to grade the advanced students' potions assignments. Snape coldly rebuffed Harry's offer, simultaneously belittling her potion-making skills. Harry, with a slightly sullen expression, retorted, I know, they are a type of aconite, detailed descriptions of which can be found in the first-year textbooks. Snape raised an eyebrow slightly, appearing somewhat surprised, yet he chose not to elaborate further, lowering his gaze to scrutinize the parchment before him. Very well, Harry silently consoled herself, recognizing that her potion skills were indeed lacking. Her knowledge of aconite was only prompted by Snape's inquiry to Harry. Otherwise, she would have completely forgotten. Thank you, Harry, you unfortunate soul. Upon returning to her office, Harry gently pushed the door open to find Quirrell already seated inside, facing the fireplace with his back to her, his figure hunched and emanating an aura of gloom. Queerness? Harry called softly. Come closer, came the voice of the Dark Lord, sounding considerably more robust, his tone brimming with authority. It seemed the Forbidden Forest was quite tumultuous this evening. Hagrid would likely be shedding tears for the slain unicorn once more. My Lord Voldemort? Harry approached the fireplace cautiously, carefully assessing the scarf around Quirrell's neck. It is I, Harry. Quirrell slowly removed the scarf, revealing Voldemort's serpentine visage, his crimson eyes more piercing and vivid than the last time she had seen him, glowing eerily like two LED bulbs, though his complexion remained chalky white. My lord, has your strength returned? Harry endeavored to clear her mind, realizing that the concerns she had previously harbored had suddenly materialized into reality. Surely, Voldemort intended to test her loyalty. Once I regain my strength, we will require more power. Once I reclaim the Philosopher's Stone, I shall rise again. Azkaban, Bellatrix, you must seek out Lucius and inform him that his master requires him, but do not disclose my current circumstances. Voldemort's voice was sharp and grating, a sinister grin stretching across his face. My lord, I made contact with Lucius as early as last July, Harry replied, lowering her gaze, unwilling to meet Voldemort's penetrating stare. Even now, one must look him in the eye to be truly captivated, mustn't one? Ha! Voldemort scoffed. Lucius, my cunning friend, has always understood the art of self-preservation. However, it is said that he has not relinquished his former ways, despite putting on a facade of respectability before the world. With all due respect, my lord, Lucius does not seem particularly invested. Harry boldly criticized her brother-in-law. If she could divert Voldemort's ire towards Lucius, surely she would be forgotten in the process, for as the saying goes, better a friend's demise than one's own. Harry was well-versed in the art of misdirection. They are like reeds in the wind, swaying towards whichever side is stronger. Harry, you must recognize them for what they are. Voldemort appeared intent on cultivating Harry, making such statements. Indeed, your teachings are invaluable. Harry nodded fervently, almost as if in a trance. Chapter 77, Parseltongue. Harry, what did Snape have to say? Voldemort's crimson gaze dimmed slightly, his tone becoming inscrutable. He displayed no extreme reactions, merely grading the students' assignments. Harry replied gravely, concealing her practice of the mind-closing technique. Voldemort closed his eyes, lost in thought, while Quirrell slowly turned, retrieving his scarf to once again envelop Voldemort. Harry observed Quirrell's expression, which bore complexity tinged with surprise. However, he merely cast a deep glance at Harry before quickly averting his eyes as if he had encountered something frightful, not daring to meet or gaze again. Harry was uncertain about Quirrell's attitude, but was nonetheless eager for him to depart. Practicing the mind-closing technique with Snape was utterly exhausting, both mentally and physically. Harry, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Quirrell remarked, brushing his lips as if they still bore traces of silver unicorn blood. Harry glanced at Quirrell, and as he turned back, She could see that his face was flushed unnaturally, with several droplets of silvery residue on his garments, suggesting he had only just returned from the Forbidden Forest. Well, it is getting late, Harry nodded, casually unfastening the clasp of her cloak and draping it over a nearby chair. Quirrell rose to exit the room, but to Harry, he appeared somewhat peculiar today. However, this was not within her realm of concern. Quirrell was eccentric enough in his own right, and his odd behavior was somewhat understandable. Quirrell gently closed the door behind him, exhaling deeply and cautiously murmuring, "My lord, is Harry also a Parselmouth? Do not ask what should not be asked." Voldemort's sharp voice echoed down the corridor, prompting Quirrell to tighten his scarf and hastily retreat from the corridor, fearing Filch might overhear. Yet, as he departed, Quirrell cast one last anxious glance in Harry's direction, leaving with a sense of unease. He suddenly comprehended why the Dark Lord had shown such leniency towards Harry, yet this revelation was even more difficult to accept. Voldemort and Harry had communicated entirely in Parseltongue, and all Quirrell could hear was a series of hissing sounds, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Who could have imagined that Voldemort had offspring, and that they were already so grown? However, this was a secret Quirrell could only keep buried within. Meanwhile, Harry remained blissfully unaware that her conversation with Voldemort had been conducted in Parseltongue, believing her ability to conceal it was flawless. After all, the Lestrange family, as one of the Sacred 28, had historical ties to the Slytherin lineage, which was entirely plausible, wasn't it? Yet, in the contemporary magical community, revealing oneself as a Parselmouth was undoubtedly unwise. Harry had always considered her Parseltongue to be one of her greatest secrets, tightly locked away in her mind. Collapsing on her bed, she groggily shed her warm clothing and yawned her way into slumber. The next day, during the second period, the first-year wizards were attentively listening to Harry's voice in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Werewolves, when in human form, have equal lengths of the middle and ring fingers. This is a crucial method for identifying them. Their eyes typically appear blue and possess a conical pupil. In their wolf form, their bodies can swell to about twice their size, walking upright, resembling wolves while temporarily losing their memory. Entering a state of extreme frenzy with heightened strength and speed, fierce and unyielding. Harry stood at the lectern, frequently glancing back to vigorously jot down key points about werewolves on the blackboard. "I must enter the tournament," Harry exclaimed to Ron and Hermione, though he failed to notice that his declaration was rather loud. Harry, quite displeased, threw a piece of chalk at the top of Harry's head, whispering during class, "Do you not have any respect for your poor defense against the dark arts professor? Why don't you write all of this down?" Harry remarked coldly, "Harry, due to your chatter during class, Gryffindor will incur a deduction of 1 point. Harry's expression soured, and he responded with a resigned, "Yes, Professor," before laying his head down on the desk, tilting it to the side as he diligently noted the information about werewolves. Harry's minor penalty did not seem to impart any lasting lesson to Harry, who continued to whisper with Ron and Hermione, "If I withdraw, the Slytherins will think I am afraid to confront Snape. I want to show them, and if we win, we will wipe that smug smile off their faces." Hermione, jotting down notes rapidly, casually remarked, "What about Professor Harry?" Harry hesitated, lifting his head to sneak a glance at Harry, only to meet her gaze, clearly indicating she had noticed his continued conversation. Harry pointedly gestured towards Harry, who could only comply and sit up to take notes earnestly. Harry was well aware of the topic of their discussion, the upcoming Quidditch match for which Snape had applied to be the referee. If Harry's intuition was correct, Snape was likely acting on Dumbledore's directive to protect Harry. Yet, to Harry and his friends, it seemed as though Snape was merely intent on ensuring that Slytherin triumphed over Gryffindor, and they could not fathom him delivering an impartial judgment. After class, Harry strode quickly towards a trio of young wizards who were packing their books. "Harry?" "Yes, Professor." Harry halted his preparations, intending to head straight to the Great Hall, but paused in his tracks. "Are you troubled about the forthcoming Quidditch match?" Harry inquired, leaning closer to Hermione, whose anger had subsided since that day Harry inadvertently revealed the identity of nearly headless Nick and gifted her a complete set of Lockhart's works. Hermione was no longer as irate, at least not coldly referring to Professor Lestrange. However, Penelope was another matter entirely. Harry found herself at a loss, unable to decipher the complexities of a young woman's heart. Returning her focus to reality, Harry observed Harry, whose gaze oscillated as he wrestled with his thoughts for several moments before finally exhaling. "Harry, I don't know if I'm being overly sensitive or if there's truth to it, but it seems wherever I go, I encounter Snape. Sometimes, I even suspect he is following me. Potions class has become tormenting, with Snape's disdainful attitude towards me." Harry stifled a laugh. After all, Snape's demeanor was indeed easily misinterpreted, particularly by a naive lion like Harry. How could a lion comprehend the intricate nature of a cunning serpent? Surely, Professor Snape, tasked by Dumbledore, must feel quite uncomfortable himself. To think he had to safeguard a young wizard? Chapter 78. The Debut of Referee Snape. The notion of Snape being assigned to protect Harry was utterly ludicrous. Yet, one wondered what arguments Dumbledore employed to persuade Snape. Regardless of Snape's aversion, he ultimately remained committed to safeguarding Harry. Reflecting on Dumbledore's previous words, which he had even divulged to her, Harry felt she ought to place a bit more trust in Snape. After all, Dumbledore had laid bare his past. He had even shared the details of his history with Grindelwald, demonstrating a significant level of trust in her. With this thought, Harry reached out and tousled Harry's unruly black hair, making it even messier. You really needn't worry excessively about Professor Snape. He may appear fierce and have a temper, particularly towards Gryffindor, yet he is still quite a competent teacher. Harry managed a wry smile, but did not respond. Harry sensed her words lacked conviction. Yet she endeavored to reassure him, knowing she couldn't divulge that Dumbledore had vouched for Snape's reliability based on his romantic history. Professor, we should head to the Great Hall for lunch, Ron interjected, a smudge on his nose as he tugged at Harry's sleeve, his head lowered as he spoke to Harry. Off you go, Harry urged, patting Harry on the shoulder to hasten his departure for lunch. Professor, I have one last question, Harry said, rising on his toes, his head held high as he asked again. Yes. What is your query? Harry raised an eyebrow, granting her approval. I always have this dreadful feeling, as if Snape can read people's thoughts. Harry pondered whether she should applaud Harry. As a master of occlumency, Snape was certainly adept at legilimency. So Harry's intuition was not unfounded. Perhaps Snape occasionally misused legilimency when the mood struck him, as long as he remained undetected. After all, if caught, there was always Dumbledore to back him up. All right, you should address him as Professor Snape. Your feelings arise simply from your fear of him. Don't overthink it. And do your best in tomorrow's Quidditch match. Harry patted Harry on the back, nudging them toward the door. The three young wizards made their way to the Great Hall, where Ron muttered, I'm certain Professor Harry knows something. But she won't tell us, Harry replied in frustration, clearly realizing Harry's discretion was far greater than Hagrid's. Perhaps we ought to heed Professor Harry's advice, Hermione suggested, holding her textbook, albeit hesitantly. After all, whatever is concealed in the fourth-floor corridor pertains to Dumbledore, and he would surely safeguard it. Perhaps, Harry replied, not in a rush to respond, as his mind was preoccupied with the impending Quidditch match. After finishing tidying up the materials in the defense against the dark arts classroom, Harry leisurely returned to her office. Knowing that heading to the Great Hall for a meal was not a wise choice, the cacophony of the bustling hall was quite a headache. Regardless, she had copper, and she believed it would handle everything. It wasn't until the following afternoon, just before the Quidditch match, that Harry slowly made her way to the Quidditch pitch. Plopping down beside Professor McGonagall, she glanced over the teacher's stand, spotting Quirrell sitting near the aisle, and an unsettling premonition flickered in her mind. Quirrell, you won't cause any trouble today, will you? After all, Snape is personally officiating if Quirrell attempts to stir chaos. He is bound to be caught red-handed and swiftly dealt with, though that might be a tad unrealistic. After all, he is a formidable dark wizard, and it wouldn't be so easy to defeat him. One can only hope Quirrell refrains from acting out today. Otherwise, Dumbledore's plan for Harry's trials as the savior might truly falter. After all, casting spells so openly in public is hardly something we can pretend not to see, is it? That would be too far-fetched. Harry, what are your thoughts on today's match? Professor McGonagall inquired with enthusiasm, clearly transformed into a Quidditch aficionado. I hope Harry can firmly grip his broom, Harry instinctively replied, but upon realizing the inappropriateness of her words, she quickly corrected herself. What I'm going to say is that I hope there won't be any unforeseen incidents. That would be exceedingly perilous. Oh, McGonagall replied, her previously animated expression now replaced with a stern demeanor, her gaze fixed intently on Harry, who had just entered. Suddenly, a silver-haired figure caught Harry's peripheral vision. Her eyelids flickered as she muttered to herself, What brings that old bee Dumbledore here? Is he worried that Quirrell might act out? Professor Dumbledore, you have also arrived? Professor McGonagall rose and made her way toward Dumbledore, surprisingly greeting him with a warm demeanor. Oh, Minerva, you know I have always held a fondness for Quidditch. Dumbledore remarked with a smile, before lowering his voice to inquire. Minerva, even a small wager is still a gamble. Huh? Professor McGonagall paused, regarding the elderly gentleman before her with a mixture of surprise and concern. How did you know? The Irish goblin is already waiting for you at the Hog's Head. Have you placed your bet for this World Cup? Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, clapping lightly for the two competing teams, feigning nonchalance as he continued his conversation with Professor McGonagall. Her expression shifted, her hands clenched tightly together. Professor McGonagall? Harry, arriving a tad late, noticed something peculiar about McGonagall's demeanor, though she had not overheard their previous exchange. There were indeed numerous matters that could render Professor McGonagall's expression so grave. From students frolicking in halls to Peeves tormenting them, any infringement of the rules would lead to such a serious countenance. McGonagall blinked, casting a glance at Harry before stating, "I have matters to attend to," and hastily departed, scarcely glancing at the two house teams on the field. "Professor, what is wrong with Professor McGonagall?" Harry inquired, observing the flustered departure of McGonagall, who had never before exhibited such a lack of composure. What could possibly cause her such distress? Perhaps it was her little secret? Dumbledore, with an air of calm, replied, "Secrets abound." Harry sat beside him, watching the teams take flight, feeling rather bored. "Very well, another secret it is." Chapter 79, the second Quidditch match. "Well done," Harry exclaimed. Her fists clenched as she struck the seat in front of her, prompting a furious glare from Professor Sprout. Harry soared like an eagle above the pitch, searching for the golden snitch. Meanwhile, Snape seized the opportunity to award several penalty shots to Hufflepuff, which was both infuriating and gratifying. How biased Snape was. The rationale behind his decisions was utterly nonsensical. Nonetheless, Harry found little concern in the outcome of the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff match. After all, unless Gryffindor won by a significant margin, they had little chance of besting Slytherin in the House Cup competition. This year, Slytherin was poised to secure a 7th consecutive championship. On the field, Harry executed a stunning dive, eliciting gasps and cheers from the crowd, to which Harry readily added her applause. In the Gryffindor section, many students rose, interlacing their fingers and emitting sharp whistles. Harry shot towards the ground like a cannonball, then abruptly pulled up, charging directly at Snape. In the air, as Snape had just mounted his broomstick, he saw a golden flash whiz past his ear, mere inches away. Moments later, Harry halted, having triumphed. He raised his arm. The golden snitch clutched tightly in his grasp. The stands erupted in jubilation. Even Dumbledore's silver beard and long hair could not conceal his delight as he clapped gently. And Harry could distinctly hear his laughter beside her. "Harry is quite the gifted child, isn't he?" Dumbledore remarked, tilting his head toward Harry. Harry nodded, despite Harry's occasional foolishness, lackluster academic performance, and low emotional intelligence. His talent on a broomstick was undeniable. She even dared to predict that if Harry continued with Quidditch until graduation and harbored aspirations of pursuing a professional career, the national team would certainly take notice of him. Harry leaped from his broom, hovering just a foot above the ground, signaling the end of the match. Although Snape had unjustly awarded several penalty shots to Hufflepuff, they could not surpass the 150 points awarded for capturing the golden snitch. Remarkably, the match concluded in a mere 5 minutes, even less time than the pre-match rule announcements. As Gryffindor students flooded onto the field, Harry noticed Snape landing beside him, his face ashen and lips pressed tightly together. Soon after, Dumbledore and Harry appeared at his side, Dumbledore placing a hand on his shoulder. Harry looked up to see the smiling faces of Dumbledore and Harry. "Well done." Harry beamed, her smile radiant. "It's infuriating that the Mandrakes won't mature until June." The prospect of dimming Professor Sprout's mood brought her considerable joy. In contrast, Dumbledore appeared much more subdued, offering a quiet, "Well done," which only Harry and Harry could barely hear. "I'm pleased to see you're not dwelling on that mirror of Ariste and are living life to the fullest." "Huh?" Harry tilted her head, wondering if she had missed something. "Wait, the mirror? You can't mean the mirror of Ariste?" Dumbledore had shown Harry the mirror. It seemed old Dumbledore had no intention of abandoning his plan for the Savior. Snape landed before the trio, spitting contemptuously onto the ground. Harry could only shrug in resignation. After all, Harry's talent was undeniable, and it had only taken a mere 5 minutes to conclude the match. In truth, Harry felt that the rules of Quidditch warranted revision. Considering that the golden snitch was worth a staggering 150 points, securing it seemed to dictate the outcome of the match. Did that not render the other players rather inconsequential? Dumbledore, having merely encouraged Harry, then took his leave, a remarkable honor for such a busy man to spare time to attend Harry's Quidditch match. Harry, however, found great amusement in witnessing Snape's sour expression. His apparent frustration with nowhere to vent was utterly delightful. Snape's gaze scanned the crowd, ultimately landing on Quirrell. Go ahead. Go ahead." Harry tightened her cloak and hurriedly departed the Quidditch pitch. If Snape sought to unleash his ire upon Quirrell, It would be interesting to see who would emerge victorious, Snape or Voldemort. Yet, according to Voldemort's plan, now was not the time for exposure. If Snape truly intended to confront Quirrell, Harry would be inclined to trust him just a bit more. Thus, after leaving the Quidditch pitch, Harry cast a disillusionment charm upon herself and returned to the vicinity of the match, hiding in the bushes to await Snape's arrival. Approximately an hour later, nearly succumbing to sleep, Harry finally spotted a hooded figure swiftly making its way toward the Forbidden Forest. In the sky behind him, a disheveled-haired figure, Harry Potter. He was riding his broomstick, silently gliding over the castle like a living target. Harry believed she had at least 100 ways to knock Harry off his broom. "Damn Potter," she muttered under her breath, realizing that her initial intention to simply witness a spectacle had morphed into a duty to protect Harry's safety. Heaven only knew why Harry couldn't remain still for even a moment. Could he not seek out Professor McGonagall or Professor Dumbledore when trouble arose? Why did he not approach them, leaving the burden to fall upon my shoulders? What a truly vexing situation. Harry sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness as she reinforced her disillusionment charm and cast a silencing charm to muffle her footsteps, stealthily trailing the hooded figure from a distance of several dozen meters. Harry positioned himself a mere few meters ahead, ensuring that Harry could intervene at a moment's notice. After all, a first-year wizard, particularly one from that foolish Gryffindor house, was unlikely to detect her presence, was he? The trees of the Forbidden Forest were exceedingly dense, and Harry managed to keep pace with Snape, though Harry, hovering in the air, was utterly lost, unable to discern the hooded figure's whereabouts. He spiraled lower and lower, skimming the treetops. Watching Harry's foolish antics, Harry was almost tempted to cast an Avada Kedavra right then and there, instead of allowing such a dim-witted savior to flourish. It would be far more prudent to snuff him out in his cradle, lest he later commit some blundering folly that would ensnare Harry once more. However, in stark contrast to Harry's ineptitude, it seemed that both Snape and Quirrell were not displaying much wisdom today either, as they failed to notice Harry's presence. Indeed, it appeared that the boy who lived was not so easily dispatched, was he? Chapter 80. The Malevolent Professor Snape. Harry soared close to the treetops, straining to catch any trace of the hooded figure's voice, circling lower until he finally heard the sound of conversation. He gracefully glided toward them, silently alighting on a towering beech. Cautiously, he crept along a branch, gripping his broomstick tightly, eager to peer down through the leaves. Below, in a shadowy clearing, stood Snape. But he was not alone. Quirrell was also present. Unbeknownst to Harry, Harry was crouched beneath the tree, wearing a pained expression, gazing up at Harry and the broomstick swaying in the wind, filled with concern. What if the broom fell and struck him? Yet, it was evident that Harry had concealed herself adeptly, as neither Harry nor Snape nor Quirrell had detected her presence. Quirrell spoke with a stammer even more pronounced than usual. "I don't understand why we must meet here, Severus." "Oh, I believe this matter is best kept from the public eye," Snape replied, his voice frigid. After all, the students should not be privy to the existence of the Philosopher's Stone. Harry leaned forward, but in his distraction, he failed to notice his broom slipping from his grasp, nearly plummeting onto Harry's head. Harry, having maintained a portion of her focus on the broom, swiftly cast a silent levitation charm, gently guiding it aside. "Foolish Gryffindor," Harry silently cursed, for if it weren't for the presence of the illustrious defense against the dark arts teaching assistant, the Daily Prophet would likely be reporting on the demise of the Savior by the next day. In the clearing, Quirrell was muttering something when Snape interrupted. "Have you determined how to subdue Hagrid's beast? Be but Severus I. You wouldn't wish to find yourself as my adversary, would you, Quirrell?" Snape said, taking a step closer. "I don't know what you mean." "You know precisely what I mean." Harry rubbed her temples. It seemed Snape was indeed trustworthy. But why did he appear to embody the very essence of villainy? Clearly, Quirrell was the true antagonist, was he not? Yet, now it seemed as though Snape was pressuring Quirrell into some nefarious act. A nearby owl hooted loudly, nearly causing Harry to tumble from his perch. This scene sent a jolt of fear through Harry. Should Harry be discovered, it seemed she and Snape would have to face Voldemort, albeit a battle-scar version of him, which would surely be no easy feat if possible. Harry wished to avoid confrontation altogether. After all, wouldn't it be more rewarding to remain under Quirrell's tutelage for another 6 months? That would still net her a tidy sum of 500 galleons. Fortunately, Harry managed to steady himself, and Harry exhaled in relief, for in that fleeting moment, she had felt far more anxious than Harry himself. "I await your little secret schemes," Snape uttered ominously. Alas, to Harry, this was of little consequence. However, His words effectively convinced Voldemort that Dumbledore was unaware of his possession of Quirrell, and that Harry had betrayed him long ago. But I don't. Very well, Snape interrupted Quirrell. Before long, once you've had time to contemplate your loyalties, we shall reconvene. With that, Snape cloaked his head and strode purposefully out of the clearing. Night had nearly descended entirely, and Quirrell stood frozen in place. Similarly, Harry remained cautiously crouched beneath the tree, uncertain if Voldemort might discover her presence. After several minutes, Quirrell finally departed with a brisk step, seemingly having grasped the situation at hand. Harry let out a long sigh of relief and left in a huff, for she had no desire to continually clean up after Harry. Harry, meanwhile, gazed in astonishment at the fallen broom, clinging to the tree trunk as he hesitated for a full half-hour before finally sliding down. When had the broom fallen? Harry wondered, bewildered, but he did not dwell on it too long, as his mind was overwhelmed with revelations. Indeed, Snape intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and he sought to coerce Quirrell into assisting him in acquiring it. The stone would only be safe when Quirrell could withstand Snape's influence. He had to relay this information to his two companions immediately. Yes, companions indeed. Harry and Snape's assessments of Harry were entirely accurate. His muddled thoughts could never conceive of the correct course of action. Such matters, clearly beyond the capabilities of a first-year wizard, should be reported to a professor without delay. Should they not? If not to a professor, at the very least to Hagrid, one would think. Instead, they had chosen to keep it a secret among the 3 fledgling wizards. Did they truly believe that 3 first years, barely capable of performing the levitation charm, could stand against a fully fledged adult wizard, particularly with a Dark Lord residing in the recesses of Harry's mind? Yet, these considerations were of no concern to Harry. She merely needed to fulfill her own responsibilities. Even if Harry were to court disaster, there was little she could do. More accurately, Harry's reckless endangerment was incited by Dumbledore. As the instigator, shouldn't Dumbledore bear greater responsibility? However, it seemed Dumbledore had grown increasingly busy. Harry had visited the headmaster's office several times without encountering him, and even Fawkes was nowhere to be seen. The situation in Nurmengard must be dire indeed. Yet, Harry felt no anxiety. Who was Grindelwald? He was none other than old Dumbledore's former lover. Could his followers truly cause an upheaval? Time passed inexorably, and Harry had not noticed its passage until Hermione began her daily visits to Harry's office, diligently crafting a study plan and marking her notes with vibrant colors. Harry stared at Hermione in disbelief. Hermione, isn't it still quite far until the finals? When I was in school, I always crammed the entire year's material the night before the exams. Not far at all, just 10 weeks remaining. Hermione retorted that ever since Hela gifted her Gilderoy Lockhart's works, her attitude towards Hela had taken a sharp turn, transforming her into an ardent admirer of Lockhart. In the blink of an eye, Hela pursed her lips and allowed Hermione to study in her office, for as she put it, she simply could not endure those 2 dolts who only knew to extend their hands towards her for homework answers. Hela wholeheartedly agreed. Those 2 were indeed utterly foolish. Chapter 81. Hagrid the Blabbermouth. There were still at least 10 weeks remaining, and Hela, with a disdainful pout, truly could not fathom Hermione's mindset. He had always adopted a nonchalant approach to examinations. What significance did achieving the top score hold, anyway? After all, Hogwarts did not offer scholarships, and ultimately, grades paled in comparison to the value of an OWL certificate. The evaluations therein were of paramount importance. Indeed, I have only 10 weeks, Hermione countered, not several centuries. For Nick, it is but a fleeting moment. But you are not over 600 years old, Hela replied helplessly, ruffling Hermione's hair, only to be met with her indignant glare, which, for a moment, made Hela feel as if he were facing Professor McGonagall. Moreover, you are performing splendidly. I am confident that even if you were to take the exam now, you would achieve commendable results. But isn't that score crucial? I must pass these exams to progress to second year. Hermione insisted stubbornly. Hela could only shrug in response. He had come to understand Hermione's overly fragile and sensitive pride after half a year of acquaintance. Rather than being fiercely competitive, it was her insecurity that shone through. Coming from a Muggle family, she had ventured alone to Hogwarts, where everything intrigued her, yet simultaneously plunged her into profound self-doubt, despite having made many good friends. In this regard, Hela had no superior solutions. He could only assist Hermione in highlighting what he deemed important. If Hermione managed to review those points, achieving respectable marks should not be too difficult. Hela drummed his legs on the table, idly perusing the latest news in the Daily Prophet, while Hermione recited the 12 uses of dragon's blood nearby. Originally, He had agreed to let Hermione come to remind himself to diligently prepare for class. But he had not anticipated that her enthusiasm for studying would exceed his expectations. Stealing a glance at Hermione, who was still fervently memorizing, Hella could only sigh in resignation. Oh well, perhaps I shall read the Daily Prophet once more. There may yet be hidden gems within. One evening, Hella could no longer bear it. He slammed the newspaper down on the table and gazed longingly out the window. It was perhaps the finest weather he had seen in months. The sky was clear and bright, a blue reminiscent of forget-me-not flowers, and the air carried a scent of summer's impending arrival. Yet Hella knew it was the scent of freedom. He was about to embark on a full 2-month vacation, a 2-month paid leave. No longer would he have to face those bothersome little wizards daily. However, his sudden movement startled Hermione. "Professor Hella, what is the matter?" she asked, her small face contorting into a perplexed expression. Hella chuckled awkwardly. "I just thought that with such splendid weather. Perhaps you might want to invite a friend for a stroll. It's not good to be cooped up all the time." Hermione puffed her cheeks and fixed her gaze intently on Hella, making him feel somewhat guilty. "Actually, Professor, you seem to want to go out yourself, don't you?" "Ahem. How could that be?" "I merely remembered that Hagrid needed my assistance," Hella replied sheepishly, lacking confidence, but believing he could still bluff his way through. "I always thought Hagrid could handle his work quite well. Actually, a dangerous presence has recently emerged in the Forbidden Forest. A unicorn was injured by it quite severely. As a defense against the dark arts professor, Hagrid hopes I can lend him a hand," Hella stated with an air of authority. What he said was not entirely false. It was merely that Hagrid had previously sought his help, only to be turned down. After all, he was aware of the circumstances. Wasn't it that fiend Quirrell? Did he need to present Voldemort's head at Hagrid's hut and loudly proclaim that the wretched snake-faced monster had slain the unicorn? Hermione's expression turned skeptical, but she quickly gathered her pile of books from the table. Hella cooperatively cast a shrinking spell on her belongings, not even considering whether Hermione would be able to revert them back upon returning to the common room. "All right, I shall head to the library to study," Hermione declared, stowing her books in her bag. She glanced back at Hella, pouted, and with a huff, exited the office. Upon hearing the door close, Hella leapt up in excitement from his chair, standing by the window, yearning to let out a triumphant howl. "Knock, knock." "Huh?" Hella's expression soured. "Who is it?" Opening the door, Quirrell squeezed in sideways. "I have already discovered how to bypass the three-headed dog. I shall attempt to traverse the 4th-floor corridor later," he stated coldly before hastily departing. Hella stared at the ajar door, questioning whether he was hallucinating. When had Quirrell become so succinct? Wait, now is not the time to ponder that. Did he just claim to know the weakness of Fluffy? Hagrid truly was unreliable. Hella muttered a curse under his breath at the doorway. What? Hagrid's large figure suddenly appeared around the corner of the corridor, as if he had heard his name being called. Huh? Hella rubbed his temples, unable to believe his eyes. Hagrid was holding several books by Merlin's beard. What kind of maddening jest is this? Even giants read now. Hella, there are a few things I wish to discuss with you, Hagrid said, his voice faltering, instantly piquing Hella's interest. Hella stepped aside to allow him entry, and Hagrid squeezed into the office with great effort, making Hella distinctly aware of how much larger the door seemed. Is it true that you accidentally let something slip to Harry and the others? Professor Dumbledore would be heartbroken if he knew, Hella said, sinking into his chair with his head in his hands, filled with despair. That foolish Potter wouldn't he actually act rashly to protect the Philosopher's Stone, would he? Hagrid paused, gazing out the window, his voice barely audible. So faint that Hella almost missed it. They already know. What? Hella slammed the table. You told Harry how to get past Fluffy? Huh? Hagrid keenly picked up on the nuance in Hella's words. Told? Did you mean I told others? How could you disclose such information? Dumbledore instructed you to keep it secret. Hella sighed, suspecting that Hagrid had once again been led into divulging details, despite Hagrid's giant blood bestowing him with immense strength and remarkable magical resistance. God had always been fair. He had also given Hagrid a brain utterly devoid of reason. Chapter 82, Dragons and Deals. Hella, you misunderstand. I would never tell Harry that all he needs to do is play music for Fluffy to fall asleep, Hagrid protested. Yet Hella's skeptical gaze never wavered. Hagrid had undeniably disclosed Fluffy's weakness. You claim you haven tea? Hella pointed at Hagrid. Though he had to look up at him, still, he raised his voice defiantly. Ahem. I solemnly swear that I have absolutely not disclosed anything to a third party. Hagrid raised his finger to swear, not waiting for Hera to retort, and inquired, Hera, have you ever encountered a fire dragon? I mean a genuine fire-breathing dragon. A fire dragon? Hera furrowed her brow, in contemplation. Fire dragons are classified as XXXX grade magical creatures. Their scales possess immunity to numerous forms of magic. However, they can be crafted into magical protective gear. Their heartstrings are common material for wand cores, with a single foot being worth dozens of galleons. Dragon hide can be fashioned into armor resistant to spells, and dragon blood has as many as 12 different uses. Truly, fire dragons could be considered treasure troves in their own right. They're a veritable mobile cache of riches. Hagrid's mouth fell agape, suddenly regretting his decision to ask Harry. It appeared that she was solely interested in the materials derived from fire dragons, which was entirely contrary to his aspirations of nurturing magical creatures. In truth, what I wish to inquire about is whether you know how to hatch a dragon egg. Hagrid hesitated, but ultimately revealed the purpose of his visit. A dragon egg? Harry's brows knitted tightly, as she remembered that Shiloh had mentioned extracting the weaknesses of the dragon from Hagrid through the use of a dragon egg. It seemed that Shiloh had indeed made a considerable investment. Yes, a dragon egg. You know, I've always wanted a dragon, Hagrid explained, his eyes alight with joy as he animatedly elaborated to Harry. Hold on a moment, Hagrid. Harry interjected forcefully, as your best friend. I'm fully aware of your desire for a dragon, but you must understand that it is illegal. Oh, I am well aware of that. Hagrid's enthusiasm vanished, and he slumped despondently into his chair. It is exceedingly difficult to tame a fire dragon. They are quite perilous, even for you. Harry paused, patting Hagrid's belly, but could only reach that point before continuing. That would be a colossal dragon. Where do you intend to keep it? In your little hut? Hagrid's face flushed crimson as he awkwardly attempted to justify. Perhaps I could raise it in the Forbidden Forest. And then the Ministry of Magic will hold Professor Dumbledore accountable for your illegal dragon keeping? Harry raised an eyebrow, perplexed by Hagrid's line of thinking. How could someone of his age still possess such childlike naivety? Then I shall keep it in my house. But your hut is made of wood. Harry sighed. With a mere bite, it could reduce your entire abode to ashes. What am I to do then? Hagrid grew agitated, having not considered this aspect before. He had simply been caught up in the euphoria of acquiring a dragon egg from that Greek fellow, completely forgetting that he had no suitable place to raise a dragon. Hagrid, as your very best friend, Harry reiterated, sensing that Hagrid was easily swayed, and continued, Ha ha ha. A sly smile crept across Harry's lips. I am acquainted with Mr. Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. I believe you must know him. We were once good friends. I would be willing to write a letter for you, requesting him to take the fire dragon away. Harry spoke with an unchanging expression, observing Hagrid's hesitant demeanor, and added a further incentive. Perhaps you could keep it until your hut can no longer accommodate it, but a fire dragon grows at an astonishing rate. In merely 2 weeks, it will surpass the size of your house. Thank you, Harry, but allow me to ponder this further. Hagrid contemplated, feeling none of the earlier joy, only the burdensome worries of an impending parenthood. Hagrid, you must think this through. Harry rose, strenuously patting Hagrid's shoulder. This situation could very well become a reason for the Ministry to take action against Professor Dumbledore. You know that Fudge has always harbored hostility towards him. Hagrid clenched his teeth, nodding heavily. All right, then I shall trouble you, and Mr. Scamander as well. Trust me, Hagrid, you shall not regret your decision. Harry extended his hand towards Hagrid, who, taken aback, grasped Harry's palm. Yet, in that fleeting moment of being held by Hagrid, Harry regretted it. Hagrid's excitement rendered his strength uncontrollable. He felt the bones in his hand crack with a painful sound. No worries, compared to a fire dragon. What is a fractured bone? Harry forced a smile, the pain in his hand causing him to grin awkwardly. Of course, my good friend. Hagrid patted Harry on the back, nearly toppling him over. In that case, I shall return to tend to it. It is still resting in the hearth. I need to add more firewood periodically to maintain the temperature. Very well, go on. Harry waved goodbye to Hagrid with a smile as he sent off his best friend. Once the door was firmly shut, Harry settled into a chair, propping his legs up on the table, and began to laugh triumphantly. Newt Scamander? How could he possibly know him? He is a master of magical creatures, a figure of great repute who is rarely seen. How could a mere smuggler like me know him? Wasn't it simply to deceive Hagrid? It's no wonder only Hagrid would be reckless enough to believe it. Harry lowered his gaze, rummaging through his small pocket, and finally produced a grimy little notebook, its sides encrusted with dirt and dust, the interior wrinkled and seemingly water-damaged. Let me see. I recall there was a buyer interested in purchasing a fire dragon. I wonder if that customer is still interested? A fire dragon. A newborn fire dragon, at that, capable of fulfilling all nurturing desires. A perfect guardian pet. Surely, it would fetch several thousand galleons. Harry crossed his legs, delightfully searching through his client contact manual for the memories of prospective buyers. At last, his finger halted on a word. Requirement, young fire dragon. Ha! Let me see who you are. Harry scrolled backwards until he could clearly see the name at the top, and his smile abruptly vanished. Lanairo, Rosiel. Chapter 83. The Hatching of the Little Dragon. Esteemed Miss Rosiel, as you can see, this is indeed a vanishing cabinet. It is well known that vanishing cabinets appear in pairs, allowing for connection between two. This implies that you possess only one, correct? Were it a pair, its price would undoubtedly not be so inexpensive. Very well. I shall purchase it. Harry shook his head vigorously, striving to awaken himself from the reverie. Lanairo Rosiel was the foolish which had been duped out of 200 galleons by him using a muggle wardrobe. At that time, Harry had even cheekily advertised himself, stating that any magical items desired could be procured through him. Lanairo had not hesitated in the slightest, openly admitting her desire for a fire dragon, preferably a young one, that could be trained as a watchdog. Harry had diligently noted this in his notebook. He pressed his pen heavily against the page, rubbing his temples. Heaven knows whether Lanairo would come rushing after him upon hearing the news. Yet, enticed by the prospect of galleons, Harry gently circled Lanairo's name in the notebook. As a seasoned smuggler, the notebook was certainly not an ordinary muggle product. Just as Harry encircled Lanairo's name, she was languidly reclining in a chair, draped in an elegant black gown, her demeanor aloof, her skin porcelain-like, with finely sculpted features. However, she noticed something faintly shimmering on the table. Lanie's nose emitted a muffled sound as she rose in mild astonishment, searching for the source of the luminous presence. Clad in elegant black high heels with a shallow base, her legs, long and graceful like jade, were closely aligned with the edge of the table. She picked up a note from the surface, a light smile dancing on her lips. At last, you have made your appearance, you unscrupulous merchant. Retrieving a feather quill from the table, she delicately dipped it into the ink pot and inscribed atop the note, "Is the item I previously ordered finally available?" The writing swiftly faded, only to be replaced by a series of scrawled characters. Indeed, a fire dragon. What price are you willing to offer? 2,000, no restrictions on breed. Location time, Hogsmeade, next Saturday. Observing the words vanish once more, a smirk curled at the corners of Lanie's mouth. She had finally caught him. That wretched, foolish, ignorant Lestrange dared to sell her a muggle's shabby wardrobe as a vanishing cabinet. This time, she would ensure her revenge, and it would be merciless. Yet, Hogsmeade seemed rather too close to Hogwarts. The thought of Dumbledore sent a shiver through her spine, her toes instinctively curling together. Dumbledore was truly terrifying. With just a single spell, he had driven away dozens of elite saints, 3 of whom were severely burned by fiend fire and were still receiving treatment in a hospital wing. How could Dumbledore ever shield a fraud? Even if I'm a saint, what difference does it make? Lanie chuckled softly as she placed the note into the drawer. The opportunity for revenge had finally arrived. Her spirits soared. She could finally exact her vengeance on Hela. Meanwhile, Hela was in high spirits as well. A buyer for the fire dragon had been secured, and now all that remained was to await the hatching of the dragon. Little did it know, even before it had emerged, it had already been sold multiple times over. It was bearing a weight of pressure far beyond its tender age. Days swiftly passed, and Hela energetically assigned a mountain of homework to the students, though only Hermione seemed aware that the final exams were a mere 10 weeks away. He deemed it necessary for the students to experience the joy of revision ahead of time. One morning, as they dined in the Great Hall, Hagrid subtly gestured to Hela, who understood immediately. It's about to hatch. Hela suppressed his restless anticipation throughout the morning classes, though the students easily sensed his unusual demeanor, however, burdened by their assignments. They had little inclination to dwell on it. Upon finishing class, with the bell echoing through the castle, he disregarded the small wizards still in the classroom and hurried to Hagrid's hut to check on the dragon egg. Rushing across the grounds toward the edge of the forbidden forest, Hagrid greeted Hela, his face aglow with excitement. It's almost time. He ushered Hela into the hut. The egg lay on the table, a deep crack already forming, with something inside stirring and producing a delightful clicking sound. Hagrid? A youthful voice emerged, and Hela alongside Hagrid turned toward the sound, peering through the window to see 3 small figures. It was Harry and his friends. Did you tell them? Hela asked incredulously, surprised that Hagrid had let the secret slip to the trio. I just happened to run into them in the library, Hagrid stammered, hastily getting up to open the door, intending to welcome Harry and the others inside. Hela rested his chin on his hand, contemplating the 2,000 galleons laid before him. As Harry entered the hut, he appeared momentarily taken aback upon seeing Hela. A brief silence enveloped the group before Harry broke it, Professor Hella, you're here too? Yes. Professor Hella is my closest friend, Hagrid boomed with laughter, though his gaze remained fervently fixed on the dragon egg. Noticing Hella's lack of response, Harry took a seat, scrutinizing the egg on the table. The clicking sounds intensified, indicating that hatching was imminent. They all inched their chairs closer to the table, holding their breath in anticipation. You must successfully break free, Hella murmured. Suddenly, with a shrill cracking noise, the egg split open. The tiny dragon teetered on the table, flapping its wings. It was not particularly beautiful. In Harry's eyes, it resembled a crumpled black umbrella. Yet to Hagrid, it was nothing short of a celestial gift. The most adorable creature in existence, even surpassing Buckbeak, the hippogriff. However, at that moment, nothing else could capture Hagrid's attention. Hella felt similarly. The dragon's spiny wings contrasted sharply with its slender, dark body. Truly, it was a creature worthy of its 2,000 galleon price tag, even as a hatchling. It exuded a fierce presence. Hella mused inwardly. The little dragon wobbled on the table, sneezing and sending a few sparks from its long nose. Isn't it beautiful? Hagrid murmured, reaching out a hand to stroke the dragon's head. Chapter 84. I wish I could too. Yes, Hagrid, it possesses a dangerously captivating charm. You were right. You should have gotten a dragon long ago. Hella gazed adoringly at the little dragon. Just then, it playfully nipped at Hagrid's finger, revealing its sharp little teeth. Goodness, look! It recognizes its mother. Hagrid exclaimed. Hagrid, Hermione interjected. How fast does a Norwegian Ridgeback grow? Hella paused, momentarily taken aback. Was this little dragon a Norwegian Ridgeback? This breed was known for being one of the most aggressive large terrestrial oviparous creatures, and what set it apart was its ability to consume aquatic animals as well. To be honest, this revelation only heightened Hella's excitement. A Norwegian Ridgeback. If Lainey were to buy it, 2,000 galleons might not suffice. She would need to offer more. As Hella pondered how much more to add, Hagrid's face suddenly turned ashen. He leaped towards a window. What is wrong? A boy had been peeking through the curtain and was now sprinting toward the school. Harry rushed to the door, peering outside. Even from a distance, he could recognize him without a doubt. Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. He had seen the dragon. Harry returned to his seat, a frown etched on his face. Who was it? Hella raised an eyebrow, maintaining a safe distance from the dragon, lacking Hagrid's courage. He believed the dragon would certainly bite through his fingers. Even if it didn't teeth, the dragon's teeth were venomous, and Hella had no desire to become the unfortunate soul bitten by the dragon. That would indeed be a dreadful fate. It was Malfoy. Harry said anxiously, he will definitely tell Snape. Hella placed a reassuring hand on Harry's back, softly comforting him. Don't worry too much, even if he informs Professor Snape. I will be here. Hagrid won't face any punishment. He then turned his gaze toward Hagrid, signaling him with a meaningful glance. Hagrid's face, surrounded by his long beard, displayed a mix of turmoil and complexity as he affectionately regarded the little dragon, finally nodding heavily in agreement with Hella. Trust me, and trust Hella. We will handle this. Hagrid extended his hand to playfully tease the little dragon, and even though it occasionally emitted sparks of fire, for Hagrid, who possessed the blood of giants, it was merely a tickle. Over the course of the following week, Hella made it a point to visit Hagrid's quaint wooden cabin daily, progressing from blood tests to nail trimming. With an array of peculiar justifications, Hella had amassed several ounces of materials. Enough. Hella, it is still but a child. Hagrid could no longer contain himself, his fist striking the table with a resounding thud. Hella's hand froze momentarily, but in the blink of an eye, she swiftly extracted a large vial filled with dragon blood, carefully stowing in her pocket before asserting confidently, Hagrid, I believe it is imperative we ensure Norbert's health. Daily health checks are essential, especially given his recent birth. But you already drew blood this morning, Hagrid countered. Look at the smoke billowing from its nostrils. Do you truly believe that it's healthy? Hella pointed at the little dragon, which had already tripled in length within just a week, puffs of smoke erupting from its nostrils. I am quite certain, Hagrid proclaimed, puffing out his chest, though his conviction seemed somewhat lacking, that this is entirely normal, as stated in raising dragons for recreation and profit. You must trust me and Mr. Scamander, Hella reassured him, her cheeks unblushing and her breath steady, as Hagrid was unaware of who Newt was. Was he not? Norbert, Norbert. Hagrid murmured with misty eyes, gazing at the little dragon. He truly recognizes me now, see? Norbert, Norbert. Where's your mother? Hagrid, Hella raised her voice. Let us not forget our prior agreement. For both your sake and Norbert's, we sometimes must engage in actions contrary to our desires. Hagrid bit his lip. I know, Mr. Scamander will surely take good care of Norbert. He will. Hella nodded, satisfied, and rose to leave. She had not obtained any information about the dragon from Snape. and she surmised that Draco had likely not divulged anything to anyone either. After all, leverage is only a sharp blade when firmly grasped. Once spoken, it becomes naught. Nonetheless, Hela intended to seek out Draco, as he posed a potential risk that could jeopardize her dealings. A business worth thousands of galleons could not be disrupted, not even by his father, Lucius. On her way back to the office, Hela fortuitously encountered Draco's little sidekick, Goyle. Goyle, Hela called out, halting the chubby boy in his tracks. His lips were smeared with cream and grease, a chicken leg clutched in his hand, and upon spotting Hela, he instantly concealed it behind his back. "Professor Lestrange, did you call for me?" The rotund face was awash with nervousness. "Please have Mr. Malfoy come to my office," Hela stated, harboring no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation with the gluttonous boy, as she was adorned in an elegant, trendy cloak. Any grease stains would be utterly disheartening. Of course, right away, Professor. Upon returning to her office and taking a seat, she did not have to wait long before a knock sounded at the door. Opening it, she welcomed Draco inside. "Have a seat, Draco," Hela said amiably, nudging the tea tray on the table. Copper always prepared desserts for her, even when she was not particularly fond of them. "Professor, you summoned me?" Draco inquired, his lashes fluttering slightly as he settled into the chair, though his body leaned away from her. Hela chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle Draco's hair, which was laden with a copious amount of styling gel, making it quite sticky to the touch. "No need to be so formal. We are, after all, uncle and nephew. You may call me Hela in private," she said, discreetly wiping her palm on the armrest of the chair, attempting to rid herself of the gel. "H. Hela," Draco stammered awkwardly. "Yes, just like that," Hela smiled. "The reason I called you here is to inquire about what you know regarding the happenings in Hagrid's cabin." A flush crept onto Draco's face, his fingers gripping the chair tightly, as he excitedly exclaimed, "It is a fire dragon. A fire dragon." He emphasized this, raising his hands to mimic the dragon's fiery breath. "Indeed, I am well aware that it is a fire dragon," Hela sighed, rubbing her temples in exasperation. "What I meant to ask is, after knowing about the dragon, what do you wish to do?" "I want to raise a fire dragon." "What?" Hela exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Draco wore an expression akin to that of a zealot, exclaiming, "Yes, a fire dragon, one that breathes fire." He mimicked the dragon's fiery breath once more. Hela tilted her head in astonishment, having thought that only someone like Hagrid would have such a passion for fire dragons. To her surprise, Draco harbored a desire to raise one as well. "Professor, I've already informed my father," Draco declared, puffing out his chest, his face flushed with excitement. "He will certainly be willing to care for the fire dragon. We have a dragon sanctuary in Romania." Hela rubbed her head in frustration. A dragon was simply not something she could offer to Lucius. She had already promised to sell it to Lainey. Despite being a shrewd merchant, she still held to the principles of integrity. A deal once made cannot be easily undone, unless Lucius was willing to pay double the price. However, 4,000 galleons for a fire dragon for Draco? Hela was convinced that Lucius had not lost his senses. After all, the dragon's value was not as exorbitant as it seemed, primarily inflated by the Dragon Breeding Prohibition Act passed in 1709. Draco, fire dragons are exceptionally dangerous magical creatures. Hela sighed softly. "I doubt Lucius would acquiesce to your request. Moreover, Norbert is a Norwegian ridgeback, which I co-raise with Hagrid. We have other plans for him, and he will not remain at Hogwarts for long." "What?" Draco's complexion paled slightly. He had not even had the chance to touch Norbert, and now he was to be relocated? Sensing Draco's dismay, Hela smiled subtly. "Perhaps you could visit Hagrid's cabin during your free time to see him." "All right, Hela," Draco replied, deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping in his chair. "Do not be too disheartened. Once you come of age, it will not be difficult to raise a dragon in the Malfoy estate. Given your family status," Hela smiled gently. Ultimately, Draco complied with Hela's arrangement and successfully joined the ranks of dragon caretakers, though his moments of joy were unlikely to last long. After all, Norbert would soon be whisked away to who knew where with Lainey. However, it seemed Norbert had caused quite a bit of trouble. Draco had been bitten on the hand, and although he initially brushed it off, by the next morning, the wound had swollen to twice its original size. Unsure whether it was appropriate to seek Madame Pomfrey's assistance, despite her being a Slytherin alumna, he worried she might discern the cause of the injury. Yet by the afternoon, he had no choice. The wound had taken on an unsightly green hue. Hela regarded the now greenish appendage with barely contained laughter. "Hela," Draco pouted, petulantly retracting his hand into the folds of his cloak. In the past few days spent at Hagrid's modest cabin, Draco discovered that Hela was not nearly as terrifying as his father had portrayed her. At times, her audacity even garnered Draco's admiration. For this was the essence of a true Slytherin. However, Her relentless blood, drawing from Norbert, was a different matter altogether. I believe you should seek out Madame Pomfrey, particularly after noticing this swelling this morning. Hella's smile faded as she earnestly lifted Draco's hand, and the condition was evidently dire. We must go to the hospital immediately. Hella gently touched the skin on Draco's hand, which was swollen with pus, obscuring any sense of his bone beneath the festering fluid. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Madame Pomfrey's anger erupted as she bellowed, "What on earth bit you, Mr. Malfoy? This is undoubtedly a perilous magical creature. How could you allow a first-year student to come into contact with it?" The first part of her admonition was directed at Draco's well-being, yet the latter half was aimed squarely at Hella. After all, such a creature could not possibly exist within the confines of Hogwarts without Hella's involvement. Madam, could you please attend to his hand first?" Hella, enduring the older student's reprimand, appeared as meek as a penguin, her head nearly retreating into her cloak. Madame Pomfrey, in a huff, brushed past Hella and hurried to Draco's side, exclaiming, "You should have come to me directly. I could have healed your wound in an instant, but now." "You could do it too, can't you?" Draco inquired with palpable urgency. "Of course I can, but it will be quite painful," Madame Pomfrey replied sternly, tossing Draco a set of pajamas. "You'll need to stay here for 2 days while I purge all the toxins from your system." Draco cast a desperate glance at Hella, hoping for a means of escape from the hospital, yearning to see Norbert. After all, hands were trivial, though, upon reflection, perhaps they were not. Hella assisted Madame Pomfrey by drawing the curtains around Draco's bed, while Draco struggled to put on the pajamas with one hand. "I'm ready," he murmured weakly, a stark contrast to the spirited young wizard she had encountered in her office. If Hella had not remained steadfast by his bedside, one might have found it hard to reconcile the Draco before her with the boisterous figure she had previously known. Now, he lay pale upon the bed, his injured hand limply sprawled beside him, his tone as fragile as that of a recent mother emerging from a Muggle operating table. "My hand," Draco whispered, his eyelashes fluttering as if he were a delicate beauty in distress. "It hurts as if it's about to break. Are you hoping for your mother to come and take care of you?" Hella teased with a scowl, for Draco was still but a child, and it was understandable to seek comfort in such times. "No." Draco shot up from the bed, attempting to thwart Hella's suggestion. Hella responded, slightly bemused. Isn't it normal to inform a parent when one is injured? Despite lacking parents herself, Hella had observed how other children interacted with theirs. "Please don't tell my mother," Draco pleaded, shaking his head with a grimace, a look of despondency etched across his face. She would come rushing to Hogwarts immediately. Draco seemed to recall something that sent a shiver down his spine, muttering a single word, "No, no." Hella rolled her eyes, drawing the curtains around the bed. "I truly do not comprehend these children. Some would give anything for such a family." Chapter 86. The transaction in progress. Hagrid was about to bid farewell to Norbert, and aside from Hagrid and Draco, both Hermione and Hella were in remarkably high spirits. Hermione rejoiced that Hagrid had finally grasped the concept of rules. Raising a dragon was unequivocally unacceptable. Meanwhile, Hella was elated, for the 2,000 galleons were finally within reach. Wealth beyond her wildest dreams was about to materialize. It was a pitch-black night, shrouded in ominous clouds, when Hella arrived at Hagrid's cabin a bit late. Having sought to borrow that suitcase from Quirrell that had been enchanted with the undetectable extinction charm, which was previously used to transport the troll, Hagrid had already secured Norbert inside a large crate, fully prepared. "I've packed plenty of mice and some brandy to keep him sustained on a journey," Hagrid said in a muffled tone, adding that he had also included Norbert's teddy bear to stave off loneliness. Hella's lips twitched at the sound of tearing from within the crate. Surely Norbert had ripped the head off the teddy bear. "Goodbye, Norbert." Hagrid sobbed. "Mama won't forget you." Hella smirked. While Hagrid would undoubtedly remember Norbert, she could assure him that Norbert would likely forget Hagrid altogether, perhaps only recalling the taste of Hagrid's fingers during mealtime. Hella opened the suitcase, placing it on the ground, and with a flick of her wand, cast a silent levitation charm on the crate, transferring Norbert into the suitcase. "There you go. Hagrid, don't be too sorrowful. You know that Norbert will thrive under the care of Mr. Scamander. Once he gets older, Mr. Scamander will either release him back into the wild or take him in." Observing Hagrid's distress, Hella felt a twinge of compassion, though she quickly chastised herself for it. It was merely a dragon raised for 2 weeks. Was it truly that significant? "I'm just so sad," Hagrid lamented, dabbing at his tears with a crumpled handkerchief, which for Hella could have easily served as a bath towel. Hella gently patted Hagrid's back, though she could hardly reach it, offering reassurances. There, I understand. But this is the best choice for Norbert and for you." Hella closed the suitcase, glancing at the large clock atop the castle towers. The appointed time was rapidly approaching. With a brisk step, she cradled the suitcase to her chest and made her way toward Hogsmeade. After traversing a long stretch of darkened path, dim amber lights flickered ahead. That must be the Hog's Head Inn. Hela tightened her hood, slightly hunched her frame, concealing her figure within the cloak to avoid detection, ensuring there were no prying eyes or alchemical objects observing her, and quietly cast the disillusionment charm upon herself. Her form concealed, she moved silently along the path until she reached the overgrown land, where she paused to survey her surroundings. Stealthily, she crept into the nearby thicket, finding a comfortable spot to squat down. She had no intention of standing in the open. What if that Lainey character was lurking in the shadows, ready to cast a deadly curse at the unsuspecting fool standing outside? Murder and robbery were all too common, and while Hela had never engaged in such activities, she had heard numerous tales. Who could forget the unfortunate soul taken down by a limping old lady wielding a muggle gun? One could easily imagine a seemingly innocuous English lady with a cane producing a 6-barrel Gatling gun from beneath her skirt. Hela believed that even Merlin himself would be reduced to a sieve. Caution was never misplaced. One must always remain vigilant. Hela nestled in the bushes, patiently awaiting Lainey's arrival. The moon gradually ascended from the east to its zenith, only to descend once more into the west, with even the east beginning to unveil its pearly dawn. Hera gently shifted her body, having crouched here for several hours. Even for him, his limbs felt somewhat numb. Initially, Hera cautiously moved his legs, but eventually, he decided to stretch languidly amidst the underbrush. Ah, how exhausting. Hera yawned out of boredom, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Would Lainey truly stand him up? After all, he had previously deceived her. It would be only natural for her to return the favor, wouldn't it? If he were to find her, he would employ the most ruthless methods to torment her until she relinquished the keys to her vault, divulged all her secrets, and surrendered her wealth. Turning his head stiffly, Hera was filled with apprehension. Would Lainey S. Avada Kedavra be waiting for him the moment he turned back? Her long, slender legs, elegantly encased in black stockings and adorned with high heels embellished with black gemstones, sparkled even in the early hours of dawn. Looking up, he beheld a stylish black fitted dress that perfectly accentuated Lainey's exquisite figure. Above all, there was Hera's hand, which was now grasping the embodiment of wickedness. Retracting his hand as if jolted by electricity, Hera's face flushed crimson as he slowly turned back, preparing to admire Lainey's form. Lainey's eyes remained tightly shut, though a blush had already crept up to her porcelain neck. Fortunately, the enveloping darkness of night and the dim morning light were not bright enough for Hera to notice her unnaturalness. It seemed that Lainey, sensing Hera's gaze, shifted her long legs and turned her body away from him. The corner of Hera's mouth twitched, if his memory served him correctly. The slumbering figure before him was indeed Lainey. It appeared she was truly asleep. Her disillusionment charm had dissipated due to her depleted magical energy. She was still the same foolish witch from years past. It seemed she had made little progress over the last 2 years, as she had fallen asleep, utterly lacking in vigilance. However, the suitcase in his hand reminded Hera that he still had business to attend to. He roughly grabbed Lainey's shoulder and shook her forcefully. Wake up, Miss Rogier. Huh? Lainey stirred, as if awakening from a deep slumber, yawning and stretching, her perfect curves laid bare once more, causing Hera's eyes to nearly pop out his head. Ahem, Miss Rogier, I am your loyal Hera Lestrange, here for our arrangement tonight. He inclined slightly, his right hand resting on his chest, presenting himself with the elegance of a gentleman. If only his hand had been able to believe that the atmosphere would become more harmonious. Oh, Lainey exclaimed in surprise, her mouth slightly agape, resembling a befuddled little hamster. Chapter 87. We are finally rich. Why am I here? Lainey asked, placing her hand over her mouth, still dazed from sleep. Hera helplessly set the suitcase down, crossed his arms, and looked at Lainey in silence, intending to allow her to piece her memories back together. "All right," Lainey exclaimed softly. "I came to buy a dragon. Miss Rogier, could you please show some respect for our transaction? At the very least, do not speak so casually about it." Hera sighed, opening the suitcase for himself. He had waited far too long, and if he did not return soon, dawn would break. "Well, aren't you here already?" Lainey waved her hand dismissively, her eyes curiously scanning the suitcase Hera held. "Is this the fire dragon?" she inquired, observing the crate from which sounds of tearing emanated, as if the stuffed bear prepared by Hagrid for Norbert was making its final struggles. Hera's mouth twitched slightly, yet he still politely bowed, stepping aside to allow Lainey to inspect Norbert within the box. Lainey cautiously drew her wand, her eyes scrutinizing Harry with a probing gaze before she slowly approached the crate. As Lainey was but a couple of steps away, the crate suddenly jolted and the sound of shattering glass echoed from within. Harry tilted his head, slightly embarrassed as he explained. Perhaps it broke a wine bottle? To keep it quiet during the journey, I had prepared some brandy inside. Lainey's brows furrowed slightly. Skepticism mirrored in her expression. After all, this cunning merchant had previously swindled her out of 200 galleons. Are you certain this is indeed a fire dragon and not merely a flaming slug? Her palm rested against the crate, and while she could feel the warmth emanating from within, her doubts about Harry's integrity remained. Given the unresolved debt from the vanished cabinet, Lainey found it hard to trust him. Miss Rogier, you are welcome to open it and verify the contents. Harry took a step back. Although Norbert was merely a hatchling of about 10 days, its strength was still surprisingly formidable. Their transaction involved a small dragon, payment in hand, delivery in hand. If Lainey could not control the dragon, Harry's assistants would incur additional charges. However, it was evident that Harry's anticipation failed. Lainey merely waved her wand, and the crate exploded into splinters. Norbert peeked out, having been confined within the crate for nearly a night, nearly driven mad. Upon seeing Lainey, it sneezed, sending a few sparks flying from its nose as it attempted to leap towards her. Yet after taking just 2 steps, it halted, retreating in fear to the remnants of the crate, seeking solace in the familiarity of its surroundings. Indeed, Mr. Lestrange, you have taken excellent care of this dragon, Lainey remarked, squatting down to examine Norbert closely, from its toes to its eyes and wings, finally nodding in satisfaction towards Harry. As you can see, it has been meticulously cared for since its birth. Harry sighed, rubbing his thumb and index finger together, his intentions becoming increasingly clear. Additional charges. Very well, very well. You are as cunning as ever. Lainey paused, a tempting smile playing at the corners of her mouth. However, considering its condition and the fact that it is a rare Norwegian ridgeback, I am willing to offer an additional 1,000 galleons. Harry nodded, signifying his agreement to the transaction. 3,000 galleons was a reasonable market price. His initial quotation of 2,000 galleons had merely been a strategic ploy, drawing the client's attention with a low price before raising it later. Such tactics were simply delightful. Thank you for your generosity, Harry shrugged, accepting the coin pouch Lainey handed over, gently weighing it in his hand. Well, Harry felt nothing. How could he possibly gauge the weight of galleons with a pouch inscribed with a featherweight charm and undetectable extension charm? Glancing down, he saw that the galleons were neatly arranged in boxes, standard commercial storage boxes, each containing 100 galleons. No matter how splendid galleons were, they cannot be piled up like a miniature mountain, could they? Harry quickly glanced up at Lainey, who was meticulously examining the fire dragon, then bowed his head to silently count the galleons. 26, 27, 28, 28. Harry held the pouch, his brows furrowing tightly, unable to believe his mathematical abilities had deteriorated to such a degree. Oh, yes, 28, 2,800 galleons, Lainey replied, having overheard Harry's incredulous tone. Harry's expression fell, realizing there was a handling fee deducted. In such a smuggling operation, there were no taxes to be paid. Why was 200 galleons being withheld? If he recalled correctly, the agreed-upon price was 3,000 galleons, was it not? Harry's voice was frigid as her wand glided through her fingertips, slipping from the arm's wand holster into her grasp. Its tip aimed menacingly at the ground, poised to direct its ire towards Lainey. Lainey, seemingly oblivious to Harry's wrath, turned back to inspect Nobby's wings, ensuring they bore no hereditary maladies or physical defects. 200 galleons. I doubt Mr. Lestrange is unfamiliar with that figure. Am I right? Lainey responded without turning her head, her voice raised slightly. Upon hearing the amount, Harry lowered her wand, awkwardly scratching her cheek as the memory resurfaced. That was indeed the sum by which she had deceived Lainey. Ahem, I didn't expect you to remember. Harry hastily retreated her hand behind her back, lifting her chin to survey the crimson sun rising in the eastern shadows. Lainey cast a frosty glare at Harry, coldly stating, Do you know how long I was confined because of those 200 galleons? I shall never forget. At that time, I genuinely believed it was a malfunctioning vanishing cabinet. Harry continued her final defense. Indeed, had I not seen the inscription stating it was made in Paris in 1969, you might have successfully deceived me further. Lainey stood up, her gaze icy as she gripped her wand tightly. Sometimes, even I fail to conduct a thorough inspection. Harry tightened her grip on her wand behind her, extending a hand to signal Lainey to remain calm. This is Hogsmeade. Abeforth Dumbledore, Albus's brother, owns the Hog's Head Inn. If we cause a ruckus here, Dumbledore will undoubtedly arrive at once. Harry's toes were already poised for a swift escape, ready to evade Laney's spell with his agile form, and then cast a legilimency spell to uncover the whereabouts of her hidden galleons. Chapter 88. Harry, the Sudden Criminal. Well, the scene Harry had envisioned did not transpire. Laney did not erupt in fury at Harry's threat. Rather, she simply stared at her for a good 10 seconds before she finally sheathed her wand. However, her expression remained as frigid as ice, causing Nobby's body to tremble alongside hers. It's getting late. Perhaps we should part ways? Harry wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, eager to avoid confrontation with Laney. Laney feared being discovered by Professor Dumbledore, while Harry was equally concerned about being caught by Hagrid. If Hagrid discovered that Nobby had not been sent to Mr. Scamander, but rather had been sold to Laney by Harry, he would likely tear Harry apart with his formidable strength. Very well, Laney nodded, but then, as if struck by a thought, she hastily called out to Harry, who was already preparing to return to Hogwarts. By the way, if I wish to contact you in the future, what should I do? Harry hesitated briefly, glancing down at the pouch tied around his waist before lifting his head to reveal a dazzling smile. Simply write it down on a communication note, as a valued client. I shall respond promptly. Laney, infuriated, nearly drew her wand again, realizing why her previous attempts at writing had gone unanswered. Was she not considered significant in Harry's eyes? After all, he had swindled her out of 200 galleons. Harry, clearly noticing Laney's tightly clenched fist, hastily uttered, "Until we meet again," though perhaps not for a while, before swiftly disappearing into the underbrush. Laney watched his vanishing figure with a stomp of her foot on the ground, producing a resounding thud. Cursed merchant! Harry carefully navigated through the forbidden forest, only relaxing slightly upon nearing the castle, feeling somewhat at home, confident that Laney would not pursue him. He traversed the marble steps before the entrance hall, passed through the pitch-black corridor, ascended one flight of stairs, then another, finally reaching his office. Harry barely took the time to change clothes before collapsing onto his bed, seizing the opportunity for a much-needed nap before classes commenced in a few hours. The following morning, as Harry began his lesson, he discovered that most of the students were far from attentive, engrossed instead in discussion surrounding Harry Potter. Had Harry done something outrageous again? Straining to overhear snippets of conversation, Harry pieced together the situation. Harry Potter, the illustrious Harry Potter, had been caught wandering the halls at night and attempting to breach the corridor on the 4th floor to the right. Of course, that was not the crux of the issue, as who among Gryffindor had not ventured out at night? However, Harry had been apprehended by Filch, along with 2 other foolish first-year students, resulting in a staggering deduction of 150 points from Gryffindor. Once one of the school's most beloved and revered figures, Harry had suddenly become the target of widespread disdain. Yet in Harry's eyes, Harry's charm had only increased. It seemed Slytherin was on track for a 7th consecutive championship. Nevertheless, when faced with Harry and Hermione, Harry feigned a look of profound disappointment. At such moments, the Slytherins would invariably cheer, clap, and whistle, exclaiming, "Thank you, Potter. You've done us a great favor." To this, Harry could only secretly give him a thumbs up. However, Harry felt quite aggrieved. He had merely wished to escort his 2 friends to find Harry, worried that Harry might struggle alone with the cumbersome crate containing Nobby. "Harry, I'm a wizard," Harry exclaimed, incredulity etched across his face. Had Harry's mind been filled with nettles? Struggling with a crate? Wasn't that a problem easily solved with a levitation charm? When had this become a source of concern for Harry? Wasn't that a tad too maternal? Nonetheless, it appeared Slytherin's 7th title was all but secured. "Professor, we were merely worried about you, and that Malfoy fellow will undoubtedly snitch," Ron interjected loudly from the side. Truth be told, had Ron not called out, Harry might have ignored him entirely. However, it was understandable, considering one of them was the boy who lived, while the other was a renowned academic prodigy. In contrast, Ron seemed to possess little else aside from his distinctive red hair. "There are many matters you need not concern yourselves with. They are too perilous for you. Your sole task is to focus on preparing for your exams. You must begin your revision." Harry ruffled Hermione's and Harry's hair, frowning as he spoke. "Yes, Professor." Life at Hogwarts remained unusually tranquil until a week before the exams, when Quirrell once again appeared at Harry's office, his complexion paler than ever. "Your frequency of drinking unicorn blood has increased significantly," Harry remarked, pursing his lips. Quirrell's health had visibly deteriorated, even with the consumption of unicorn blood. He could hardly regain his former vigor. Quirrell was nearing death. "I am aware, but that is inconsequential. I have arranged everything. I plan to infiltrate the 4th floor on the last day of exams." Quirrell's face was tinged yellow from the firelight, his voice trembling with a sickly quaver. "Have you deciphered the enchantments?" Harry inquired cautiously, striving to maintain his usual calm demeanor. Chilo nodded thoughtfully, turning his gaze towards the flickering flames of the fireplace. While I had a firm grasp on the challenges set by the other professors, Snape's remained somewhat elusive. Nonetheless, it should not prove overly difficult. Time is of the essence. I shall have to confront it head-on. The singular concern lies with the final obstacle. Dumbledore undoubtedly devised a challenge of his own. With this, Chilo cast a glance at Hella. I am equally in the dark regarding the mechanisms that Dumbledore has implemented. He has never confided such matters to me. Hella hastily clarified. He certainly wouldn't divulge the rules of the Mirror of Erased outright. That would be rather suspicious. Chilo nodded with a certain gravitas, for he was indeed a cunning old fox. You must remain discreet. After the Dark Lord's resurgence, Hogwarts will require an insider. Very well. Is your plan simply to storm in? Hella found it difficult to maintain eye contact with Chilo, for he seemed to genuinely consider him an ally. However, his ties to Dumbledore, best left unspoken. Regardless, I have devised a scheme to forge a letter masquerading as correspondence from the Ministry of Magic, luring Dumbledore to London. This would afford me the opportunity to infiltrate, though I'm certain I will trigger his protective enchantments upon reaching the final mechanism. Chapter 89. A Premature Ambush. The weather was oppressively warm as we reached the final day of examinations. Ruby remained behind that securely locked door, safe and sound. Students endured immense discomfort as they sat in the classroom, grappling with their exams. In addition to written assessments, practical examinations were conducted. For instance, Professor Flitwick required students to enter the classroom one by one to see if they could animate a pineapple to perform a tap dance across a desk. Meanwhile, Hella maliciously inundated the students with a plethora of subjective questions, such as how to escape from a werewolf encounter and the weaknesses of magical creatures. Hella merely needed to remain at the podium, savoring the specially crafted concoction prepared for him by Cooper. This stood in stark contrast to the students below, diligently utilizing their anti-cheating quills. Hella noticed that Harry appeared drastically changed. No, rather, he seemed to have aged considerably. He exhibited signs of anxiety, even reminiscent of Chilo's earlier demeanor. In contrast, Hermione and Ron appeared far more composed. One scribbled furiously while the other fidgeted restlessly. Once the papers were collected, Hella gently called out to Harry. Harry, has anything occurred recently? You seem rather unwell. Perhaps a visit to Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing would be beneficial. She possesses a remarkable talent for revitalization. Hella stuffed the exam papers into his satchel, his concern evident. Oh, it's nothing really, just perhaps a bit overwhelmed. Harry replied absently, his pale complexion, dark circles under his eyes, and the pronounced bloodshot veins betraying his fatigue. His words were hardly convincing. Hogwarts examinations are not insurmountable. If you still feel unwell after the final test, you are welcome to visit my office for a chat. Hella sighed, running his fingers through Harry's tousled black hair. Professor. Harry hasn't been sleeping well at all. Neville, moving rather slowly, had just finished gathering his belongings and overheard Hella and Harry's exchange. Hella pursed his lips, intently scrutinizing Harry. Surely, he hasn't abandoned the notion of guarding the philosopher's stone? Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Harry finally admitted, All right, it's actually my scar that has been hurting. The scar? Hella frowned in contemplation. Perhaps this matter should be discussed with Professor Dumbledore upon his return. Harry shrugged, helplessly, but his expression shifted dramatically. Professor Dumbledore isn't at Hogwarts right now? Indeed. He departed for the Ministry of Magic early this morning and likely won't return until evening at the earliest. Hella recalled Chilo's words and replied casually. All right. Harry responded despondently. Don't dwell on it too much. If I'm not mistaken, after the final History of Magic exam, it should all be over, correct? Yes. As long as we can endure a few more hours and identify which peculiar wizards invented this self-stirring cauldron, we shall be free, Harry nodded. Then hurry back to prepare. There is no need for you to worry about anything else. As students, passing the exams is all that is required. Hella tousled Harry's hair again, shaping it into a rather amusing volcano style before gently nudging him towards the exit. With the final examinations for the first-year students concluded, Hella could finally relish the long-awaited summer break. The only task that remained was the correction of student papers. However, that hardly seemed daunting, did it? Harry pursed his lips, but ultimately said nothing, shouldering his bag and leaving the classroom alongside Neville. Hella returned the exam papers to his office, pacing restlessly before finally deciding that a nap was in order. As evening approached, he was jolted awake by a series of insistent knocks at the door. Upon opening it, Hermione burst into the office, disregarding Hella, who was still yawning. Snape! It's Snape. He He has acquired everything he needs and has now deceived Dumbledore into leaving the school. Hella gazed in astonishment at the trio of young wizards, with Hermione as ineffectual companions trailing behind her. Professor Snape could not have done this. He would not seek to steal the Philosopher's Stone. A vivid image of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's passionate entanglement flashed through Hella's mind. Trusting Dumbledore, he resolved to place his faith in Snape. Actually, it is entirely Chilo's scheme, with no connection to Snape whatsoever. You must listen to me, Hella. Hagrid revealed the method to subdue Ruby to a stranger. That cloaked figure was either Snape or Voldemort. If he gets Hagrid drunk, it would be all too easy to extract information from him. I only hope you can believe us, Harry implored, oblivious to the change in Hella's expression upon uttering that name, as he took a slight step back. However, Hermione took note of it. Hella sighed, striving to find a flaw in Harry's argument while attempting to reassure them that the Philosopher's Stone was secure. After all, it had been destroyed by Dumbledore. It was in every sense the safest outcome, wasn't it? In truth, the method involving Ruby was quite straightforward. The professors were all aware of it. I cannot fathom why you continue to harbor suspicions regarding Professor Snape. Hella could only explain from his perspective, hoping Harry and his companions would cease their thoughts concerning the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione and her two ineffectual companions appeared momentarily stunned. Enough of this. Return and enjoy your week of holiday. Once the results are released, you two may not find it quite so leisurely, Hella remarked, casting a glance at Ron and Harry, whose efforts surely could not rival Hermione's. With that, Hermione departed the office with her two inept companions, and Hella's mind began to clear. These three foolish Gryffindors would undoubtedly not obediently return to rest, which was quite exasperating. With a deep sigh, reflecting on his own burdensome fate, Hella donned a cloak suitable for movement, lightly tapping his wand against his chest, rendering his form translucent. Silently, he slipped out through the door and made his way to the 4th floor. Standing before the locked door, Hella rapped his wand against the lock, whispering Alohomora. The lock clicked and the door swung open. Sometimes, magic is simply this straightforward. Hella chuckled softly as he stepped into the corridor. The exaggeratedly large eyes of Lu Wei locked onto Hera, filling every inch of space from the ceiling to the floor. Its 3 heads bore a trio of malevolent eyes that spun wildly, while 3 noses twitched and trembled towards Hera, accompanied by 3 drooling mouths, with saliva hanging like viscous strings from its yellowed canine teeth. Chapter 90. Ready for a challenge? Come on, come on. Long time no see, Lu Wei. Hera reached out to rub Lu Wei's chin, quickly dodging as drool threatened to fall upon him. Goodness, how can you still have bad breath? I distinctly remember brushing your teeth thoroughly. Hera wrinkled his nose in distaste, retreating slightly. Has Hagrid not taken proper care of you? Lu Wei let out a plaint of whine, its tail swaying excitedly at the sight of Hera. All right, don't expose me. Hera stood on tiptoe, awkwardly patting Lu Wei's head, ensuring the corridor behind him was silent before snapping his fingers to summon Cooper. With a loud bang, Cooper appeared between Hera and Lu Wei, trembling as it spoke with utmost respect. Esteemed Professor Lestrange, how may I serve you? Prepare some beef and brandy for me. And do ensure the beef is in ample quantity, Hera quickly instructed with care. Cooper seemed eager to leave, not even acknowledging Hera's words before vanishing into the corridor. Lu Wei, you absolutely must brush your teeth, Hera said, pinching his nose as he exited the corridor. He had no desire to linger in the same room, fearing he would permanently carry the scent of Lu Wei's saliva. That would be utterly dreadful. Turning the doorknob, Hera found himself once again in the 4th floor corridor. Sighing as he breathed in the fresher air outside, he casually settled into a corner, reinforcing his disillusionment charm. Against Lu Wei, the charm was ineffective, as dogs were renowned for their acute sense of smell, and Lu Wei had 3 noses, making its olfactory prowess terrifyingly sharp. Before long, a hooded figure hurried over, clutching a harp. It must be Quirrell. Hera watched his retreating figure, sighed, tightened his cloak, and continued to lie in wait at the door. As night fell and darkness enveloped the 4th floor, fatigue began to overtake Hera. Just as he was about to drift off, a rustling sound broke the silence. Although he could not see the 3 foolish Gryffindors, he was certain they had employed some unknown means to arrive, for he had already heard Harry's voice. If you wish to back out now, I won't hold it against you. You may take the invisibility cloak with you, as I no longer require it. Stop saying foolish things, Ron replied. Let us go in together, Hermione added. In the shadowy corner, a strange glimmer flashed in Hera's eyes. So this was Harry's trump card? The invisibility cloak? Old Dumbledore truly spared no expense, entrusting such a precious magical item to Harry. As the creaking of the door echoed, Harry rose swiftly, following closely behind Harry. Immediately, a deep growl resonated in Harry's ears. Although Lu Wei could not see the four of them, its three noses were fervently sniffing in their direction. At Lu Wei's feet lay a harp, the very one Quirrell had been carrying. Clearly, the three dimwits had noticed it as well. What is that thing by its feet? Hermione whispered. It looks like a harp. Ron speculated. It must be left by Snape. Clearly, as soon as the music stops, it will awaken immediately, Harry said. All right, listen up. Harry's lips twitched at the thought of the three Gryffindors' naivety. Indeed, he could not place any trust in them. Did they not realize that Quirrell was the most suspicious one? Had they not noticed that all the professors were deliberately keeping their distance from Quirrell? Even the foolish and eccentric Sybil Trelawney, whom Harry considered a madwoman surviving on her purported prophetic talents at Hogwarts, maintained a considerable distance from Quirrell. Just as Harry indulged in his ruthless critique, he suddenly heard a sound that could haunt a child's nightmares. Harry placed Hagrid's flute to his lips and began to play. He produced an utterly discordant and grating tune, but the moment he blew the first note, Lu Wei's eyes began to droop. Don't ask Harry how he recognized Hagrid's flute. He had one in his office drawer as well. Lu Wei's howling ceased, and it swayed unsteadily before collapsing onto the floor, falling into a deep slumber. Good night, sweet dreams, Harry silently wished Lu Wei, though it appeared that Lu Wei would not enjoy a restful night. After all, it had likely slept well under Quirrell's harp. The three young wizards shed the invisibility cloak and stealthily approached the trapdoor. Harry too tiptoed behind them. Ron, displaying considerable courage, was the first to leap over Lu Wei's legs. He bent down, tugging at the pull ring on the trapdoor, which swung open with a creak. Thanks to his height advantage, Harry could see that the trapdoor led into darkness. After exchanging glances, the three little ones decided to jump down directly. Harry slapped a hand to his forehead. Surely, one could not overestimate Gryffindor's intellect. Even Muggles understood that traps should be set beneath a pit, including but not limited to poisoned blades and sharpened stakes. Anything lethal would suffice. Yet these three had simply leaped down without a second thought. Standing by the trapdoor, Harry waited approximately 10 minutes, confirming that the three had finally evaded the mechanisms below before he too took the plunge. Naturally, he must have cast a featherweight charm. Harry descended like a feather, gracefully landing on the ground. Below him lay a mass of devil-esque snare, likely a creation of Professor Sprout, who had always excelled at cultivating magical plants, being the head of Hufflepuff House. With a flick of his wand, he conjured a blue flame resembling a bluebell. In mere seconds, the plants twisted and recoiled, retreating to the edges of the walls. Good thing I had the foresight. Otherwise, my clothes would have been a mess. Harry adjusted his perfectly unwrinkled cloak, clearly relieved that his concerns were unwarranted. The self-ironing cloak would never allow itself to become crumpled. Harry surveyed his surroundings. There was only one stone corridor, the sole path available. Treading lightly, he lifted his cloak to avoid water stains, making his way down the sloping corridor. Water droplets dripped slowly down the walls, and the damp atmosphere reminded him of Gringotts, which was similarly dark and moist. However, Hogwarts had no dragons. Chapter 91, Keys and Chess. As he descended the corridor, Harry faintly heard a commotion, promptly halting to listen closely. It seemed a gentle rustling and clinking sound was coming from ahead, along with the shouts of Harry and the others, sounding as if they were engaged in some sport. A radiant light beckoned Harry as she approached the end of the corridor, revealing a brightly lit chamber beneath a lofty vaulted ceiling. Countless small birds, shimmering like precious gems, flitted about the room, their wings fluttering in a whimsical dance. Opposite her stood a sturdy wooden door, and with a single glance, Harry discerned that these birds were no mere creatures. Rather, they were keys, winged keys. This undoubtedly indicated that to pass through the wooden door, one must soar aloft on a broomstick to capture the elusive key. Harry and his companions were already floating in midair. However, aside from Harry, Hermione and Ron appeared rather clumsy in comparison. They flailed desperately within the swarm of enchanted keys, yet these magical keys evaded capture with remarkable agility. Harry stood by, arms crossed, observing for quite some time, but the trio had yet to seize a single key. Yet, Harry remained unperturbed, content to wait for Harry and his friends to succeed, planning to discreetly trail behind them to slip through the door. After all, his role was merely to safeguard their safety, not to race alongside them, following in their wake sufficed. Harry, heralded as the youngest seeker in a century at Hogwarts, was not undeserving of his reputation. He possessed an exceptional knack for locating flying targets, and it wasn't long before he spotted a key. "That one!" Harry exclaimed, startling Hera, who briefly feared he had discovered her presence. However, upon seeing Harry point at a large key with azure wings among the fray, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely a matter of locating the key. Ron dashed energetically toward the direction Harry indicated, only to collide headfirst with the ceiling, nearly tumbling from his broomstick. Hera could not help but shut her eyes. Ron truly was quite foolish. How could he have charged ahead so recklessly? Who did he think he was? Harry quickly outlined a strategy, and the trio prepared to encircle the key. Ron dove downward while Hermione leapt upward, but the key deftly evaded their coordinated maneuvers. With Harry hot on its heels, the key darted swiftly toward the wall, prompting Harry to lunge forward. Indeed, Hera silently applauded. For while the fates had not gifted Harry with unparalleled intellect, they had bestowed upon him an extraordinary talent for Quidditch. Were they in another setting? Hera would not have hesitated to award him an extra 5 points for his impressive display, though she feared it might inflate his ego. Harry managed to pin the key against the stone wall, and Ron and Hermione's cheers echoed throughout the spacious chamber. They descended rapidly, and Harry raced toward the wooden door, the key still struggling in his grasp. He thrust it into the lock and twisted it with force. With a click, the lock sprang open, only for the key to flutter away once more. Hera gazed at the beleaguered key, its wings drooping. Clearly exhausted from being captured twice, it bore the weight of responsibilities far beyond its years. As Harry pushed the door open, Hera trailed closely behind, taking in the second room with keen interest. Previously, he had only glimpsed sketches in Dumbledore's office. The specifics remained a mystery to him. Hera recalled the first challenge set by Professor Sprout, and it was evident that the room they had just traversed belonged to Professor Flitwick. As for the chamber before him, if his memory served him correctly, it had to be Professor McGonagall's test. However, the second room was shrouded in darkness, rendering everything invisible. As Hera stepped forward, seeking a convenient hiding spot, the room suddenly illuminated, revealing a startling scene. A colossal chessboard sprawled before him, populated by towering black and white pieces, each more imposing than Hera himself. What struck him as particularly eerie was the absence of features upon the faces of these lofty chess pieces. Hermione and the others appeared momentarily stunned, engaging in hushed whispers as if to avoid disturbing the serene chess pieces. Hera, raising an eyebrow, recognized the sophisticated transfiguration at play. Having studied under Professor McGonagall for several months, he could discern the intricate spells woven into the chess pieces, including but not limited to alertness charms and energy-imbuing runes. Yet, it seemed somewhat excessive for what was essentially a training exercise devised by Dumbledore for fledgling wizards. Was such seriousness truly necessary? Not paying much heed to the trio's deliberations, Hera settled into a corner, eager to observe how they would navigate the challenge. If he could manage to abscond with a chess piece for further study, this journey would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Surely, Professor McGonagall would not mind if she found out. While Hera pondered, the three young wizards resolved to substitute 3 of the black chess pieces. Harry took on the role of the bishop, Hermione assumed the castle, and Ron selected the knight. Ron orchestrated the black pieces strategy, while Harry and Hermione, less versed in chess, could only obediently follow his lead. When the White Queen ruthlessly toppled a knight to the ground, dragging it off the board, a smile crept onto Hera's lips. Indeed, there was a chance for him to acquire one of the chess pieces. Seizing the moment while the trio remained in shock, Hera stealthily approached the fallen piece, scrutinizing it intently. "No, Ron." "Huh?" Hera's head snapped up, startled by Hermione's shriek. He turned to witness a shocking scene. Ron had been struck heavily on the head by the White Queen and collapsed to the floor, where she dragged him to Hera's feet. Upon closer inspection, seeing that Ron had not even bled, Hera felt relieved. So long as he was alive, that was what mattered. As for any potential repercussions, that would fall to Professor McGonagall, who had set this whole mechanism in motion. Hera gently nudged Ron aside, not out of indifference to the student, but rather to prevent accidentally stepping on his head. Following Ron's last command, Harry moved 3 squares to the left. The White King removed its crown and tossed it at Harry's feet. They had won. The white pieces bowed and retreated, granting them passage to the door leading to the next chamber. Chapter 92. The final challenge, and the two-faced man Harry and Hermione cast a sorrowful glance back at Ron. And Hermione tilted her head in astonishment, asking, "Harry, didn't you feel that Ron didn't seem to fall like that just now?" "Huh? Did he?" Harry trembled, still entranced by the recent events involving Ron. "Perhaps I misjudged," Hermione replied, pursing her lips and shaking her head as she rushed toward the wooden door. Hera observed their departure, then boldly opened his waist pouch and stuffed the shattered chess pieces inside. He hoped Professor McGonagall would place the blame on Quirrell. "Hera, I do not believe this is a prudent choice." An aged, wise voice emerged as Dumbledore stepped forth from the shadows. Even though Hera's disillusionment charm had not yet worn off, Dumbledore could still sense his presence through the magical vibrations. Professor Dumbledore?" Hera's hand froze, nearly causing the shattered chess pieces to tumble to the ground. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself. Otherwise, the clattering sound would undoubtedly have attracted the attention of Harry and Hermione. "Indeed, Hera, I am quite pleased to see you here," Dumbledore remarked with a gentle chuckle. Hera rose to her feet, dispelling her disillusionment charm, and with a wry smile, she inquired, "So, is this yet another test for me?" Dumbledore offered no reply, only directing his gaze toward the wooden door. After a brief pause of about 10 seconds, he slowly added, "Quirrell has reached the final challenge. Shall we go and observe?" Gazing down at the scattered chess pieces, Hera understood that Dumbledore would not allow her the opportunity to profit from the situation, especially since he had made his presence known. With a resigned nod, she acquiesced. Dumbledore said nothing further, striding purposefully ahead, traversing a room that exuded an unbearable stench. A gigantic spider, with 8 eyes, lay motionless on the floor, unconscious, a gruesome lump swelling on its head. Dumbledore paid it no mind, effortlessly stepping over its legs. Hera followed closely behind him. Holding her nose, the creature was a veritable treasure trove of magical ingredients. What a pity it was that she could not capitalize on its worth. It appeared that Harry and the others had already passed through this chamber, and Hera, with a keen eye, opened the next door. In the subsequent room, Harry and Hermione were gathered around a table, which displayed 7 uniquely shaped bottles. Hermione was intently reading from a piece of parchment. Dumbledore drew his wand, lightly tapping it against the chests of both Hera and himself, casting silent disillusionment charms. Hermione suddenly exhaled deeply, her face brightening with a smile. "This is brilliant," she exclaimed. "This isn't magic, it's logical reasoning, a riddle. Many of the greatest wizards lack even the faintest ability for logical deduction, forever trapping them in this place. As for us, we too cannot escape, can we?" Harry foolishly queried. Hera could distinctly sense a shift in the atmosphere around Dumbledore, as if he were momentarily taken aback by Harry's naivety. However, she had long anticipated such folly from Harry. No matter the nature of his inquiries, they never surprised her. Eventually, Hermione deduced the location of the antidote. In truth, even without having read the parchment, Hera was well aware of where the antidote lay. At the far end of the room burned a black fire, and the potion capable of traversing that inferno was clearly no simple concoction, even for Professor Snape. Thus, it was evident that the smallest bottle contained just enough for one person to consume, an elixir that could pass through the black flames. As expected, Hermione's conclusion mirrored Hera's own. Ultimately, Harry and Hermione divided the potions, with Harry taking the lead while Hermione drank from another bottle, crossing the flames behind her to seek Ron and request Dumbledore's assistance. Having consumed her potion, Hermione approached the purple flames, returning to the previous chamber. Hera tilted her head, contemplating Dumbledore. If they were aware that he stood just behind them, they would likely be utterly astonished, wouldn't they? Harry took a deep breath and grasped the smallest bottle. He turned to face the black flames. "Here I come," he declared, and without hesitation, he downed the contents of the vial. Almost immediately, Harry shivered, setting the bottle down and stepping forward, summoning his courage. He felt the black flames licking at his body, yet in that moment, he felt nothing. All he could see was the swirling darkness of the fire. Soon, he successfully emerged on the other side, entering the final room. "Professor Dumbledore?" Hera regarded the black flames before her, aware that she lacked Dumbledore's formidable magical prowess. While Dumbledore might be capable of withstanding the flames, she was not. Dumbledore, however, remained silent. To Hera's astonishment, the flames extinguished, revealing a wooden door similar to those in the previous chambers. The doorknob turned, unveiling a corridor leading to the next room. To Harry's utter disbelief, a figure awaited him there. It was neither Snape nor Voldemort, but Quirrell. This, however, was entirely within the realm of Hera and Dumbledore's design. Upon seeing Quirrell, both of them nearly burst into laughter, while Harry stood aghast, struggling to comprehend. "You," he gasped. "It's me. But I thought Snape." "Snape?" Quirrell erupted into laughter, but this was a laugh devoid of his usual high-pitched tremor. It was a chilling, cold cackle. Quirrell, like a quintessential villain delivering his final monologue, unloaded a torrent of grievances upon Harry, inadvertently alleviating much of Harry's animosity towards Snape. He also disclosed a piece of information unknown to Harry, that Snape was, in fact, protecting him. Even during the second task, Snape had acted as a referee to ensure Quirrell would not harm Harry. This cascade of revelations left Harry utterly bewildered. Quirrell merely snapped his fingers, and several ropes materialized from thin air, binding Harry tightly. "You meddle too much. I cannot allow you to remain in this world." Quirrell droned on, his incessant chatter becoming tiresome even for Harry. Did he not realize that verbose villains inevitably meet their demise at the hands of the protagonist? "Oh, bound now, are we? That's of little consequence." Quirrell finally set aside his grandiloquent musings about the Philosopher's Stone and turned his attention to the intriguing mirror of Ariste. "This mirror is the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone," Quirrell murmured, tracing his fingers along the edge of the frame. "Only Dumbledore could procure such an item. Yet he is currently in London. By the time he returns, I shall have long since vanished."